a download from Triple J.
Australia's national youth network. On radio,
On TV,
and online.
for more music, current affairs, comedy and culture.
triplej.net.au.
And now,
Hello world, pants off Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth, and thanks to Sarah Howe for the 14 splendid hours of super sounds here at the youth headquarters on the station that smothers the nation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders who have done it pretty tough this week. I think if you've had, some shares or dealings with apes, you're in a little bit of trouble. But mercifully, Mick Gatto should be able to find your money along with the rest of the missing millions sooner or later. Shareholders and school kids, welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much sport is barely enough. Well, what a week. What a week. What an incredible week. And can I just say, I am avoiding the obvious elephant in the room. Look, obviously, the no dickheads policy is working at the Swans. Barry, dire medalist, 2 years running. Sadly, emotion got the better of him last night. And I think that the big thing to remember is how many kids across Australia love Barry Hall. And to rub him out for more than a week is going to be an absolute tragedy for them. I've started a protest movement saying 1 week only for Barry. Let him play with a cast on his wrist. So sure he does. The Swans are penalised next week in the blockbuster against the Premiers. But then after that, Barry will be back wearing the cast at centre-half forward. So it's good news all round. But it is quite an elephant, isn't it, Roy? I must say...
Well, I've seen that punch reenacted maybe 20 or 30 times on my way into work today. It's just in backyards as I walked down the back lanes and peered over the back fences to see what was going on. And it's great to see.
I know. I must say, I can't recall in AFL. I mean, you get that all the time in rugby league. That's why people love rugby league.
Do.
That's why it's celebrating 100 years
An
of
explosive forward. A stormy petrol.
A stormy petrol.
Every team needs a stormy petrol.
Yeah, every team's got one.
Or an enforcer, we used to call them in the old days. Yeah.
Look, I haven't seen a punch
A fear merchant.
A fear merchant, that's right. I haven't seen a punch quite like that for maybe 20 years.
It was clean, wasn't it?
It was clean, it was beautiful. And look, people can argue,
and the kiddie couldn't see it coming. That's what I loved about it, because it started in the turned position.
It did, it was fantastic.
Back to the jaw, so to speak.
Fantastic. It's hard to know what he was thinking apart from flattening him, though. That was the difficult thing.
Well, I don't think he was thinking anything else but flattening.
I know.
And it was that crystallised moment of intention and execution.
Perfectly
melded. It was a Zen moment.
Yeah, exactly. Look, can I just ask, though, obviously I think he's got to obviously take a week off, but no more.
Only because of the wrist.
Only because of the wrist. Otherwise, I think he could play next week. But what I was trying to do was help the legal team who'd be gathering, I suppose, around at Roosie's place at the moment, going through...
I'd be surprised if this went upstairs. I mean, is this...
True. Thanks.
I'd be very disappointed.
Common sense solution.
Thank you.
It is disappointing.
Because you don't know what was going on.
No.
The bloke was obviously harassing Barry, with his defensive technique, arms all over him, chesting him, pushing him, that sort of stuff, probably whispering things in his ear. I don't know.
Like you're hopeless.
Yeah.
You're a goose. Now, look, can I just say that, obviously every football team, including people, and I'm very close to a number of the AFL footy teams, they believe Stager's been asking for it for years. Most of them are cheering now that finally, and these aren't just not Western, these are obviously teams not in Western Australia, but both Fremantle and a lot of people associated with the West Coast think the kid's been asking for it a long time, and are rather glad that it's happened. And to see Barry standing over him, telling him to get up, that's a lovely touch too, with the hands on the hips.
Well, that's what the kids were doing today. Once they flattened someone, they were standing over him, gobbing at him. And I like that, I politely applauded, just quietly, on my way past,
And I've got to say is that the sweet... You're absolutely right. The sweetness, the clinical, the ease,
Yeah. Well, obviously he's got a glass jaw. You know, he's going to have to look at that, isn't he?
Yes.
I mean, he was really exposed, found out. I mean, he's got a weakness there.
And now people will know.
People will know, yeah. I mean, his jaw's going to have a big target on it for the rest of his life.
And Worsfold would be wise to give him a spell for maybe up to 10 weeks. Not because of the concussion, which I think he worked through by the third quarter, but because of the glass jaw, people will be just picking him all the time.
Oh, for sure. And you can't blame him.
Now, obviously, going back to social notes, apart from the elephant, a tremendous night in LA on Tuesday night when America at last got a look at the Bra Boys biopic, soon to be turned into a major Hollywood blockbuster starring Lindsay Lohan and Jack Black and directed by Russell Crowe. I'm not sure what it'll be called. It'll be called something like Trestles or Trestle Boys or something like that, or Rincon Clowns. The A-list red carpet, well, it really faded our Bra Boys. And the Tinseltown rich and famous turned up to see Kobe and the gang. The night really went off a treat, but it does worry me. It does worry me, with the Bra Boys away on international entertainment duties, that a lot of riffraff are paddling out at breaks that are meant to be kept clear of undesirable rubbish. You know who I mean. You know which breaks these are. The Bra Boys have done a terrific job saving them largely for themselves, and now whenever I have a look and I think I might just paddle out for a bit of a splash, there are literally thousands of people who have never surfed those breaks before camped all over them. Oh, no, we need Nat Young to come down and help out the Bra Boys when they're away. And, you know, there's been so little hardcore supervision at some of these breaks that, you know, even I've snuck out for a barrel or two. You know, obviously I just have a peek, see the Bra Boys are there and move on. But now I've been going out. I've been just creating a stink on Bra Boy territory, and I wasn't alone. Last week, I'll just leave that rest there. Last week, we broke a story of our Livy's fundraising stroll in China. You know, Danny, Sir Cliff, the whole gang getting on like a house on fire. But sadly, rock legend Jimmy Barnes has already pulled out due to disagreements, well, his disagreements with the China's policy towards Tibet. Oh, Jim's very principled stance has really given the Chinese authorities real pause for concern, and significant changes are underway. Forget what Rudd's told them, the PM's told them. That's rubbish. Jimmy Barnes is a much bigger fish in China than we given to realise. They see Jimmy Barnes as the Chinese Bob Dylan. Look, I've got to say, it's hard to see the walk continuing if Barnesy and co are going to take these principled stands. I just think you've got to put politics out of fundraising.
Yeah. Is there any suggestion that Livy and Co, Cliff, etc., what their position is on Tibet? Actually, are they going to raise the issue as they walk along? Are they going to shout slogans, say, towards the Mongolian side or of the wall, or, you know, make a few comments
derogatory of the Beijing
of the
Central
regime.
Command, of the regime? Well, I'd love to think so. Sadly, I don't think we'll be able to see it, except if somebody had a handy cam and was able to put something on the net. Because, as you know, media's blacked out in China pretty well. You'd never get if they draped, say, Free Tibet on the wall.
Free Tibet,
a sign, or got out a bit of Dulux and started daubing it up, as can happen on the wall. I think they'd be pretty, you know...
Yes. Well, that'd be the
short
thing
drift.
to do, wouldn't it? To leave some large graffiti.
It would.
Free Tibet as they walk along, just doing it discreetly so, you know, authorities wonder, come on, who's putting that up there? You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. No, you're absolutely right. And I've got to say is that even a texter could come to their aid.
Yes.
Because, you know, obviously, and especially if it's written in Chinese characters. I mean, it's all very well to have Free Tibet. I don't mean to be unkind to the general population of China.
No.
But not a lot of them speak English.
No. And they're not aware of, English signage either.
No.
It's very rare in Beijing to see...
That's absolutely
even
true.
Sony or something like that, or Mitsubishi. You just don't see it, do you? It's all Chinese characters.
Yeah, I wonder who would be the Chinese character expert in that crew.
Yeah.
Would Peter Andre have learnt Chinese?
Well, it would be pretty easy to imagine, just to copy it, to get someone who's Chinese speaking, and maybe somewhere at the PM's department, perhaps, just to show them how to do Free Tibet in Chinese characters. There might be only 2 characters involved. I don't know.
Could easily be.
I don't know. And if they did then do that, that would really... send a very loud signal and powerful message, across the Chinese mainland.
I tell you what, is that Jimmy Barnes, I mean, I see...
I see it as... I agree with you. It is principled. But this is not going to be reported in Beijing or in China, anywhere in China. No one's going to know that he was meant to be there.
No, if he withdrew his records from sale.
All right.
I mean, I'm not sure how visible he is, really. I mean, I made that up about him being the Chinese Bob Dylan. I just wished he'd be the Chinese Bob Dylan. Say if you went into, let's say Coles had a shop there and asked any Jimmy Barnes records, they said no, they've all been withdrawn, then you might ask the question, well, why?
Why?
Then you get...
Then you'd get that. Then the answer would be fascinating.
Thanks. It's fascinating, literally. Look, and so to the week, apart from those social notes, a couple of items left over from last weekend. The Grand National at Aintree, a very cruel event for horses. It was won by a former jailbird, Tommy Murphy. He rode Comply or Die was the name of the horse to victory over the gruelling course. And it was the Murph's first win in 13 attempts in and out of stretches inside. King's Castle was second and Snowy Morning third. And look, just a bit of F1 news from last weekend. And while the stench of the Max Mosley scandal of discipline by flogging while staging the invasion of Poland in an overcrowded bedroom where most of the participants hung naked, while that stench hung in the air, it was our very own Mark Webber who did the best to clear it. He electrified everyone in Bahrain. In the third Grand Prix of the year, 2008. Mark held him off at the finish with another very consistent seventh. Mark is now the driver to beat for the rest of the season. And sure, look, he didn't pull off a DNF, but the mail is from Backseat Anne that Mark is working up to something very, very big in the DNF caper. So, look, there's a couple of, you can't DNF all the time because otherwise it just looks a bit dull. But he's working up to something very, very big. Rugby League and the Rabbits head coach, Jason Taylor, blames himself for over-coaching the South Sydney Rabbits this year. I think from memory the Rabbits haven't won a game and they've got a problem... where is it tomorrow night? Cronulla Sharks, the Angry Ants mob. Anyway, Jason Taylor blames himself for over-coaching the Rabbits. He believes he has been coaching negative football. In a frank and honest assessment of where it's gone wrong for the Bunnies in 2008, the year of hate, Taylor admitted that he was guilty of giving the players, wait for it, preconceived answers to preconceived questions rather than letting them just play footy. Look, I suppose most coaches cough up preconceived answers to preconceived questions at some stage of their career, but it's an easy problem to correct. And with an assessment like that, a frank assessment like that, there should be a big turnaround in the Rabbits' fortunes tomorrow night against the Sharks at ANZ Stadium. Look, with these coaching issues contained, I've marked it down as the Bunnies' first win of the season. Look, I think if you preconceived answers, preconceived questions, once you get that out of your system, I think you can move on and win.
Well, it's very Donald Rumsfeld, isn't it? It's very known knowns and unknown knowns. And
It is.
Yes, he's looked at the Rumsfeld coaching manual.
Can I ask, though, preconceived answers...
There is a sort of similarity, isn't there, between what's happened with Souths this year and the Iraqi experience, you'd have to say. Wouldn't you?
It is true. It's all gone horribly wrong. Look, I did have a quote from Jason Taylor this week. He says, he's down the bottom. He's bottom, last team. But Jason says, it's a great position for us, this is bottom, to show us what we're made of. Are we going to give up on ourselves or are we going to fight our way out to the other side?
Well, that's pure Rumsfeld, isn't it?
It is. It's you're absolutely right. The idea that somehow by losing we're winning, is Rumsfeldian.
It is. And the concept that there are known knowns and unknown unknowns and known unknowns and unknown knowns.
Yeah, that's right. However, how difficult do you think the preconceived answers to the preconceived questions is? Like a preconceived question might be, "What do you do when they've got the ball?" And the preconceived answer would be, "Get it back."
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Or don't let them move.
Or tackle them.
Tackle them.
The problem seems to be is what happens when we got the ball.
It is. It is. Don't give it back to them.
Yeah, they don't seem to know what to do with it.
They don't. Boxing news, and look, this would have to be one of the larger mysteries of the year. The Marrickville Mauler, the former triple world champion, Jeff Fennick, is now not fighting Thai monk Samayat Payakaroon. As I understand it, Jeff set off on Thursday, it might have been Wednesday, arrived in Thailand, met up with Samayat. They got on like a house on fire, as they always do. They got round the curry puffs and started drawing up how to go in round 1, round 2, round 3, through to about round 12. It was all going great. As I understand it, it was going to be very close, about 112 to about 108 punches, and it could have gone either way with those numbers. They weren't going to go silly and bust themselves and get up around the 150. They just thought they were silly. They thought 112 people would be happy with that. So they'd worked out a script. Then the monk slept on it. He woke up next morning and said it's all off. Look, but the good news is that into the breach steps Azuma Nelson. So Azuma's battling away Jeff Fenech in Melbourne, and I think it's June the 24th is the date. I mean, this is the one we never thought we'd see again. Jeff, remember, is not doing it this time for a purse. He's absolutely loaded. He just doesn't need the money. He's doing it for respect and redemption. Respect and redemption. And for all, obviously, Australian people and fight fans in general. The score currently stands Azuma 1, Jeff 0 and 1 draw. So the most redemption he could get is 1 and 1 draw.
Yeah, they'd need to meet twice, wouldn't they, really, at a minimum, for total redemption.
It would. It would. And remember, if you wanted to punch Jeff Fenech in the head for the last 20 years, like Azuma, just send your current weight and dates available to Fight HQ and have your people stand by the phone and wait for a call from Jeff's people, because he will be active. I understand this is the start of a very active campaign. Still with boxing, what a performance by Jamie Pittman against the WBA middleweight title holders Felix Sturm in Germany last weekend. Jamie put on a real show. He's a plucky Aussie. It was only when Sturm opened up Jamie's right eye, well, he opened it up and closed it up, that he was, that was the only way he could stop the plucky but likeable Aussie pug from the central coast of New South Wales. Jamie now has a record of 16-1, but believes after the Sturm encounter he can mix it with the world's best and take a belt in the near future. And I agree with that assessment 110%. 110% fact. And in rugby league fight news, Cowboy Killer Carl Webb wants to take on the new face in the ring. The Killer needs a much better ring handle than the ones he's got, and a lot of good ones are already taken. Obviously, the new face has a couple of nicknames he could go in under, but, Killer Carl Webb, I mean, I don't like it, but it's the best I could do at the moment.
Not bad, though, is it?
No, it is. It's good, Killer Carl Webb.
Killer Carl Webb.
The only thing is that, sadly, there's been a call for people to put these boxing matches on hold till the off-season.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They think they're too valuable, these players, Wee Willie and Carl, Killer Carl.
Yep.
And can I point out that there's no point ringing us and saying, what about the funnel, Webb? It's already taken.
It is taken.
But Killer Kari has got a wing to it, hasn't it?
Killer Kari Webb, yeah. It's not bad, is it?
No, it's good.
What about Psycho Carl? Something like that.
Or Psycho Killer Carl.
Psycho Killer Carl, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, well.
Or the Mad Cowboy.
You in the hat. Look, the Mad Cowboy. He could be nutting Carl Webb to join the country illusion into the mix. But anyway, I'll leave that there. More on that later. The World Game, and as tipped on this show a fortnight ago, Socceroo coach Pim Verbeek has talked Mark Viduka out of retirement at the international level. Big Dukes will now return up front for the Socceroos World Cup tilt. Everyone knows, Craig Foster down, that Mark is crucial to our Route 1 approach to goal that is rapidly becoming the Verbeek trademark secret weapon. Verbeek had never seen it before. He looked at some old videos of Australia in action and loved what he saw, with Big Dukes taking a couple out up front and then slotting it in. I mean, the Route 1 has been abandoned at the highest level for 20 years. Olympics, and this torch is a funny, high-flying socialite style of flame. Everyone wants to get their hands on it, don't they? It has to be heavily guarded wherever it goes, but the torch is the least of our problems. I mean, look, you can say all you like about sport and politics, but when you get greats like Olympic great and cheese seller Dawn Fraser declaring she's not going, something's really worrying. I mean, Dawn is the heart and soul of the Australian Olympic movement. Yeah. If she has pulled the pin, I ask you, who else won't be going in August? I mean, Dawn not going. I mean, she'd be in Olympic Games come hell or high water, to coin a phrase.
I know.
Look, apparently the only person who's actually booked a seat on the plane is Lord Kevin Gosper to go to Beijing. The only one.
Is that right?
Oh, apart from Nick Darcy, but...
Yeah. So it's just Nick and Kevin at this stage.
Nick and Kevin, that's it.
Almighty.
And in a move that keeps the embers of Olympic shame smouldering, The relay teammates who ran with the disgraced sprinter Marion Jones have now lost their gold medals won at the Sydney Olympics, or their medals won at the Sydney Olympics. As you might recall, Marion Jones led a team, or anchored a team, that snared gold in the 4x100 metres and bronze in the 4x400 metres, and bronze in the 4x100 metres. Stinks.
Right.
She was on the gear and now has been disqualified. I mean, I'm not sure when these new medals are going to be dished out to the second and third place and fourth place, who now move up, obviously, one rung. And then you've got to ask yourself, were they entirely off the gear?
Yeah, because they wouldn't have been tested.
They wouldn't, no.
You know, the new bronze medalists wouldn't have been tested because they
didn't place.
They didn't place.
I tell you what, Graham Richardson has, the former mayor of the Sydney Olympic Village, has a date available on July the 3rd. Be good to get him out there at Homebush.
To retrospectively...
Give out the medals.
Yeah, or might it be part of the opening ceremony at Beijing?
Oh, what a
Not that there'll
lovely
be
idea.
anyone there to see it, but...
What a lovely idea. Well, what I'd love to see is the opening ceremony full of Tibetans.
Well, I assume Tibet is going to feature prominently in the opening ceremony.
yes.
You know, reenactment of...
The conquering.
The conquering.
That's right.
You know, and someone will be playing the Dalai Lama and...
What it was like before we conquered it, and
Yes.
how much better it is after.
Well, it was not beer and skittles, I don't think, when the priests were in charge. You know,
exactly.
I don't think it was all great. You know,
Exactly, it wasn't.
it was a theocracy with fairly
Had
rigid
its-
rules.
Well,
yeah.
it had its drawbacks.
It did.
Racing, and what a week for rural and regional racing with the... this is just a few. I mean, there were so many this week I could hardly keep up. I mean, I think the Hamilton Cup's on today, but Toowoomba, Orange and Albury Cups went off. They were just terrific meets. But yesterday, all eyes were on the Super Saturday at Morphettville with the running of the Frosty LaHood SA Derby and the Fuzzy Fruits Goodwood. Two time-honoured classics of the South Australian turf calendar, and they produced a couple for the ages. The Frosty LaHood was won by Zarita from Zagreb. Not often you see a double Z in the finish. And the Fuzzy Fruits, well, it was a real boil-over. It was Mark Pegas on Shadoways at odds, home in front of another horse at odds, Cargo Colt. The Quinella, I think, paid over $1,000 where I visit the TAB. And still with racing and the sport of King Super, who Damien Oliver is confident he can bag his second successive golden slipper on the trot on Anatomica next weekend. Ollie won last year on Forensic, so he's no stranger to the winner's circle. Look, not much feathers news. Certainly extremely quiet on the QT on the Stinky front. The feathers news, Captain Feathers, comes from the fact that Roy Jones Sr. has identified Captain Feathers as a potential heavyweight champion.
Wow.
Feathers
Roy
has been...
Jones Sr. Because he was out here training someone,
He
wasn't
was. I think he was out here in the Mundine camp.
He was.
Now-
Well, God almighty, he knows.
He'd know. I mean, to be fair, I don't think he's seen Big Bob Mirovich.
No, he wouldn't have done. He wouldn't
But
have
we
done.
should send a tape over him to say, have a look at this bloke. Anyway, Captain Feathers has been training with the man Chuck Mundine and Roy Jones Sr. and Jr. in Florida. After watching him work, Jones was stunned with Captain Feathers' speed, power and strength, calling him a rough diamond. Mundine has been working hard for his, obviously, his bout with Sam Solomon on May the 28th.
Do we know what Feathers' motivation is to train? Because there doesn't appear to be anyone who wants to fight him, nor does he want to fight anyone else.
I think he's got to look overseas, Roy. I think he's
What,
got
New Zealand, something like
New
that?
Zealand, Monty Beetham, I think, like the candidate.
Yeah.
Remember there was a lad came from Wollongong to fight him again. I'd love to see that rematch because that only lasted about 4 seconds.
That's right.
And I don't think we saw really what the lad from Wollongong could offer.
No.
And-
now, is there anyone in Samoa or?
Or they're bound to be Samoa. But obviously it's Mirovich v. Feathers.
The
one that
people
we
want
to
it.
see.
Yeah, that's
And then I think the one I'm still hoping for is Stinky v. Feathers. And then once he's got those two under his belt, he might push on and fight the new phase.
before he goes overseas.
Yeah.
Wow. Because he seems to only have about one fight up his sleeve.
Yeah. He doesn't get enough ring time, though.
No,
what
his
got.
ring craft must be very rusty.
Yeah. In quotes, look, one of our favourites bobbed up this week, Lord Sebastian Coe, the only other Olympic lord apart from Lord Kevin Gosper. He's boss of the London Olympics. He was overheard talking about the Chinese security team that's on with the torch. He described the Chinese security team as they are horrible. ... I think they were thugs.
Somebody said.
How unfair is that?
Well, they were just protecting the torch, surely.
Exactly, just protecting the torch.
Keeping the flame burning.
That's right. Now, look, not often known for his sporting commentary, but Paul Sheehan in the Herald wrote about Paul Galen. He's a grub, a goon, even by the cynical standards of rugby league. His record includes a laundry list of broadling high hits, late hits and cheap shots. But that's why people like rugby league.
He doesn't get it, does
He doesn't. No, he doesn't get it.
I mean,
He just
the
doesn't get it.
very reasons why he's a hero.
That's right. And with those few thought starters hurled onto the smouldering bonfire of the sporting week, it's time to ask rampaging Roy Slavin, have you got any big sea bombs you want to chuck into the pond this week, buddy?
Yes, thanks a lot, H.G. Look, it's for my mind, it's been a very disturbing week because I was so much looking forward to the US Masters. I thought this was going to be the year where we broke down the barrel, we broke down the walls, kicked it in the doors. The Aussies are here. It's been 70 years, H.G. 70 years we've been trying to win this bloody thing, and we've never troubled the scorekeeper once, really.
And yet clowns like Gary Player.
Yeah, I know. Clowns like Gary. I know. I know.
That kiss, I hate it.
I know. But half the Aussies have got the weekend off.
I know. And the other half,
are just hopeless.
I know.
Now, I think the time has come for the Australian... I don't know if it's the Australian Institute of Sport, I don't know if it's some government organisation or state-based organisation or the Australian PGA, to start taking this event seriously.
It's gone wrong.
It's gone horribly wrong. You know, there's so much promise, but it's false promise. It's false promise. You know, all our players are hopeless. Let's face it. Our tennis is in better shape than golf. I know. Now, I'm for constructing somewhere on the north coast, and I've only got the atlas out last night, so I haven't really got anywhere specifically earmarked.
Port Macquarie?
Around that area.
Yeah, a special
Alstonville, somewhere around there. To build, blade for blade, Augusta National. Blade for blade.
Yeah.
And that's where our youngsters train. That's where we practice in readiness to make a real assault on the US Masters.
Do you see it as an academy of golf?
Yes, I do.
Set up.
I do.
Can I just ask about pin placement as well? Do you get David Graham in?
Of course you get David Graham in. A, he's an Aussie. Yeah. B, he's retired. This is the last year he's done it. So he's still fresh in his mind as to how it works. He could do the pin placements for 2 or 3 years.
Oh, easily.
Without doubt.
Easily.
And using, the powers of Google, we could look at where the pin placement is, say, in years to come, each year, and then duplicate that, say, at the Alstonville Academy.
Right. Gee, you've thought this through. And you only started thinking about this last night?
I did.
Wow.
I did.
Come a long way.
I did.
And BHP Billiton, is that where we're looking for money?
I haven't gone anywhere.
Opes, maybe?
Look, I don't know. I don't know where to go, but I'm just putting the idea out there to begin with. And I'm hoping the issue may be raised next week and at the 2020.
Wow.
At the 2020. This is the sort of thinking we need.
You know how they've got compartments. I think Tim Fisher's looking after rural.
Rural, he is.
You know, and maybe...
Well, I don't know if this falls under rural. Surely, Alstonville is rural.
Yeah. No, don't
get me wrong.
No.
And it could be a world-class facility and bring a lot of money into the Alstonville area.
No, I was thinking golf as a separate thing. Who would you have heading up the golf component of the 2020 summit?
It hasn't been thought through at all.
It just hasn't been thought through.
I mean, as far as I know, golf is not a subset to be discussed.
No.
As nearly as I can tell, it isn't.
No. Well, it's about time it is.
Well, of course it is. You know, Jack Newton should be there.
Yeah. Jan Stevenson.
Peter Thompson should be there.
I'd love to see the Shark involved.
The Shark should be there.
Because no one knows how to, obviously the problems...
Well, he could build it, couldn't he? He's built golf courses.
He has.
He knows Augusta National. He knows its secrets. He knows where the dogwoods are and all that sort of stuff. He knows the Kentucky bluegrass that they've used.
Yeah, I know.
He knows the soil types, and we'd have to... I don't know if it's a pedalfa or a pedicol. I don't know what the sort of soils are around that part of Georgia. I have no idea.
No, but we
need to find out. Yeah. We need to have geologists over there at the moment taking soil samples. Yeah. We should have been getting our hopeless duds, Allenby and that lot, Lonard,
filling their club
just
bag.
Taking samples.
I know.
Anyway.
Alstonville.
Well, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, that's good.
I haven't spoken to the council there. They're completely in the dark about this. So, and they may be resistant to it, in which case we move on. But we've got to find somewhere that has a climate similar for a start.
No, that's right.
So, similar latitude.
Yeah, weird.
OK, now... Juninho fails to strike a deal with Sydney FC, so it's farewell to the little midfield maestro. And hasn't he brought a touch of... Well, really a touch of nothing, hasn't he? He's done nothing.
That's true.
I don't know.
He's the boot of nothing.
He's the boot of nothing. I mean, he's diminutive. Sure, he's about the size of a gnat.
Brick.
Standing beside big dudes, and he doesn't even come up to the bottom of his stud. Mm-hmm. He's a tiny man.
No, but you can't.
And
hold
not
that
suited for the
him.
Australian style.
No, not suited to the Australian
Route 1
style.
means nothing to him. Route 1, he's not there.
I know.
I don't know how much they paid him, but the bloke is giggling all the way to the bank because he's done nothing.
He's injured most of the time.
Yeah, I know.
Give him his due.
I know.
Came out here to be injured.
Came out here to be injured. I know.
Cop a wedge.
Yeah. So thanks, Juninho, for all you gave us, i.e. nothing. No, not quite nothing. You gave us a lot of laughs. Now, the Olympic torch was a real hit in Buenos Aires, HG. There's
It was.
hardly any talk of,
Free Tibet.
of Tibet or Falun Gong or any of that sort of stuff. Obviously, the DAFA hasn't worked his magic in Buenos Aires.
Hey, do you think
And,
it's a bit mono, the protest? I mean, could you...
Well, I think there are other issues.
other issues. Thanks very much. Yes.
Mao's record. You've got to look at Mao's record. How
climate
many
change.
people did he kill?
What, 25 million?
At least.
Yeah.
They're the ones we know about.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. How many did you starve?
As nearly as I can tell, you can stack up, say, Pol Pot and say Stalin
Together, and you
and
wouldn't
Hitler.
get anywhere
Put the three together.
You wouldn't get anywhere near.
Nowhere near what Mao did.
No.
Nowhere near it.
He was an old-fashioned emperor.
Yeah.
You lived or died. Sorry, most died.
Yeah. The thing about Mao too, which I think is fantastic, is
Not
that
interested in golf.
no interest whatsoever in golf. None. Hated it as nearly as we can tell. Not that he said anything about it, he didn't. So we'd be just guessing here. But what I was going to say is that his death rate accelerated as he got older.
No.
And that's brilliant. No one else did that.
I know.
Even Stalin, as he got older, things
Gave
tended
up.
to quieten down a little bit. He put the blade away. But not old Mao.
No,
the
kept
older
going.
he got, the more he killed.
Yeah, no,
There's a lesson there.
there is. Well, you see, there's nothing much else going on in his life, unlike Stalin.
I suppose not.
And he had trouble with his missus. Madame Mao is completely
Well,
mad.
Madame Mao had her own ideas. The Cultural Revolution was an absolute doozy. Absolute doozy. And there's brilliant ways of, coughing up a policy, which sounded great. And then anyone who puts their hand up and says, it sounds great, well, you
Bang.
kill them.
Yeah, that's right.
What a
Bang.
brilliant idea.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Well,
Stalin started that sort of thing.
Silly
but
as cut
Mao
snakes.
really sharpened it.
I know.
Anyway, the Olympic torch. Well, whenever I see the Olympic torch these days, I just think of Mao.
Yeah, or
I don't know if
Hitler.
that makes me mad or something, but I just think of Mao.
Well, you mean the current one?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I suppose I do. I mean, I must say I can't quite work out how much they've actually shifted, in terms
From
of...
Mao's time.
On the way they think. I mean, obviously the whole country's got more smelters and, electric furnaces and, chewing up coal and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But whether the thinking... in fact, it seems to be more centrally decided than ever.
It does. It does. But, it's hard to underestimate the influence of Hong Kong.
True.
Hong Kong really spilt over into the mainland in a way that we couldn't determine.
No,
and you've got to
before,
say
in
hats off Chris
1997.
Patton. And
Yeah, to give it back. No, I agree. I agree.
interesting. Anyway. Still, when we were there, we had a marvellous time.
Oh, no, I love going there. Yeah,
Nothing
love
wrong,
going
no,
there, full of safe
fabulous
houses.
place. Oh, you do.
You can go anywhere.
You do. You just don't talk about
Well,
golf.
free Tibet.
Free Tibet.
We don't talk about anything,
Or
really.
Falun Gong.
Just
Well, no,
crack
you don't. You
jokes.
just look and smile.
Yeah, that's right. Crack jokes. And admire things.
And my things. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, and
we
say
went-
that's great a lot.
I know, and we went to the...
Love your wall.
Love You All. And we went to the Acrobats one night.
We did, and weren't they good?
They were good. They were the juniors,
Yeah.
but they were still great.
Almost professional.
Yeah. Very short show from memory, though.
It was.
I think we were home by 9 o'clock.
We were. We spent most of our time in the cab, going the 1.5 blocks. We didn't realise it was only 1.5
We
blocks
could have
away.
walked
We
it
could
5
have walked
times
it in,
quicker.
Could have walked it in 30 seconds. Instead, it took 6 hours in the car. But
We
the
saw
cabbie
it.
was most
Oh, he was terrific.
terrific, wasn't he?
Didn't have a clue where he wanted to go.
No.
And we followed it round on one of those cards the hotel had given us until we saw the street sign matching
That's it.
characters.
That's it.
Go figure.
Stop here, we said. Not that he understood well. We were stopped anyway. We just hopped out and gave him a smile and a couple of shekels.
That's right.
And a couple of racing tips, which he was utterly mystified by. Anyway, love you all, man. I think was our parting comment.
Him, yeah.
And he sort of grinned.
Yeah,
not that he understood.
No,
he did.
Like a stale, just saw two Aussies disappearing with thumbs up, grins.
Now, Little Leighton keen to extinguish the Thai challenge in the Davis Cup qualification, and he's done it with the Aussies in the box seat thanks to Big Gooch. He just brought it home. Oh, bloody hell, it was a close run thing. I think it went for 5 sets. We just got out of it against the world number, 508.
I know,
something like that. Hewitt took out Karate Sirati Batwong, who
never
looked,
played.
Never.
Before until he turned up.
He'd never seen a racket.
No.
He didn't know which hand to hold it in. He didn't even know if he was a left-hander or a right-hander.
It was easily sorted out.
Yeah, I know. We just threw the racket at him and he grabbed it with one hand and said, well, that's the one you hold it in. And Big Gooch, the next Wayne Arthurs, self-described as, took out Danai Udumchoke. And I think Guccione in the dead rubber this morning took out Karate Siori Batwong, who was playing, he might have been right-handed yesterday against Little Leighton. He was left-handed today and did no better. Anyway.
Now, are we back in the Davis Cup? We've got to play
we've got to play some other clowns.
Yeah, to get back in?
Yeah, we've got to play, I don't know.
Taylor Tragedy.
Yeah, I don't know who we play next. Something like, might be...
Ecuador?
Don't think so. I don't think they're that good. I think it's more...
Uzbekistan?
No.
Oh, it's like France or something.
Yeah, no, it's closer to home. I think we're to take out...
New Zealand?
Samoa or something.
Oh, Samoa.
Western Samoa.
Western Samoa. Right.
I think we play them next. And they're not easy beats.
No,
Someone gave them a racket a few months ago, so they've been in pretty fierce competition. Only one racket, mind you.
Yeah, that's good.
And 4 balls.
Up
Old
ones,
palm
tree.
Yes. But someone stupidly sent them the height of the net, so they've drawn a line on the palm tree, so that gives them a real advantage.
Oh, no, how silly is that? I just hope it wasn't Paul McNamee.
No, there'll have to be a probe, though. Now, India competitive in the third test against South Africa, dismissing the tourists 265. I don't know how...
that first or second test was a beauty, wasn't it?
Absolute cracker.
They got rid of him in about 2.5 days.
They did. It was fantastic. It's been a real sit up and watch this whole series, and it's got the world talking. Now, Wayne Bennett is seeking Luke Prudis to be part of his plan with St George, which I find interesting. I'd never associated Prudis with St George.
How old is Luke Prudis? He'd be getting
about
on a
40.
bit. He's been playing all my life.
No, I can't remember a time without Prudis. In fact, so much so I don't know what he's doing now. I thought he retired years ago, but apparently he's still lacing up a boot.
With Petro Siviacina.
I think so, yeah. Now, China, speaking of China, as we were, has ticked off Jacques Rogge, telling him to keep out of politics. That's rich, isn't it?
It's certainly rich. And I'll tell you why, because Jacques Rogge came out in the media this week and said the Olympic Games were in crisis.
Yeah, well, Rogge's only got to look at themselves. I mean, they gave the game to China on the understanding that they were going to lift their game vis-a-vis human rights.
Oh, no.
You know, they must have been giggling behind their hands when they got the award, when they got the gong, when the word came through. Beijing!
Yes, that's right. They would have, especially because, as we know, Beijing got the games, not China.
Not China, that's right. Yeah. But there'd be a lot of, as soon as the word came through, there'd be a lot of sharpening of the bayonets.
It would.
You'd imagine.
We'll get a few.
Susie O'Neill says she can't understand all the fuss over the torch relay.
Oh, that's true.
She seemed to be baffled by it. I was hoping someone like Lord Gospel or someone might bring her up to speed. It's just a little bit embarrassing if she doesn't know what's going on.
She said in the paper, I just get a little bit angry when people use the Olympics as they're protesting for them. It seems a little bit unfair to me. It's so removed from politics. Why do they use that?
Oh, isn't it removed from politics?
It's just a person in a pool.
Undoubtedly. My only disappointment about Beijing having it is that, the old hanky dropper.
Oh, no, he'd be sweet as a nut there.
Yeah.
You're talking about
Juan Antonio Samaranch, not to be forgotten.
No,
he dropped the hanky from the ring squad for Franco, from memory.
I'm sure that they'd give him a few for
they'd fly him in, wouldn't they?
They would. He'd be there.
He'd have a big grin from ear to ear.
I'll tell you
what, he wouldn't raise Tibet or Falun Gong, not a hope.
He'd be stum on those
Absolutely.
issues. As would Prince Albert of Monaco.
He's not going to say anything.
He's not
going to rock any boats. And I tell you what, nor is our man Gosper.
Gosper is coming into his own. Sure, it's going to be pretty busy for him, but Lord Gosper, I think, could be the man of these games.
I think so too.
The man of these games. And can I just say that leg that he's going to run, I think he's going to run the Olympic torch from the airport in Canberra pretty well.
All the way?
All the way. Solo-handed.
Is Sophie joining him this time?
Sophie is joining him. And Richard's going to help out as well. So the whole
the three Gospers.
The three Gospers are the only people, apart from Robert de Castella, are the only people running the torch in Australia. They're going to take it in turns, obviously.
Right.
They can't run it all themselves.
No,
It'd be ludicrous.
Oh, fantastic. Now, Casey Stoner, HG, what's going on? I mean, the bloke's, it's all gone pear-shaped. It's gone wobbly.
Weird.
I mean, I think he's only qualified 7th or 11th or something for tonight's
Hit out.
Yeah, MotoGP.
The weird
But
thing
I don't know what's going on. I mean, I watched him in practice yesterday via satellite, and it's all wobbly. He can hardly stay on the bloody bike.
So he's pissed.
I know.
And the weird thing
Who's
is...
his sponsor? He's not sponsored by
Foster's.
Yalumba or something like that. Certainly got that look about him.
I tell you what's weird is how a bit of wobble cost him a million places on the grid.
I know.
And you think, well, that didn't look too bad.
No, I don't know if we need a probe there. I just don't know.
Could he come up with the 2027?
Yes, I hope he does.
So there'll be
Golf and Casey Stoner.
Casey Stoner.
Because remember, it was only 18 months ago he was touted as the real deal. And he delivered. He delivered.
He did.
Last year he delivered.
Now,
He put away Valentino Rossi.
Oh, well, he's not in charge, sure.
No.
Who's... you're going to surprise me when you say...
No. I don't know if Christopher Mullen or I don't know who's... There seems to be a lot of no-names that have, come in behind Stoner.
There might be a Japanese rider.
I think there is. Kumataki Yasha. Now, just finally, HG, sporting organisations are threatening to put up their ticket prices if the ban on advertising or alcohol advertising is to come into play.
How does that work?
Well, they're saying if we can't get revenue from alcohol sponsors, we're going to have to put up our ticket prices. So that if you want to go and see a good game of rugby league...
Let's say it costs you...
Let's say it costs you $15 now.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable rugby
It's
league.
going to cost you $105.
Wow. Wow. Well...
Because they're not going to get the revenue from, VB or whoever their sponsor... Or Yalumba.
Yeah, Penfolds. And in fact, every so often, a alcohol mob sponsors a rugby league team.
They do.
St George Dragons were sponsored by Penfolds.
Penfolds, they were, quite famously, for a while. Yes. I don't know if they're still there or not. I don't know.
I haven't looked.
No, nor have I. I mean, why would you? They're rubbish.
That's true. That's true. Well, I noticed, I think in previous years, Dan Murphy's, I think a liquor outlet has sponsored the Carlton Football Club.
Is that right?
Yeah, over a period of time.
Oh, well, see, all that's going to stop.
Is this an attempt to clamp down on binge drinking?
Yeah, this is part of it. Yeah, part of the circus. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Well, why do
people don't understand that people... It encourages people to get fit enough so that they can get pissed.
I know.
You can't get pissed every night if you're not fit.
No, you can't. Can I just say, I think this binge drinking campaign is going to cost $68 million. Why don't we divvy that up a bit?
$68 million, that's cheap. You sure it's not $68 billion?
Oh, sorry, it is. And why don't we divvy up some of that money to the clubs? Saying, here's a bit of a thing, if you don't have sponsorship, you can be sponsored, say, as we've often called for, by the Department of Defence.
Yes.
Or Department of Education.
Yes.
Or the Department of the Environment sponsors the Collingwood Football Club.
What a lovely idea.
Not that they need it, because they've got Emirates.
Or even subsets within it, the Collins-class submarine.
Oh, what a brilliant idea.
Or the FA-23, whatever that attack aircraft is.
Or say, how about the baby bonus? So it's directly linked
by the
with
baby bonus.
Because it actually appeals to younger people who might be thinking about having kids.
Yes. Sends out a wonderful message.
Sparkadia from Sydney. Debut album out on May the 31st. The title of the track, Too Much to Do. And the CD Postcards on the Life on Triple J.
This Sporting Life takes this opportunity to acknowledge all those Australians who were told to get stuffed by Kerry Packer. Recent evidence suggests the following should be acknowledged. Neville Wran, Ita Buttrose, Mr Sparkle Carl Scully, Boxhead Lecky and Sky, Peter Reef, the Very Reverend Dr Gordon Moyes, The Body, Elle Macpherson, Tracy Grimshaw, the dangerous floater Mark Philippoussis, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, supermodel Kate Moss, Maccabi diva, tennis great Pancho Gonzalez, Wendell Saylor, Tim Costello, and singing sensation Tammin Sursok. These great Australians are now all proud recipients of the Rene Rivkin Medal. And remember, all Rivkin medalists get a 3.5% discount at all home and away AFL football fixtures. Australians, if you feel you've been overlooked for this prestigious bauble and have felt the abrasive side of Kerry's tongue in the past, then get in touch with the Ruskin Committee, chaired by Sir Michael Jeffrey, VC.
Holidaymakers stuck for somewhere to take the caravan this Christmas? The kids had enough of Dreamworld and Wet n Wild on the Gold Coast? You want somewhere familiar and cheap, yet entirely different and close to home. That's why this year you'll be making a beeline for new old Melbourne town in Bexley. This award-winning theme park is set on 47 hectares and has everything you love about Victoria. See Ned Kelly robbing Glenrowan Bank. See Peter Layla raise the Southern Cross at the Eureka Stockade, and see the Ballarat Gold Rush every hour. And when you've had enough of the sights, you can eat yourself silly for $500 at Federation Square House, opposite the full-scale replica of Flinders Street Station. Then when the little ones are sick of walking, hop on a tram and watch Rod Laver Arena whiz by. That's new old Melbourne town Bexley, Australia's newest theme park. It's more real than the real thing.
Children are born with the gift of Istanga, but Roy and HG know that children are also born with the desire to play. Why not combine play with art with the all-new Istanga Shaping Stick for Kids? Add detail to their work. At $19.95 plus postage and handling, this fun gift will provide years of creative pleasure. Phone your order now.
Roy, I think we have to go back to the golf to start with, and I do like your suggestions, but I came across a terrific bit of writing that really does sum up how difficult it is. It's from Martin Blake in the Fairfax paper today. It's been said that merely making the US Masters field is a kind of graduation for a professional golfer.
I agree with that.
But at the end of 2 days on that masterpiece of golf architecture, when you've missed the cut and you're on your way home, the disappointment is just as strong as it would have been for any tournament. He suggests we ask Richard Green and John Senden, two of the rookies. Green has been plodding away to get to Augusta from the time he started watching the tournament on television as a 6-year-old.
I'll be buggered.
As a 6-year-old. He's now 37. He's been plotting for 31 years to get there. With a spot going to all players in the top 50 on the world rankings, he was within one position on one occasion and a couple of spots of another. This year, he won a place in the field with a top 4 finish in the British Open at Carnoustie. But Green killed his chances with an opening 77 and 75 yesterday. It was not even enough to get him in the weekend's playing. He had some moments. He dunked one in the water in front of the 15th green, trying to reach a par 5 in 2. Well, you could call him an idiot for that, really.
That's just madness.
At Augusta, it's madness. You know, sense is gone. You know, we've seen the Shark do that there, haven't we?
Yeah. You lose touch with reason.
Lose touch with reason.
And you stop listening to your caddy. That happens automatically.
He almost holed in one on the par 3 16th and nearly knocked the flag stick out with his approach at the 18th, stopping at just 2 metres beyond the flag so he could enjoy the applause as he walked onto the famous amphitheatre. The only thing you can take away is quite a few scars of the experience that will stay with him forever.
Yeah, it will. You never forget those scars. And I tell you what, Augusta, scars never heal.
They're like those weird things sometimes you get when you get a scratch in the water. It won't heal. It just sort of, for some reason, if you brush it on coral, it gets a bug in.
Oh, yes, it's like a tropical disease.
Tropical disease. Yes. That's what they are. And you see these players come back. It's like they've been in a war zone.
It is. It's as if they've been ravaged by tsetse flies, isn't it? Carrying all manner of, from
bugs.
Malaria to dengue fever to Ross River fever
to Ebola.
Yeah, to Ebola. Absolutely. With a touch of SARS thrown in.
Now. And Legionnaire's disease.
And bird flu.
If the tsetse fly's been in an air conditioning dump or, tank.
Yeah.
Now, Green spent an uncomfortable Thursday night knowing that the 3 shots that returned him to par in the final 3 holes of the opening round, all with what he called sloppy, might cost him. He was proven correct. The course is just very difficult. It's the most difficult arena of golf I've ever had to play in. As a professional golfer, you don't want to tee a golf ball up in the tournament not trying to win. We can always think we can win, and you don't want to start off with a negative approach. But to win in this tournament, I think you've got to go through this school of hard knocks to learn about what the course does to you and try and notch up those scars of experience. That was Sendon, 37. This month he had a similar story to tell.
Well, he's mad now, isn't he?
Completely gone.
Completely gone.
They don't think he'll ever come back.
No, I don't think so.
The gibberish he's talking is... You understand why people like John Daly keep themselves sane by drinking themselves.
Well,
drinking too much
often
themselves.
they have to.
Yeah. Winning an invitation to Augusta through his top 4 finish in the Open Championship, the Queenslander promptly took the 8th triple bogey on 8 on the second hole in the very first round. Imagine that. His second hole.
Kick right.
Par 5, and after driving into the trees down the right, taking a penalty drop and failing to get the next shot back into play, he was chasing too hard from there and he carded an 80, which left the Queenslander virtually no hope of making the Cup on Friday. He broke par, hitting some beautiful shots, but he came undone at the most daunting places. Roy, Armin Corner. Corner kills the best of them, knocking his tee shot into Rays Creek.
No way.
At the par 3.
Did he get into Rays?
Yeah, he did. He got into Rays. On both days, Sendon played alongside Tommy Watson, an immortal of the game, and recalled watching the great American as a spectator in the 1994 British Open at Turnberry. Pity it wasn't Trent. I love watching the guy swing. He's so natural, old style. He's a gentleman. He was great to play with. Greeny is heading home to intensive care in Melbourne before, and I think this is very brave, planning an assault on the Irish Open.
Oh, yes.
On the Irish Open.
Yeah, they're the sort of tricks your mind will play.
That's right. You still think you've got one left in you.
He comes back here, he's obviously heavily sedated, probably in a straitjacket, and gibbering, saying, I'll go for the Irish Open. Book me in. I mean, it could have been anything. It could have been the bloody Samoan Open.
Do they have an Open in Samoa?
I don't think they do.
But
it's just as mad. Just as mad. They say it gives you, it's like gastric of the mind, it's being described as. It's as if, you just shit brain cells out your ear holes. That's what they reckon it's like.
Losing at Augusta. As for Sendon, he's planning a trip back to the course on Sunday for the presentations. I mean, talk about loony.
Well, he's flying back for the presentation?
In Augusta.
That's just madness.
I know, completely gone. I'd like to be there at the end. You've got to see it. The thing that... Then the curse of Augusta appears to be alive as Aaron Baddeley, Richard Green, we mentioned John Senna, Nick O'Hearn, Peter Lonard all missed the cut.
They're all gone.
Lonard had a dreadful day, carding an 81 after encouraging 77, and Baddeley was left a Rua bogey at the 18th that left him a shot shy of the cut. Oh, it's cruel, isn't it? Very cruel.
Yeah.
And then you get Gary Player, obviously the most hated golfer on the planet. He planted a theatrical kiss on the turf at the 18th green as he walked off at the end of his work at the 2008 Masters. But the great South African, he's going to be back next year. They should ban him. Honestly, they should ban him. The bloke is a liability. Player who last week broke Arnold Palmer's record for 50 Masters appearances, carded 78. To add to his first round 83, the 72-year-old fitness fanatic was officially the last of those who completed 2 rounds but never lost his sense of occasion. I went out today and I said to myself, if I can break 80, I'll come back next year.
Oh, what a pity he did.
Exactly right.
I mean, someone's got to tap him on the shoulder and just say, look, Gary, thanks for all the memories.
Thanks for the madness.
Thanks for the madness. But
now, off you shoot.
Yeah.
Well, look, this is where it's horribly wrong, isn't it? I mean, people like Sendon and Green are now scarred for life.
They are.
Armin Corner, Rays Creek.
Damaged goods.
Damaged goods, that's right. They'll never be wanted by anybody else except those who play in Ireland. And you get clowns like...
Well, they're going to get to Ireland and, the same thing's going to happen.
I know.
I mean, the wheels are gone.
The wheels are gone.
They'll start, trying to drive with a putter. That'll be the next thing.
Dawn Landers on the Life on Triple J, the tune called Bodyguard from an album or a CD called Fireproof.
A moody piece, then.
Very moody, very sort of, the old worldy in a funny sort of way. Look, there were a couple of knockouts over the weekend, obviously in football codes, and the bigger one, of course, was the Staker, Staker
Barry Hall.
Barry Hall. I got it confused, of course, with Lottie Takiri, who was a rugby union player who's playing for the New South Wales Waratahs against the Western Force, and an incident happened in that match, which does set the Hall Staker imbroglio into some perspective. Lottie was able to finish playing last night and write a terrific column for the Murdoch people today.
What time would that have been posted, actually? Because the game wouldn't have finished till, late.
Late, and by the time he did his rehab and...
He's warmed down
and they'd be on the fruit and yoghurt and onto the rehydration and stuff like that, probably doing laps as well.
Yeah.
He said, this is Lottie writing. I remember he penned this straight after the match. It was all just survival instinct when I saw Matt Giddo go down and then try and fail to sit up last night. Remember, they're playing rugby union, goes helter-skelter. All of a sudden, it was just survival instinct when I saw Matt Giddo go down and then try and fail to get it set up last night. I'm not sure whether he's talking about himself or Matt, be that as may. He was out cold once he caught the hip of Waratahs fullback Sam Norton-Knight. He couldn't get up, and when I saw his eyes go back in his head, I thought, he's no good there.
Yeah, that's well observed, isn't it? He could tell that he was in trouble.
He could.
His eyes were rolling. He couldn't get up. And what do you think? He's no good there.
He's no good there. Well, he's no good there. In those situations, it doesn't matter whether he's a teammate or an opponent.
Yeah.
You just want to make sure he is okay. Now,
isn't that refreshing?
It is refreshing. And sadly, can I just say that, as you know, I'm a big Barry Hall fan.
Yeah.
I just think he does great things. Mercifully, Barry doesn't do what Lottie does, which is think, maybe I should go and try and help him. Barry just shouts at the person who's out cold to get up and stop being a weak, hopeless joke.
Yes.
Which is very good. Whereas Lottie gets involved in the drama of the illness and the problem of what happened when he got hit by the hip. Yeah. He says, I haven't done much first aid, but I knew to put him on his side into the recovery position.
Gee, that's good, isn't it? Isn't that handy to know?
I think all
football should.
Barry obviously doesn't know it. Barry Hall.
No, Barry just knows to shout at him. Get up.
He thinks by shouting louder...
Yeah, they'll understand.
Yeah, he thinks that they don't understand English, the opponents. And usually there's a lot of expletive deleted involved in Barry's, what I describe as a spray. Because Barry obviously can't tell that when a person's still and their eyes are in the back of the head, they're likely to be knocked out and not hearing's too well. I mean, they may be hearing, but they can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But Lottie, we were on attack, but I'm good mates with Gitz. That's Matt Giddo. Yeah. And you never want to see that happen to blokes. Well, I don't think Barry Hall...
Well, it's totally different to Barry. Barry didn't mind seeing it, did he? Yeah.
Gitz, and you never want to see that happen to blokes. Being a mate, it was tough to see. I guess it would have been tough for his family too.
And isn't that a terrific presence of mind for Lottie out there in the heat of it? They were on attack, did you say?
They were on attack.
They were on attack. Okay, about to score, and there's Gitz, his eyes rolling back, and obviously not, and Lottie stops to put him in the recovery position and to empathise with his family.
Yeah, certainly doesn't empathise with Matt Giddo much. Obviously, he did originally. He's no good there.
He's no good there, so he empathised with him and then saw it through the eyes of his family.
He did.
Well, that's fantastic.
Remember, I should point out the Waratahs won 17-12, so it was a fairly close match.
Yeah.
And if I look at the what do you call it, the table here in the Super 14s, the Waratahs are in the top four, and the Force are just out of it. So if they lost to the Force, they'd drop out. So it's a very tight game.
Well, all riding on it, you would say.
Everything. The season riding on it.
The season riding on it.
But he has this presence of mind to sort of think of his family. And I'll tell you one thing is, I know...
It reminds me of Peter Landy, was it, who stopped mid-race to go back and...
John Landy.
Just
a long time ago.
Yes.
And who did he help up? He helped Ronnie Clark.
Ronnie Clark might have fallen over, or might have been spiked and fell.
Yeah.
And John Landy turned round and lifted him up and said, "Are you all right, old man?"
That's what are you doing out here?
Yeah, you all right? Yeah, I'm okay, John, off you go. And off he went and won the race. That's what it reminds me of. A beautiful moment. I mean, that's how it used to be in those days. No wonder it was so incredibly dull.
We were on the front foot, but a person's health comes before anything else, and that's why I stopped playing and checked on him. We obviously didn't plan on it, but it ended up helping us that Gitz had to go off. We obviously didn't plan on it. Obviously, the team meeting didn't come around to try and knock Gitz out.
No.
It'll help us if he has to go off. They didn't plan that.
Oh, good.
I'm
glad he made that clear.
Yeah, otherwise
you'd be thinking, gee, I wonder if Sam Norton Knight deliberately hipped him.
The way the Force play, they need a dominant ball player, and Gitz is the best in the Super 14. I've never been knocked out like that, touch wood. I have a little prayer before each game. So far it does the trick. It's done the trick.
Well,
I'm just wondering what the prayer would be.
Well, I wonder if he would share that prayer with everyone, including...
G'day.
Yeah.
And Staker.
Yeah.
Now, I had a chat with Gitz after the game, and he said he was okay. He didn't really remember much about it. Our win was a combination of hard work and luck. It was a real battle of attrition, and we had to work very hard. Luckily, we got a good bounce off Cameron Shepherd's boot for Lockie Turner to score. We came with a mindset of working hard for each other, looking after the basics, and things will go from there. You need those close results to go your way during the year, and that happened for us in the pretty tough old derby against a good Force team. So it drifts away a bit from the health problems at the end of the column.
But it's a lovely article. Well, it's not really... it's more a composition.
It is.
Isn't it?
It's
drama. A lovely written composition.
Drama.
You'd give him 6.5 out of 10 for that, wouldn't you, if he handed that in?
I'd try 7.
7. Okay, you give him 7.
Yeah, 7. Because let's face it, I don't mean to be unkind, but he's a rugby union player, and he's not generally known for writing compositions.
For his essays.
That's right.
No.
Now, but there's so much to take out of that, and there's a beautiful photo.
There is a lot to take out of that. There is. It's the most remarkable thing being that he could have written it by the time it had to go to the copy takers last night.
But, look, as we see here, Johnny Darcy got a terrific photo of Lottie, who doesn't know much about first aid, turning Gitz, who's prone at his feet, into the recovery position.
He is too.
Contrast that with a photo in the Fairfax paper of Barry standing over the knocked-out Staker, Brent Staker, bellowing at him to get up, you weak.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
terrific,
that's a real contrast, isn't it? Now, what is that telling us?
Oh, I don't know. I've got no idea.
It's telling us that there's a cultural difference,
there
there
is a cultural difference.
Between the Waratahs and the Sydney Swans.
Okay, the Living End there, and West End Riot from the Living End out of Melbourne. And look, this is terrific. You know, let's face it, I feel as though I've gone half-cocked on the Nick Darcy issue. Now, I think
before all the facts were assembled, you mean?
Yeah, before the 5 titanium plates were put into, obviously the Crowley Kitty's head, which are going to stay in there forever.
Are they really?
As I understand it. I mean, they might have improvements in medicine that enable him to take them out. But look,
how's he going to go? If he goes through the mag and bag at airports, is he going to go off all the time? Are they going to have to take his head off to put on
through the conveyor belt? Yeah, they will. Otherwise, he'll just go clunk onto it, and they won't be able to get him off. They'll have to turn off the machine to let him through.
Well, he'll have to be compensated for that.
I suppose so. But look, can I just say that? I thought, do you know how we're going to get by with this? We haven't got any way of dealing with this. No. And then as somebody pointed out to me, rugby league and AFL players cope with this all the time.
Yes, they do.
I mean, look at Staker last night.
Is there any talk of titanium plates?
No.
Is there any talk of...
No, there's none.
Banning Barry from representing us at the Olympic level?
No, none. And Staker next week will have to get on and probably, eventually turn up and play again with Barry and, the lads from the Cronulla Sharks who punched the person I've lost.
Ben Cross or Whitey or whatever his name is.
Galen or whatever his name is. Yeah. And then the other bloke punched him back, White. But they just get on with life and they think, well, that's just part of it. I'm not sure whether that, you can argue the culture's in disarray because of it, but it just seems to me that world has come to swimming. So when I hear...
Is this kid going to be able to swim anymore, HG, or is he going to have like an anchor on his head?
It drags him under all the time.
I don't know how titanium it is. It's a pretty light sort of alloy, isn't it?
But can I say
it's got to be heavier than bone, though. It's going to affect his
balance. And I've got to say he might have to go through a neck strengthening process to hold it up.
All right.
Like Mark Webber. That's where he suffers a lot.
That's where he's ahead, isn't he? Yeah.
Now, listen to this. I'll just transpose a word here, 2 words. Anyone could have reacted in the same way Barry reacted on the night. There's obviously a suggestion that there's more to the alleged assault on Staker than has been revealed. To be honest, I'm worried about the effect it would have on him for the rest of his life if he doesn't get to the opportunity to, and I'll change it here, to play in the grand final. It'd be a shame if Barry isn't given a chance to show people what he's really made of and show you the kind of person he really is. You wipe someone out of a grand final and there's going to be issues there for the person for the rest of their life.
Oh, that's so true.
I know if he does get into a grand final, he'll do everything he can to be successful. He would make the most of the opportunity, and I think he needs to be given that chance. And then, of course, Cowley, I might have said Cowley, Simon Cowley, I think it is, is titanium plates the rest of the life. There is a determination to really prove that I belong in a grand final team, Barry said. It's hard to describe my feelings about the grand final. I mean, how do you describe a dream? It means more to you than anything. I think it's a time for people, including the media, to say enough is enough. This guy, Barry, has been through hell and back. Let's give him a chance. Unless you've been living under a rock for the last night, for the last 48 hours, any decent person would probably come up with the conclusion that Barry has been punished enough for whatever he may or may not have happened. It's all been too much and gone on too long. And I think it's reasonable now for us to be allowed to get on with the job. He's a young bloke who has a streak of mongrel in him, but you need that to do what he does. He's not a brawler, and he's not a bad kid, and he's being made out to be as he's made out to be. He's not a thug. He just found himself in a situation that many of us ourselves in as we went through those years, meaning young years. Anyone of us could have reacted in the same way to what he had to react to on that night under those circumstances. Now, that puts it into perspective, doesn't it?
It sort of does, doesn't it? Yeah, there's got to be... Cut him a little bit of slack. Is that what
that's
we're
what
saying?
I think that's what I'm appealing for.
Yeah.
Both. Nick, obviously, and Barry.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both interchangeable. It was just a moment of madness there. You know, obviously they were being hassled, one on the playing field, one in the loft bar. The situation isn't that different, really, is it?
No. And look, we don't know what led up to it.
No.
We don't know what was said.
No.
And this will have to come out in the tribunal tomorrow night, I suppose, with Barry. I mean, Staker obviously,
would come
said
across and say a few things.
Yeah.
Well, in his defence, in Barry's defence, I was asking for it. I was gobbing off in his ear. Look, I should have ducked when he turned around. I could see it coming. I mean, he gave me plenty of warning. He turned, he got me with the, obviously...
It was a lucky shot.
With a lucky shot, yeah. I was taken by the umpire's whistle, looked downfield, all of a sudden wasn't concentrating. I had my head in the wrong place at the wrong time.
All my fault.
All my fault. I could do that 100 times again and he would have missed me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. That he probably would say words to that effect. And what is difficult to, or you shouldn't underestimate here, HG, and this might be implied tacitly in the article that you've just shared with us, and that is the psychological damage done on the perpetrator. I remember Stomper Stage, he nearly killed a bloke, and it took years for Stomper to get over that.
I know.
This is going back years ago with the Shamrocks. There was a bloke, he just hammered him right in the head. It was a fantastic punch, and everyone applauded and everyone loved it. Yeah. But the kid, he nearly died.
No.
And Stomp took years. He went through hell. It was a living hell.
It was his last match, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, not quite his last match.
But close to it.
Yeah, it was in the twilight of his career.
Yeah.
But he could have played on, and I agree.
Yeah. He retired prematurely as a result of that, because the personal damage inflicted on himself... that not only came from the crowd, that said, Stomp, you ringhole, and that sort of stuff that he copped, and still does cop to this day.
Oh, yeah. People see him in the car.
Yeah.
I've never forgotten it, Stomp. Can I just say, you're absolutely right. 2 things you raise is no one thinks of Barry Hall here. No. He'll be doing it tough today.
He will. It'll be nervous. A day of hell.
Day of hell, that's right.
Because let's face it, tomorrow's going to be a day of hell as well.
I know.
Flying down. And if he does get, punished badly, severely tomorrow night, Tuesday's going to be a day of hell.
Oh, it is. People have to support him when they see him at the airport and stuff like that, flying down.
Yeah.
The other thing that is very worrying is the AFL, surely they can't rob kids from seeing Barry in action. That's the thing.
Well, that's true too.
So many.
You think of the fans. People have bought tickets
I know.
for next week's game
Geelong,
in anticipation of the best teams
playing at top of the table clash, Swans v Cats.
Yes.
You know, obviously
Yes.
Birds v Felines. I mean, it's got it all already, hasn't it? Including Barry, your marquee player.
Marquee.
And fans, you know, young people, they don't see.
You Stormy Petrol.
Stormy Petrol. They don't see the hurt because they've never been punched in the head in their lives. I mean, thank Christ for that, you know, unless they're in, obviously difficult circumstances themselves.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, they think it's funny.
Yeah, they do. And you just got to ask yourself, HG, you know, you could ask any number of players who they'd rather be today. Would you rather be Staker or would you rather be Barry? And I tell you, everyone's going to say, I'd rather be Staker.
We're going to get on down now.
Scribe from New Zealand, say it again from Rhymebook, and in the halftime score in the football, now it's Carlton Collingwood at the G, the big one. 10-2 Carlton, Collingwood 6-6, so it's 62 plays 42. In the other one, the Hawthorn, in the final quarter, looks like they're 53 points, 8-5-53, and curiously enough, in an inversion, 35 points, so 53 plays 35, Adelaide 5-5. So that one's still up for grabs, not sure how much left to go in that one. But in the one... the traditional rivals putting on a terrific match at the moment. Carlton look like about 20 points in front on the Life on Triple J. Might be time for a fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as stuffing a chook in summer heat, as now as Nicole Kidman, as easy as letting one go in a lift. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, a terrific prize. Look, it's a multi-pronged prize. Firstly, we must thank our new sponsors, the Colorectal Foundation, for providing a blow-up cushion and a little bit of information about the Colorectal Foundation, which is fantastic. But also we've got Energy E2. Now, E2 is a groundbreaking new series, a DVD, groundbreaking new series which systematically examines the environmental viability of all aspects of modern living.
Gee.
Including Barry Hall and Brent Staker. Whether it is where we live and play, what we eat and drink, how we travel, the air we breathe, how we clothe ourselves, E2 showcases, and I've got to say E is lowercase with the squared, E squared idea. E2 showcases the solutions and the inventive, innovative leaders implementing them like Ian Thorpe. This one, E2...
No, E squared. What is
E squared.
What does that have any bearing on anything? E squared?
E2 energy, E squared energy.
E squared energy, I don't understand.
E squared energy will investigate innovations in alternative energy technologies such as solar, sea, wind, hydro, and that may provide more sustainable energy. The show will demonstrate how, despite predictions to the contrary, the global economy can not only survive but prosper in the new environmentally aware age. Energy is critical for the development, but energy production and consumption can also degrade the natural systems we rely on. However, this one's... I've got no idea of the content.
It's thoughtful.
Very thoughtful. This one's narrated by Morgan Freeman.
Oh, well, he'd know what he's talking about, that bloke, wouldn't he? Does it explain our carbon footprint and that sort of thing?
No, it doesn't. No. It doesn't. And what the topics are, harvesting the wind.
Oh, yes.
Energy for a developing world.
Yes.
Paving the way.
Paving the way,
I'm not sure. Something to do with environmental change in cars. Growing energy.
Yes.
State of resolve. Could California's progressive energy policy spearhead a nationwide shift towards cleaner energy? Coal and nuclear, problem or solution?
It's provocative then.
It is. Now, we've got the cushion, the DVD, and Limelight.
Oh, that's the ABC magazine.
It is. And what I like, can I draw your attention to the top right corner? The top right corner. Yeah. One of your favourites is featured.
Well, who is that, HG? That looks like Andre Rieu.
Well done.
Andre Rieu.
In the Limelight magazine.
He reveals the details of his new album.
I know.
Well...
It'll be all the songs he's played before.
Well, I suppose so. They tend to be sort of Teutonic tunes, HG.
Oh, yes.
That celebrate...
Baralas.
That sort of thing. That celebrate, the glory of, say, Vienna and... what have you, around the
turn of last century, not the turn of the...
Let's say...
20th century.
Yeah, 1920s, early 1930s.
Well, he's just that sort of bloke.
Well, I suppose so, yeah.
But that's a terrific
It's great
thing.
marching music, too, actually. If you ever feel like a march, put on a bit of Andre, and he really weaves his magic.
Yeah, over and over again.
Over and over again.
On the
yes,
same tune.
That Viennese concert, I could watch that. You know how some days you just wake up and think, well, what would I like to do with today? Today I would like to really give myself the shits. You know how you have those days?
I do.
Well, I suggest you put on the Vienna concert on a loop. And all your dreams will come true.
And so there's the Limelight, the current issue of Limelight magazine, and we're not stopping there because we're throwing in the Legends of League. Now, this is 100 years of rugby league in Australia, and I must thank the people at the National Museum of Australia, and Carolyn Vero for giving us this catalogue to give away of an exhibition, which she wrote about last week, but we haven't got a chance to talk about it until now. The Rugby League exhibition we've got at the National Museum of Australia in Canberra. Free exhibition, League of Legends, 100 years of rugby league in Australia, will be on display in Canberra until Sunday the 11th of May, so about a month's time in Canberra. Then we'll travel to Brisbane, Sydney, Townsville and Melbourne. It'll be on the road for the duration of the footy season.
Right, isn't that fantastic?
Now, the exhibition starts off with a collection of chronologically displayed photos starting from the creation of the game in 1908 and the emergence of the master, Dally Messenger.
Dally.
God, he could play. I know. I tell you what, I saw that statue of his this week.
It's scary, isn't it?
It's scary.
Did you imagine trying to tackle it?
I did, and I thought I'd come off second best.
You would.
Because it's bronze. But I tell you what, I'm going down later tonight and have a real go. There were people standing around. The one thing that disappointed me by it was I went on a night when it was rainy, and as soon as I turned the corner, I thought, that is Dally to a T. But there's nothing that says rugby league about it. Do you know what I mean? You have to go up and read the bump on it, as I was saying.
Is it Dally in civvies, or is he dressed in
No, he's dressed in some sort of weird, I don't know, Australian Fashion Week confection. Sort of.
So it's not shorts?
It's sort of shorts, but they could
Is
be
he
hot
holding
pants.
Is he holding a rugby league ball?
No, the rugby league ball is at his feet. There's nothing. He's just standing there. Right. I recognised him immediately, but I didn't recognise the card he was playing. It was very disappointing. Anyway, through to the trophy cabinet, including, the controversial Winfield Cup, the elaborate Courtney Goodwill Trophy, our favourite trophy, which we've only discovered this year, the World Cup of the 1930s. The World Cup in the 1930s, they kept this quiet. I mean, who would have played? Lebanon and Russia and...
Well, I suppose there was the hiatus because of the war.
True. Stories from the locker room, Controversy Corner, a section about calling the game, the role of the media, the history of rugby league, the grassroots, fans, everything. There's Frank Hyde's card table, captain's jerseys from State of Origin, Tommy Raudonikis, Artie Beetson. Once the visitors have wandered through the exhibition, opening lockers, pressing buttons on the multimedia touchscreen to relive some of their memorable media moments, including Andrew Johnson's confession, the introduction of Super League, legendary Tina Turner, they can take a seat in the grandstand and watch 18 minutes of grand final footage from some of the early games right through to 2007. Wow. That's the National Museum. And remember, it's coming near you, Brisbane, Sydney, Townsville and Melbourne throughout the footy season.
That is fantastic. That's so much better than the rugby league train.
It kills the train. It really shows the train up for being a try-hard, poorly resourced, puffing Billy concept. No, it's great. League of Legends.
I just hope who went to see the train aren't going to think, well, this is going to be just as big a rubbish, because it's not. It's much better, isn't it?
It is. Just have a look at that World Cup trophy, the Courtney Goodwill.
Oh, that's incredible. I've never seen a trophy like it. It is so elaborate.
It's fantastic. It's like an Escher when you look it up.
It is.
One of those Escher's house things.
Yeah.
You can't believe that. You can't believe that.
Well, it defies logic.
It defies logic. It does. It does.
You think no one could build that?
But what I like about it is the key imagery is a bloke on the burst passing a rugby league football.
Yes.
Go and look at the Dally Messenger statue. You got nothing like that.
No, I know. And look, I have any criticisms of this exhibition. There's no simulation where you could go in and tackle Dally. Feel what it was like to try and tackle Dally.
No. Or the axe, Trevor Gilmeister.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably a bit hard to get your DNA from Dally because he's dead, and so I don't know what you mean.
Well, you've seen the statue.
Oh,
the thing is, the bloke had big hips.
Right.
And he was built close to the ground.
He was.
You would have noticed that. You would have been shocked, indeed, by the stature of the bloke.
Yeah. I was.
Yeah, I bet you were. And I bet you thought, thin up top, but big downstairs, yes.
Big downstairs, yeah.
And I bet you thought, God almighty, there's a bloke built for rugby league.
There is.
Before you even knew it was Dally.
I did. can I just say they've got a collection of cups here. The Mar Cup, which is for Tumut Rugby League. Bulimba Cup was the Queensland Rugby League. The Arch Foley Shield, beautiful shield.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Winnie Cup.
Yeah.
Look,
the J.J. Giltinans there.
They've got J.J. Giltinan, yeah, of course they have.
Yeah.
And they've got a picture of Gus holding the State of Origin trophy. Can I just say, though, the one that seems to be missing is the Amco Cup.
Well, I'm not sure whether the Amco Cup
had a cup
at all. I think it might have just existed in the
minds.
abstract.
Right.
You know, I think the Amco Cup might have been a pair of jeans.
What I love is, can I just point out the way they took a team photo way back in the day? They had
1908 HG.
Back row, standing up, and then a lot of people lying around Ludi style on the grass.
Oh, this is the Sapphire Rugby League team, Queensland, 1913.
5 years after the game got underway. That's fantastic.
God almighty, you'd be scared with those blokes coming at you, especially the bloke top left, HG. I don't know if you...
The bloke with the flag?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he looks as though he's right out of Midsummer Murders, doesn't he?
Well, I tell you, he looks like he's a combination of, I don't know, John Keats and W.B. Yeats.
He might have carried the oranges.
Yes, well, true.
Now, that's all for some lucky listener. The Rugby League, the Andre Rieu, the DVD Morgan Freeman. I don't think we've given away a better prize.
That is the
ever.
best prize ever. That is...
Colorectal Foundation cushion, blow-up cushion.
You couldn't put a value on that. You couldn't.
You couldn't.
You couldn't.
Okay.
All right.
Some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question.
And the question is as follows. For women only, where should Augusta be built in Australia? Where should the Augusta National Golf Course be built in Australia? And that number is 1300 0555 36.
Women only. Phone now. Panic at the Disco, 9 in the afternoon from Pretty Odd, the title of the album. In the Rugby League, looks as though Brisbane are in front of Newcastle, 12-8. And in the other one, Canberra 20, Western Tigers 24. Sorry, Roy, who are we talking to?
Well, she looks as if Catherine's gone off the line. I don't know why. She looks as if she's either hung up or become embarrassed, or she might have phoned back. I would ask Catherine to phone back.
Yes.
If we had a small piece of production we could play,
yes,
in that moment I would ask Catherine to phone back.
It doesn't have to be small. It could be a couple of minutes of solid production.
Well, let's try that.
Yes, give her the number again, though, Roy.
1300 0555 36.
Very good.
At New Old Melbourne Town, every second week is Bush Week. Come on out and hear Mally Mal's bicycle band thumping out cobber classics like Diamond Peg, I Was a Salty Bumboat Boy, and their latest hit, Sad Ned. See young George Gearside, the old smithy, make a pound of nails in the twinkling of an eye, using the family forge that has not been turned off in 56 years. Eat fresh damper pulled from hot coals with lashings of homemade jam and wash it down with genuine billy tea that has been swung 3 times round Grandad Desi's head. Dance yourself senseless when legendary country caller Stumpy McGuinness, the man with the loose toe, barks the call for the butter beef jerky jig. That is all in Bush Week, every second week at New Old Melbourne Town, Bexley. It's better than the real thing.
Art lovers, they said it could never happen, but it has. La Stupenda is back. Bigger, brighter and heavier than ever. Joan Sutherland has always dreamed of reprising the role that put her on the international opera map as a sprightly 47-year-old. That role was her unforgettable Juliet in Verdi's smash Romeo and Juliet. But in Opera Australia's new production of this timeless tale of two houses torn apart by heavy petting, La Stupenda doubles up as Romeo, Mercutio, Tybalt, the nurse, and still has time to hold down the tricky title role of Juliet. And just before the long break, La Stupenda brings the house down with her performance of a recently discovered aria for the Arras, stage left, which was omitted from the original. Supporting Dame Joan on this night of nights are the stars of the Australian musical stage. Hugh Jackman, Anthony Warlow and Bert Newton as Mr. Capulet's clock when duties at Channel 9 permit. Book today to secure a seat at one of only 12 January 9th performances.
Roy, how'd you go getting Catherine back on the line?
Yes, we do have Catherine now, who's joining us from Hemmant in Queensland. Now, Catherine, where is Hemmant?
Near Wynnum Manly.
Ah.
And does Wynnum Manly have a side in the rugby league competition, the Queensland Cup or whatever it's called?
They do.
And how are they going this year, Wynnum Manly?
I wouldn't have a clue.
That's all right.
I think King Wally Lewis might have played for Wynnum Manly.
He did.
Does Hemmant have its own team, do you know?
No.
No, what, no interest in the area following your good example?
What was that?
No interest in the Hemmant area following everybody's like you doesn't really care about it.
It's a little bit small.
It's a little bit small.
A little bit small.
But do you follow the Broncos, or are you interested in the Titans?
No, the Broncos.
And are you disappointed that Wayne's cashing it in? Because he seems to be having a great year.
Yes, I think, he's a bit of a trader, I think.
A traitor?
Wow.
Yeah.
God, now hang on, Catherine. He's given, how many years? 17 years of his life to the Brisbane Broncos.
I know.
You know, hasn't the bloke done enough?
Well, for the Broncos.
Yeah, true.
Move
True.
on.
And who are you? Did you have any? If you couldn't have Wayne, did you have a coach that you'd like to see come to the Brisbane Broncos?
Not really.
No, that's all right.
Wayne.
Wayne, yeah, no, fair enough. And in your area, was there a bit of I don't know quite where people had gathered to talk rugby league, but if there was a gathering, would they be saying, you know, what a ratbag Wayne's turned out to be? We always knew he'd be like that. I mean, we can't believe he's gone to St George. The place is falling down. What's he going to do there? Sure, he can get Luke Prittis over, but Luke Prittis doesn't make a team. Like that sort of commentary? Or did they just say, oh, Christ, what's going to happen now?
Not many people around here care about the Broncos.
Oh, so you're on your own, are you, Catherine?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much. That must make life very lonely for you.
Have you got a footy jumper? A Broncos footy jumper?
I do.
And sometimes you put it on and go to the games?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes. Have you had a player sign it? Have you got a signed Guernsey at all?
Yes, I do.
And who did you have sign it, Catherine?
The whole team signed it.
The
whole team?
Yes.
This team, the current team?
Last year's.
Last year's
with
team.
Webke and Petro and...
Lockie.
Yeah. Carmichael Hunt. They're all on there.
They all did.
Justin
And
Hodges, all of that. Now, you'd have that framed, though, wouldn't you, Catherine? That'd be framed on the wall.
It's not yet.
Are you going to get it framed?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Right. That'll be an heirloom soon when Wayne goes, especially when they start losing every match.
Exactly.
They'll be the golden era. You'll have something from the golden era of Bronco success.
Yeah.
Because people think it's easy, you know, coaching a rugby league team. It's not.
It's not.
It's not able to ever... Look at Nathan Brown.
Yeah.
He's been at it for years.
I know.
I know, poor old Nathan. I mean, St George have the best cattle on the park. But with that brown polish, it just disappears. I mean, I think they were bashed up last night by the FNQ Cowboys.
They were, and they had a chance to win it.
They did. I think they bombed 2 tries in the opening 15 minutes.
They did.
Now, Catherine, look, Roy should set out the question.
Yeah,
it sounds as though this League of Legends, though, catalogue, and if the exhibition comes, is that the sort of thing you'd like to get along and see?
Yeah, that'd be nice to go to.
Very good.
It'll be wonderful. I mean, if the this
Courtney Goodwin
catalogue
trophy
is anything to go by, I mean, that's the finest bit of rugby league memorabilia I've ever seen.
No, it's a terrific job from the National Museum.
Oh, bloody hell.
First class.
Absolutely.
Anyway, Catherine, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it. Swing at it.
Now, Catherine. Now, where should Augusta Golf Course be built in Australia?
Alstonville.
Yes.
Absolutely right, Catherine. The Limelight magazine, the League of Legends, 100 years of memorabilia, the Morgan Freeman Energy E2 squared or E squared, the Colorectal Foundation contribution. They'll be in the mail to you and they'll be there at your place before the Broncos play again. In the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thank you.
Bye
See you,
now.
Catherine.
Bye.
Oh, yes, 3 on the trot there on a Super Sunday. A Super Sunday following a Super Sunday at Morfordville yesterday. Grinder Man got us underway. No Pussy Blues. That's the Nick Cave project. Always love Nick Cave when he's got a project. From the CD Grinder Man. The Presets, A New Sky from Apocalypso. Our new feature album. No flies on them. And touring for Triple J June 12th to 22nd. And the Born Ruffians finished the 3 on the trot. Hummingbird, Red, Yellow, Blue. The Born Ruffians from Toronto in Canada. You heard it all on The Life on Triple J.
Roy and HG have dedicated their lives to the study of Ashtanga Yoga. As Gurdjieff once remarked to a packed hall in Helsinki, to waste waste is to waste life. Istanga Yoga. Climb on board and share the load.
Hello, Frosty here. Jesus, this global warming's a real bugger, but Hood Heights is doing its bit. Did you know we're 108% green? We use wind power, solar power and shit power. Don't laugh, we burn the methane and put the rest on the roses. And water, we have tanks, we recycle, and we ask all residents and guests to piss on the lemon trees and poo on the potatoes. Now, most people are only too happy to open the bot and drop the lot for the planet, and with Frosty Finance, we're well positioned to go nuclear once the politicians get off their fat asses. So come out and have a look. It's unreal. And guess what? We're now exporting Frosty lemons to the Solomons and Tuvalu.
Country Cousins. The first Saturday of every month at New Old Melbourne Town Bexley is your chance to hear the world's loudest man, Adrian Macca McTibbin, bellowing the time every 15 minutes. Macca's so loud, some say he's heard on the moon, so make sure to bring your earmuffs. As well as Macca McTibbin, see the world-famous Arnott's Biscuits Corn Cob pipe-smoking troupe under the baton of the head smoker Lonnie Barrett, the man with the longest beard in the Southern Hemisphere. For Mum, there's a fancy display featuring samplers with themes from as far back as the 1970s. And the surviving 1974 World Cup Socceroos will be special guests of the committee at the new exhibition building from 10:30am until 4:15. That's the first Saturday of every month at New Old Melbourne Town, Bexley.
Roy, look, a very sad tale about the Richmond Tigers emerged in the Fairfax media this week. Look, Caroline Wilson was writing about it. She said the sad truth now about Tigerland, the home of the Richmond Tigers, in its decrepit state, is that good people leave the club disenchanted or otherwise, kick major scores at other clubs and throughout the industry and never return. Richmond have no former player on their board, their match committee or their coaching staff. No club in the AFL has been so blatantly shunned by its own. It seems a club almost bereft of culture. For instance, here's an example. She quotes Peter Schwab, who I think has been working away from the club, maybe with Fremantle. She mentions Kevin Bartlett, the most famous example of the legend at odds with his club. Now Bartlett is a media commentator whose work is so well regarded. He sits on the AFL Hall of Fame, the All-Australian Rising Star Selection Committee, as well as the Laws of the Game board. Some say he's doing too much, of course. Only last year, after 16 years, did he return to attend a club function, and even that was one run by past players. You know, people like, obviously, David Cloak and the Ghost, Jimmy Jess and so on. Let's see. Brett Ratton pushed and was moderately successful at putting some of the Carlton he knew back into Carlton. If Ratton had got his way, you'd feel that the whole entire 1995 Blues premiership team would be back at the club in some form or another. Not at Richmond. Not only has the club failed to lure one former player onto its board since Tony Jewell departed 4 seasons ago, but none of Terry Wallace's assistant coach and match committee have an ounce of Tiger blood. No other AFL club shuns its own like that. There was a suggestion that, obviously Matthew Knights, while at Essendon, might like to think about coming back, but he's got obviously a thing over there in Bomberland. The club has lost a generation of barrackers, but true believers remain. Thank heavens for the past players group and Matthew Richardson. It's a time for the good servants of Tigerland and their offspring to join forces and return, according to Caroline Wilson. It's also a time for some others to cut their losses and leave. Now, having said that, relocation.
Is there talk of the Tigers being relocated somewhere?
Could the Tigers head up the Western Sydney Tilt, the Western Sydney Tigers?
Wow. Well, there is a history of Tigers.
I know, in the west of Sydney.
In the west of Sydney, certainly the inner west.
That's right.
That's
so the Western Sydney Tigers.
That is Tiger Town. I mean, it's tiger blood runs through every vein in that part of New South Wales.
Now, you were connected with a very famous football club, the Shamrocks.
Yes.
Obviously, sadly, RIP.
Yes.
But was it able to retain a culture based on, past players turning up for board duties on the selection committee, coaching, so as they could keep that flickering flame of Shamrocks in the Group 10 or whatever it was, alive?
Group 10 alive? Without doubt, HG. Look, we had a rule whereby any past player could be on the board if he so chose.
And how big did the board
The
get?
board got to roughly 1,890 at one stage, and that's when the board became a little bit unmanageable and some said unworkable.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that.
Well, nor did I, obviously. You know, I loved board meetings because
They went on.
You just
So
had
many issues.
40 or 50 kegs put on and you had a terrific night. You know, it was like a reunion every month. Everybody loved it. Sadly, you know, that enthusiasm didn't flow through
On-field success.
onto on-field success. And in the end, you know, it was just a bit board heavy. You know, we got the feeling that many players were just turning up to get a Guernsey so they could join the board. And then when you had, you know, certainly the age group on the board was fantastic. Unlike any other board of football I've seen ever, you had 16-year-olds on the board because you only had to play in the under-16s and automatically you became eligible for a board membership. And I remember one year that our chairman of the board was, you know, about 15 years old, and I thought plainly out of his depth. But
Well, the real problem was he had trouble tapping kegs, didn't he?
he did.
Yeah.
He did. He did.
Because let's face it, binge drinking wasn't as popular then as it is today.
Look, it might have been as popular, but it wasn't an issue.
No, it wasn't an issue.
It
That's
was
right.
natural.
Yeah.
You
Natural.
know, we just thought it was normal.
Yeah.
Normal to get yourself legless at any board meeting, and that's why board meetings became so popular. In fact, there was a time there when there was a board meeting on every night.
Now, how did you keep the culture going? Obviously, you hated Orange Sims.
Yeah, and
the Working Men's
and
Club.
The Lithgow Workmen's Club.
Yeah.
They were the main
and
event.
were they issues that were raised at board level?
Yes, they were.
Like,
Like how much do we hate them? A real lot. Do we still hate them? Yes!
Yeah, that's right. And
Let's
then
go.
Half an hour afterwards, after that affirmation of the faith, we now have on the topic the hatred of the Working Men's Club.
Well, that was obviously, you know, after welcome on the agenda. You know, the first agenda, welcome. Welcome, everyone. You know, great, beauty. You know,
bit of tap on the glass.
round of
Ding,
drinks.
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, a few, you know, scull a few. And then first issue was who do we hate? Always. Who do we hate? Any ideas, anyone? Someone would put their hand up, a wag, you know. What about the workies? Yeah, we hate them!
Can I ask, what happened on training nights? Did the board meet on a training night?
Well, the board would meet, but nowhere near the training facilities
fair enough.
because it got a bit rowdy. And,
It did. And you didn't want to dissuade people from their work on the tackle bags and so on, and passing practice.
No. Well, you know, sometimes you get a splinter group from the board meeting that would sit in their cars and watch the blokes train with the headlights on, so they had a bit of lighting to train under.
Especially in the depth of winter.
Yeah, and in those days, drink driving wasn't the issue it is now. You know, and let's face it, most of the coppers played for the Shamrocks anyway, and you know, if they booked a chamois, then they could book their way out of town immediately.
Now, the next bit of the puzzle was selection committee. Obviously, the board provided the...
Got unwieldy, HG.
It did,
The selection committee was about 1,000 people. You know, 1,000 people.
And remember, you didn't have the
everyone
internet.
had their ideas.
I know. You didn't have the internet because it would be easy to poll who should we play at the halfback.
It was on hands, HG.
On hands.
On
right.
hands, yeah.
Right.
Halfback this week. Who reckons Smedley should be halfback? Show of hands, please. Oh, can someone count them? There's too many. You know, 2 hours later, you'd still be struggling to know who was halfback this week, and it just got unmanageable, you know. And so you'd have 4 or 5 halfbacks turn up under the misunderstanding that they'd been chosen, and then you had fights break out before the game started. You know, you'd have 40 blokes running out there, all insisting they were part of the team.
Because they've been told by
by different factions. Yeah.
That's the point. Now, can I ask also, is with the appointment of some of the key people like coaches and so on, did sometimes this splinter the board?
Yeah, it did.
You know, let's face it, in the Lithgow area, coaching the Shamrocks was probably considered the most important job after, say, the boss of the...
After Mayor.
After Mayor, I was thinking of the boss of the 303 factory.
The small arms factory.
Arms factory,
yeah, for sure. No, it was...
So, you know, the top 3 jobs in town.
Well, coaching the Shamrocks was no one because a pub came with it.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
You know, if you were coaching the team, you owned the pub. That went without saying. So that obviously, and you know, the pub did well because board meetings were always held at the pub.
Yeah, and sometimes in the car park outside.
Well, it did spill out onto the street. You know, often 1.5 blocks was taken up. You know, when if you had a full showing of the board, which often happens.
Now, Group 10 issues. You know, obviously appointment of referees. very unwieldy with a 1,800-member board.
Yeah, we always had difficulty with linesmen for the third grade, HG. You know, not too many people willing to put their hands up, you know, because they wanted, say, half a dozen cartons of beer
to run the line.
You know, which they'd consume while they were running the line. You know, people loved it. It dragged the crowd, but I tell you what, there were some pretty wonky decisions going on, you know, come late in the second half.
And remember, the third grade often played, say, between 10 and 12:30.
They did. And often, if someone didn't turn up, you'd get a third grade, you know, linesman, you know, struggling to bloody run the line in first grade.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously it was just a joke, you know, because, you know, you'd have to be frog marched, you'd have to be carried, literally carried. You know,
can I ask where the Group 10 headquarters was?
In the pub.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
When you went to send a
Group
delegate,
10.
Was there an office?
In Bathurst.
In Bathurst,
Yeah.
and so every so often...
Rugby League HQ, we'd send a delegation, you know.
What,
we'd
200 or 300?
We'd hire, you know, 30 or 40 buses.
To get them over there.
Yeah, and that turned out to be a bit of a circus as well, especially to get them on the bus to come home, you know, because there'd obviously be a lot of fights and, you know...
And points being made.
Group 10 HQ often felt they were a bit outnumbered and undergunned, you know.
To cope with the Lithgow Shamrocks.
When the Shammies turned up, you know, often they'd cancel the meeting, you know, when we were halfway there. Or try to have the meeting earlier before we arrived, you know, which really gave us the shits, you know, and that's why their headquarters in Bathurst was burnt down so often.
Black Ghosts, any way you choose to give it. From the UK, the Black Ghost. Roy, the big one at the moment in the MCG, Carlton, 84 points, Collingwood 63 points. We're in the last quarter, so Carlton are up 13-6-9-9 by 21 points, if I do the maths correctly.
Wow.
And this would be quite an achievement if they were able to win this, the Carlton Footy Club. They haven't won a game since 1821.
This could be the turning of the corner.
It could be.
And you've got to say Chris Judd's been a stabilising influence.
A stabilising influence.
And giving up drinking for the rest of his life.
He has given up drinking for the rest of his life. Here's another shot on goal. Sadly, no score there. But it's in the front half for the Carlton team. The goal kickers looks like Fev's got 5, Fisher's got 2, and then it's 1 each to O'Halpin, Gibbs, Betts, Pfeiffer and Stevens and Hadley. Meanwhile, Collingwood, 2 to Brown, 1 to Didak, Pendlebury, Cloak, Thomas and Medhurst.
Well, you'd think if Carlton win this, the cry for Christie to take over would become deafening, wouldn't it?
It will. I mean, this is if they lost this now, they're 33 points. 33 points ahead? No, that's not right.
34 points ahead now.
No, they've 63. I just read something wrong. They're 22 points in front.
Yeah, 22.
Anyway, a little way to go yet. A bit hard to get excited. There's almost 20 minutes to play, and that can take 4 hours in AFL. Roy, speaking of the AFL, look, this is a very sad story here. The forced retirement of his younger brother has reminded Western Bulldog Will Minson how swiftly football can tear opportunities away and has prompted him to call the AFL players pieces of meat.
No way. This
is Minson, the Bulldog. Hugh Minson, 20, retired from Port Adelaide during the week because of degenerative knees in just his third season on the power list. Will says it's terribly sad. It's an extraordinarily cutthroat game we're in. We're all pieces of meat, and there are 600 of us each year. 5 come to a club, 5 go. If I break down, someone else will take my spot next week. That's really hard to portray to a lot of people. That half of the battle is to get into the side during the week, and then once that battle's done, you've got to beat the opposition. Hughie's 20 years old, and all he wants to do is play AFL football. So to have someone tell you it's over is very difficult. He's handling it well, but he'll be fine. It's just a big shame. Now, I wanted to play, Will wanted to play with Hughie. I wanted to play against him. I wanted to play with him. I thought after a couple of years at Port, he'd come to the Doggies to do all the hard work while I sat in the goal square. Jeez. But it is difficult, isn't it? I mean, that's the unseen thing. You know, when you talk about Barry Hall and...
Well, that's the ugly truth, isn't it?
The ugly truth. That Staker may never play again, but even so, you would rather be Staker today than Barry Hall.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, because Barry's got to carry that with him for the rest of his life.
He does.
That he might have denied another player the ability to play. And he might have denied that player the ability to play maybe 3 or 4 games, and he's got to remember that for the rest of his life. That there are 3 games that Staker didn't play because of me.
I know. Look,
that can drive you mad. That can really challenge your sanity.
Can I say it's all?
And I don't know why there aren't more psychiatrists
attached to.
I mean, that's what Barry should. Barry should be getting counselling now.
He's out there, probably coping with it all by himself, uncertain of his future.
Yes, and with a potentially broken wrist.
Broken wrist. And you've read what happens with Olympians who don't make it to go to the Olympic Games. They turn to, alcohol, prescription medication, abuse. Well, it's not easy. It's not easy.
It's not a bed of roses, is it?
It's certainly not a bed of roses. I mean, it's easier to be a golfer and dudding out at Augusta than it is playing AFL football.
Far easier.
Come back with those weeping Ebola sores and, the tsetse fly and all that sort of stuff.
Well, is there any chance of him getting titanium knees, HG? I've heard of this in the past.
I think he could. Well, listen, Simon Cowley got titanium head this week. I don't see any reason why he couldn't get knees.
No.
And
in
that could be
fact,
the future.
titanium knees, it may well be the future. I mean, you'd imagine they'd have to be more reliable than the silly old bony ones we've got now, which are just rubbish, really. I mean, they're not designed for what we're trying to get them to do.
Even climbing stairs, I've been told.
Climbing stairs, the most dangerous thing in the world you can do for your knee.
Well, that's really interesting insight. But it is sad that, he's reduced to calling AFL players pieces of meat. I see them as superheroes. I see them all as superheroes. And it won't surprise you when I say my favourite superhero at the moment is Barry Hall. He's out there, I don't know whether we mentioned this, doing it by himself. He's what we used to call hanging tough.
Yeah.
Because, as you point out, it's so much easier being the bloke he hit.
Oh, I know that. I mean, there is no equivalent to a DSO, is there, for footballers? I mean,
Not yet.
We might have discussed this in the past, but...
a DSO.
A DSO.
How about an
a
AO?
ceremony. I mean, he should be flown to Canberra for the Governor-General to give him something, and maybe there could be a small, if public ceremony, say, at the War Memorial.
On Anzac Day, Roy? Coming up. For all those who have served. Not for Staker. Not for Staker. For Barry.
No, not for glass jaw merchants.
No, true.
We don't want to encourage weakness.
Black Keys and Strange Times, new album produced by Danger Mouse. Danger Mouse, he does everything these days. I don't think anybody else is producing records apart from D Mouse. And Strange Times from Attack and Release. The Strange Times are continuing at the G. Carlton 92 points, Collingwood 69 points in a round of upsets. I mean, Brisbane really gave it to Port Power in the last quarter, and now Carlton, I think, have been in front all day if I look at the record of the match. They got 6 goals in the first quarter. They're up to 3 to Collingwood, 10 in half-time, 6, third quarter, 12-7, and now 14-10 at the moment. Anyway, might be time for another fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Yes. Just taken there. Look, a terrific prize again. They're 2 great prizes. Inside Cricket 2020, The Revolution, The New Frontier, Stirring Fierce Rivalries. And how about this, a Farewell Gilly poster.
Oh, no way.
Look,
is that right?
Oh, it's just fantastic. All the highlights of the summer there on that poster.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Look at Gilly. She's so proud.
Fantastic.
But his head's cut off in that shot, but...
Doesn't matter. You can see the body.
You can see the rest of him.
And imagine. As well as that, we're throwing in... This is a really great get. The ABC of interviewing. If you've always wanted to,
isn't it?
Yeah, if you always wanted to run interviews like the stars of the ABC, like John Fane or Deborah Cameron or even Kerry O'Keefe, I think would have read this book.
Oh, you'd have to. You've got to.
So there's the ABC of interviewing. It's in-house training.
Did you
product.
Contribute to this volume at all?
I did.
Yes.
I did. Mm-hmm. I gave him a couple of interviews, which they included. And we've got another one of these E Squared, Design E Squared. This one's narrated by Brad Pitt. Anyway, And from the colorectal people, we've got the fecal immunochemical test. So it's a very good prize with a little bit of something for everyone. And I think the Pies might have pulled one back here, so now it's 92 to 75, so it's getting closer for Pie fans. But Roy?
Look, there's an interview checklist here, HG. You know, you can ask yourself questions at the end of an interview.
Yeah.
And you write comments down, what I could do differently next time. So it's a very useful
That's good.
tool, this. Did my intro really hook the listener in some way?
Uh-huh. That's where I make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, you've got to hook
Most
the
people
listener
turn
in.
off as soon as I start.
Yeah.
You know, my introduction.
Yeah.
They move on.
You've got to get them to hook in.
Yeah.
Does the intro provide an angle?
Okay. Can I say that 4 basic rules I've thought about and contributed to this was if you can use the word cats in the interview, Nazis, sex, and something weird that combines all those 3 ideas, like Max Mosley style. Today I spoke with Max Mosley. Before we come to the discussion of climate change, today I spoke with Max Mosley, and he just... Yeah, and so
well, that's fantastic. That's a way to hook them in, isn't it?
It is.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Today we're going to talk about sex during the Nazi era. We're going to talk about how the Nazis had sex with the cats. But before we do that, let's get the weather. Jeff, what's happening with... You see what I mean? You've got them in. Yeah, and even if it doesn't eventuate, you could say, oh well, unfortunately, our expert who was coming in to talk about, cats during the Nazi era and the way they had sex with Nazis,
got held up in traffic,
and we'll be held up with the traffic. Speaking of which, what's happening with the traffic, Jeff? Can you help us? Well, that's great. That really helps out there, HG. That's wonderful. Now the question is for all comers.
Yep.
How did you qualify as a Shamrocks board member?
Right.
How did you qualify as a Shamrocks board member? For all comers, and that number is 1300 0555 36.
Phone now! Who is it? Oh, the Panics. Sorry, I was just concentrating on the football. Remember, this is the only game Carlton have won in 4 centuries of football. 105 plays 75, going to the last quarter. Fev got the ball in the forward line, bounces off him, goes afterward. Fev off the grog is a revelation. The Fevolution continues. I think he's kicked 7 already today. And Cloak fails to bring it to ground. Anyway, it's time for a fat Who We Talking To, Roy.
Yes, we're joined by Tanya, who's joining us from New Lambton. How are you there, Tanya?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Yes, very well. Now, Tanya, can you walk from where you are to, say, to the football stadium there to watch your rugby league?
Oh, yes, I actually walk down to watch the Jets every game.
Well,
wow.
You would. Yeah. No, you're ideally placed there at New Lambton, aren't you?
Are
you far from Gully Line?
No, the other side from Gully Line.
Oh, you're the other side.
You know when the Jets get a goal and you're not there, can you tell from your place?
Yes, and you can tell when they just missed as well.
Right. And... obviously you like your football in the summer. What happens in the winter when the Knights are playing there? Do they play in the same stadium?
Yes, same stadium. And yes, I get to a few Knights games as well.
Right.
Yep.
Are you a supporter of the Knights come hell or high water, or do you like it when they win?
No, I'm not from Newcastle, so I'd probably have to say yes, I follow them when they're going well.
All right. Now, where are you from then, Tanya?
Lithgow, of all places.
Is that right?
So
well, you'd have...
and the Works Club, yeah.
Yeah, you'd have very fond memories. How long have you been in Newcastle then?
16 years
16 years. Oh, well, you'd remember Lithgow in its greatness, really, wouldn't you?
It was in its heyday.
I tell you what, it must have been a sad old day when you had to leave.
Oh, yes, we cried the whole way up to the Central Coast.
Yeah. And let me guess, every now and again you still shed a tear?
Oh, yeah, I shed a tear, yes, when I go back.
And do you get back often to see friends and family?
Yeah, plenty of friends and family there, and obviously school reunions and everything, so, yeah.
Yeah. And what part of Lithgow were you living in? What street?
Well, Bowenfells, actually, on the highway.
Bowenfells, yes.
Just near where the hospital is now.
Yes, that's right. Well, has the hospital been there ever since... Well, when did the hospital move there?
They built that after we left, which is probably the hospital's been there 10 years.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it would have changed the whole nature of Bowenfels. I mean, Bowenfels was beautiful in its sort of empty loneliness, really.
It was.
You know, in the Lithgow divide, Workingmans and Shamrocks, where did you line up on that?
I was at Shamrocks, so I was at the Catholic school, so all of our boys played for the Shamrocks.
They would have done too, and I bet you were proud of every one of them.
Oh, yes.
Did you think about joining the women's auxiliary at the Shamrocks and maybe getting on the board in that way?
No, I wasn't quite old enough to be contemplating those thoughts at that time, no.
Right. Well, Tanya, I've alerted you to the question, so maybe Roy should set it out before I give you the answer.
Now, Tanya, how did you qualify in the old days as a Shamrocks board member?
You just had to play for the Shamrocks.
That's absolutely right. The ABC of interviewing, the big E squared DVD, the Gilly Inside Cricket will get them in the mail to you, and they'll be there before the Knights play again. In the meantime, Tanya, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thank you.
See you, Tanya.
Yes, Kate Nash and Foundations and the scores of the Gs, 17-9, 13-10, 111 plays 88. And we did see some beautiful pictures before of Dick Pratt. You know, he's had a runabouts, that bloke.
Hasn't he ever?
You know, an incredible runabouts. He's just, you know, trying to get the best money he can for cardboard. And, you know, all of a sudden his team goes wrong, and now, after all this time, after all these years, and let's face it, Dick Pratt's followed the club for 80 years and he's never seen them win. None of these players playing for this team have ever won a match. Imagine, as Clokey gets the ball, we're down to the 2 minutes. This will be the first match ever won by the Carlton Football Club.
Do you
and
think
Dick
the players...
was crying. He had the tears up, and he's there.
I know.
And I saw a board member,
and
Adrian Gleeson.
Hasn't she got a story to tell too?
Hasn't the missus got a story to tell?
She's had to have the bloody patience of Job, really, hasn't she?
Absolutely, because all he does is talk cardboard. You know,
and
crinkle cut cardboard.
Do the players appreciate where the cardboard comes from? You know,
they had a special lecture to emphasise the importance of cardboard to the society and the Carlton Football Club, which is known as the Cardboard Club. Dick did it. He had a PowerPoint presentation. It was
Does
just great.
the club get a bit of a discount with their cardboard
needs? You know, they accuse
I'd
him...
like to think they do.
They accuse him of running a cartel and all that sort of stuff. It's all rubbish when it comes to the Carlton Football Club. They get it very cheap. A terrific deal. I mean, this is a courageous win here against adversity. And can I just say, unlike the Swans, Carlton don't have to knock people out to win.
No, well, that's true too. That's true. Not that we've seen all of the match, but you assume that
no
is
one
the
has
case.
been knocked out.
I tell you, it'd be a nice gesture if, and this may well have happened today. Actually, I don't know if when the players come out to begin with, they could each have right at the off. They could have, say, 2 or 3 cardboard boxes each that they could give people in the crowd. To use for storage or...
Lovely idea, or for carting home their footy records. The other thing, can I just say also, is that what would be great is if the run-through was made of cardboard. I mean, admittedly, there would be be hard to get through, but they could have what we call a crepe paper hole in the middle of it that all the players could run through.
Yes. Well, that'd be cheaper, you'd imagine, because they get a good price.
And they could repaint it. Well, obviously, they get a great price. And there's Eddie Maguire.
Well, he must be down in the dumps, isn't he?
Well, how'd you be, you know?
Would he be banning, I suppose, all of the Collingwood players from ever using cardboard for the rest of their...
playing days? He would. And Carazzo's got the ball, and we're about in the final 17 seconds, 111, a comprehensive win to the Carlton Football Club as he jags it up over the top to a player I don't recognise immediately. It looks like Scotland with the ball here on the centre wing. And now it's all going slow. They kick it along the line. He's knocked down. Clokey gets a bit of a chunk there. Back it comes. I think
that's
it's all
the game's
over.
Yeah.
And what a tremendous match. The monkey is off the back. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Obviously, I've got no idea of really the final score. 17-9, 111, 13-10, 88. So a win basically by 4 goals.
Yeah. Well,
tremendous.
Well, that's marvellous. Yeah. Well, there might be a cardboard bonus, you'd imagine, for the players too.
Wouldn't that be
as a
lovely
result of the win? They might get a few boxes they can take home.
What would be
to
great...
give to friends, for example. Or...
What would be great is if there was a little stack of flat cardboard boxes in each of their lockers when they get back in there.
Yeah, just with a little note from Dick. Yeah.
Love your work.
Yeah.
That's right.
Enjoy boxing it, or...
That's right. That's right. And here's terrific scenes here of jubilation. The Carlton team, obviously, a lot of these players I've said have never won a match. They're so young.
Never known the taste of victory.
Never known the taste of victory.
Learning the victory song for the first time.
They'd be singing it for the first time. And there's two Cloak brothers. It was terrific to see the two Cloaks there. Obviously, grew up playing together in the backyard. Now they're on opposing teams.
They hate
Cloak
each other's
on
guts,
They hate each other's guts. And of course, Malthouse blames that Cloak for losing him a grand final. Because remember how he came out and clocked the bloke in the head and got 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I mean, if he got 2 weeks for that, imagine how much Barry's going to get for his effort.
Yeah. Well, as I say, with Barry, it's either, jail or the War Memorial.
With the presentation. Because as we point out, he's hurting. Hurting. And he's hurting in a way because Staker knows what's happened to him. He got hit in the glass jaw. Yeah. Barry doesn't know what's going to happen to him. How he's going to be received. Yeah. And, I meant to ask you this earlier. You know the no dickheads policy at the Swans?
How far does it extend, you mean?
Well, how do you square Barry's hurting with the no dickheads policy?
Yeah, I know. Well, I assume the no dickheads policy...
Here he is, look, Dick's
Pratt,
out there.
Yeah, Dick's laughing now. He was in tears earlier, but now he's laughing.
He's come good.
What a proud old cardboard maker he is. Eh?
And look, he's standing there, he's going to get interviewed in a minute.
He might.
And I think Fev, in the last 2 weeks, people will know this better than me, has kicked something like 15 goals. He's kicked 15 goals in the last 2 weeks. The Fevolution, he is working a lot harder now that he's off the Terps, isn't he? I mean, the plonk was holding him back.
For sure.
And, of course, he's sworn it off the grog till 2013, so it's going to be tremendous there. The Carlton faithful are just terrific. Here's, the Cardboard King. Yeah. Not often you see a Cardboard King on television, is it?
No, I suppose you'd be interviewing, asking him about pulp and, what sort of ratio of water to...
Cardboard and styles of cardboard and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It'd be fascinating.
Are people buying more cardboard these days, Dick?
Prices, Dick?
Are we more dependent upon cardboard these days? What about China, Dick? Are we exporting much into China?
Australia needs laws protecting the flag, but have our politicians gone far enough in protecting those little things Australians value the most? How often have you seen someone pissed in a green and gold rugby league jumper? How often have you seen someone you know is Australian wearing an Arsenal shirt? How often have you seen shopping at Woolworths in a Singapore Slingers singlet? Well, enough is enough. Support the Australian Players Association draft legislation that will outlaw these activities and enshrine common sense by protecting all Australian sporting uniforms. Visit our website at www.enoughiseenough.com/endjumperabusetoday.com.
Gastric. I can't wait. Why? I've got a new box of wipes. That's why. Rugby League Scoreline wipes. They keep me in touch when the load's too much.
Phone freaks, tired of the usual boring ringtones? Dull? Well, as a tribute to the legend of Shane Warne and in association with the Shane Warne Foundation, Cooey Cobber Ringtones is proud to present... That's right. It's Shane's last appeal, recorded in Sydney in January 2007. Hello.
Roy, obviously next week you're away getting to know yourself a little bit better, obviously with that hot rock enema and so on.
And it's a rugby league intensive.
It's a rugby league intensive, is it?
Yeah, for a fortnight.
For a fortnight. And are you setting the agenda?
No, I'm not. Yeah. The agenda's being set by the NRL, and I'm given to understand that we'll be doing very little. It's like a retreat, HG. We will disappear and not talk or communicate with anyone for a fortnight. Just eat soup and bread and drink a lot of water and think nothing but rugby league for 2 weeks.
To see what happens.
After which time... we'll get back together and have a debrief to see what ideas we've come up with in terms of improvement of fitness and
tactics
and getting the game out there.
Mm-hmm.
Spreading the word, and trying to help Country Rugby League, which is really struggling a little bit at the moment.
And I understand it's a secret destination you're going to.
Yeah, none of us know where we're going.
Yeah, right. And how many busloads?
Look, I have no idea.
Yeah. Could be a minivan.
It could be. There might be 10 of us. There might be 1,000. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Did you see this week that people emerged from a 3-year retreat?
I did.
I don't think they had rugby league in mind, but that would be great for rugby league.
Were they Hindus, HG?
I think they might have been Buddhists.
Buddhists, yes.
You seem to be a person...
3 years, 3 months and 3 days, it might
Oh, is that what it was? 3 years, 3 months and 3 days?
Something in 3 hours and 3 minutes. Something in 3 seconds.
And they wouldn't know who'd won the last grand finals or who won the Melbourne Cup?
No.
Gee.
No.
And, in silence, Roy, I know you've done a lot of this sort of work. In silence, do you begin with something like, the problems with Cronulla Sharks or why Souths can't score a try and go from there, or do you think sort of much more,
My understanding is, actually, for the first couple of days, your mind is filled with rubbish.
Mm-hmm.
What am I doing here? This is
I don't want to be
boring.
here.
This is boring.
Can't we find out who won last night, Rabbits v...
Exactly, exactly. Those sorts of things, that sort of static in your life.
Yes.
And once you get rid of that static, once you wake up in a clear state, then you can start to address the problems. And you can have little reminders in case you've forgotten. You can have little notes under your bed. So I'll pull out a note and I might say, what's wrong with rugby league? And I think, oh, hang on, okay, that's what I'm here for.
Or scrums, question mark.
Yes,
perfect.
Just
well, good
like
luck
that.
with all of that.
Thanks,
I'll be interested to see how you get on when you come back.
So will I.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Because it's open-ended. I don't know what we're going to come up with.
Mm-hmm. And is this some sort of homage to the summit, the 2020 summit
obviously
next week?
it is, yeah.
So it's an extension of that.
An
That's
extension
terrific.
of that, yeah. Look, just through coincidence.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Absolute coincidence.
Yeah, I understand. Look, can I say that Chris Taylor from The Chaser will be joining me next week for the thrash through the issues and while you're away on the retreat.
Yes.
And we'll certainly be thinking of you. And all our best wishes go to Barry Hall this week. The bloke.
Can we have messages of support send HG?
I think so.
Like
Look,
that?
if you do want to get in touch with Barry Hall, just send it to us here at the live headquarters and we'll pass it on.
Yeah.
That's the best I can do.
Or send it to the War Memorial and I'll certainly pass it on.
And we leave you this week, as always, with a simple reminder that Triple J is sport. See you next week.
Turn your radio on. This is a download from Triple J.
Australia's national youth network. On radio,
on TV,
and online.
For more music, current affairs, comedy, and culture,
triplej.net.au.
And now...
Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto on the soundproof booth, and thanks to Sarah Howe for another 14 or so hours of scintillating sound here on the station that smothers the nation, Triple J, and tremendous work there when Sarah arrived. There was bugger all here, the lights were off, she had to grope her way in, switch everything on, find a couple of sides that got her going through the first difficult 3 or 4 hours, and then brought it home beautifully. Magnificent work. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders, had a great week, of course, and school kids. Welcome to Triple J, another Sunday when too much about is barely enough. And welcome to the show that still has the courage to dream. That's right, to keeping the dream alive here. We still believe that that dream is worth keeping alive. The flickering flame of our dream is shining more brightly than ever in this incredible week we've just cracked, boxed and buried. It was a terrific week. I haven't had a look at the... I haven't made all my extensive comparisons that I usually do, but I'm claiming this could easily be the best week ever. And social notes get the table of knowledge agenda underway for another week. And can I send a very big cheerio, a very big This Sporting Life cheerio out to Channel 7 Supremo Boxhead Lecky, who is on the 6th list. Box, you probably won't be hearing us this afternoon unless they've improved medical technology recently, but all Life listeners will be thinking of you and yours at this very, very difficult time. Lord, went into hospital with a bit of a cut on the finger, and all of a sudden he's in an induced coma. I mean, go figure. Where are we? I mean, the health of this nation is in a crisis. That's all I can say. Now, Australian Summer-Tears, speaking of crisis, Australian Summer-Tears, if you feel the federal government has overlooked your contribution, it's not too late. Get involved. Just SMS your ideas to This Sporting Life HQ this afternoon, and we'll see that your ideas get through to the relevant people in Canberra. Fact. Relevant people in Canberra. And still with this nation's capital, the appointment of the new Governor-General is always a cause of jubilation and joy, and it means that our current, and some say the best Governor-General we've ever had, will be moving on to other duties. I'm not sure what Sir Michael Jeffrey VC will be cooking up for himself, but look, and this is sad, it's a final announcement really of a vice-regal note. Sir Michael Jeffrey will be opening an IGA outlet in Lameroo this week. For those, let's face it, it's well worth a drive. I mean, you might be in Pinaroo, well worth popping across to Lameroo. It's terrific to see this bloke up close in action with a pair of scissors and a blue ribbon. And, while I've given the heads up, a shout out on that issue, I don't think there'll be a huge crowd. I think it might be 12, maybe 30. Maybe 40 max for the IGA opening, but this will be his final supermarket opening as Governor-General, and so it'll be well with as mentioned, the drive, and take you along your camera and get a couple of snaps. And so to the week boxing news. And this week there's quite a lot of boxing news, right from the top of the show, can I say I'm going to avoid the rather large and obvious elephant that is in the room. Briefly, that elephant is, how did Sydney Swan Barry Hall write his regular column that appears in the Fairfax media this week? Obviously, his right fist is in plaster and his left is heavily bruised from a vigorous workout it received at Homebush on last Saturday night. Not last night, the week before. As I understand it from sources in media circles, Barry held the pen between his teeth and it took him half the time to complete his column this week. Hall, of course, has had his hands full since the big blow last Saturday night, spending the last 7 days looking for what has been described as a needle in the haystack. Apparently the Swans shrink and Barry have sat down and have begun looking through Barry's mind and his actions over the last 15 years or so, looking for, again, what has been described as a needle in the haystack. They've moved a couple of bales of hay so far, but sadly have drawn a blank. No one's really sure what made the bloke do it. He just saw a jaw and decided to hit it. And there's more work to be done in this area. I know I've looked for needles in haystacks upstairs on a lot of sporting people. I've spent a long time looking at Roy for many, many years now, trying to work out what made the bloke tick. No luck. And I don't at this point, again, want to be drawn into whether the 7 weeks sitting in the grandstand is fair. I just leave that to the experts. That is something the 2020 summit, should they run out of time between now and 4 o'clock, could have a look at. But the tribunal have robbed the AFL in Sydney of its most recognisable face. Fact, ladies and gentlemen. Fact. Barry Hall is the most recognisable face of AFL in Sydney. It's not Paul Roos, it's not Mickey O'Loughlin, it's not Adam Goods, it's not, the Bolton brothers or cousins or nephews or whatever they are. It's not Noggy, any of them. It's Barry Hall. And I'm just wondering if Barry could spend his time usefully off the ground promoting the game at all venues. I don't think, the Sydney people should just hog Barry to himself. I mean, he's a larger-than-life figure. He's got a great left jab by the looks, and maybe if he just... I don't think it has to be official or anything like that. I don't think he has to be driven to the ground and, feted by everybody. But if Barry could set up a card table outside the ground, meeting his fans, his people, Barry's people, especially kids who still love him. They still love him. They've overlooked what happened last Saturday night already. He could sign a few autographs, have his pictures snapped, especially with families, and show youngsters where they're going wrong with their boxing. I'm no expert in the sweet science, but footwork, I understand, is very important when throwing a good punch. And I had a peek at a number of kids reenacting the Battle of Homebush over fences this week. And look, so many kids are getting it wrong right from the start. When you turn, you've got to have your right foot, if you're leading with obviously your right, you've got to have your right foot closer to your target. So many are going on with the left foot closer to the target. And I think that Barry could sort out a lot of kids, as they attempt to clobber teammates, with, what is known now as Barry's clock, where they're going wrong, how to be more effective, how to, punch harder, and so on. I think that would be useful work. I see this national tour by Barry as an old-fashioned bridge-building exercise. Barry and the Australian public meeting together outside football grounds once again. And, let's face it, this cannot wait until the, boys get together. It might be round 12 when the Sydney Swans go to Perth to reenact the Battle of Homebush. I mean, I hope that both participants in the Battle of Homebush have the sense to restage it for the media in Perth once again. I mean, I think that would be a funny touch and a nice little button on which to end the battle of the early part of this season, 2008. Still with the boxing, and very sad to see Superfish Nick Darcy thrown off the Beijing-bound plane. However, in a lovely touch, I don't know if you noticed, but this caught my eye, the Olympic rings have magically appeared on the Darcy house. All the stand-ups out the front were done in front of some terrifically homemade Olympic rings. I'm not sure what Gosper and, Rog and them think of it, but it was a terrific touch and reminded everyone that passes the house that an Olympian lives inside. I'm not sure that every Olympian wants to draw attention to themselves in that way. These were pretty big rings, about the size of the hoop. They were just terrific. You couldn't look at anything else. I couldn't see Nick or his parents or his relatives. I just saw the rings. I said, you beauty. It's like painting a house in the colours of the club that are playing in the grand final. It's a terrific touch. As mentioned, indicated Olympian inside. And I would plead to Darcy fans, and I know there are hundreds of them around the world tuning in today for a little bit of solace. Don't give up hope yet. I mean, I have a feeling there are a few rounds, if I can use it that way, to go between now and August the 8th, 2008. Look, I'm pretty sure I've got a feeling he'll be there. I've got a real feeling. I don't think you can... I mean, let's face it, this kid's punched his way to the Olympics to have a swim in butterfly. I mean, I can't recall that ever happening before. It gives you an idea of how talented and how dedicated this bloke is. And sadly, though, it doesn't look as though a still very fit Scotty Miller will be able to step up and plug that hole should the worst happen. Should Nick not be able to make it, I had hoped. I thought, oh, bloody hell, there's got to be somebody else who can swim this league, and all of a sudden Scotty Miller hoved into view, sadly for all the wrong reasons. But can I repeat, what our skip, Grant Hackett, said last week, that sidelining of the DAS, is the ultimate penalty. Far worse in Grant's view than the chair, the bullet or the noose. Because, wait for it, if you had bumped off with the chair, the bullet or the noose, you wouldn't have any memories. Now, of course, Nick will have to live with this for the rest of his life. So it's an interesting point that Grant Hackett makes. It's a living hell, not only for Nick, not only for his family, but for Nick Darcy fans. I mean, that's who's forgotten in this, the fans. It's the same with Barry Hall. I mean, there's so many similarities between the cases, not because of, what they've done and whether the cops should be involved and whether Plod should have a go at football or swimming or whatever it is. It's the fans. It's the unsung heroes there. Darcy freaks, Hall freaks. They're all forgotten in this. Celebrity who stinks, incidentally, are all the rage at the moment. I took a peek at Today host Carl Stefanovic training this week. Killer Carl, never ceases to amaze me what people do in their spare time. But Killer Carl is in against, wait for it, Ding Dong Del Sailor, the Hope of the Dragons. And just before I put that on pause for a minute, and you'd think that Ding Dong Del might have chosen a more, club on the way up than the Dragons, but that's for him and his management, I suppose. But anyway, Killer Carl is in against Ding Dong Del on the footy show fight night in May. I'm not quite sure which, must be mid-May. On the undercard that night, Barry Hall is going to take on again Brent Staker, Unamas. So that's a night with a bit of depth. And I hope organisers can squeeze into the night on a hectic schedule. Well, I'd love to see our rugby league referee go round, our punching rugby league referee. I'm talking about the genial giant John Stinkfist Hopewade. I'd love to see Stinky go round, say, against Captain Feather Solomon Omono or Sergeant Slaughter Big Bob Mrivich in a 12-rounder. I think that's got a real shape to it, hasn't it? It's got Hall Staker, a little bit of everything there, Ding Dong Killer Carl, and, of course, Stinky v, say, Captain Feathers. And I hope, obviously Stinky brings the whistle along, probably could referee the bout himself as well as punch. This one has the town talking, this fight night on footy night. It's going to be great. And there's a little bit of unfinished business about it all. And as I was in Jim Mundine this week, who should step into the ring? But Rick Dolby from the Home and Away stable, who looked very good working the bag in preparation for his next no rules caged bout on Home and Away, which is a great source of boxing information and, well, entertainment. And finally, in this big wrap-up of boxing news, the Russian-born, Sydney-based former world champion powerhouse Kostya has said in the wake of the Fenech decision to come back, that he would be prepared to slip between the ropes if the money is right. I understand Kostya will have another swing in boxing. Should, obviously a purse of an appropriate size be put up. Usually at his age, it's not so much the purse that's the problem, it's the scripting issues that bring the deals undone. Rugby League, and this afternoon at the SCG, we wind the clock back to 1908 and watch a reenactment of the original game of Rugby League when the Tigers take on the winless Bunnies. It's got everything, this one. I'm just wondering if history might repeat itself as it did in the Centenary Test all those years ago, 1977. David Hooks might have had 5 fours off and over from Tony Gregg. And the score exactly the same after 100 years. They couldn't do any better. And can I say how much I love the heritage round of football? All the clubs playing in these stupid jumpers that no one, when they put on different jumpers, no one recognises them. The reenactment of the original game overshadows the selection of the team of the century midweek, which went off wonderfully. It was a great night for Rugby League. And I can't wait until the Rugby League ball comes around. I hadn't realised we were going to have a Rugby League ball. I understand the Rogue Traders are booked to play it. It'll be terrific. It's always great to see blokes who have let down nicely sitting around in blazers that don't do up, really, because they didn't get the measurements right. They went to the playing measurements, not the current measurements. They look like a bunch of school prefects who went to a school where the fees were on the high side. And the Team of the Century artwork and logo have a nice military feel to them as well. I don't know if you noticed this, reminding us that all these men, i.e. the Team of the Century, have also served in the trenches in our greatest conflicts, all making the hard yards under enemy fire. Tennis, and after putting away the Tide tilt last weekend, it might have been in Cairns or Townsville, the horror draw of our Davis Cup side continues. They now have to play the might of Chile on clay. That's right, on clay in Chile. Suddenly the Davis Cup, which should have been a doddle for us to get it back into the World Group, has become a nightmare. And all is not lost, as Little has put his hand in the air and said, yeah, the come on kit will be there. Olympics and this 2008 torch is doing a great job for world peace. We're at Lobs. It got through this week. I think it might have started in Argentina and got through most parts of Africa without any trouble. And this week it lobs in Summit Central, Canberra. And don't tell me that with the Anzac Day looming, that the torch would not make a terrific addition to any march or football fixture where it'd obviously get him free. And in a lovely touch, Barry Hall and Nick Darcy have offered to look after the torch while it's in Australia, and I think that's security enough. Rugby Union decides to go private in a quest to stay afloat. I had no idea the game was in such a crisis. The game is now looking to hook up with a cashed-up big end of town, including Opus Prime. Opus Prime are an early candidate to help out Rugby Union until the Maseratis and the Ferraris went missing and Mick Gatto had to be called in. First time Mick Gatto had heard of Rugby Union. Racing, and all eyes were on Rose Hill yesterday with the running of the Frosty LaHood Golden Slipper for 2-year-olds over 1,200 metres. It was a slipper for the ages. Sebring, the Gay Waterhouse polished conveyance, getting there narrowly over the David Hayes Von Costa, the hero, with Plucky Portillo hanging around for third. I mean, sure, there were disappointments in the Frosty this year, but it's cracked, boxed and buried, and if you are interested, you can read about it in the papers. The other big one, the Fuzzy Fruits Coolmore Eskimo Queen, bloused out the very short favourite Hot Danish in a real boil over in the Fuzzy. And still with the Sport of Kings, last week we reported that Super Hoop Damien Oliver was extremely confident he could bag his second successive golden slipper on Anatomica. Sadly, the best Ollie could do was fourth. And in rural and regional racing, look, it's a terrific day right across the nation. The Narrogin Cup, obviously the highlight, but at Wagga, the Murrumbidgee Cup gets underway about 4:14 Eastern. Eastern, if you are interested. I mean, how could you go past a horse like November Academy or Nikephoros? They're my two that I like. Also, we have the Zoo City Cup in Dubbo, and Are You Joking? Strikes me as a bit of an omen tip in the Zoo City Cup in Dubbo. And now Cricket IPL. Isn't it incredible what people come up with next? It was just, I was spellbound. The game took off on Friday night. I believe the game will never be the same again. The glamour, the unbelievable glamour, the Bollywood stars, the big hits, Brendan and McCullum, all that mad bowling and crowds. This thing has the lot. It could go anywhere. And this week, Roy Slavin is away on a self-improvement community service 2020 Summit weekend. Roy's got a lot of ideas on improving himself and how to go about it. He's getting to know, well, let's face it, he's getting to know himself while relaxing pig shooting up in the Warrialda Tops Way on an overnighter. I got an email from him this morning. He said, "Dear HG, good luck this afternoon. Having a great time, shot a few pigs. The enemas are working and I feel as though I've got to know myself a whole lot better. Yours sincerely, Roy." So in the absence of Roy, and with those few thought starters hurled onto the smouldering bonfire of the sporting week, it's time to ask from Chaser, Chris Taylor, and have you got any big C-bombs in your kit bag, Chris?
Thank you.
You want to toss into the pond this week, buddy?
Thank you very much. HG Nelson, good afternoon. It's an absolute thrill to be asked to sit in the Slaven chair, the very well creased Roy Slaven chair, and I never realised he inherited Lawsy's golden microphone.
Yes, no, he did. That was where the dream, keeping the dream alive, came from. We've decided when Lawsy packs it in, we're going to keep the dream alive.
No, it's fantastic to be sitting in front of it, and I'm glad Lawsy didn't leave too many stains on it as he departed the Southern Cross studios. And doesn't the World of Broadcasting miss John Laws? Now, you mentioned the Zoo City Cup. Taking off in Dubbo at 4:15. Is the Summit going to stop down to take that on the big screen live? Because I know Tim Flannery is very interested.
No, look, I'd love to... Look, don't get it confused. I should say the 4:14 is the Murrumbidgee Cup.
Oh, sorry.
I don't want to put punters wrong. The Zoo City Cup, which I think will be going to the Summit, 4:34 Eastern.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so
well, you'd probably want to stop down for half an hour and take them both.
I reckon afternoon tea.
Yeah.
I'm not sure quite when the Summit's going to end. I'd like to think they might have an agenda that would allow them to push on till tomorrow and maybe have it do an all-nighter.
I think so. I mean, when Andrew Upton gets an hour, Andrew Upton not officially invited, but he's there. Kind of on babysitting duties, you understand, but he's been very vocal. And not just in the creative steering committee, I think he's popped into the health one. Plenty of ideas about health and horse racing. But look, an incredible week. A real pleasure of a week to come and seat warm on This Sporting Life. We mentioned Rose Hill yesterday, Gay Waterhouse taking out the double, the Golden Slipper with Sebring, and the BMW Stakes with Tuesday Joy. Now, that is a fantastic result for Gay, but also for John Singleton, Singo, who owns Tuesday Joy. And wasn't it a very Singo touch upon receipt of the money, the big cheque, the novelty-sized cheque? Straight to the bar and decided to shout a lot of Australians. Well, I say a lot of Australians. He limited it. He wouldn't shout anyone at Rose Hill, apparently, but the pubs that he owned on the Central Coast region of New South Wales and Newcastle that stock the beer he has an interest in. It might be the Blue Tongue.
Yes, Blue Tongue. He doesn't like the current sponsorship, which he sort of might be a offshore beer.
I think it is, and it's always been a sore point for Singo. And he made a very political point by shouting Blue Tongue across certain pubs in the Central Coast region. I've always thought Singo's been very modest when it comes to naming his own beers. I mean, I've been a long-time advocate of the beers named after some of our famous drinkers. I've always thought there was a market for the Boonie.
The Boonie?
Boonie Bitter.
Yeah.
And I've always thought Singo. Doesn't that have a ring to it?
Singo.
Sinker Singo.
Yeah, and can I have a couple of Singos, if you don't mind, barman, when you've got a moment?
Make mine a triple. Singo. So that was beautiful. Mal Meninga, named as a shock inclusion in Rugby League's Team of the Century. We might talk about the Team of the Century a little bit later on, but I thought it raised some eyebrows, not just for who it included, but for who it left out. No Cliff Lyons.
No.
No Tommy Raudonikis.
No.
Les Boyd.
Yeah. Well, Les Boyd,
Jeff
obviously.
Robertson, completely absent.
Yes. Yes. Well, yeah, true. The Tap Geyer, Mark the Tap Geyer, sadly omitted. But, you know, they've only got so many slots. I'm just wondering if they should have thought about picking, obviously, a first team, a second team, then go down to flag, ball, and a lot of these players would have come up, I would assume, or Commonwealth Bank Cup side.
I know. Can you believe they couldn't find room for Craig Young?
Or Benny Elias.
Yeah. Elsewhere, Michael Hussey's autobiography, Mr. Cricket, inexplicably passed over at the Miles Franklin Award nominations this week. Totally snubbed. Nominations this year went to non-cricketing writers Stephen Carroll, Rodney Hall, Alex Miller, Gail Jones and David Brooks. What has Hussey got to do? I mean, I haven't read these nominated books, but Mr. Cricket was a fantastic read.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, I've got it up there with, out of my comfort zone, I think was the Stephen Waugh story. Again, criminally passed over in last year's Miles Franklin. So, look, I don't know whether this is an idea for the Summit, if we can get Andrew Upton to lobby on behalf of all sporting autobiographies to be
What a lovely idea.
looked not just for the Miles Franklin, but maybe even the Booker. Yachtsman Ian Murray turned 50 this week.
Wow!
Happy birthday, Ian. 50 years old, can you believe it? Seems like only yesterday he lost us the America's Cup.
I know, he was famous for painting, of course, the bottom of the boat with something that killed everything in a radius of about 4 kilometres.
He's the reason we don't have much marine life and there's fishing restrictions in most harbours around Australia. But there was some good news on his birthday week. Murray's been named as the oldest member of our Olympic team going to Beijing.
Wow!
Which is fantastic. There should be more 50-year-olds.
Can I ask him what category? Look, what's... He's just not. I hope he's not a show business role, like just there as mentor to younger people.
No,
I
look, he's
putting that big ass in a boat.
He's sailing. He's on I think it's a skiff. I don't know what the what actual division of boat it is in the yachting, but he's
toothpick.
I think they've had to make some amendments to the boat. You know, some old people's facilities. There's a few frames put up out in the bit where they hang their arse over in the water, but.
Yeah, reinforcement.
It's great. Look, I think other countries and indeed even the rest of the Australian Olympic team should follow suit and consider more 50-year-olds in the other sports. I mean, it looks like everyone's going to die in Beijing anyway, so you may as well send the oldies because they're closer to death. But I think it'd be much more inclusive if we acknowledged the more senior members of our society. I'd like to think say, the women's gymnastics could be improved with the odd 50-year-old. Don't tell me they can't still get over the horse.
Can I just point out that when the election was on, I ran a very strong campaign with Christopher Pyne in Adelaide, who was the Minister of Ageing,
He's obsessed with Minister of Ageing. These issues.
About these issues, and believing that the labour shortage could be really helped if we retrained old people to play a much more vigorous part in the sporting community. For instance, your senior jockeys would free up younger people to do things like, I don't know, work on the roads, IT, call centres, all that sort of stuff, rather than being locked up hour after hour, day after day, I'd thrown a leg over a horse.
No, I absolutely agree. They could be doing anything where you old people, your old frail little guys, who can't do anything except sit on a horse.
Correct. You've got it.
I mean...
And it's very funny when they fall off. I mean...
I'd have old guys on old horses. Oh. So many of these great horses, including Sebring, they're put out to pasture far too early. Mm-hmm. If you could have an
industry...
Well, of 80-year-old horses... with 90-year-old jockeys on top.
Well, now you're talking.
I mean...
Now you're talking. I'd like to see that.
Everyone at the racing is 90 years old, so why can't the people on the course actually racing be 90 years old?
That's right.
Speaking of sport, and I think I mentioned the women's gymnastics there, Russian leader Vladimir Putin...
I saw this.
...was romantically linked this week with former Russian rhythmic gymnastics star Alina Kabayeva. Now, this is exactly the kind of endorsement rhythmic gymnastics needs to be taken seriously as an Olympic sport, and I think, quite seriously, other heads of state should consider following the Putin lead. Mm-hmm. I know Kevin Rudd's reasonably happy in his marriage at the moment to raise rain, but you can't tell me it wouldn't help a sport like synchronised diving.
Or weightlifting.
Mm-hmm. Greco-Roman wrestling, if he found a young
taekwondo
advocate of the sport. Helen Clark from New Zealand could do all sorts of things for synchronised swimming by finding a young male swimmer. And I just think Putin's... he's sort of cut from the same cloth as Sarkozy, who recently changed horses to find Carla Bruni. Not a sportswoman, but a model and a fit woman. And... Europe just seems to have the edge on this. I don't know if Andrew Upton or anyone is talking at the 2020 summit about getting our leaders younger spouses.
Consorts.
To help promote some of the lesser Olympic sports. Still on politics briefly, you mentioned the Governor-General. Michael Jeffrey, the former Governor-General, the outgoing Governor-General, Michael Jeffrey, replaced, of course, by Australia's first female Governor-General, Quentin Bryce. Now... she still has a man's name, obviously, so it's not quite the progress that it's been painted as, but it is a step in the right direction. Very good. I'm not sure if Quentin Bryce was Kevin's first choice. I think he asked Kate Blanchett. Mm-hmm. Kate was busy. Mm-hmm. Then I think he went down to Ignatius Blanchett, offering young Iggy the role. And hasn't Iggy set the summit alight?
I tell you, Bindi Irwin came into calculations.
Oh, did she?
Yes. She got too much media empire.
She's got a Logies nomination. You can't tell me it's only a hop, skip and a jump towards the Rice Regal position once you've bagged a Logie.
No, anything's possible.
But Iggy, have you seen Ignatius Blanchett? I think he's contributed the wisest ideas to the 2020 summit of anyone I've seen so far.
What, a couple of burps?
He's just, I mean, when he burps, people listen. And he's you know, I think, I mean, people say it's about paving the future of Australia, this whole summit, and no one represents the future of Australia like Ignatius Blanchet, so it was great to see him there. But look, congratulations, Quentin Bryce, first female GG. Wonderful that a woman should be given the right to a job that's about to become obsolete. Aussie swimmer Felicity Galvez has been dubbed Madam Butterfly.
Oh, isn't that fantastic?
After smashing the world record in the 100 metres fly this week. Now, look, I don't know how this works, actually. I thought Susie O'Neill technically had the rights to the moniker, Madam Butterfly. Now, is that in perpetuity, or can she hand it down to Petrea via Libby?
No, I don't think it works like that. I just think Susie O'Neill will always be Madam Butterfly, and they should have thought of some new title.
Is it the sub-editors of our media that come up with this, or is there someone within Swimming Australia who says, OK, you've done well in the butterfly, you've now inherited the title of Madam Butterfly?
Can I say I'm shocked? I didn't realise we were looking for a new Madam Butterfly.
I'd never heard of Felicity Galvez, but in the short course this week...
Short course, yes.
She's been... she's blitzed Australia's own Libby Trinkets, nay Lenton, former record in the 100 flyers. So Australia's always had a grip on the event. I think we need, this is another job for the summit, to put our finest copywriters and Andrew Upton on the case of finding a new name. He's very busy. Yeah. Maybe we can give this job to Ignatius. Burp Butterfly.
Well, look, can I just say, there's got to be a lot of other things apart from Madam Butterfly. And I'd like to see it a bit more modernised. You know, I'm not sure what, you know, titles come out of things like, you know, Matrix and, you know, superhero sort of. But I think there's a superhero sobriquet that could go in front of Butterfly.
Wasn't it the Darcy boy, Nick Darcy?
He's a butterfly,
man. He was Butterfly, and he, of course, he took it a bit too literally from maybe Muhammad Ali's famous quote, fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Yeah.
Yes. No, that's true.
I mean, Ali's obviously one of his finest mentors, and when he takes on... who did you have him down in there? And was he taking on...
Simon Cowley.
Simon Cowley, but also I think he's been going on to Stefanovic.
Oh, yes, I did that. Well, that's going to be fantastic.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's a job for the summit, to come up with a new moniker for anyone who can vaguely do butterfly in this country. Australian lawn bowler Kelvin Kirkow is on track for back-to-back World Cup titles.
Isn't that tremendous?
After securing his 17th successive victory this week in Warilla.
Oh, they love their bowling in Warilla.
Beautiful greens in Warilla.
Very fast, lightning fast.
They're turning more than usual this autumn, but Kelvin's picked it, and we don't hear enough about Kelvin Kirkow, but I'd put him up there as one of Australia's top 3 athletes of all time.
He was a taxi driver out of Brisbane. He blew him away at the Commonwealth
Bobby
Games.
Perella. Still bowling?
I don't know. No idea.
He might be sailing, I think, with Ian Murray on the geriatric boat in Beijing, but I think Kirkow's very much in the Perella mould.
Yeah.
He's...
personality bowler?
I think he's better than Perella.
Oh, Jesus, there's a big
He can bowl out of both hands. He can go backhand or forehand, left or right. I've even seen him kick one down. I put him up there as one of Australia's top 3 athletes. When you think, oh, no, that's a big call. But
17 Australian titles in a row.
17 games in a row, but he's won back-to-back world titles.
Right.
I'd probably, if you're talking Australian greats of all types of sports, I'd have Mal Meninga, obviously, Don Bradman, Kelvin Kirkow. He's been described as the Bradman of bowls.
Bullshit, he hasn't.
He has.
The Bradman of bowls?
The Bradman of bowls, and I'm amazed, H2, there hasn't even been a stand named after him at the MCG.
Bradman of bowls.
I know a lot of people at the summit are pushing for a stand. And I know the cynics are saying, look, the MCG is not traditionally the home of bowls. And I think you can make that argument. But why isn't it? Why haven't we laid down a green? You know, in between cricket and the football seasons, I think you could get at least 40 to 50,000 people in to watch an afternoon of lawn bowls.
Look, can I just say, they've got a lot of statues around the MCG now, sort of. It's a walk of fame.
None of Kirkow.
No, exactly. There's plenty of room of him there, bending over and rolling one out backhand. People would love to see that. In bronze.
Yeah. Media buyers this week tipped that TV rights for soccer in Australia could exceed $100 million. 100 mil. Well, now that's a lot of moolah for a sport that no one really watches. And I guess once you start talking 100 mil, you've automatically priced SBS out of the market.
You have.
There is talk it may go to Channel 9. Now, that's to me seems like the kiss of death for Australian soccer. Would it last on 9? If you look at the current success rate of anything new on Channel 9, it sort of pretty much goes after a couple of weeks.
I know.
Sometimes a couple of minutes and they're getting itchy. If Lecky was in charge, he'd be out of the coma very quickly and pulling the plug on programs rather.
Well, what an interesting question. I think one of their shows lasted 2 eps. It was meant to, I think, to go...
The Power of 10.
Power of 10.
And it didn't even... It was the Power of 2.
That's right.
Which was heartbreaking for Stephen Jacobs, I think the host, who was sort of gave up a career in meteorology just to do the Power of 10.
He's back now doing the weather.
I hope he's allowed back to do it.
Because he's a real talent.
Well, he was weather's loss. I mean, he was good at the Power of 10, but I think he's more needed over near the synoptic chart.
Now, 100 million, as you point out, it rightly chops out SBS. So who do they think is going to pay 100 million for it?
Well, Nine's going in favour, but when you...
So Nine's only in favour because they hadn't got any other football, though.
And I think they're still a bit sore after losing the AFL, and there'd be a little bit of loot in the kitty, because having lost out to that. I'm concerned who you'd get to front it at Nine.
Oh, what a good question.
Because, I mean, obviously Les Murray's committed to SBS. I can't see him being bought.
No, I can't.
I think you'd see the face of soccer being someone like Jules Lund. Or...
Wow.
Maybe Katrina Roundtree?
I tell you what, they're reheating the Wheel of Fortune, and I want to say, I might have the host wrong, Tim Campbell, it might be?
No, it is Tim Campbell, who's currently playing the Wild One.
In the Wild One.
Yeah.
So I could see a natural progression. Shout, and then Wheel. Let's say Wheel does pretty well.
Yeah.
On the weekends, obviously, they make 5 Wheel in a day, so he's got plenty of time on his hands. On the weekend, he could be the face of soccer.
I think so. Could you have a cross-promotion, sort of do the Wheel in the shape of a soccer ball?
What a brilliant idea. And numbers come up in the soccer coverage, and if you get them right, somehow it feeds back into some scratch and match.
Yeah. No, numbers corresponding with famous players, numbers on their back, that kind of thing.
Very good.
Who would you have turning the letters?
There's a question.
Who's sort of...
that's the real...
Who's a Miss Soccer Australia? Who would you...
Well, how about Rebecca Twigley, I think her name is, who or Ali Much, who are both faces of Sydney fashion at the moment, or Maya.
Yeah, well, I saw, was it Megan Gale just got dumped as the face of David Jones? She's been replaced by Miranda Kerr. So that makes Megan very free.
And she was going to go in that film that fell over to do with, I think, superheroes.
Yeah, she was going to play Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman, that's right. Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
terrific choices.
Beautiful piece of casting. Cinema's loss. So look, that's still up. Nine hasn't done the deal, but I'm certainly going to follow that with interest. And if anything could maybe pull Lecky out of the coma, it might be knowing that the soccer's going to a rival network.
Would you hope that somebody was whispering that to him from, say, the 7 Sport Department?
I think so. You'd have...
Boxhead, Nine's after the soccer.
I'd
just over and over again.
Send Craig Johnson around, or someone like Craig Foster. Any of the Craigs. Just to talk about soccer to him while he's out to it. Because it's very subliminal.
I know. He's taken it on board, even though you don't realise.
It works. I mean, some people listen to Schubert or their favourite tunes to rouse them from comas. But I think if you just sort of told, fabulous stories about the old 1975 World Cup, he'd be up on his feet.
I know.
And
he would. Or you could whisper some of the players, Look, the weird thing is, I find that odd because you would rate coverage of the Premier League as more, this is the English Premier League, as more interesting to Australians, I might be wrong about this, than the local, as a television event, than the local thing, which seems to get quite, adequate, numbers to turn up to watch it.
Yeah, well, I wonder what the deal includes. Would it be the A-League as well as any overseas contest? It might be a bundle.
Whole package,
It might be. I wonder if they throw in anything like...
I don't know.
If Gladiators could be bundled in with that.
What a fantastic idea. I was going to say the Serie A from Italy, if I've got the right pronunciation. Bundesliga.
Could we add a soccer component to Gladiators? I mean, I haven't looked at the new format as closely.
Well, you haven't missed anything.
It's
exactly the same as the old.
Foam bats and cream pies, is that?
Absolutely.
Right.
And the same things, knocking people off perches with big things and stuff like that. But
that doesn't age. That's as timely now as it was
say 5 years ago.
Last time it was axed.
But remember, a lot more people have turned 11.
I know. I know.
Who've never seen it and love it. And Angel is incredible. And Cooter's there, of course, and Thunder. God, Thunder.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
How long before Ignatius Blanchett, before he's old enough to be a gladiator?
Well, no, first up, he's a fan. I think from the age of about 4, they'd be fans.
Yeah.
And because let's face it, I don't mean to be unkind to the parents, but it doesn't require a lot of intellectual understanding, just people knocking each other over. And, I think Bill Harrigan's there blowing the whistle and, off you shoot, gladiators, all that sort of stuff.
Doesn't his refereeing work on gladiators been outstanding?
And they're big and colourful people.
Yeah.
Sadly, it all seems to be in the gladiators' favour. They tend to pick rather small people to be their opponents, and people who appear to have just thought about being a gladiator going up against the gladiators that week.
Is there any talk of a celebrity gladiator? Like you bring in a Barry Hall or a Nick Darcy one week with the foam bats? I mean, Scotty Miller refereeing.
Yeah, that's right. Now you've got a show.
Oh.
Box, Channel 9 to get in the soccer.
I think it's on tonight. Now, obviously, they want to wrap up the 2020 Summit in time to take Gladiators, which goes to air at 6:30 Eastern.
Yeah.
So I just hope... I know they will be trying to wrap up their final white papers in time to catch Angel and the rest of the Gladiators go round. Elsewhere this week, Mark Webber. Mark Webber news. Mark Webber tipped to find himself with a new teammate with rumours that the young German driver Sebastian Vettel will be joining the Webbers Red Bull team. Now, I don't know what Vettel's form's like, but if nothing else, this will give Webber yet another person to blame when things go wrong on the road.
Very good.
The US PGA Tour Commissioner Tim Finchin thinks golf should be made an Olympic sport.
Oh, I saw this.
Now, look, I mean, I've been on about this for years. I can't think of a better platform to launch golf at the Olympic level than at Beijing. I can see you could design an incredible course there on the Great Wall.
You could.
Pretty much just 18 linear course, 18 consecutive holes, unless you want to make it one really long hole.
Yeah, like 1,000 metres.
Par 1,000. You got 1,000 shots and maybe 3 days to finish the entire wall.
Hell of a wall. Can I just say that I did see that report and I was staggered when immediately the players rated the Olympic gold as below any of the majors, meaning worthless to them as, in relation. They rated the 4 majors as winning the 4 majors as more important than the Olympics. In the same way as in tennis, which I've struggled to, include in my firmament of Olympic sports, they all rate the Olympic gold as fairly low on their list. They'd rather win Wimbledon or the US Open.
But actually, they all do that before they've tasted Olympic gold.
Thanks very much, Chris.
And, I mean, it's easy to say. On paper, I agree. The Olympics looks stupid.
Irrelevant.
When you're there,
I know.
When that torch is being protected,
I know,
and championed by pro-Tibet, anti-Tibet, whatever you like. But when you're there and when you're amongst it, when you can
smell it,
then it's a very different story.
And Kevin Gosper presents you as a medal, and you hear Advance Australia Fair, and a tear rolls down, thinking of the effort and the sacrifices you made. I mean, that's when it comes home, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there is a massive hole in Tiger Woods' career, and it's
an Olympic gold.
It's that missing part of the cabinet. The glass key's got everything but now, doesn't
he? He has.
So we can but dream. Rugby League, Ivan Henjak denies he's been handed a poisoned chalice after being appointed to replace Wayne Bennett as only the second coach in Brisbane's 20-year history.
It's amazing, isn't
you forget that, don't you?
You do.
20 years and only the 2 coaches. I think Ivan Henjak's a reasonable choice. I think it's a safe choice. It's a huge responsibility for him.
How about Matt Henjak?
Oh, yeah?
The lad from Perth who, oddly enough, would make a good torch protector as well.
He
along
would.
With
Nick Darcy, Barry Hall and Scotty Miller.
Scotty Miller and Matt Henjak, yeah.
And Matthew Newton, maybe. Is there any talk?
That's right. Yeah, a little show business
I think he's tried to put that behind him, but I'm sure he's come out to protect a torch. I wish Ivan Henjak all the best with the Brisbane Broncos. Obviously, a huge job to do. There was some talk of bringing Jack Gibson back.
Right.
Now, I know he's got a touch of the David Leckies about him, but I think he might have dementia and Jack Gibson might be living in a home. Have I got that right? He was named coach in the team of the century.
I know.
So he's obviously got runs on the board. No one would dispute his qualifications. But whether I think Jack would, even if he is a little bit
wobbly upstairs.
I think the magic would still be there.
Ah.
I'll
tell you, I'll give you a quote. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Yeah.
I know he's brilliant.
Being good. I mean, you don't need to have all your wits about you to say being good, done strong, or whatever the famous...
Exactly.
Yeah.
And winning begins on Monday.
You could do it. I don't know if... I don't know how many people have read the book or seen the film, Diving Bell and the Butterfly.
I haven't, no. Is it good?
Outstanding. Mm-hmm. Very good. I can't believe Megan Gale was passed over for the lead role in that. I think she was committed to Wonder Woman at the time. But all about a guy who was very restricted, a bit like Jack Gibson is at the moment, and just communicated by blinking.
Yeah, blinking.
And you can't tell me Jack Gibson couldn't coach the Broncos to 5 premierships just with a blink. Still on league, and Willie Mason's being courted by several companies for a clothing sponsorship deal.
I saw this too, yes.
He's currently, I can't believe, he's uncontracted at the moment, and the various companies are circling. Now, I'm not sure what type of clothing companies are in the race, but I'd like to think it's Burberry. Maybe Laura Ashley, I can see.
Sass and Bide.
Sass and Bide, Sports Girl.
Let's face it, it's Fashion Week, I think, in Sydney this week, or are we in the middle of Fashion Fortnight?
It's coming up.
Look, I'd love to see him hook up with, say, Colette Denigan. I think there's a lot there that Colette could do for both men and women, using Willie as a sort of something to drape it around.
Look, I think they unveiled the new Olympic, the Beijing, the new Olympic uniforms this year. And you know what they lack? They lack a model of the stature of Willie Mason. I mean, our actual Olympians did their best to sort of make those colours look good, but I think Willie might be the first person to actually make green and gold go together.
Yeah.
In a way as if a designer meant them to. Finally, very exciting news in the world of boxing. I know you touched on a bit of boxing earlier, HG, but the icing on the boxing cake this week was Jeff Fenech is in talks to do a reality TV show in the lead-up to his bout with Azuma Nelson. Now, the program would follow him, this is Jeff, in his training and day-to-day life over 6 episodes. Now, is 6 episodes enough?
No.
I mean, Jeff's not the fastest talker in the world, and I think I can imagine a scenario where poor Jeff's just trying to get one sentence out, and that's 30 minutes gone. That's an episode.
Or one idea.
One idea.
Yeah.
One word.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's right.
I can see this as a 42-week, 6 years for the next decade series.
Would the 2020 Summit sort of feel as though they could plug in on it?
Look, we can get a hold of Ignatius Upton and Andrew Upton and prosecute the cause of the Jeff Fenech reality series, because this would be the sort of show that Nine wouldn't be forced to axe after 2 weeks, because I think it could go for centuries.
Yes, MGMT, and Kids is the title of the track. MGMT and Oracular Spectacular on the Life on Triple J.
6 dramatic lithographs make up one magic over of great areas from super spinner Brad Hogg in the second test versus India at the famous Sydney Cricket Ground. Great Areas George includes a piece of Brad's shirt worn during the over and a microchipped call of each ball by Tubby, Heels and Slats, which springs into life whenever anyone walks within 3 metres of the panel. Great Areas George is limited to an edition of 812 units and is officially licensed by Cricket Australia, authentication by PricewaterhouseCoopers, and available now at www.officialmemorabilia.com.au. The cost, just $812 plus postage and handling. Call now or miss out.
Holiday makers stuck for somewhere to take the caravan this Christmas? The kids had enough of Dreamworld and Wet n Wild on the Gold Coast? You want somewhere familiar and cheap, yet entirely different and close to home. That's why this year you'll be making a beeline for new old Melbourne town in Bexley. This award-winning theme park is set on 47 hectares and has everything you love about Victoria. See Ned Kelly robbing Glenrowan Bank. See Peter Layla raise the Southern Cross at the Eureka Stockade, and see the Ballarat Gold Rush every hour. And when you've had enough of the sights, you can eat yourself silly for $500 at Federation Square House, opposite the full-scale replica of Flinders Street Station. Then when the little ones are sick of walking, hop on a tram and watch Rod Laver Arena whiz by. That's new old Melbourne town Bexley, Australia's newest theme park. It's more real than the real thing.
So, you thought all Olympic pools were the same. Wrong, wrong and wrong. Swim sensation Petria Thomas, now free of Olympic commitments, has put together a pool package with Harvey World Travel that takes interested Australians to 117 pools throughout the South Island of New Zealand. Beginning in windy Wellington, swim your way across the Canterbury Plains and into the famed open-air sea baths at Christchurch. And fear not, camera buffs, there'll be plenty of time for sightseeing. Petria has organised a post-swim warm-down in the hot tubs of Rotorua with special guests Chris and Lance Cairns. Just log on to www.iwantaswimnewzealand with Petria Thomas and HarveyWorldTravel.com and follow the prompts to the pools of the Pacific Tour.
Well, Chris, the one big question obviously is Barry. What I was hoping to get to was maybe a few thoughts on how Barry should spend his time. I noticed in the papers is that having got the 7 weeks, obviously the wrist is now under control, and the coach of the Sydney Swans, Paul Roos, has denied suggestions, the leadership group. I'm not sure who's left in the leadership group.
Who is the leadership group?
Well, a couple of Bolts, Jude Bolton, obviously, the guy who plays in the middle, the Buddhist warrior, Kirk. And obviously maybe not Nick Davis because he's a bit considered not as steady as some of the others.
Yeah, but Hall was kind of the ideas man within the leadership group. He was your co-chair of the steering committee, right. If you draw an analogy.
If the Swans were having the 2020 summit, I think Barry would organise it.
And I think the summit's poorer for not just having a session devoted to the Swans.
The leadership group won't be finding Barry, I can guarantee that, because they've never fined another player for doing anything else. I'm not quite sure what he means here, Roosie. They'll treat Barry as they've treated other indiscretions at the football club. So to talk of fines is just ridiculous. Hall's likely to be sidelined from 6 to 10 because of the wrist injury. AFL representative Sydney Human Resources yesterday went to ANZ Stadium to look at the area fencing which Hall hit.
Now, the wrist injury is to the non-offending hand.
It is, the non-offending hand.
That's just irony, isn't it?
They call it the Karma Footy Bus.
Oh, the poetic justice.
Poetic justice, that's right. It was completely inappropriate that a player get injured in that way in the game. If you saw the way it happened, if he hadn't struck Staker, he certainly would miss him. It would be the massive story of the week, him hitting the wrist, because he's out for between 8 and 10 weeks.
That was worth like 20 pages of the sports section in itself.
Oh, it would.
Just that. But then when you add what the other wrist has been up to, then suddenly there's not much room for any world news.
That's absolutely right. And do you know what? I didn't see one diagram on the wrist, on the obviously the damaged wrist. I would have liked to have seen a diagram indicating Barry and some forces and the distance he had to run. It appeared to me that he threw himself at the fence of justice, hoping, of course, to knock himself out so as the sympathy would move from Stakes over to him. It appeared to me that he, I don't want to speak ill of a person who's obviously hurting, but if in another situation, another circumstance, he may have been able to pull himself up, but he threw himself at the fence of justice to have something, I suppose, in which to balance on one hand, as you point out, the irony of what the other hand had done. He hurt himself in the way that, obviously, he could have had things going horribly wrong.
It's almost a biblical parable, isn't it?
Biblical parable, that's fantastic. Now, speaking of that, obviously he's out for a while. What does he do with his time? He's sitting there, obviously can only wipe with one hand, but once he's done that, he can actually get out and about and engage with the community. I think if the Swans made him do a bit of community service, the Swans Brains Trust, the Bolts and, obviously Kirk.
What, picking up litter or scrubbing off graffiti?
Both very good choices. Picking up litter, I like that. And visibly, somewhere, say, in the middle of, say, Swanston Street in Melbourne, with a big sign on the back, I'm Barry Hall, I'm picking up litter.
Would that pose stress to the hand to engage it with the litter of Swanston Street, unless you use one of those sort of spikes? Oh, the clippers. Even that, there'd have to be a pressure applied when squeezing the clippers in the right hand.
May not be able to. But I like the idea of the graffiti, where he could get on some sort of painting over graffiti. And
paint over graffiti and maybe punch out a few graffiti artists, if he catches them in the act.
So he'd be on night patrol. with the graffiti bus.
As anyone, while we're,
Now, you had a story you mentioned off air that he's out of a relationship in the moment and he may be able to spend the time getting back on the job.
Look, there have been rumours, I think, in the News Limited press that the suspension is a blessing in disguise for what he lacks on the sporting field he's making up for in the bedroom. I think he's got a new beau, a new girl who lives in Melbourne.
Right.
And now, previously, that obviously entailed quite a bit of travelling between his home base of Sydney and Melbourne to exercise the courtship at all. But now that he's got a bit more time in his hands, he can base himself down to really...
get to know her.
To get to know her and get to know himself, because the heart's not the most trained muscle for most footballers. They're physically perfect people. You know, every other tendon and muscle, sinew is absolutely shining and just rippling. But the heart's often forgotten. So this actually may be the best 7 weeks of his life. I know he's not only is he sort of exercising an appendage downstairs that hadn't seen much action in the weights room before, but he's now, you know, I think he's discovered Underbelly on Channel 9. He'd never heard about this new hit show. I think he's hiring DVDs of Curb Your Enthusiasm and just rediscovering life and what it's really about. And I think he'll come out of this and not want to play football. Like 7 weeks will be up and he'll go, no, sorry, Paul Roos, I've discovered there's other things. Romance, flowers, poetry.
Now, look, two things. Is there any suggestion that the breakup of the relationship caused him to become... more, I don't know how to put it,
aggressive?
More aggressive upstairs. Frustrated. And the other thing is the problem with the needle in the haystack. Now, I know he's on a search for a needle in the haystack, trying to work out what made him do it, which is obviously a full-time occupation himself under the swing and watch. And I'm just wondering whether these two things are in some way caused him trouble, i.e. the breakup of the relationship. All of a sudden he's out in the middle of a footy field without that security at home. Suddenly he thinks, well, you know, I might as well take somebody out with me because I'm having a lousy time when I'm not playing footy. And then the needle in the haystack concept. I know you've spent a lot of time looking for needles in haystacks. How do you think that's going to go for him?
Look, I mean... Yeah, well, look, to take the first one first, I mean, there's no question. Barry Hall was a man hurting when he took the field last weekend. He was off his game even prior to the incident. He looked like a different... player. I almost didn't recognise him when he came on. I said, is that Barry Hall?
No, I know.
You know, the ball skills weren't there, his kicking was off, and then when that left hand came out, that was almost the QED, a priori proof that we needed that the man wasn't altogether there, and we can blame love. When you look at some of the great conflicts in history, you might be going back to Genghis Khan.
Or Napoleon,
Adolf's work in World War II. It was always... over women.
That's right.
There'd be no Holocaust if Adolf knew how to get a root.
The Sleepy Jackson, and from WA's Sleepy Jackson, the CD's called Personality, and You Needed More. You needed more on the Life on Triple J. Just a couple of footy scores to get on with. In the early game at I think it might be the MCG, Melbourne v Carlton, three-quarter time, or not quite three-quarter time, sometime in the third quarter anyway, 4-8-32 the Ds, and Carlton 12-10-82. So 50 points up the Carlton side. In the other one, the Western Bulldogs are 4-10-34, Richmond 4-2-26 in the second quarter. Now, just before I go on, I know the World Youth Day is coming. I just mentioned the Ds and they're having a terrible season. And at the moment, it's roughly three-quarter time they're in trouble again. Look, can I say that one thing I'd like to see is the Pope, when he comes to World Youth Day, have maybe a chance to get down to Melbourne and meet with the Melbourne Demons. Now, I know Paul McNamee is the head of the Demon organisation at the moment, the CEO. I'd love to think he's got a message through to the Vatican saying, Your Holiness, we're the Demons. Sure, you don't like being associated with demons, but it might do your PR image good if you did briefly.
Come and give them a motivational talk.
Motivational talk. I couldn't have put it better myself. He might add a funny line like, we're at 646. 6-4, Jollymont Parade, Albert Park, i.e. next door to the Beast, all that sort of stuff,
yes.
you know, that sort of stuff.
And
then when His Holiness is there, arrives in the Pope Mobile, demons lined up, Pope gets out, shows him how to, say, do a drop punt correctly. Yeah. Something like that, we'd be worded up beforehand. Presented with the Melbourne Guernsey. Could you see that working? Is that the sort of publicity that people would like to see?
Do the demons speak Latin? What do you think? His Holiness, I mean...
What an interesting question.
As far as I know, His Holiness...
I didn't realise he doesn't have to speak Latin now, necessarily. What do they call it, the Tridentine Mass, or whatever it is?
Oh, I'm not up to date with the latest
No,
Vatican
what I mean
Lingua.
was in a Latin Mass, there's a whole movement that want to take the church back to Latin Masses and all that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
well, I know Mel Gibson's been a huge advocate
for that,
of
they
that
meet
kind
in
of thing.
secret homes and stuff like that. But what I was more getting to is the idea of visiting celebrities, hooking up with AFL players, somehow indicating the larger issues, i.e. God is on your side, demons.
Absolutely. Look, I think His Holiness could only bring good fortune to the demons. I mean, they're having an incredible run of outs, and I think prayers are just about all they've got left. So if Ratzinger can come and... I don't know who he follows. I actually thought he was a North Melbourne man, but...
well, I hadn't heard that, but, you know, I mean, I just liked the idea of the church getting behind the worst team. You know, you know, it's all very well, you know, blessed are they, etc., etc., etc. I see that. Blessed are, you know, those who are bottom of the ladder. When the Pope's in town, he pops in for a motivation.
Absolutely. I mean, the Catholic Church, when they're on their game, have always been about supporting the meek, the less advantaged. And if there's anyone who's disadvantaged in the AFL competition, it's surely the Melbourne Demons.
Now,
I'd like to... Oh, sorry, actually, I was just going to say, I think... there's a lot of lessons from the Bible that could be applied in the same way that fishes and loaves were multiplied to great effect by our Saviour Lord Jesus. Surely goals and pulling penalties could be multiplied. Sure, you might be given one or two by the referee to use, but then if you could turn that to your advantage and capitalise and pull like 1,000 penalties.
What a lovely idea.
These are the sort of things that if Jesus was playing today, I think he'd be a demon.
That's great. Listen, can I just say, look, this person remained a mystery to me for many, many years now, but he's back with us from the 1920s, of course.
Oh, this is a fantastic story.
A certain person who's dead but will be coming with the Pope, supposedly, is going to appear, I think, at World Youth Day. And certainly...
Yeah, Pier Giorgio Frassati.
Yes, were you familiar with this bloke's work?
Look, I wasn't familiar with Pier Giorgio Frassati, but since learning that he's going to be the special guest of honour at World Youth Day, I've become a Frassati freak. For those that don't know, Pier Giorgio Frassati is dead. But
died in the 20s.
He died quite
young, 23 or 24.
In 1925, but that hasn't been a disincentive to World Youth Day organisers to bring him out as a special keynote speaker. Now, I don't know, I think it's his first time in Australia.
Yes.
And I think it's a first for World Youth Day to have a dead guest. But I think it's a brilliant idea, and I mean, I don't know how they're bringing him out. I don't know if they're exhuming the body and just dragging that around Randwick Racecourse in between speeches and
races.
Who do I think isn't His Holiness Ratzinger doing the mass out at Randwick?
Yes.
So you could maybe during the fourth race there you have Sebring take on the dead body that's been dragged around Weekend at Bernie's style. And kids go up and, you know...
pull a bit off.
or pull it along. So maybe you drag it off a cart, or like have it, put some ropes on it, strapped to a horse, and kids could ride the horse and drag the dead body. Now, I don't know if it'll just be the body that they're wheeling around Australia, or whether he'll be in a more refined coffin. Or something like
I understand you would be able to see him. I mean, this beggars belief. He was a keen smoker from pictorial references that I've seen.
Yeah, no wonder he died.
That's neither here nor there. And, to coin a phrase, he's been cracked and boxed, but not buried, you assume. Because if he was buried, they would have forgotten about him, and obviously the ants and worms would have got into him, and he must be being preserved in something.
No, look, apparently he's in incredibly good nick. He looks so healthy, he looks better than the Pope.
The Black Keys and the dabs of Danger Mouse all over it. Strange Times. Attack and Release, the title of the CD. Look, the Frassati appearance.
The dead Frassati. Let's not forget that key.
Word. His appearance
it's a pity they couldn't get him out a little earlier for the summit. I'm sure he would have brought something to the Talkfest in Canberra this weekend. Now, I don't know if there would have been a lot of talking from the Frassati camp, but just being there, I think he would have inspired a lot of wisdom in the room, and I think someone like David Marr or
David Marr would have got a good interview.
Tim Costello would have
pulled something out.
Yeah, they would have really got some good ideas and got a summit going from being okay to special.
Yeah. Can I ask, though, with Frassati coming, who else might be able to hook onto the Pope Frassati caravan?
Well, I wonder if they're adding the deceased people to the bill.
Joan of Arc? I'm not sure where Joan is at the moment, as in...
Kept. Well, I think she was burned, so sort of largely cremated, so you couldn't run her in the fourth alongside Frassati, unless you just had an urn being dragged along by a couple of horses ridden by kids. But look, I think Joan of Arc would be absolutely fit the bill. And the problem with these World Youth Days in the past, and a lot of Catholic meetings, they've been too many alive people.
Mm-hmm.
They've been bogged down by people with vitality and breath. And
I know.
Whereas if we get a few more dead people in, then I think we get closer to where the church actually is these days. And I would think Joan of Arc, even our own Mary MacKillop.
Oh, Mary MacKillop, yes,
I'd love to see her exhumed and brought out. Just put on display, maybe in the mile windows throughout World Youth Day.
Now, listen, I'll give
you can move, like, somehow mechanically engineer the corpse.
As in...
Like the Christmas windows, so Mary's sort of handing out food to some poor people or something. So it's the real corpse, but it's a little bit of mechanical manipulation. Yes, very good.
Can I suggest Charlton Heston? He's not long dead.
Yes.
I'm not sure of his religious persuasion, but let's say he was...
Well, he played a religious person in Moses.
That's exactly what I mean.
I think if he was a method actor, enough would have seeped in that he could. He'd be a wonderful contribution. I mean, I know they're planning to reenact the Stations of the Cross.
I know, isn't that weird too? They've cast it already.
They've cast it.
How would you be being Jesus or Mary Magdalene or even Pontius Pilate in that wheeze? You'd be nervous, you'd be shitting yourself, hoping you get your lines right.
Actors need work, and it's a dream come true. I know Megan Gale was devastated she missed out on the role of Mary Magdalene, but she was committed to Wonder Woman at the time, but then that fell over and it was just a havoc. But look, yes, so the Stations of the Cross is going ahead, but wouldn't it be beautiful if you could reenact the entire Ten Commandments as well, with the corpse of Charlton Heston? Like just a dead body holding up a couple of tablets. Yes. I don't know how you do that. Maybe you have a couple of these actors that didn't get the roles maybe in the Station of the Cross, just sort of propping him up, wearing black, so they're kind of...
With the beard stuck back on.
Yeah, all of that. I think there's room to reenact a lot of religious films, even Mel's own Passion of the Christ. I would have
in Aramaic?
In Aramaic, with a little bit of your fancy Latin, your old school Latin and Aramaic, all bunged on, and just school kids and unemployed actors pouring blood all over people in the streets of Sydney to capture the spirit of that film.
You know Sydney pretty well, Chris. Your Stations of the Cross. I've always sort of had trouble working out whether, you start off with the Garden of Gethsemane. I'm going to struggle here because I'm not as literate with the Bible as I should be.
I think the Garden of Gethsemane
would you call that the Botanical Garden?
Oh, well, they might. I think it'd be actually...
That's the end, of course.
Sorry. That's your start point, your
start
garden.
Point.
That's where he spent the night before, up all night, because he knew he had to die the next day. So he was a little bit sleepless. So you'd go from Botanical Gardens. I think you'd then...
down, say, Lady Macquarie's Drive, if that's what that's called, and then past the Art Gallery in New South Wales.
More scenic than Christ's original route, but that's a bonus.
That's right. Now, would you have somebody on the steps of the art gallery saying, "Get off your bludger"? They'd obviously be jeering.
Throwing stones.
Throwing stones.
Poking him.
As he struggled with the cross.
All that kind of thing.
And would you have dignitaries at that point and maybe Frassati there as well?
Well, where do you introduce Frassati? You don't want to lead off with him too early, because he's your climax. When you've got this dead person to work with, you don't want to blow off too early with him. I'd reserve him for about the 7th or 8th of the stations.
And have you got any idea where Pilate comes into it, or where they hook up with the thieves?
We'll go with Pilate. I think it's on the corner of Liverpool and is it Victoria Street there in Darlinghurst?
Elizabeth and Liverpool.
Might be up
Good
there.
Corner there. They've got a train station there to get the crowd in and out.
Yep.
And they'd be able to easily use Hyde Park to great advantage.
Absolutely. And then I think you probably want to bend your way out to Homebush. In fact, you could maybe... you obviously want to take it through King's Cross, because there'd be a lot of rugby league identities who, don't want to miss out on the spectacle. So you'd sort of dogleg it through the cross. But then if you then hook up with the Blue Marathon line, which people don't believe you when you tell them this.
I know.
The Sydney Olympic Marathon Blue Line is still on the streets of Sydney.
It's not completely there.
Very analogous with Christ's original route. So if you sort of did the Blue Line all the way out to Homebush and then did maybe crucify them in the middle of Homebush Stadium.
But we're a long way from Randwick here. How are they going to get back to Randwick? See, I see the finishing post at Randwick as your locale for your big finish. The three of them strung up there. I don't know whether
in a photo, like the three of them, you got to.
It'd be a camera finish. Yes.
And you'd get Frassati to judge it.
That's right.
If he could just knock one
on the lid of the coffin.
Yeah.
Now, look, I've got a lot of other parts of this story. Where would the Pontius Pilate, telling the crowd, who do you want? Who do you want to kill? Again, my knowledge of the Bible is very scant, but isn't it a choice between Christ and Barabbas? Where does that happen in this? Or is that earlier?
No, that is, you're absolutely right. That is earlier. That's before he was sentenced, because they traditionally always pardoned one of the prisoners, and I think Barabbas got off, much to Christ's misfortune. But I would be doing that. Well, could you do that as a sort of... I don't want to make it too Sydney-centric, so maybe give Brisbane a go of doing the Barabbas-Christ standoff.
Lovely.
And bring in...
Lovely.
Who could you bring in up there? I mean, you'd have...
Lady Joe?
Lady Flo Jo, what a beautiful thought. Where do they film Gladiators? Because that cauldron would be sort of... very versatile and adaptable. Gladiators sets.
Yeah.
I don't know where
Cooter and Thunder and all them involved.
Have them involved to bring a sort of...
a couple of prisoners out.
An apt gladiatorial vibe to the Barabbas-Christ standoff.
Very good.
That's not bad. So you do that in Brizzy out of town, then you bring your Stations of the Cross through Sydney and... if we can get Barry Hall on community service to pick up all the litter through Sydney, then it'll be a beautiful postcard to send to the rest of the world.
Yes, Faker, and this Heart Attack remix, that's the Grafton Primary School remix.
I think Frassati had a hand in...
he did, he just sat on the...
In the synths. They just lay him down on top of the keyboard. And luckily the right notes came out. And that's Frassati for you, isn't it?
Oh, no, pure genius.
Why hasn't Frassati been made a saint yet? Or is that, you think that's... Is that the sort of cat that's going to be let out of the bag come World Youth Day in Sydney?
Okay.
Is that going to be the actual canonisation of the guy?
Right. Now, the miracle is the problem. The miracle.
Well, he's a dead person performing to crowds of 1,000. If that's not miracle...
No, I understand what you mean entirely.
This guy could play Madison Square Garden on a quiet Tuesday.
Yeah, that's right, and fill it up.
Yeah.
What I think is, I think obviously they would be looking to canonise, and it wouldn't surprise me that they pulled a rabbit out of the hat. So something like... I think Mary McKillop's very close to canonisation.
Yeah. It's a long waiting list.
Huge waiting list. There's millions of people on it.
It's like people complain about getting membership to the MCG. It's about a 10-year wait. But if you want to be a saint, then take a number and wait for 20 at least.
I know. And then the miracles, these miracles, you see. I would say the Frassati appearance at World Youth Day is a miracle.
That is a miracle. The thing with Frassati is he didn't actually perform any miracles at all when he was alive, but by God, he's performed some when he's dead.
Away.
He's been a workaholic on the miracle front since he carked it.
And now it might be time for a fat, the first fat of the afternoon on Triple J's This Sporting Life.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny O'Keefe. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, it's another terrific prize, King. As you'd expect, we've got a copy of Limelight magazine.
Which edition's that, H2?
This is, a good question, but I can give people an idea. It's got a terrific item by David Stratton, his guide to Italian cinema and his top 5 film picks in Limelight. That's really good. Travel Notes explores fashion and food from the northern, obviously, Italy to the southern tip, so that's great. In the Hall of Fame, they've inducted Pavarotti, Bocelli, Bartoli and Stradivarius, but what I like is André Rieu welcomes you to his hometown, so that's going to be great. And André Rieu is coming not to be here as part of World Youth Day, but not long afterwards.
Well, he's too alive.
And he's building a city here, isn't it? Some aspect of Vienna that he's going to build entirely to play in while he's here. It's going to be great. We've also got the hottest 100, not from 1976, as I rudely suggested last week, but the current one. That's volume 15. We've got Inside Carlton, and Carlton are actually well in front of the D's. Another minor miracle for both teams. Inside Carlton there, so you can up to date with that. And the Heritage Rounder of the Bible, the Rugby League Week. So it's a great prize, women only, who can answer the following question. Chris?
Yes. Name 3 historical identities whose love life led to devastating historical consequences.
Beautifully put. Read it again, Chris.
Name 3 historical identities whose love life led to devastating historical consequences.
That number is 1300 0555 36. Women only. Phone now. Another one. Hot heat. Give up. From Happiness Limited, and there's a little note to me to watch the ending. And who are we talking to today, Chris?
Yes, we're talking to Bridget from Wodonga. Good afternoon, Bridget.
Good afternoon, Chris and HG.
How are you doing? How's your 2020 summit? Are you watching on the TV?
No.
Because I think ABC TV might be carrying it online as a webcast.
Wow.
I know a lot of people have put aside the weekend to follow every session. I'm waiting for the DVD. I think they're going to release a
12-box set.
12-box set, or for the slower people, a best of. Just the 4-hour best of the summit in ABC stores in time for Father's Day. So don't panic.
I was actually hoping they would, condense it down and have, an essence of the summit. Maybe one sentence. Oh, I've been invaded by children. I'll have to run away. That's what I was hoping for, like an essence and just a one-line summary so we'd all feel good about ourselves.
An essence of summit. I like that. It sounds like a
fragrance.
A fragrance that you could open up and just smell young Ignatius Upton.
The smell of Blanchette.
That's right. Oh, yes.
Look, now, it probably could... Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, probably could be summed up. I'm just reading the politics of the summit to date, and I haven't been across all the sessions this afternoon, but it seems like a bit of a smokescreen to get the Republic back on the agenda. I think a new government is wanting to use these citizens, these delegates appointed to the steering committees, to raise the issue of a republic because they didn't have the courage to themselves. And they're going to say the people have spoke on the question. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Republic's the big headline item out of this 2020 summit.
Well, maybe that'll be the essence. We're going to become the Republic. That'll be it. Very simple, very easy for the masses to understand.
Do you think Barry Hall would make a good first president?
He'd be uncompromising if things went wrong.
Maybe when he's finished his time off, thinking, getting in touch with his inner feminine side, maybe then.
Right, beautifully summed up, beautifully summed up. What I find difficult, though, is that the best they can do? Obviously other things are going on. Maybe they're more complicated ideas like, I don't know, I was trying to think of some way of, they're thinking about new sources of powering cars, for instance, or the orbital engine. It does actually work after all. But the only idea that they come up seems with very old idea, like let's have a republic. Not that I'm against it or for it at the moment.
It's an old idea.
It's an old idea.
You didn't need to take 1,000 of our best and brightest to come up with an old idea.
Including Kate Blanchett and Hugh Jackman and Reece Muldoon.
Yeah.
Well, hasn't Kate Blanchett put the pressure on all us mothers,
Yes.
First one weekend, 2020 summit. I've been pretending to be the perfect mother today by sewing library bags for my children.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Out of old recycled clothing.
Wow, that's tremendous.
I just want to lay it down there that I am being the perfect mother.
What sort of colours have you gone for with the library bag?
One version for my son is a lovely bright red and blue striped corduroy on one side, and on the other side a teal blue with a darker blue stripe. And they were 2 shirts my husband used to have. Looks great.
Now, the teal blue, they're not Port Power supporters, are they?
No.
Oh, good.
And what sort of books might we find in the library bags? They got Mr. Cricket, the Michael Hussey autobiography, criminally overlooked at this year's Miles Franklin Award.
I think they've actually passed that level of reading. My son's up to level 28 now. So,
right.
He is a grade 2er. Right. And they like to keep pushing them up to the next level. So he probably missed that. It should have been out when he was in prep, but it wasn't.
Often when we talk, Bridget, about footballers doing good things in the community, especially rugby league footballers, they go to schools and help the kids with their reading. Have any prominent members of the community popped into the school and helped out?
No, look, it's mainly been prominent parents.
I bet the parents are put in.
Yeah, the parents. I don't think we've had any ring-ins.
Isn't that disappointing?
No one I know. No great sports stars, I don't think.
Right. Did you have any ideas or submissions for the summit yourself, Bridget? If there was one idea you wanted to...
library bags out of shirts, for instance.
Library bags.
Look, I think that could have been it. You know, library bags out of second-hand shirts.
I mean, Rudd made such a thing at the last election of giving every kid a computer in their schools, but where are the library bags?
Where are the library bags, precisely, and the books to go into the library bags? I think that's another good idea. You know, we're all set now with the bags.
I wonder if we can get this through to Andrew Upton and Ignatius Blanchett to raise before, I think they close in a few hours' time, in time for Gladiators tonight, but... they've got a breaking down to catch the Dubbo races, but we'll try and get those ideas through so library bags can be put on the agenda at 2020.
And how many levels, sorry Bridget, how many levels to go? Your son, you said, was at level 28. How many levels to go before he finishes school?
Oh, look, I think just in second grade it goes up to 32, and then it's this, you know... The world's his oyster, really. Any book he wants, he can pick up and read.
Ah, fabulous.
He might want to go back and read some of these, you know, cricketing-type things, but I can't say I'd be encouraging it myself.
No, that's more of a primary level, like infant level. But
well, you know, I want his vocabulary to be fairly rich and his writing style to be interesting.
You might introduce him to the shortly to be released tell-all expose of the Australian TV industry, Boned. Have you heard about Boned? Written by Anonymous.
I actually, one of the reasons we don't have the 2020 on TV is I try and avoid the children having too much exposure to it because of, you know...
No, I understand. You want to read them as a fresh story without it, you know, cramped up by an image of what Eddie Maguire's like.
No, look, they get ABC Kids TV on a Sunday morning, and that's about it.
Right.
Okay,
and even some of that I'm a bit questionable about, but that, you know, they can have free range on that, but then after that it's off.
So they'd be very excited about Reece Muldoon's inclusion on one of the panels at the summit, being they'd be fans of his work on Play School.
I think they've actually grown out of Play School now, but I didn't actually know he was on there.
No, Reece is there. I think he's advocating a vision for the Play School in the year 2020. He's got big ideas for Jemima and the Big Ted.
Did Big Ted get onto the 2020?
Oh, sadly overlooked, Big Ted.
Look, I know he applied, but...
He's not a statesman. He should be there.
He should be.
I know. Or at least one of the windows, like the arch window, just there in the room.
Now, Bridget, there's so many good ideas, but Chris should set out the question for you,
yes.
And we'll see if we can get this prize to you.
Bridget, for the first fat of the afternoon. Name 3 historical identities whose love life led to devastating historical consequences.
Genghis Khan, Napoleon and Hitler, and probably anybody else who's ever involved in starting a war.
Very good.
Really good. Okay. Spot on. Rugby League Week, the Limelight magazine, including the honorary, welcome you to the hometown Inside Carlton and the Hottest 100 DVD. The number 15, they'll be in the mail to you before the reading bags come back with their library books, or the library bags come back with their books full. And in the meantime, Bridget, thanks very much for being part of this special Summer Years edition of This Sporting Life.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye now. Joy, 3 on the trot there on Triple J. Started off with Rocket Science from Melbourne. New album from The Science. Part of the 2020 Summit Fallout in July. And that's Sex Call from Eternal Holiday. In the middle it was Cog, our feature album, Cog, feature here on Triple J. No surprises. Best album, some say, in the last 15 years. Cog and Sharing Space. And that tune was called Say Your Last Goodbye. And finally, the rather soulful musings and stylings of Flight of the Conchords. The most beautiful girl in the room from Flight of the Conchords. Obviously the band, title, album, same, all that. Anyway, they were 3 on the trot. Rocket Science, Cog, and Flight of the Conchords on the Life on Triple J.
At New Old Melbourne Town, every second week is Bush Week. Come on out and hear Maui Mal's bicycle band thumping out cobber classics like Diamond Peg, I Was a Salty Bumboat Boy, and their latest hit, Sad Ned. See young George Gearside, the old smithy, make a pound of nails in the twinkling of an eye, using the family forge that has not been turned off in 56 years. Eat fresh damper pulled from hot coals with lashings of homemade jam and wash it down with genuine billy tea that has been swung 3 times round Grandad Desi's head. Dance yourself senseless when legendary country caller Stumpy McGuinness, the man with the loose toe, barks the call for the butter beef jerky jig. That is all in Bush Week, every second week at New Old Melbourne Town, Bexley. It's better than the real thing.
Is your kid a harebrained loose cannon, i.e. a Willie Mason type? Well, just look at Willie now. He's a senior, well-respected, premiership-winning member of the rugby league community. Who turned Willie around? Former Nine newsreader Jim Whaley. That's who. Jim managed to get Willie to sit still and listen for an hour's intensive one-on-one. And Jim can do the same for your runaway 25-pounder. Like Willie, you'll be saying, "Thanks, Jim."
I Needed That is a lithograph that records Chris Rogers' first drinks break wearing the baggy green. This lithograph, personally signed by Chris, features the whole Australian team gathered round the drinks cart with umpire Billy Bowden on the second day of the famous Perth third test won by India. Chris stands completely at ease between Phil Jacques and Sean Tate. I Needed That is limited to an edition of 812 units and is officially licensed by Cricket Australia. Authentication by PricewaterhouseCoopers and available now at www.officialmemorabilia.com.au. The cost? Just $812 plus postage and handling.
And just a couple of quick round of footy scores. Look, the big one underway at the moment, I think, at Telstra Dome is the Richmond Tigers versus the Western Bulldogs. And at the moment, it does appear that the score is about Bullies 79, Richmond 72. In the other one, the early game, Carlton just, they got a bit of a fright partway through, but they steadied. And they got 15-11, 101, and Melbourne, sadly, their tilt powdered, and they came up with a bit short on the Blues and only managed to get, I think, 9 goals, 14.
The Demons gone down again.
Demons gone down again.
I think they need His Holiness as soon as possible.
Yes.
Well, as many Catholics dead or alive to come and talk to them as quickly as possible.
Now, in the big one, the reenactment of the first game ever of rugby league. This is
at the SCG this afternoon.
It's a fantastic match. The West Tigers in a traditional old-fashioned strip. They're 6 with a Chris Hainton try, but surprising as halftime approaches in the reenactment, the Rabbits, wait for it, 10 Rabbits in front. Chapman and Rogers have gone over in the 21st and 27th minute, and both were converted. One of them was converted, sadly. The 22nd minute one was converted. The 27th minute, that would have been 28 when the conversion took place, sadly went astray. So the score, approaching half-time, Tigers 6, Rabbits 10.
Well, that is interesting, HG, because of course, South and the Demons have been respective wooden spooners in the league in the AFL. And I'm interested to see in that score, the Rabbits have turned that around, unlike the Demons are able to, because they do have God on their side. I don't know if you've seen the reports this week, but Russell Crowe, the new owner of the South Sydney Rabbitohs, is very keen to get the team and the club on the whole interested in religion, and they want to build one of these mega churches, a Hillsong mega church.
70,000 people.
70,000? So it's bigger than Redfern Park.
Redfern Park pales into insignificance.
Redfern Park's a puddle.
Yeah, it's going to take over most of Redfern.
It's this is religion-led rugby league, and it's interesting that the losers on the ladder are the ones turning to God in these desperate times. But it seems to be paying off.
It does.
How long before we see a sort of a church-dominated competition where we've got where players only of faith are entitled to pull on the Guernsey?
Only of faith. I love that term, only of faith. But let's not forget that the Catholic Church has been a great supporter of rugby league, especially through the schools, right across New South Wales, right across Brisbane.
Yep.
Brisbane, a lot of players.
Maris Brothers,
De La Salle, all those great nurseries of rugby league players, no matter what part of Australia the schools were erected in. And I've got to say is that what a fascinating idea. The Rabbits and Hillsong,
Can it work?
Yeah. No danger mouse in sight there. That's the Rowdies' Silence and Little Girl Lost from Things to Learn. Perth band in the big one, yes, now the Richmond Tigers have thrown down the gauntlet. 90 plays 79. They're about 11 points up with Richo getting a big goal. But even in bigger news is the problems of the Knights v the Roosters. The Knights, it's all over at, I think, Blue Tongue Park. We were talking about this before on the Central Coast. The Knights playing virtually a home game. 34, Roosters 20. A boil over. An absolute boil over. I haven't got an idea of what they were, predicted to get, but that's a very big score there. The Knights.
Has that game finished, HG?
It has finished. Right. It has finished. That's full time, 80 minutes. And in the other one must be half time, I think, in the other big one, the reenactment, the West Tigers 6, Souths 10 when we last had a look. And so it's a round of upsets.
It is. It is.
Now, coming back to the problems of Hillsong Church and obviously the Rabbits, could the Rabbits go out maybe sponsored by Hillsong and then play teams that were from other denominations? Could you see that working? Like, let's say, as in the old days, I think I'm right in saying that the Fitzroy Club when I was in Melbourne, this is going back a long time, was a Protestant club, and the Catholic club was the Collingwood Club. And never obviously you chose your club according to your faith. Can you see it developing? And,
Look, I could. I mean, I think it's not too many years away when they'll no longer be referred to as the South Sydney Rabbitohs, will just be the Hillsong Rabbitohs. And, they'll bring out the wafer at half-time instead of oranges.
Yes.
They'll come in and probably play a couple of Christian rock ballads instead of the national anthem, because I know they love their Christian rock at these Hillsong mega churches.
And how about rewriting a club song along the lines of Glory, Glory? I think they're, Glory, Glory with the Rabbits sort of idea.
Yeah, but more Glory, Glory, our Saviour.
He's upstairs.
All of that.
Yeah.
All of that. I think...
if you want a conversion, it's all there. It's all waiting to be done. From the sideline, out wide on the sideline.
All of that. We'd probably be in Hillsong, you'd put around a collection plate among everyone at games. I think you'd have ATMs in each game, so people, if they want to have what do they call it, a tithe.
A tithe?
If they want to contribute to the club and by extension the church, that'd be wonderful. So I think... I think you will start to see young players coming out of schools choosing their clubs.
Could you see the
to faith,
LDS?
and fans doing the same.
Fans are...
And it'll get to this stage, I would have thought, that, it'll no longer be suburban boundaries that dictate all our league clubs and even our AFL clubs, but faiths. And I can see a day of an interfaith competition. And I don't want to restrict this to Christianity. We live in a multicultural society.
The 2020 Summit
That was a new idea that someone pitched at the 2020 Summit. How about we become a multicultural society? We got that one. We've got Republic, multicultural. Yep, okay, we're going through all the old ideas.
Really well, really well. Any other old ideas that are new again?
Well, what about Federation? Yep, we've got that covered. Given that we are a multicultural society, HG, I don't think we should limit this to Christianity. I can see you might have... the Canterbury might become a Muslim team.
Yes.
Why don't we even go with Beyond Borders and open this up to an international competition, so you'd have a Sunni rugby league team who'd obviously be, probably a touch of the Barry Halls, given their form in Baghdad this season.
Yes.
But you'd have Sunnis, you'd have a Jewish faith, both Hasidic and less Orthodox.
Yes.
Well, what sort of games on Sunday might be an issue for the Orthodox team?
We'd have a Friday night football.
Football.
Who obviously felt Friday was a better day.
Yeah, I think they like to eat a meal. I can't remember the name of the Friday night meal in the Jewish faith, but maybe after the meal they go out and play the game. And would they keep their hats on in the if they were the really Orthodox?
Well, headgear can be part of a rugby league ensemble.
You'd adapt it to a padded hat.
A padded hat.
Yeah.
Jonathan Thurston, I think, would be seen as leading the way there.
So you'd have a Jewish team, you'd have a Muslim team, you'd have Presbyterian.
Church of the Latter-day Saints?
Yes. Scientologists would be interesting.
Scientologists would be good?
Where do you...
Jay Travolta and Tom Cruise.
Tommy Cruise,
Exciting.
Kate Sobrano on the sidelines cheering on.
It's good.
Personality tests at half-time, all this kind of thing. It's... I think this is the future rugby league, because by God,
By God?
By God, I was going to say, yes, the sports side of things letting the league down these days. But if we can just sort of make it less about sport and more about religion, then I think people will start going back in droves.
Now, look, can I just say that a role for Frassati after should that happen after he's been appeared at World Youth Day? Could you see him as being the patron saint? Mascot. Not bad. Mascot.
Just sort of wheeled out, sort of laid down on the side of the ground of the Catholic team, presumably. I can see that, and maybe the grand final each year be brought out to award the best on ground. So you'd
Lovely,
sort of
the Frassati medal.
The Frassati medal. Now, I don't know what the medal would look like. Presumably, it would be sort of be a cast iron mould of the Frassati body, or would you? Or just something
that'd be quite heavy.
That would be a bit heavy. If it's
cast iron.
No, that would be. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know there's a merchandise stand at World Youth Day which is just selling cast iron moulds of the Frassati body. For those that can't get close to the real corpse, you can just get a
metal one.
A metal. I think it's bronzed.
Bronzed
Frassati, retailing for about $599. Plus GST. But look, I think these are all great ideas. I'd even have Frassati sing the anthem at the grand final each year, and I don't know how he's going to do it.
No, that's just for others to work out. These are just ideas we're throwing out there. Science will eventually solve all.
Absolutely.
That's a fantastic idea. Yes, Pinback. I was going to say something vaguely Beatlish. And Pinback, and Good to See, spelled S-E-A, and the title of the CD, should you want it, Autumn of the Seraphs. Pinback from the United States. Now, pictures are coming through of this historic match featuring the Balmain Tigers and the Rabbitohs, the Hillsong Rabbitohs, and the jumpers are as they were in 1908. It's incredible. It's just amazing. I only have to squint halfway, sideways, and I'm back there. It is amazing. It looks exactly like a good fist work there from a South player going in on the ball. And look, it's just uncanny, isn't it?
I guess if people at home just altered the knobs on their television and changed it from colour to black and white, you almost would be transplanted 60 years.
And the referees have got the long sleeves.
The
this is like
strip.
Birch Grove Oval, 1908, and the second row of the Kidwells swearing in exactly the same way as
just
you did
like
in
they did.
1908.
Yeah, I know.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And of course,
and I don't know if back then no one turned up to games, but that's certainly been recreated today. If that was the case, very poor turnout to this. Well, this historical reenactment.
Yeah,
I guess everyone's watching the summit at home.
This is the highlight of the year. The highlight of the year, Chris. Can I just say, there's several thousand people outside, not allowed to get in. Because obviously it'd ruin the reenactment that they had a full house.
They've had to be authentic to history because there only were about 12 people there at the original match.
When the bell was rung for the first time.
They've only let 12 in today to watch this history. But, he's going towards the line now.
Can I ask, are you worried about the ball? The ball looks nothing like what it was then.
That's the anomaly, isn't it? It's very modern.
It's got an advertising on it. It's white. It's a dimpled ball. It's waterproof.
Yeah. And the advertising hoarding around the perimeter of the ground. The Subway, that wasn't there in 107, 107 years ago, was it? No, I know the bread tastes a little stale, but I don't think it's 107 years old.
Now, there's a beautiful bit of work here as we're watching on replay now. The player busts the line and then, obviously, in two minds and sadly decides to get tackled. Now, look, speaking of rugby league, two terrific stories bobbed up this week. Often we refer to the good guys.
Is Frassati making a comeback?
No, not signed. He's unregistered at the moment. But when the Hillsong Rabbits are desperate, I'm sure they'll turn to Frassati. Now, a group of 8 Cronulla NRL squad members, doesn't say they're first team players, but doesn't matter, squad members, took a role of Easter Bunny. I know it's a bit late. I think we're 2 weeks...
Or even more, I think.
Yeah, from Easter. It doesn't matter. Squad members took the role of Easter Bunny and visited Southern Hospital recently to deliver Easter eggs and lift the spirits of those confined to their hospital beds.
Did they dress up?
As the Rabbits, look, they included Fraser Anderson, Brian Norrie, Adam Peake. They had Sharks posters and Easter treats to go along with well wishes for hospitals patients. The visit was part of the Sharks' ongoing endeavours to provide support to the local community and groups and initiatives. Yeah, that's a terrific idea, isn't it?
It's a lovely gesture. You do need to be careful, though.
Scaring people.
Yeah. Certain kids, I mean, irrespective of what condition they have or what ailment has brought them to be in a hospital, even a reasonably healthy kid can still get the fright of his life seeing when a group of rugby league players come in. I mean, they've read reports about all sorts of things happening in King's Cross late at night.
And the Sharks especially.
Especially the Sharks, HG. And, who's to say a nurse slips out of the ward briefly, who's to say there won't be a repeat of the Barry Hall incident inside the ward?
Now, put that on pause while you take on
Because
board.
players can't resist sometimes. They can't stop themselves. They've got problems in their love life. They go in there with every intention in the world just to cheer up a kid and give him a couple of eggs. Suddenly the left hook's coming out and then suddenly the kid's in the hospital for another 5 years.
I know.
Alongside David Leckie.
Yes, or the other way round is a doctor taps Barry on the back. You know.
Yeah.
And, of course, the kid's traumatised for life. People don't realise the effect. And sharks, I mean, I just wish they wouldn't travel as a group because a group of sharks is particularly worrying.
Well, a group of footballers at any time should be outlawed. Now, I think Julian Burnside's called for an end to...
2020 summit?
And the 2020 summit, Burnside's called for an end of lies. End of political lies. He wants it to be outlawed that politicians can no longer tell lies. I think if I can get on top of that and add to the Burnside submission, to outlaw rugby league players to go out in public in any number larger than 2.
Well, what an interesting bill that will be when it comes into Parliament, after, obviously, by the end of the year. Today we're debating what do we call the dissolution of rugby league travelling as a pack bill, along with law. Who's going to be Mr. Big in the lie front, though? Did he nominate Howell? We'd work out who would be lying.
It's a very difficult bill to prosecute because, of course, it has to be prosecuted by a politician, and it's not in their interest to get that bill up because, can we be trusted? Any politician talking to the argument when the argument itself is about not letting them tell lies, if you know what I mean. So I don't know who's going to take care of that. But who's the minister, I guess, in the current Rudd government most au fait with rugby league and pack mentalities? That'd be...
Well, there's Kate Ellis is the Minister of Sport. Yeah. That doesn't mean she's au fait with rugby league.
I think I'd rather Gillard take this one in to do the hard sell.
Okay,
I think.
Now, just moving on, but still with rugby league players, good guys. Dean Widders from the Rabbits. I don't know whether Dean's got a Guernsey today.
No, he's in Jesus Church. He's at Hillsong.
Yes, good.
He's
in addition to his tireless efforts with the community, Widders is also putting his hand up to support various NRL school-based initiatives. Now, you got them in hospital, at least in school they can run away from you. Alongside Tigers player Ryan O'Hara, Dean Widders, helped to recently launch the Learning with League program.
Rugby league people are encouraging people to learn.
I know, it's counterintuitive.
That is a new idea. The first new idea of the weekend.
That's right. Now, at St. Fiacres, I'm not sure of the Fiacre story. I hope that's correct pronunciation. Fiacre. It might be some weird...
St. Fiacres.
Well, I've never heard of St. Fiacre.
I'm not familiar with that.
The patron saint of rugby league.
Yeah. I wonder if he knew Frassati, St. Fiacre. They would have known each other.
Would have been 20s, yes.
Is St. Fiacre dead or alive?
Oh, I'd have to be dead.
He's dead.
Yeah.
So
she might be dead.
She might be a guest at the World Youth Day.
Now, Learning with League provides rugby league-themed lessons. It's very disturbing, isn't it? Very disturbing. Rugby league-themed lessons and practical activities to engage students in the classroom.
So is that like, so if you're trying to teach people about the Battle of the Somme, rather than teach it literally, you'd imagine it as a rugby league game. On the one hand, you've got the South Sydney Rabbitohs. On the other hand, you've got the German Warriors.
Yeah, and, that's right. Yeah. They're the Roosters.
Yeah. The halfway line, now that's what we call no man's land. The reason there was a lot of trenches there, a lot of mud and rain, was they're playing in the wet. So they use a rugby league analogy.
Beautiful.
Maybe in algebra, mathematics, they can do, Sally has 4 footballs. Ben wants 1. How many must Sally give to Ben? Yeah, exactly.
Now, Widders has also continued his involvement in the NRL One Community program, Rugby League Reads. I assume they go out with copies of Rugby League Week.
Is that the big league? What's a Rugby League Read?
It's a concept. Rugby League Reads. As in, i.e., people who like Rugby League read.
Oh, right. Read anything or read about Rugby League?
Anything.
How wide can they read the Michael Hussey story, or has it got to be...
Or Middlemarch.
Or Middle...
or Rugby League Week.
I know... I know, players such as... in the old days, when we were talking about Les Boyd earlier and Tommy Ronikers, they were mad for Saul Bella and John Updike. That sort of period, Nabokov. I mean, you couldn't get Tommy Ronikers out of the halftime sheds for until he'd finished Lolita. That's how much they were into their literature. I don't know what today's players are reading so much. Is it more your Bryce Courtney and Colleen Hewitt? Not Colleen Hewitt, Colin McCulloch, I'm trying to think.
Colin McCulloch, your Peter Temple, your airport books.
Matthew Riley's.
Yeah, Joan Collins, Jackie Collins. He moved quickly for a big man, sort of stuff.
I mean, this is just a novel. I've never really associated rugby league and reading together before.
That's where the genius of rugby league comes in. Rugby league reads.
Yeah.
It said it all.
It's got a ring to it.
Bill Callahan, Diamond Dancer, woke on a whale heart. I'm not sure what it means. Bill Callahan, a.k.a. Smog. Mercifully, a Danger Mouse free zone. One of the rare ones we've played this afternoon that has no D-mouse dabs.
I wonder if the lyrics from the Bill Callahan record will be available on Rugby League Reads. Just the lyric sheet.
In a sort of rugby league smash hits. This week's
there's
star.
An idea. There's an idea if you married sort of big league with smash hits.
And Bill Callahan, featured artist.
Yeah, or doing former players, doing covers of it. Like there might be a feature episode this week. It's Queen.
Yeah.
And you've got former famous St George players.
Top 5 Queen tracks.
Yeah.
So to be sort of We Will Rock You, We Are the Champions.
Fat Bottom Girls.
Under Pressure, Fat Bottom Girls, is it?
Yeah.
And I just want
Flash.
Flash, that'll do. Brilliant. Okay, now it's time for a fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Well, obviously, there's another copy of Limelight with the Andre Rieu article. It's great. It's got the Stratton talking about Italian cinema, his top 5 film picks.
Stratton, what is in Stratton's top 5?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I might have trouble.
Passion of the Christ would be there, wouldn't it?
I suppose so.
Does that count as Italian?
No, I don't think so.
I know it was made in about 50 languages, but I don't think Italian was one of them.
Let's have a look here.
Even though there's a heavy Vatican-Italian connection.
Okay.
I know he loves Fellini. I think he's just released a new autobiography called I Peed on Fellini. So presumably 8.5 or something might be in it.
Okay. Rome Open City, you'd have to be a real buff to have ever seen that. But
that's Fellini, isn't it?
No, it's not Fellini.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it's not Fellini.
Oh, it might be...
Rome Open City, made just after the war, I think, about the scandalous redevelopment of Rome. It was a time of carpetbagging and people putting up shonky buildings all over the place.
It's the Berlusconi story, isn't it? Still being told.
Bicycle Thieves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very...
De Sica.
Sort of neo-realist.
Yeah.
I don't know what they call it. E. Vitelloni. This is his favourite Fellini film.
Oh, yeah.
He says most personal.
Vitelloni was his favourite.
Yeah.
He's got that ahead of
8.5
and La Dolce Vita.
La Dolce Vita, 8.5.
Giulietta de Spirit.
Then he's got a funny one. His talking point is Divorce Italian style. See,
Yeah, that he's just being quirky with that.
He is.
I don't think he means that one. He's put it in just to where's this magazine Limelight, appealing to the younger Summer Heights High audience that reads Limelight. Just to put a wacky one in.
Wacky one and the conformist.
Oh, yes, Bertolucci, I think. Oh, no, that's with Alain Delon.
No, Jean-Louis Trintignant. It's the film set during a fascist era in which a story of a man played by Jean-Louis Trintignant.
That's right.
Who's exactly as the title says, who's stuck in the, in order to suck up to the fascist regime, who'll stoop at anything. It's about the depths which a man will stoop to. A price he pays, stunningly made, beautifully photographed, amazing setting in a fascist era with those marvellously awful buildings that were constructed. Again, it's a very powerful film.
I got it wrong? Was it Bertolucci? I can't remember who made the
Bertolucci's 1900 and... I'm going to struggle here.
Yeah, no, but...
Certainly 1900.
That's all right.
He's made a lot.
Yeah, that's all right.
That's great.
That is interesting. I look forward to Margaret's
No rugby
on
league,
that.
though. No rugby league.
Films.
Well, I'd love to see an Italian rugby league film.
Well, I know that was due to be made. They were going to make it in Australia with Megan Gale, but funding fell through.
Was tied up elsewhere.
Yeah.
Now, the CDs that go with this one were Red Eyes, Rude World, The Suitable Few, not sure the Suitable Few story, C6 Steve and the Level Devils, this terrific one, Serena Ryder, Unlikely Emergency, Roger That by the Vanilla Gorillas. This one's a stranger to me, The Harrisons and No Fighting in the Raw Room. Doesn't mean it's not great, because it is. And Polusama and Scissors in My Pocket. So it's a fantastic fistful of CDs. 2, 4, 6, 7. And the Limelight magazine featuring the idea. Welcome to my town. And the question, Chris Taylor, is...
Yes, HG. How much is a bronzed Frassati retailing for at World Youth Day? How much is a bronzed Frassati not the medal one, the bronzed Frassati, retailing for at World Youth Day. 1300 055536 1300 055536.
All comers phone now. Oh, a little bit of bad blood from Supergrass. And we've got a fat going. Who are we talking to, Chris?
We are talking to Gordon from Newcastle. How are you, Gordon?
Not too bad, guys. How about yourself?
Not too bad. How's your weekend? What are you up to today?
I have just dropped my glorious little darling off at Grandma's house for a few days of rest and respite. For myself, of course, not for Grandma.
Now, how'd you get on with did you follow the rugby league today at all, Gordon?
Yes, I'm not, however, a night supporter.
Oh, okay.
When I was a young fella, I was fed a steady diet of St George, so I only seen two colours. Yeah, they didn't do too well yesterday.
No, you've had a miserable season.
Yes, it has not been off to a good start.
Can I ask about two things about the St George season? Are you looking forward to the arrival of Wendell Saylor? I'm not sure. I think might be about the middle of May. A bumper return to rugby league has been planned for Wendell. Are you looking forward to the arrival of Wendell?
I am indeed looking forward to seeing Wendell wearing the big red V.
And then the next year we move on, time clicks by, and all of a sudden Wayne Bennett's
the Bennett era.
At the Taj.
How confident are Dragons fans that Bennett can deliver to the club what's needed?
Well, he's proven in the past that he can. But yeah, I mean, I'm still loyal to Brownie.
Oh, right. Oh, very good, very good. You like the brown polish?
I do indeed. Look, you can't support the coach and the team just through the good times. You've got to be there for the bad times as well.
Very good, Gordon. Very good. There's a lesson in that for everybody.
Do you think Bennett will be able to coach the team with all his heart, or do you think he's always going to be a Broncos boy through and through at base level?
He's going to have to try really hard to convince the St George faithful otherwise, that's for sure.
Do you go to the games at all? Or I know you live in Newcastle, obviously, therefore a bit of a stretch. But if the St George team was in your area, either at the Knights home, or I think they might have played, Newcastle might have played over at Central Coast at Graham Park today at Gosford, do you pop along?
I do make the effort wherever I can, yep.
Very good, very good. And do you have a favourite St George player?
Well, my daughter was quite distraught when Trent left.
Oh, Trent Barrett.
How old was she when she heard the news?
7. She's now 9, and she's still getting over it.
She's all right? Is she in therapy?
Well, yeah. Well, unfortunately, the bills run into thousands so far.
No, they do.
You would have followed, Gordon, the announcement of the team of the century this year. I mean, there are a couple of Saints in there. I think Reg Gasnier was there. Do you think there are enough? Were there any obvious omissions?
Not based on the current form, that's for bloody sure.
But how about if I suggested Craig Young?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's a faithful, yeah, definitely.
Rod Reddy?
Yeah, back in his day also, yeah.
Well, if they had a category Phantom Biter, they could put Rod Reddy.
And well, there is an interesting team. The Phantom Team Biters of the century.
And, of course, the other thing is I think Craig Young is still connected with the St George Football Club.
He does have some sort
of development sort of idea.
An administerial duty or something?
A ministerial duty. Now, listen, a while ago when Roy was with us, we broke the story about how the Taj, that is the Taj Mahal, is falling down. Were you across that story?
I missed it.
Well, there's apparently a lot of the Taj Mahal, which I see the spiritual home of rugby league, is fallen down and not being used anymore. It's not being used anymore.
What,
like the main room. It's a sort of like a metaphor for the club, really. I think they might have a Chinese restaurant as the only functioning part of it.
It's a sad state of disrepair.
Well, let's Gordon, we could talk all day about the St George
We could wax lyrical all day.
We could, but let Chris set out the question.
We could. It's about our dead friend, Frassati. I mean, you live in Newcastle. Do you think you're going to try and get down to Sydney during World Youth Day to see the dead Frassati? I don't think they can. I don't know if he's doing a tour of the East Coast. They might try and get him to Newcastle, but if they can't...
Would be good. I think it's worth the effort.
Well, he doesn't have anything else to do. It's not like he's committed. Like he's just lying around. So I don't know why they couldn't do a lap of Australia. I mean, why should even Perth, Kalgoorlie, Broome, that side of Australia miss out on seeing this amazing cadaver?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
ask the question.
The question is, Gordon.
Yes.
How much is a bronzed Frassati retailing for at World Youth Day?
I believe it was $599 plus $59.90 in the GST component.
You'd be absolutely correct. Well done, Gordon. We'll be sending that pack out to you.
And the pack consists of Limelight magazine, the current edition with the Andre Rieu story, and the CDs, the Rude Eyes, the Suitable Few, C6 Steve and the Little Devils, Serena Ryder, Roger That from the Vanilla Gorillas, and the weird one, the Harrisons, plus Polly Porceluma. They'll be there before the night, so should I say St George play again next weekend. In the meantime, Gordon, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Not enough F's in flaming fantastic, guys. Thanks, heaps.
See you, buddy. Good on you. Yes. 3 on the trot again, and look, can I say that's the best 3 we've ever played? We started off with A Love. Love Is from the Ace of Hearts. A Love from Melbourne. In the middle was the presets, of course. Everybody loves the presets. Everybody wants to be the presets. My People. And they're touring for Triple J. If you want to get your hands on them, make a beeline for a venue between June 12th and 22nd. And then Little Red out of Melbourne, Witch Doctor on the Life on Triple J.
Chris Rogers will always be remembered as one of Western Australia's most explosive opening batsmen. Now you have the ideal opportunity to celebrate the illustrious beginning of what promises to be a memorable career for the Aussie champ affectionately known as Chris Rogers. The Chris Rogers Leg Side Tickle lithograph provides a lasting memento of this awesome opener. Personally signed and featuring a section of Chris's bat, this stunning presentation can be yours to own now. Leg Side Tickle features a piece of willow personally signed. It's officially licensed by Cricket Australia with authentication by PricewaterhouseCoopers and limited to 612. The cost? Just $812 plus postage and handling. Our staff are waiting for your call now.
UK chart-topping hit machine Sir Cliff Richard is still arguably the world's most eligible bachelor and has been for the last 50 years. How does Cliff keep them away? The rocking knight never leaves the house without a liberal application of Eau de Cliff, the aroma that bellows, "Whoa, I'm out of here." Drive them away in droves, leaving a lot more time for yourself. Eau de Cliff, in stock now at all good men's outfitters.
Country Cousins, the first Saturday of every month at New Old Melbourne Town Bexley is your chance to hear the world's loudest man, Adrian Macca McTibbin, bellowing the time every 15 minutes. Macca's so loud, some say he's heard on the moon, so make sure to bring your earmuffs. As well as Macca McTibbin, see the world-famous Arnott's Biscuits Corn Cob pipe-smoking troupe under the baton of the head smoker Lonnie Barrett, the man with the longest beard in the Southern Hemisphere. For Mum, there's a fancy display featuring samplers with themes from as far back as the 1970s. And the surviving 1974 World Cup Socceroos will be special guests of the committee at the new exhibition building from 10:30am until 4:15. That's the first Saturday of every month at New Old Melbourne Town, Bexley.
And just to finish up today, Chris, a couple of Olympic stories back there. Of course, the Darcy incident. Darcy's fitness trainer and friend, Todd Brutnell, said, what I want to know is if the crime happened next year, would they turn around and ban him from the next Olympics 3 years later? Yeah. What are the guidelines? What are the rules when it comes to the punishment, the timing? The aspect of it is important. Is he only banned from the Olympics because they're on this year? Is he not allowed ever to go to the Olympics again? Can he go to the Commonwealth Games? I don't think anyone has looked at the crime as much as they've looked at what's happened to Simon, which is terrible. The injuries are bad, and that's the worst part of it. The public sees the injuries, and people want something to happen. They want to get at someone. But there are some realities that need to be looked at. This bloke's obviously thought about it. Of 2020 summit
level, yeah,
or thought it all the way through. Submission 2020. It hasn't happened in the swimming situation. It didn't happen in the pool. It's a matter that has been dealt with by the police and the courts. Nick has been judged so far on the injuries and not on his actions. He will go to court, and if found guilty, he will be made to pay by a court of law, and that's how society works. Of course, as I said, Darcy freaks, don't lose hope. For God's sake, that would be wrong today to lose hope, because the Court of Arbitration for Sport is still to rule on the matter. But
it's been tried by media, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Same as Barry Hall, tried by media. Has. And it's still tried by media. Because people say the penalty wasn't enough. But having said that, then the Swimming Australia boss, Glenn Tasker, chimed in with another submission to the 2020 summit. We will support whatever the Court of Arbitration of Sport decides. Bruton and Darcy have known each other. Nick's, this is what I like, and really does give me hope. Nick is a very task-oriented person, and if he sets himself the goal like making the Olympics, he'll do it. He's not the most naturally talented swimmer. Fair enough. Not the most naturally talented swimmer.
He was good
so he
enough.
has to work extremely hard to get this far. He's shattered. When he was 15, we sat down and started talking about his goals. He said he thought he could break the world record by the time he was 23. We're not quite there yet, but he's getting close. He wanted to go to Beijing and take on Michael Phelps.
Wanted to be
What a
Madam
story.
Butterfly.
Oh, Mr. Butterfly, if you don't mind. Mr. Butterfly. And he's a tough enough character to do that. He's not the kind of swimmer who's going to finish a race and get out and give everyone a cuddle. Well, fair enough. He wants to belt them around the head by the looks. Our legal system means a person is innocent until proven guilty by the court of law, but the AOC have stepped in first. I'm not sure why they would do that. Nick isn't allowed to talk about the case beforehand. He hasn't been able to say anything about what happened. We've all had pot shots at Nick because he hasn't been able to come forward with his version. His version.
He's been a very soft target, hasn't he?
He has.
Look, I mean, your heart does go out to Nick Darcy. There's nothing worse, there's no punishment for any prospective Olympian than being told you're not allowed to fulfil your dream and swim, row, run, whatever your field is at the Olympic Games. And I think the problem with Darcy is it's related to his drinking. I mean, there were mornings when he'd turn up to training and ask for the pool to be drained of water and just filled up with gin. And the coaches should have stepped in at that level.
That's right, at that point.
At that point, sorry. And realised that maybe, there's one or two things going on upstairs in his head that he maybe needs a little bit more counselling than some of the other swimmers.
Can I ask whether the search for a needle in a haystack should have begun a bit earlier in Nick Darcy's case?
Now, look, I mean, I actually didn't. I mean, we unlike in the Barry Hall incident, we haven't had constant replays of the punch in question. Anecdotally, I've heard it actually wasn't anywhere near the Hall League.
No.
But even if it wasn't, okay, he can't go to Beijing to swim. Can we consider him for the boxing team at Beijing? I mean, he's obviously a man who's fit.
He's multi-skilled.
He's aggressive. And, okay, so Swimming Australia's banned him from competing, but there must be an opening still in the bantamweight division that he might be able to fulfil there. So he can still... It wasn't the original dream he had to swim the butterfly, but it's still the Olympic Games.
Very good. And finally, the huge barricades are already being erected in Canberra to obviously usher the 2020 Summerteers away from the joint and to protect runners in Thursday's Olympic torch relay from as many, as quoted in the Fairfax media today, as 10,000 protesters.
What a pity they couldn't combine the torch relay with the summit and maybe bring the torch's arrival to Australia a little bit earlier so it could have been brought through the summit.
Beautiful. Talk about
because I know people like Tim Costello, Tim Flannery, maybe Lachlan Murdoch, Hugh Jackman, Andrew Upton.
I saw Lockie Murdoch there too. I was shocked.
He's there.
Yeah,
he's got ideas.
Oh, has he?
He's got ideas about how to make a media monopoly in this country. Take it on board, I believe.
Protesters will not be able to get near the 80 runners or the support band carrying at least 6 official security personnel. Don't like the sound of them. But Dorji Dradal, the Tibetan activist, believes Chinese embassy in Canberra has hired more than 50 buses to bring in pro-Beijing protesters, offering free food to participants. They're as cunning as shithouse rats, the Chinese, aren't they?
It's becoming a sport, isn't it? I mean, it's a circus. I mean, I can't tell pro-China protesters from pro-Tibet protesters anymore. It's just a sort of melee of activity. And I just wonder, I mean, they're predicting Bedlam again in Canberra this Wednesday when the torch finally arrives. I wonder if we should make more of it and maybe admit that there's a problem. With
Sell
the torch.
T-shirts?
Well, sell T-shirts and merchandise, but even maybe build an event at the Beijing Games around it. So sort of the 100-metre torch relay. Can anyone get it from the starting line to the finish line over 100 metres without it extinguishing or without being set upon by pro-Tibet activists?
Yeah, or taken.
Yeah, and if you can do that, if you can get it like even 15 metres without being set upon or killed, gold medal.
Well, you'd have competition of country v country. It'd be very exciting.
So you'd have like 8 torches. Now, you'd have to monitor so the fuel is equal in all torches, so there's no chance of human error of one torch going out in any way other than a protester setting upon it. But I think that'd be really good, and I'd like to see a swim league too. Maybe Darcy could be brought in. He can't do the official events, but if he can swim the torch underwater and keep it alight without being set upon by pro-Tibet campaigners, then that's worthy of a gold medal and tantamount to an Olympic dream.
Oh, that's fantastic. So there should be, I believe, probably you're absolutely right, there would be kids all over the world being denied at the moment, as we speak, from celebrating their Olympic dreams. They should be included as well.
They should. And I think, am I right in saying Anzac Day is...
Friday?
This Friday. Now, did anyone think to bring the torch along at one of the marches? I don't know. I know it's in here. It's in Canberra on Wednesday. If it can hang around for a couple of days and do the War Memorial.
That'd be fantastic.
Because Diggers, surrounded by a lot of really violent, aggravated protesters... Sure, it might bring back bad memories for them.
It's a heady mix.
It is, and I reckon they'd be very grateful to have one more stoush before they drop off.
Well, on that cheerful note, it's time to farewell Chris Taylor and thank him very much for his contribution this afternoon.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure to be on this Sporting Life. Roy's back next week?
No. Sadly, one of your colleagues is coming in next week. Roy's shooting all week, improving himself, 2020 ideas, all that sort of stuff, protecting the torch. So he's got his hands full. And Julian will be in next week.
Julian Morrow?
Yeah,
oh,
from
excellent.
The Chaser. So it's you this week, Julian next week, Roy back in a fortnight's time. But in the meantime, look, all we can say is leave you with the simple thought the Kings are in, and we leave you with the reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now.
Turn your radio on.
This is a download from Triple J.
Australia's national youth network. On radio,
on TV,
and online.
For more music, current affairs, comedy and culture,
triplej.net.au.
And now...
Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this Sporting Life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth. And King, tremendous to see you still wearing the uniform of the second Sixth Field Ambulance in honour of Anzac Day, and to see you crammed in the booth with a donkey, just fantastically humorous as well. And thanks very much to Sarah Howe. Sarah came to work this morning. The record cupboard was bare. She made up a few tracks, downloaded a few things, and brought out a terrific show of, 14 or so hours of super sounds here at the youth headquarters on the station that smothers the nation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and school kids, and shareholders, you're doing it so very tough at the moment, I feel for you. Welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much sport is barely enough. And welcome to an afternoon where we still have the courage to dream. I think that's the message of this week. The dreams are alive. We've kept the dream alive, and the courage to dream is the most rewarded commodity, apart from ignorance, in the nation this afternoon. It was an incredible week, and just a couple of social notes at the Table of Knowledge agenda to get us underway. Can I say just once again, the big stars cannot stay away? I mean, the world's biggest names cannot resist the magic of an Australian autumn. Fact. 2008, the Autumn Carnival was pulling big names like Orlando Bloom. There is no bigger face on the planet than the big O, Orlando Bloom. And Australian Fashion Week, they're queuing up, they're killing to get in, quite literally, ladies and gentlemen. Australian Fashion Week, the toast of the nation and the world. Australia can stand tall at this very special time of the year when 2UP is our major gambling action. That's why we continue to be the flavour of the month and fascinate overseas big names. We offer what the world wants, horse racing, fashion, and an eccentric gambling product option or solution. And look, I know regular listeners of The Life, and this program has always been an enormous rap for Australian Fashion Week, and it's easily now the best fashion bang-off in the world. Got underway, the week got underway with the Astra Awards for pay TV. Absolute triumph on Monday with Antonio Kidman bagging what they would term Astra Gold, or what I'm terming today as Astra Gold, in front of a star-studded audience. We finished up last night with that second magnificent pylon holding up the Bridge of the Week with the MTV Awards. Incredible. Juliette Lewis was here. Juliette Lewis, star, singer, and prepares, as I understand from my people at the event, in the traditional manner. Read into that what you will. 50 Cent was here. 50, yeah, in the house, in the hood, here in Australia, 50 Cent. Misha Barton was here. I mean, just big names, and the big names don't get any bigger than those three. Fiddy, Julia and Mission. Misha. Oh, and Mission if you like. Now, with that all good, so to the week. Sadly, the sport of cluster ballooning took a big knock this week with a fundraiser going horribly wrong in Brazil. Look, I was completely unaware of the devotees of this sport, which number about 12 around the planet. But who hasn't admired the incredible fundraising work of Father Adelia Antonio de Cali? The Big A was probably the cluster balloonist's most visible participant. Sadly, he took off without a pin, and it's a very sad loss to the sport. The Big C, the big drink, has robbed the sport of one of its real movers and shakers. And let's not forget the big bloke upstairs does move in mysterious ways, but I'm not at all sure what he had in mind when the Big A applied the rubber to the helium last weekend and then strapped himself in for the ride in the chair. But in cluster ballooning fallout, I hope that World Youth Day, which is now only a few short weeks away, could do the right thing by the intrepid father. And I don't want to put ideas into the George Pell and the whole Catholic tilt with regard World Youth Day, but could this bloke, Adelia Antonio de Cali, become the first patron saint of cluster balloonists? I'm not sure if cluster ballooning deserves a patron saint yet, but I'm putting that on the agenda today. Cluster ballooning, your time has come. Step on up and claim your first saint in De Cali, in this De Cali bloke. I mean, what a fitting tribute by Rome at this heady time for the youth of the world to have Father De Cali, obviously canonised, on the racetrack at Randwick. I mean, it ticks so many boxes, doesn't it? Incidentally, the big wooden cross, you may have seen this on the news, the big wooden cross, which has been touring around the globe as part of the build-up to the big day, has been pulling big crowds right across Australia. I mean, the Catholic Church is alive and kicking butt, if I can put it that way, as we head into the World Youth Day. And on the big day, I mean, on that, I still dream about it already in July, that big day in July, and signs everywhere are telling me it's only 29 days to go or whatever they're trying to communicate with me. I don't take it on board. I just don't want to know. I just want to live in the dream that it's coming. Anyway, imagine on the big day, the wooden cross bursting through the gates of Randwick with the dead Pier Giorgio Frassati in tow, and them being lifted off the Randwick surface by a cluster of balloons. I mean, talk about putting faith back into dead people, those who have faith, and cluster ballooning everywhere. I mean, maybe a simple moment in the Mass when the World Travel Cross, the old stiff, and, as I mentioned, could be hooked up to a couple of dozen helium balloons and set free to hover above the winning post. I mean, a dream come true for people everywhere. And there's so many parallels with this cross, this heady, haughty cross that's touring about in the Olympic Torch relay. The 2008 Olympic Torch lobbed and blew minds this week. It was only here for about 24 hours, but it's rekindled the dream of world peace, the world peace ideal, the Olympic movement ideal, the Olympic movement world peace ideal, if you will, right across Australia and the South Pacific. The crowds were unbelievable. I don't know if you took the pictures live, as I did, from Sky News. When it landed, as nearly as I could tell from the television pictures, there were 10 people here to greet it, on the tarmac to greet it. I was blown away. I thought no one would turn up, except a couple of, obviously, if I can call them, Chinese goons who look after it, obviously fairly carefully. But there were a lot of people there. There was, I saw John Coates there. He just spoke beautifully. I saw the minister of the ACT minister. It's incredible. 10 people were there. And a lot of people obviously doing airport work, driving the tractors around in the background and so on. But it was just great. It was great. And didn't Kevin Gosper, our First Lord of the Big O, represent this nation brilliantly this week on that first morning when the torch hit the road, when things could have gone horribly wrong? Gosper the Gasper's timely and heartfelt call for calm and peace set exactly the right note for the run. I mean, the torch looked ready for anything. The day before, might have been the Wednesday, it was sitting around the hotel pool with the feet up. It had a day off. The torch had a day off on the Wednesday, after being welcomed, obviously, by the 10 people, including Coatsy and them, on the tarmac with the tractors going around in the background. Had a day off, had the feet up in the glorious Canberra sunshine, blissfully unaware, should I say, of trouble brewing. And sure, there were troublemakers. I don't resile from that. I was there. I didn't do anything to add to the damage, but there were troublemakers. There were a lot of troublemakers near me, but when I was, obviously out and about just having a squiz at the torch, but as nearly as I could tell, their main target was protesting the absence of Sophie Gosper, running a leg down Northbourne Avenue. This nation has had a love affair with Sophie, the torch and running for years now, and it was sad to see that romance snuffed out in Canberra. For some, this was too much to bear. Look, I just want to let that hang there. I don't know if we could get the torch back, and I know it's in Japan. It might have gone to Korea now. It moves on pretty quickly, this torch. But back for 24 hours to get Sophie running so we could have some great television pictures of Sophie the torch and rekindling the romance. And, you know, even today, now that the torch is gone, whinges knock the cost. I mean, the bill when I had a peak was just a couple of billion to have the flame here for a day or two. And remember the Olympic flame, that you've got to offset that cost. Sure, it does cost, but the Olympic flame provided something, and that was lasting memories. Lasting memories, dreams and memories. And I'll tell you this for absolutely nothing right now. If you were bashed or busted by the cops, you'd have lasting memories of a very happy day in the nation's capital last week. That is what the Olympic dream offers in spades. Nothing else, as nearly as I can tell, combines sport, flickering flame and being bashed over the head by people you've never met before, or those in blue uniforms, quite like the Olympic dream. And still with Sino-Australian issues or Sino-Aussie issues, look, this is very sad news. I didn't want to raise this so early in the show, but we did have a canary in the mine this week, and our Unleashed Sheila and full-time Australia Got Talent judge, Danny Minogue, has been walking along the Great Wall, and she says the walk is hell. And you might remember we broke the story several weeks ago here about how our Livy was raising money by strolling about the wall. I think Jimmy Barnes was going to go, and then Jimmy Barnes pulled out, saying he couldn't stomach what China was doing in Tibet. It was a real shot across the ground of the rulers in Beijing. Should I say shot across the bow of the rulers in Beijing. Don't know where it went from there. I think Sir Cliff Richard was prepared to walk. Danny obviously walked, but she says it's hell. Everyone on the stroll, according to Danny, is doing it tough. And let's face it, Danny's been on a few horror shoots in her time, and she said she's never experienced conditions like it. The dust, the fumes, the difficulty breathing, the sore feet, the buggered toes. It was a nightmare from step one, she said. And as nearly as I can tell, she experienced the full horror of the wall for just 24 hours. Imagine what it's like there, day after endless, blistering, bum-sore day, walking around the wall, trying to raise money, keeping your nose clean of all that garbage that goes up it. Anyway, sadly, while we did have our fingers crossed, there's no news of Danny appearing to have bumped into the Rocking Knights, Sir Cliff Richard topside. It's a very sad, fault of organisers not to have those two potential love bubs come inside strolling along the wall. I mean, I'm sure the wall, Danny, the idea of Sir Cliff being in close proximity, the Beijing Olympics. I mean, I think anything could have happened. Racing, and all eyes were on Randwick in Sydney for the running of the Frosty LaHood Golden Doncaster. It was a torrid day at headquarters where hard luck tales abounded in the big one, and the glorious uncertainty of racing was the main topic of conversation. In the LaHood, Triple Honour saluted with Casino Prince, who couldn't get clear. He just couldn't get clear, and flashed home for second. And the bookies' hope Pinnacles, weaving, under magnificent riding with Shane Dye on board, got home plugging away for third. And in the Gumleaf Technologies Australian Derby, it was the New Zealand Quinella with Nom de Jeu and Red Ruler, two raiders from across the Tasman saluting, coming first and second, obviously Quinella in the vent, and both come right into calculations with the Sydney and Melbourne Cups. Melbourne Cups if you like, but this one's going to be run in Brisbane looming. Rugby League, and this is very, very sad, the Knockers have emerged again in droves, now bagging South Sydney's start to the 2008 Year of Hate season. This is a very difficult time for the pride of the league and their never-say-die spirit. It's a time when all Coachwood and Myrtle supporters need to stick as the club is going through a rebuilding phase. This new look Redfern adventure is very much a work in progress, can I put it that way? A lot of players never having played rugby league before. They've come into the side, lured in by the Armani suit and the promise of a free ticket on Bunny Air. It's an old-fashioned work in progress. It's sort of as I've described it in other media commitments as Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. It's that sort of adventure, which may take 60 or 70 years to bear premiership fruit. So can I just say those who are about 20 today, you may see it. You may see it bear fruit. Sadly, anybody over their 30s may be in a bit of trouble. Boxing, and into the build-up to the Olympic Games, this is... I just wish I'd known this earlier, because I think the torch could have played a part in this, and I would have loved to have seen Sophie Gosper maybe plug in as well in some way. Boxing, and in a build-up to the Olympic Games, the Russian-born Sydney-based former world champion powerhouse Kostya Tszyu is set to take on, wait for it, Jackie Chan to promote the Beijing Olympics. Can I say how this works? I haven't got a clue. I just hope it'll be successful as, say, Choc Mundine's Say No to Drugs campaign, which you'll all remember from a couple of weeks ago, where Choc turned up with Say written on one glove and No on the other glove, which is an absolute boomer. So many people have gone straight since they knew Choc was saying no that, I just hope it's similar with Jackie and Costa. I mean, do the Beijing Olympics actually need promoting? I thought that's why we had the Tibet operation going so well, focusing on the games and so on. I mean, I would have thought the Torch would have done enough in this part of the world, a very effective job letting the world know that the 5-ring stink was on in this August. I mean, people have been bashed by the cops in several continents, as nearly as I can tell. You don't need much more and that is fantastic promotion. I mean, you get the top of the billing in the Channel 7 News if you've got a couple of people bashed by cops in certain parts of the world. And the Channel 7 News, people knock it, I don't. They usually say these people were bashed protesting the fact that something was happening in August. And I think it might be the Olympics. That's how they do it. Now, Kostya and Jackie... this is Kostya Tszyu and Jackie Chan getting into the ring. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can't do enough bashing when it comes to the Olympics, and maybe that's why Big Bad Barry bashed Brent Staker the other night, to let people know the Olympics were on. I mean, I just put that out there. Certainly it was sad when I think it might have been Channel 10 covered that game. They didn't make any mention in the fallout from the big clock that Barry just clocked Brent because the Olympics were on in August. Especially coming from Channel 7, which is supposedly the Olympic station. I thought that would have been obviously the line, the dots to join up there. I mean, because it did get a lot of publicity, and Barry said nothing at the tribunal about it. Anyway, I just let that all hang there, and this week, as you know, Rampaging Roy Slavin is away on another self-improvement course. He's doing some community service this weekend, wrestling crocs. I'm not sure quite which community is going to benefit from his croc wrestling, but he assures me that somebody will. And in his absence, with those few thought starters hurled onto the smouldering bonfire of the sporting week, it's time to ask and welcome back once again from the Chaser, Julian Morrow. And Julian, have you got any big sea bombs in the kick bag you want to toss into the pond this week, buddy?
Look, I don't like to muddy this august institution with a bit of name clearing, but I've just got to start off, HG, by saying... I don't know what happened last night. I woke up in Rushcutters Bay and I've got to turn up to the Downing Centre, but I firmly believe that Todd McKenney was planted on me. I don't think that I actually, asked for Todd to be there, but I think somebody slipped Todd into my drink at some point, and let the wheels of justice turn. But I don't think that it's my fault. That's all. Can I
just say on your behalf, I've known you for a very long time.
Yes.
I know you're a family man.
Yeah, true.
A upholder of the community, and if anything's gone awry, it must be your enemies who have done it.
Well, I think it is. I'm starting to feel a sense of vendetta. I mean, this is like Underbelly Live in Sydney. My people are out to get me, and there's no lower blow than planting a Todd McKenney on someone. I think this should not happen. So I just want to get that out there. No. I'll take legal advice and all those sorts of things, but I think. I can't be held responsible for that stuff, surely.
You can't. And now, if you want people to come along, just name the date and we can round up a lot of people from this sporting life. And if you want to name your enemies, I'm sure that we can sort them out with the help of Mick Gatto and others.
I need some alternative dispute resolution by Mick Gatto. What a beautiful. It's good to see a man who's had a bit of a sea change in his career. Earlier on in his life, he was into the kind of underworld thing, but now he's just solving people's problems, and I think that's beautiful. It's great to see a man remade. I think of him as kind of Melbourne's Dalai Lama, Mick Gatto. He's a fine man and a beautiful man and a caring man, and I think that's great. I just want to say as well, HG, Friday, Anzac Day.
Terrific day.
I just want to give the Prime Minister a full props for letting the crusade against binge drinking go just for one day. I think that was sensible. I mean, it's un-Australian to be crusading against binge drinking on Anzac Day. The rest of the time, understandable. We've got the health minister claiming that binge drinking's all John Howard's fault, because he's a wild man. The Howard years were just debauchery, untold. But I think it was a very responsible thing for the Prime Minister to just lay off the big binge campaign for Anzac Day. We had a good time. I've got questions, I have to say, for Kostya Tszyu. I mean, if if you want to take Jackie Chan on, and you mentioned it in your intro, take a number, Costa, because I'm taking Jackie Chan down, and it's not for Beijing. It's not to promote anything. I've just got a deep-seated hatred of the man, and I want to get in the ring and settle it 1-on-1. You know, a bit of, you know, I look good in a pair of shorts. And a bit of leather to the jaw is always good. So, you know, Kostya, just take a step back, son.
How about slipping him a Todd McKinney? I mean, it's this elegant, simple solution.
Well, you know, there were a lot of people down at Rushcutters Bay this morning, and I can't be sure Jackie Chan wasn't one of them. That's all I'll say. It's been a sad week, though. Obviously, the Rabbitohs not having a great time. But the thing that really tore my heart apart earlier this week was Craig Wing's car getting a ding in it, apparently, and I think this is what's actually put the Rabbitohs off their game. Earlier in the week, the Rabbitohs were training. Craig Wing trying to focus on the footy, and someone's just swiped his Audi. I think it was an Audi in the car park. Now that's what's putting the Rabbitohs off their game. Apparently, you know. Basically, we're going to have to get these guys to commute because their hardware is not safe on the streets of Redfern. I don't know what it is, but it did produce the best headline of the week, which was Craig Wing's ding. The font aficionados of this sporting life will know that Wingdings is a great font. It's a funny font, and it can always be, you know, it can be put to good use, but never as good use as this week with Craig's Wingding. I've got a lot of time for that. Full props to the Rupert. I think Rupert actually coined that headline himself. Sad news this week. Tony Liberatore.
Ah, yes.
On hard times, bit of domestic issues apparently, having to sell his medals. Now, where's the... we need a white knight, I think, to step in and buy these medals for Tony. I've put them on eBay myself. The bidding's up to $350 at the moment.
$350?
Yeah.
$3.50.
$3.50.
Well, are you surprised by that? It seems to be an exorbitant amount.
Well, you know, I spoke to my financial advisors and they said don't go too quickly.
Silly.
Yeah, exactly. So $350 is where it's at. But I think, you know, if nothing else out of today, if we can raise a bit of money to help Tony in his time of need, that would be a good thing.
Could we do a fundraising night for him, maybe?
Well, I don't know. Maybe not a night. Some drinks. I mean, I've got something on that night, but you know, I could pop in and say good day. But I think it's a very difficult time for Tony, and I think we should all be out there. Just I'm having a bit of a garage sale. For,
buckets at stoplights.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and in the traditional manner, you know, you offer for willing buyers, but if no one comes up, you just give them a free clean. That's what. That's
what a lovely
exactly.
idea.
Yeah,
I hadn't
exactly.
thought it through like that. I was just thinking, well, you know, if we're collecting for Tony, have you got a 5?
Yeah,
you know,
why not?
Maybe a 10. You know, got a Henry Lawson in the pocket there.
That's
you know,
right. I would like to see Olivia Newton-John
walk the wall.
Well, I'm thinking the Empire State Building. I'd like to see, you know, Olivia doing the stairs at the Empire State Building to save Tony Liberatore's medals. I think that'd be good. Can I just say, you mentioned the Astra Awards, and I just want to say that I think finally Antonia Kidman has emerged from the shadows of her sister. I think the Astra Awards is a defining moment in the Kidman career. We all know that Nicole's a do-good nothing talent. Yeah, she's hopeless. But Antonia is the real talent, and I think that this Astra Gong could be the turning point for her. So full props to her. The Wall of China thing for Olivia. I don't know if she's got the right talent involved in the thing. I mean, surely if you're doing a walk, shouldn't you have Adam Gilchrist involved? I mean, he's the world's best walker.
Or Nathan Deeks.
Yeah,
I mean, he'd knock it over in about an hour and a half.
Exactly. They call it Great Wall. He's like, I've seen better. I've scaled better. I just wish that Olivia could get in touch with the IPL people, the Razzmatazz dudes from India, and give the fundraising. I mean, cancer's a very good cause, but it needs a bit of razzmatazz. And I think the Great Wall of China doesn't really have the kind of the Hollywood showbiz that the IPL has shown. And so I would like to see those two people getting together and doing their bit to raise money for a good cause, but simultaneously entertain the punters. So look, it's just a wonderful week to be alive, isn't it?
Sparkadia from Sydney, and too much to do from a city called Postcards. But cannily enough, their debut album is out on May the 31st. Go figure. On the Life on Triple J.
This weekend, Roy and HG are having a factory clearance of their miracle bunk bed kitchens at their DFOs in Lithgow, Robe and Nuriutpa. One of these space-saving modules can be delivered to your door for $2,570.50. That includes installation, pots, pans, all plumbing and electricals, and disposable fitted sheets in those wanted football colours of Coachwood, Myrtle and Buddy Franklin Yellow.
Homeowners and factory managers, would you like to fly yours at half-mast when a famous Australian carks it and the nation drops the black armband? Do you and yours feel left out because you can't even get it halfway up? Why should the rest of the nation have all the fun? Because you don't have a pole. Don't be caught again with the pants down. Pole up, Australia.
Art lovers, they said it could never happen, but it has. La Stupenda is back. Bigger, brighter and heavier than ever. Joan Sutherland has always dreamed of reprising the role that put her on the international opera map as a sprightly 47-year-old. That role was her unforgettable Juliet in Verdi's smash Romeo and Juliet. But in Opera Australia's new production of this timeless tale of two houses torn apart by heavy petting, La Stupenda doubles up as Romeo, Mercutio, Tybalt, the nurse, and still has time to hold down the tricky title role of Juliet. And just before the long break, La Stupenda brings the house down with her performance of a recently discovered aria for the Arras, stage left, which was omitted from the original. Supporting Dame Joan on this night of nights are the stars of the Australian musical stage. Hugh Jackman, Anthony Warlow and Bert Newton as Mr. Capulet's clock when duties at Channel 9 permit. Book today to secure a seat at one of only 12 January 9th performances.
Yes. Now, look, one of the things that you're never surprised these days how show business will collide with reality and boxing. And now, Jeff Fenech, I think we broke the story here a couple of weeks ago. Jeff Fenech was going to take on Samayat Payakaroon, and they went up for a meeting in Thailand, Jeff and Samayat. They had a great meeting at night, and sadly, in the morning, Samayat said it's all off. Mercifully, Jeff was itching for a fight, as you know, and into the frame stepped Azuma Nelson. And so Azuma Nelson, Jeff Fenech, 3 is on. The score at the moment, for those who may have missed the first couple of encounters about 40 years ago, was Azuma 1, Jeff and Azuma 1 draw. So this one's redemption as far as, obviously Jeff Fenech concerned. He's taking it very seriously, and he set up shop, or he set up a house in Mick Gatto's place in Melbourne. Now, Mick, of course, fresh from chasing the missing cars of Opus Prime, and he, obviously he's back from that trip, and Mick and Jeff get on like a house on fire, and so when he was looking around for digs in Melbourne in preparation for the Azuma Nelson fight, which I think is on June the 24th, so there's a couple of months to go, Gatto said he's been a good friend for me in hard times, and he's a great champ. Let's not forget Mick Gatto was a professional heavyweight in the 70s. Fenech will train every day at Gatto's joint in the lead up to the bout with Azuma on June 24th. I know Nelson's going to try and knock me out, but he's not fitter than me. No one trains harder than I do, Fenech said. And last night I tried to have a light beer, but Mick took it off me. That's how seriously he's training. And I tell you what, I wouldn't like to have a light beer when Mick wants it, I tell you.
Well, look, I mean, I worry, HG, about Mick's marketing. Because he's a new man, as we discussed. He's taken on a different path. He's into alternative dispute resolution, as a kind of turning of the corner of the days of involvement with the underworld, those sorts of things. Is being involved in the world's most violent sport really a good calling card for alternative dispute resolution?
No.
I don't think of, for example, when you think alternative dispute resolution, I don't think Mike Tyson. I don't think Aussie Joe Bugner. No. So I think it's great for Jeff. It's really good to see that Jeff's getting some serious people on his side. If he's going to come out of retirement, then he desperately needs some serious trainers. And you could go to a boxing aficionado. I mean, I know Mick's, as you say, done it in the 70s, but you could go Johnny Lewis or someone, deal with a sporting professional. Or if you really want to make your return to the ring, you need to find an alternative dispute resolution specialist. And I think that's where the Gatto factor comes in. I'm not sure, though, that Mick's giving Jeff the right advice. I mean, if Jeff wants to win, maybe he should have a light beer occasionally. Mm-hmm. I know the greats. The greats do have the odd brew as part of their regime. Mm-hmm. It just means he has to do an extra 50 one-handed push-ups or something like that. But, yeah.
Can I ask, Mick, I don't mean to be unkind to Mick or his people. He doesn't look that fit. When he went off to Singapore, he turned up with a minder a fellow traveller in the same shirt.
That's right.
And they weren't the best advertisement for the government's push on obesity.
That's true.
And I'm just wondering, sure, heavyweights have a curious way of doing things, is they don't have to necessarily be svelte and able to, move with lightning speed. But Mick doesn't set a great example, does he?
Well, I mean, in the same way that Mick is looking for alternatives to resolve a dispute, I think Mick's looking for alternatives to the traditional method of sports training.
Oh, fair enough.
The traditionalists would say you have to be fit, you have to be strong, you have to be able to punch. Mick said, well, we can look at alternatives. One alternative would be, would you like a pie? Have one right now, because I think that could work for you. What worries me is whether or not Mick should be deployed elsewhere. I mean, for example, the Olympic torch needs protection.
It does.
Now, do you need 12 Chinese paramilitaries around it, or do you just need Mick Gatto and a mate walking alongside next to the torch and saying, look, you go near that torch and I will alternatively dispute resolve you?
Can I just add two more names to that list? Barry Hall and the swimming guy, Nick Darcy. I mean, all of a sudden you're starting to build up a bulletproof...
Wouldn't they look good in blue tracksuits? They would be... I mean, I think they're... The People's Liberation Army needs a Colonel Hall to take the long march with the torch.
The Foo Fighters and Generator. There's nothing left to lose. For those who want to check it out, it's CD2 track 1. Can't get any more information than that. The IPL has taken the world by storm. It's obviously, time has come. All of a sudden, the tipping point has arrived in culture, in the world, where everything subcontinental is just great, and they have the money to buy it all. Now, the IPL, apparently, according to, must be the Murdoch Press, and their people in New Delhi, says the IPL may have to rethink the dancing girls, which have just been a terrific addition to cricket. That's something Cricket Australia's got to look at, is having the lads run out through shaking pom-poms of some terrific Australian, let's face it, people from all over the world dressed in bathers. That always does say, cricket, here, now, show business, let's get it on. But the IPL may have to rethink the dancing girls, though Shahrukh Sharma, chief executive of the Bangalore Royal Challengers, who brought the Redskins cheerleaders to the subcontinent, scoffed at suggestions they discredit the game. Shahrukh said, why is cricket treated as a holy cow? All the cheerleaders do is give something extra to the game, especially when glamour has become a big part of the sporting arena. We have to move with the times and embrace change. If cricket is so puritanical, then why coloured clothing, white ball and all the other changes are introduced? And then Bruce Loudon, who is reporting from New Delhi for the Murdoch Press, it's not cricket, of course, it's India. His thesis is that India's having a bit of trouble getting used to the new look of cricket in the shape of the Western cheerleaders. It said it's not cricket, of course, it's India, or rather the India of the Mother Grundys, sort of a conservative idea of respectability in India. And last night the cheerleaders themselves had to take on all this. One that, to those who live in the country, says it all. As the Hindustan Times reported, unfortunately, behind the megawatt beams and the enthusiastic hippie shakes of the cheerleaders, some very unhappy hippie shakes of the cheerleaders are some very unhappy, open brackets, even scared, close brackets, young ladies. The reason, They're slowly being undone by obscenities and lewd propositions targeted at them by Indian spectators. This can't be right. He must have misheard all of this. One cheerleader told this paper it's been a horrendous. She echoed a point made by many when she said that the kind of comments they have had to endure over the last week from the Indian public had left them disgusted and, wait for it, disturbed. Julia, I mean, sadly, while it's great, I just think that that's such poor reporting. I mean, why couldn't it have been a lovely twist saying, you know, the cheerleaders are the toast of the town?
A bit of human interest would have been much better. Look, the one thing I'm relieved about, HG, is that at least none of the Indian spectators have been calling those cheergirls monkeys, because that would set that tournament on fire. I think it's a bit of good family fun. These young ladies, they're doing their bit for cricket. They're obviously
international relationships.
Yeah, that's right. They're obviously students of the game, and they decide to express their love of cricket and its traditions by means of a bit of pom-pom waving. I think that's good. If there are members of the Indian crowd who are disrespecting these cricket aficionados, then perhaps we need to provide some sort of alternative dispute resolution. I use the term lightly. Maybe we need Mick Gatto patrolling the perimeter of the IPL boundary. I think this is something that the girls can get used to. Maybe there's a cultural divide there. I think they might be misinterpreting just statements of affection and
I think you're absolutely
right. And praise for obscenities. Maybe that's what
I've seen a couple of the games, and there's been nothing to my mind, more demanding than simply in Urdu, show us your knockers. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there's been much more than that.
No, well,
I saw it. As obviously the people felt as though they had to meet the world part way with the IPL. Bollywood, people from Bollywood would have just blown minds in the West.
Yeah.
Far too, bigger figures to be able to patrol the boundary in the bathers.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, it's one of those great moments where, East meets West in the form of dance. If you look at some of the moves that are happening on the sideline, there's a bit of, hippie shake in the traditional, arguably over-sexualised manner of the Western cheerleader. But at the same time, there are resonances of the Bhagavad Gita.
Well, indeed.
Some of the moves, quite eerily reminiscent of the traditional Indian dance form. So, I think that your critics at News Limited might be trying to beat this story up, but I think we really are seeing the leading edge of cross-cultural communication via a pom-pom.
Now, can I also point out, of course, India developed the Kama Sutra.
They did.
And, of course, I think there might be a couple more chapters written involving cricket.
Look, if the IPL isn't a sequel to the Kama Sutra, I don't know what is.
Lyrics Born. I like it. I love it. If you didn't get that from listening to it, you weren't listening. Now, look, can I just say the Gold Coast, the new AFL team on the Gold Coast is starting to bother me a little bit. It's sort of off and running. At the moment, the Gold Coast, obviously the 6-month journey lies ahead of it. It's called at the moment GC17.
It doesn't have a ring to it.
I know, as in GC17.
It's unforgettable.
It's unveiled its game plan in the heart of obviously the tourist strip midweek. The AFL wants the local group headed up by John Witheriff. Now, he needs to get a commitment of at least 20,000 potential club members. I'm not sure how he does that. I suppose he sets up a website and puts up a line, would you like to join the G17 club? And the box, and you tick the box and bung it back to him sort of thing, that sort of idea. 20,000 potential club members and deliver 111, go figure the number, 111 sponsors within 6 months to meet the AFL criterias. Witheriff said the group would hold business and football forums in the next few weeks and start engaging the Gold Coast community. Now, this is where I want your thoughts here, Julian, today. For the ideas on the name, colours and jumper design, he said the G17 Football Committee had been established to build a football team to compete in the second tier of competition next year and obviously kick on into the main one in the year after, I think 2010. And four-time Olympic basketballer Shane Heal, the forgotten man for mine of Australian basketball, and former champion triathlete Loretta Harrop were unveiled as GC17 ambassadors. I'm not sure what their role is, but they're just there lurking in the woodwork should they bump into people, say, at the MTV Awards, and they say, well, what are you doing here? Well, I'm a GC17 ambassador.
Well, the reality is if you want to start a footy club in a town, the first thing you need to do is get an ex-basketballer on board. I mean, there's no... That's entry-level planning. So I think they're getting this right. Whether the Gold Coast is really going to take to a team, I don't know. I would like to see as a mascot, I think the traditional Gold Coast mascot would be a little furry koala made in China. I think that's, and the 20,000 members, surely that could just be made up of busloads of Japanese tourists.
Well, and people at caravan parks.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
Can I ask also, is the name? The name seems to me the big handle. Let's face it, I'm always in my mind, and this is very unfair to the people on the Gold Coast, I see them as a lot of bludgers lying around on the beach.
Sure.
So I'm just wondering if it could be the Gold Coast Beach Bludgers, or what I always like are those names that have a sort of like, what do you call it when the noun is attached to sort of like Port Power.
Oh, yes.
The power.
Yeah.
So why not?
Gerund. The Gold Coast Gerunds.
Not bad. Or the Gold Coast Stink is what I'm prosecuting.
I'm thinking something that befits the town, perhaps the Gold Coast High Rise.
The Gold Coast High Rise, very good.
The Gold Coast Overdevelopers.
White shoes?
Yeah, that's all right.
They could play in white footy boots, I suppose.
Well, exactly. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, can I suggest two other ideas before you have a go at them? Firstly, Warwick Capper, the former high-flying Sydney Swan, is now a well-established member of the Gold Coast community. Yes. I'm just wondering if the name Kappa should be associated with GC17.
Well...
And remember, let's not forget, he was a stop-go man for the local council.
Yes.
Before I think he got into adult movies. This would be a terrific double and very typical of Gold Coast employment, show business, and with a sort of a base in reality of road building.
Well, I mean, I don't know that Warwick's available. I think that he feels a little bit passed over. Let's face it, when you're a resident. Mm-hmm. You're a former football player. Mm-hmm. When you read in the paper that the doyens at the club at the league have looked to Shane Heal before you, if I was Warwick, I think I'd be placing a bit of an embargo.
Right.
On the club. I don't think he wants a part of it. And that's also because he has a wide variety of other business ventures to be. In fact, I believe he's doing some real estate development with Craig McDermott.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, Warwick could be a patron, but I would prefer to see Warwick's wife.
Oh, no, well, that'd be a terrific touch.
As
Mrs. Kappa.
Yeah, the Gold Coast Mrs. Kappas would be a great team. And, if we could just have some behind-the-scenes negotiations to get perhaps some of the cheerleaders from the IPL back, just for a little bit of promotional work on the Gold Coast. I think that they could be cheerleaders by night and meter maids by day.
Now, we move on to the colours.
Yes.
Very difficult choice because, let's face it, a lot of the good colours are taken in the AFL. I'd like to see something that involved pink. I don't know why. The stinking pink. I'm developing a theme
It's
here.
got a ring to it.
Now, the next bit of the puzzle is, can I point out that there's somebody in Sydney who is twiddling his thumbs at the moment, assuming he can get them past the plaster, Barry Hall.
Yeah.
Now, should Barry be seconded to the Gold Coast to sit with a card table and maybe a sign he made himself? Hello, everyone, I'm Barry Hall. Please ask me about GC17, open brackets, the stinking pink, close brackets.
If there's anyone...
And place himself in some of the malls, out the front of grocery shops or supermarkets, wherever people are likely to pass with a bit of time on their hands.
Look, when a bloke's got 7 weeks off, surely he should be doing a little bit to develop the game. And what better way than to head up to the Gold Coast and try and get a bit of local spirit going? I mean, you think of your average community fete. You have a kissing booth.
Mm-hmm.
Barry could have a whacking booth. You pay $1, you come in, and he'll blindside you. I think that could work, and I think it would really give the people of the Gold Coast a real taste for the game that they're going to embrace.
Now, the next bit of the puzzle would be, I think it's the Prime Minister's Cup there. They run it on the Gold Coast next weekend, and I'd love to see Barry be part of that, a special promotion, talk, maybe present a sash a couple of horses before knocking them out, Blazing Saddles style, and even with the plaster cast on. The other thing is, look, I know a lot of people are worried about that they're not well equipped to take on the modern football demands, and Barry could show them how to place their feet to land a good one, how to take it, how to duck, how to weave, how to, let the bloke glance across your face instead of taking it full on the nose, all those sort of things. And mums could bring their kids down and maybe just enrol them for a couple of hours with Barry.
Barry's a role model for the next generation. Exactly. He's the Mick Gatto of AFL.
Yes, Sons and Daughters, darling. Sons and Daughters from Scotland, and This Gift is the title of the CD. Look, just sticking with the Gold Coast, it does appear that Michael Voss, the former Brisbane Premiership player and captain, he appears that he might be in the name in the frame as the coach of the Stinks. The manager, the talent manager, Kevin Sheehan at the Stink, says, I wouldn't be specific about the Gold Coast, but as a prospective coach, he's outstanding. His attention to detail, his preparation, his one-on-one communication, his group communication, his match analysis, all those things are at the highest level. He's super prepared. The Gold Coast wants to have a coach, football manager and recruiting and or list manager in place by season's end. That's 2008. The Stink bid is headed up by the local, as mentioned, lawyer John Witheriff, former Brisbane Lions chairman and so on. And they've also got Adelaide big man Kurt Tippett, who had a big day at the MCG yesterday, a prime target to lead their ruck division. He's in line for a contract to either to go up the Gold Coast and play with the Stinks or stay in Adelaide Crow. That'll be worked out later this year. But they've hit a bit of a stumbling block, the whole concept. The AFL's contractual obligation, according to Andrew Stafford in The Age this week, ties the new Gold Coast team to the Gabba in Brisbane until 2015.
There's a lot of transit there, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah.
Tippett's career could have come and gone. You mightn't ever see him play in the Gold Coast.
But and then surely that's wrong. I mean, if you're going to have a Gold Coast team, the last thing you want to be doing is travelling to Brisbane for a home game. There should be some sort of kind of Dubai-style off-the-coast floating stadium. Something that could destroy the local sea life.
Mm-hmm. That'd be a must.
Big floating concrete block. Ridiculously overdeveloped and charging too much. I think that's exactly what the Gold Coast needs. I'm interested. All this planning it was described in the Herald Sun, HG, as a new age model.
New age?
Yes, yeah. Which
new age?
Yeah, I'm not. I forget what the old age had. But as far as I'm concerned, planning a footy club is not that new age. But if they're gonna use the title, then I think they should embrace it a little bit more. Surely there should be a team clairvoyant. Bit of crystal work before you go on.
Tarot reading?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. I think that's what the AFL's lacking at the moment. Is a bit of kind of mysticism. And I know Vossi is very heavily into the
pyramid work.
Yeah, that's right.
Sitting inside.
Yeah, no, he looks good through a crystal ball. Does Vossi? So I mean, I think the new age model has a lot of potential, but I don't know that the cast is big enough yet. Surely we got to have. I mean, we got senior players supervising, managers.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone should have an agent, as far as I'm concerned. This is the Gold Coast. I mean,
Gold Coast. You need an agent.
Exactly. And you probably also want some sort of film rights associated with every game. I think because Movie World's up there.
I know.
Why not?
Football World.
An AFL theme park. Now, if that's not going to work on the Gold Coast, where is it going to work?
Okay, well, that's very good. Now, the Gold Coast Ambitions, with the code locked on collision course with the government, because the Queensland government, if I've got this right, want the AFL to honour an agreement. The Sports Minister in Queensland, Judy Spence, said that the state government redeveloped the Gabba at the cost of $182 million to accommodate the relocation of the then Brisbane Bears from Carrara. This is going back a bit. In order to maximise the return on that investment, was reached with the AFL. In the event of a second team being located in South East Queensland, all games would be played at the Gabba until 2015.
Oh, well, that's too early. I mean, what, 2050, surely. A Gold Coast team should be... they have to express their local... parochialism in Brisbane.
I know.
That's the place to do it.
That's right. And the other thing that's really interesting about all of this, as I reach for a bit of rubbish on the floor, is that these were built instead of using... the final stage of the development included a second set of player change rooms. Facilities to accommodate a second home team. Obviously, they'll have one decked out in, Brisbane Lions colours and the other in the pink and stink. Now... These were built, the pink and stink, were built instead of using the space for other commercial facilities, which would have generated income for Stadiums Queensland, like maybe a coffee shop or some sort of minor theme park museum, which could have charged admission. If the deal was not honoured by the AFL, the Gabba would forego millions of dollars in lost revenue. In light of this, the government expects the terms of the agreement will be honoured.
Well, you know what this is, HG. I mean, we all know what goes on in Queensland. This is a league government. It's a rugby league government waging a vendetta against AFL, against a form of the game that they don't truly understand.
Very good.
I think that Anna Bly's got to step up to the plate here. She's got to resolve this.
Well, lovely. Or we know who in Melbourne might be able to catch a plane. Now, of course, the surface. Let's see. The AFL's Chief Broadcasting Commercial Officer, Gillon McLaughlin, said, "We acknowledge the agreement exists and always understood it's our challenge to convince the government of the merits of making an adjustment of that. The AFL now finds itself in the difficult position of attempting to extract itself from one stadium deal with the government while at the same time asking for assistance to redevelop a stadium at Carrara. Or more likely, the construction of an entirely new stadium offshore using the Julian Morrow plans of building a 100,000-seater on a floating block of concrete." Look, 3 kilometres offshore.
We've got to find a way through this. If this contract's going to be honoured, then maybe the way through it is actually to get all the other clubs in the AFL to sign a 20-year contract to play all their games at the Gabba as well. That way, everyone's even. I think that's
what
fair.
A lovely idea. What a lovely idea. And, your carbon footprint wouldn't go up by much flying people in and out all the time.
They could run between states. I mean, they've got to keep fit.
True. McLaughlin conceded the AFL would look at scheduling blockbuster games against big drawing clubs and the Lions at the Gabba, but added for the Gold Coast to really, for the Stinking Pink to really own its own team, it really needs to be playing the majority of games on the Gold Coast.
Oh, well, that's crazy talk.
I know. It's old age talk, isn't it?
It's very old.
And why can't the 20,000 Pink Instinct supporters come from anywhere in Australia?
It's a universal banner that can unite the people of Australia, wherever they may come from, and the Japanese tourists, so long as they're at the Gabba.
That's right. We're pink and we stink. Now, when you look at teams like Collingwood and others, you want to be able to deal with capacity. We've always maintained that it would make sense to play the larger games in the Gabba. Or at the Gabba. Yesterday's launch was short on detail with, obviously, as mentioned, the new club's names, colours, executive coaching, blah, 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 blah. The idea that's been floated, that's most popularly being floated, is that we'll have some ability, this is in the draft to find some players, to draft some Queensland talent at the end of this year, followed by the participation in the drafts of 2009, 2010. That's what will be brought along by playing either in the AFLQ, that's the Queensland competition, or the TAC Cup in Victoria. Now, Witheriff said the Brisbane Lions, Michael Voss was in the mix of the coaching position, and the Lions chief executive, Michael Bowes, talked up potential rivalry between the two local teams. This is the Lions and the Stink. He's basically said, on behalf of the Lions, we won't forget the people down the coast there who support the Lions, because there's a lot of people on the coast who like their AFL football.
That's right.
And have become rusted on Lions. And how about this? This is Michael Bowes, head of the AFL, Lions in Brisbane. We're hoping there's going to be a lot of dysfunctional families on the Gold Coast with with a couple of Gold Coast team supporters and a couple of Brisbane Lions supporters who get along 363 days a year, and a couple of days when we play each other, it'll be daggers drawn.
Well,
can I say that's inciting domestic violence?
Well, look, if the game can't divide families, what can it do? Exactly.
Yes, the Young Knives and Rue the Days. Look, they're out of England and the CD is called Superabundance, and you heard it on The Life on Triple J.
Homeless Australians, is the housing crisis getting you down? Are mortgage payments busting the budget? Are your kiddies going without? Well, why not talk to Roy and HG, the space-saving solutions experts? The space specialists can show you how to cram 12 457 visa holders, each paying $250 per week, into a spare room, and suddenly your mortgage crisis is history. How do Roy and HG do it? With the space-saving solution, the Miracle Bunk Bed Kitchen. The bunk bed kitchens arrive in a flat pack and can be operational in 45 minutes, with 457 visa holders turning up on your doorstep as soon as the ship finishes at 6 p.m. But remember, these blokes are not here to sleep.
Howdy doody car lovers, your old mate Frosty LaHood here. Now I'm an old-fashioned operator. If someone wants a Hyundai, I sell it to them. And I do it with a little bit of fun, you know, that no root, no toot masquerade. But now my son Frosty Jr. has left school and signed with Frosty LaHood Motors, and I am as pleased as punch. Frosty Jr. is very mature in his approach and has brought a school bag full of great ideas to the business. He's had some superb professional quality videos knocked up from the footage of couples in action test driving our price-to-sell units. These videos look fantastic. No plot, no gear, no need. They're all action and leave nothing to the imagination. So, if you buy a Nibiru wagon today, you get a free copy of Chicks and Big Sticks. That's Frosty Jr.'s Porno Bluey Video 6-pack, plus the famed no root, no toot guarantee. So, if you want a car, you want a root, or you want a watch, then see me and the young bloke at Frosty LaHood Motors. Thanks for listening, Australia.
Yoo-hoo! Tribes of the Pacific! Bored, fit, and nothing to do at your place? Do you want to get a toehold in an expanding, exciting economy? Got the travel bug? Why not join the ranks of the 457 crew with the International Employment Permit Specialists, Roy and HG, and see the world? Roy and HG are the people managers who are turning labour supply on its head.
Julian, look, I was taken by the match at the MCG yesterday. Carlton lost to the Crows by about 30 points at the end. But look, two aspects of this game did catch my eye. In a bizarre build-up to Saturday's game, the Adelaide Crows yesterday, or midweek, practiced half-time breaks during the training. The entire Adelaide squad left the field of, their training ground at Amy Stadium, headed into the change rooms halfway through the 2-hour session. Coach Neil Craig addressed the group as he would on game day. The players were given video feedback and they had their bodies massaged before returning to the field 15 minutes later to start their warm-ups and get going all over again. It was a fantastic innovation. I mean, you're talking about new age.
Yeah.
I mean, this Craig bloke thinks of everything. I think I'm right in saying that it was only the fourth or fifth time in about 6 years the Crows had actually played at the MCG. So a lot of the players wouldn't be familiar with where the rooms were, what they'd be like. It's a nightmare. They don't want to change a routine.
Yeah, look, I mean, my first question, why wasn't that game played at the Gabba? Surely, contractually, I think it should have been at the Gabba. Yeah. But it's one of the neglected parts of the game, the break.
Half-time.
Yeah, exactly. Lot of... it's similarly in boxing, I know Mick Gatto's got Jeff Fennick working on the period between the rounds.
And sitting on the stool.
Sitting on the stool and getting the pep talks. Because if he can get that right, the boxing basically follows. So I think that's the same thing with the football. The rub-down's good, though.
No, I like that. And what I loved was Craigie had two addresses. They brought them in, got them down, rubbed down, look at the video message. Then he spoke to them, imagining he was 2 goals ahead. And then he sent him out, played another, obviously, 2 quarters, got him back in as though it was half-time again, and talked to him as though they were 2 goals behind.
What I'm worried about with this innovative technique is that it seems to be ignoring the quarter-time break, which, as you'd know, HG, is an entirely different break.
And a very different mood.
Yeah, exactly.
And the 3/4 time break.
Well, that's a whole other issue. And you need to be dealing with these on their own terms. Like, I'm a bit... We face the prospect of a team that knows how to play a half-time, but they fall apart at quarter and 3/4 time. And as you know, 3/4 time is, in many games, it's actually closer to the end of the game than your half-time. So it's probably of the breaks, it's the most important.
I'd say in all games, 3/4 time is closer to the end of the game.
You do often, statistically, it's often placed towards the end, and I think that that does give the lie to this whole coaching technique, because there were 2 versions of the speech given, one for a couple of goals ahead and one from behind. But what sort of scenarios have been prepared for the 3/4 time? I mean, you've got to do goal ahead, 2 goals ahead, 3 goals ahead, 4 goals ahead, goal behind, 2 goals behind, 3 goals behind. You're going to need a full-time...
script writer.
Yeah, exactly. I think Don Watson should probably join up and start penning speeches for every scenario.
Now, the other bit of the interesting thing was that they were... As it turned out, the weather changed very late in the game, but Adelaide had hoped that it would have poor weather to play in. The Carlton Crows, obviously, the autumn has been very fine so far, both in Adelaide and Melbourne.
Yep.
I noticed Simon Goodwin, the Adelaide captain and amateur meteorologist, predicted rain and wind in Melbourne on Saturday would alter the conditions the Blues had experienced recently, unlike those in Adelaide, which have been perfectly fine. It might be different conditions to what they have played in the last couple of weeks. We enjoy playing at the G. I don't think there's any advantage playing at one particular ground each week. It might be different conditions to what they've played in the last couple of weeks, so things have changed and we're comfortable playing either. Tell you what's interesting is that Neil Craig asked all the players to bring the fans in and bring in, sort of their buckets, super soakers, water pistols and so on, so they could set up the fans at one end. These aren't clapping fans, these are blowing fans.
Action blowers, yeah.
To stimulate or approximate wind being driven down the ground. And at the same time, all the helpers started firing off the super soakers and tipping buckets of water over the place.
Which is all very fine. I mean, it means that they've covered wind and rain. But there are all sorts of other weather conditions that they need to prepare for. Is that team ready to play in hail?
Sleet.
Yeah, sleet and hail.
Or snow.
Snow, exactly, which can happen.
Underprepared.
That's right. What about drizzle? Are they prepared? I mean, they might be prepared for rain, but are they prepared for drizzle? I don't think it's happening.
No. The thing about it is I love the idea that somehow they'd thought about it so much. I mean, admittedly, they won the game, so obviously these preparations paid off.
Sure, yeah.
But there was so much left to do, wasn't there? I mean, anything could have gone horribly wrong. Maybe they would have cancelled half-time. Did they think of that? No. All the players were looking at their watches out there or the scoreboard clock thinking, hang on a minute, we're going to go into the rooms and Craigie's going to talk to us. Remember to get the rub-downs, they would have been saying.
Well, I mean, apparently the rub-downs were so vicious. Such a solid beating. It was kind of like the Barry Hall of massage. That they needed to get back out on the park to get away from the masseuse because.
That's a ratchet song. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the quality of the song, ratchet version of it. That doesn't often happen. The rat shit literally on it, causing, technology, the light going through it and all that sort of stuff. I think it was meant to be the eels and fly swatter. We might have to throw that away and get a new one.
Well, get Mick Gatto in to resolve the dispute in the CD. Yeah, that'll get you through to the chorus. No worries.
Now, look, you have to feel sorry for Damien Sully, the AFL umpire. Damien's at the centre of what we call Bouncegate. He's been dropped after a series of what have been described by Mark Stevens in the Herald Sun midweek as wonky centre bounces. Sully's now infamous bounce in the North Melbourne Collingwood clash last Saturday provided a goal to North Melbourne, which could have won them the match. But video footage suggests Sully's been having a yips with the bouncers for some time. AFL umpire director midweek Jeff Geeshan said yesterday Sully's ongoing battle with the difficult skill. I mean, look, can I just say on behalf of Sully fans, of which there are many, he's completely devastated and shattered. And if anybody was going past, could they just buck him up maybe with a tonk and shout out something, love your work, you know, that sort of thing. Love your work, Damien! And maybe leave some flowers in the letterbox or something like that. I mean, don't go silly with this. Don't do a Princess Diana and leave hundreds and thousands of flowers out the front of his place, because that'd draw attention to it. And for God's sake, you know, don't do what Nick Darcy's family did and put up the Olympic rings out the front, because that was really silly. But be that as it may, just something subtle, maybe that doesn't involve you doing anything apart from just saying when you see him in the street, you know, Damien, keep at that. We love you. We want to see you back in the number one shirt.
Because it's the key part of officiating.
It is, sadly.
Yeah.
It's not just the bounce, not just this one bounce, according to Jeff Geeshan. Damien's bouncing for the first 5 rounds has been a bit below what we expect. When he executed that one he did the last weekend, it probably gets to the stage where you say, okay, at what point do you say he needs to go back and work on his confidence and work on his bouncing?
I mean, are there kind of remedial schools where this could be taught?
There are. There's medication and remedial techniques.
You know who we should get in to solve this one? Shane Heal. One of the great ambassadors of the AFL.
Yeah,
and a man who can bounce a ball. Let's face it, one of his key skills.
And he could bounce at him while he was running. Geeshan said he had given Sully the benefit of the doubt throughout his early struggles. And let's face it, it's been a nightmare. People think it's easy being an AFL umpire. It's not. And this has turned into, you know, an ongoing nightmare for Sully and the whole Sully family.
Does that include Sandra?
It does. It does.
Who, by the way, can't bounce a ball to save her life.
No. She's a very keen AFL supporter.
Yeah,
Sully. It's good. Now, his early struggles during, obviously, last Saturday night was the worst one. It just so happened that in the last minutes he may have tightened up a little bit and he didn't come out right. That's the two key things. Don't tighten up and get him to come out right. Sully is a third-year umpire, highly rated for his decision-making ability. He's going to go back to the VFL this weekend. In the VFL he'll practice and he'll do some intensive bouncing practice as well, training as well.
But, I mean, enough of this decision-making ability. That's not what it's about.
No, it's bouncing.
You've got to bounce the ball. I think what needs to happen...
Decision-making, leave it to Gatto.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. That's what you got video for. Look, I think Damien... Really, he just needs to go back to basics.
He does. Back to basics.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it's all about. I think maybe the shape of the ball is causing a problem. Got to go back to a round ball.
Mm-hmm. Get that up in the air.
Yep. Maybe a bit of Bradman work. Maybe a bit of
with the
bouncing the golf ball.
Yeah, that's
up against
good.
the
take stand.
Yeah, that's right. Once you've got that, then you can move back onto the proper leather and the weird shape.
Now. Sully apparently could be heard cursing after one of his several below-par bounces. I love that. Below par.
What is par for a bounce these days?
Let's say the height of a 20-storey high-rise and vertical. I mean, that's what a good bouncer can do. He can move close to a building and bounce it so it goes straight up alongside the building, doesn't touch anything for several stories. He bounces against in Collingwood-Carlton game in round 3. Bulldog ruckman Will Minson also benefited 2 extremely crooked bounces in round 1. Sully has also battled with his bounce in round 2. God almighty, when did the bloke bounce the ball appropriately? Doesn't sound he's shot duck. I mean, his complete nerves are gone. He's on medication. He can't sleep. I mean, if he falls asleep, all he sees himself doing bounces. He's also battled the bounce in round 2, round 3, struggling to consistently launch the ball straight and high. Former umpire Derek Humphrey-Smith. I've forgotten Humphrey-Smith work.
He's one of the game's great bouncers. People remember his bounces more than his officiating. His decision-making ability wasn't great, but geez, he could bounce the ball.
Yeah. Now, former umpire Derek Humphrey-Smith, whose career was prematurely ended by his inability to bounce the ball. Said it would take time for Sully to win back the confidence of the umpiring department.
How would he know? He never won back any confidence.
No, well,
he was shattered.
He was ended so early, I didn't realise we had a Derek Humphrey-Smith wandering about with a whistle.
Sorry, I was thinking of the other Humphrey-Smith.
Yeah, no, Peter.
The big clan. Yeah.
And love umpiring. He will really need to earn his stripes in the eyes of the umpiring department so that he doesn't pose a risk in any AFL match. A risk. Lord, particularly significant matches. He'll need to show a sustained improvement. Asked how long Sully will need in the VFL, Humphrey-Smith said, having been in exactly the situation, my feeling is somewhere between 3 and 6 weeks.
He's got... Well, I mean, Barry Hall got 7 weeks for smashing someone.
I know.
And you get 3 to 6 weeks for a wonky bounce. Well,
it's an odd thing.
It's hard to work out the relativities there.
It is.
But it's good to know that Mr. Humphrey Smith, was it Derek? Yeah,
Derek
has come to Damien's aid.
With the
I like to think that there could be a support group developed for umpires with crooked bounces.
Bounce support group.
Yeah.
Now, look, that came up in the 2020 summit.
It's a big idea, and it's neutral to the budget.
Neutral to the budget. But sadly, as you pointed out off air, all those people got in the road. All those practitioners of
management consultants, facilitators. Yeah.
They didn't want Solly to be healed.
Well,
I mean, I reckon, could that go on the agenda for World Youth Day? Something for Solly.
That's right.
Sort of.
Well, I mean, if they're going to ship in the bodies of dead Italian saints, why not put Sully in a glass case and bring him down for the Catholics of the world to remember his sacrifice?
Presets. Now the presets. This boy's in love. Apocalypso. I was just thinking about Duran Duran while that song was playing. I don't know why. Now they're playing Splendor in Grass 08. And touring for Triple J from June the 12th to the 22nd. So the Presets fans, buffs, they'll be doing a benefit for Damien Sully's support group as well, which I think's just been added.
Yeah, membership now up to 2.
Right. And I just before we come to the first fat, the Damien Sully support group, I'd love to get a night together where we showed him sort of obviously bouncing the ball well. There must be some vision of that somewhere. And trying to I know, that's the big question, isn't it? But trying to encourage people to see the good days of Damien.
Yeah, I mean,
not the bad
bit
days.
of a Sully retrospective.
And a bit of a package.
The technology's great these days. Perhaps they could take the footage of the bouncers and digitally alter them to make the ball actually go straight
up.
Yeah.
Now, do you think Damien could get back in the good books if he maybe made himself available to be the umpire of choice for the Gold Coast club?
Well, I don't know.
Not sure how this works.
Yeah, it's got potential, but unfortunately, you'd well remember that there's actually Sully's got a life ban at the Gabba for crooked ball bouncing, and even though he would like to be a patron of the stinking was it the
pink and
stink, not the stinking pink. He just wouldn't be able to do the home games.
He could travel.
He can play away.
Yeah.
I think he could do a bit of development work. Maybe teaching young kids how to bounce and promoting. Not so much efficient decision making, because I don't think that's that important, but just straight up and down bouncing. He could be a good bounce coach, but whether he's got what it takes for the Gold Coast, I don't know.
No, big call.
When you think Gold Coast, you think Hardwick Smith, don't you?
You certainly do. Yes, that's right. Humphrey Smith.
Humphrey Smith
Selects himself, and now it might be time for a fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny O'Keefe. What are Australians fighting for this week, HG?
Well, it's a terrific prize, anchored, of course, by the J-Mag, the current issue of the J-Mag, in which the cover story is Butler goes off, will Oz's most famous hippie take over the world? It's just a think piece, really. And we've got CDs, Penny Coco, The Mystery Woman. Probably never played on Triple J, I would imagine, so it's a new territory there. The Very Unique Existence, the CD called Everyone, The Breaks, and the I'll never say it. Visions. And Rafe CD, it's not as shit as it looks. Plus, they're all good ones, plus a copy of the Bible, the Rugby League Week, with a terrific cover, Kiwi Killers, Why Prince and Thurston Are a Perfect Match. They're talking about the big match coming up, the Centenary Clash Test, coming up, I think, on May the 8th in Rugby League. So it's a great prize for some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question. Julian.
Who will be joining the People's Liberation Army of China?
Okay, the number then. Now, I'll never get this right until I can find me paperwork. Who's going to be joining the People's Liberation Army of China? The phone number is 1300 0555 36. Women only. Phone now.
Hi, it's rolling.
I'm sorry, Charlie Murphy. I was having too much fun.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't get any smoother than that. The woman of the moment, Amy Winehouse, and Mark Ronson's version of Valerie from the Zootons cover on a CD called Version. And we're talking to Christy on the Fat, who's phoning in from Brisbane, Brighton, really, in Queensland. How are you there, Christy?
Yeah, I'm good. Hey, it's Jane Julian. How are you guys?
We're absolutely fighting fit. And what are you doing with the weekend?
Enjoying the sunshine. But just now I'm helping my husband strip back an old Hilux.
Wow. And what's your role in the stripping back of the old Hilux, Christy?
I get the interior. I have to rip out the seats and use a bit of the old elbow grease inside.
Now, look, can I ask to what end? Are you mad car restorers and just thought, bugger it, this weekend let's have a go at a Hilux? Or is this something you've inherited from another part of the family or mates?
Oh, no, we just bought our first one over that... our first car over the internet.
Wow. That's a big turning point in a relationship, your first car over the internet.
So we've got to make this work.
Now, what's the colour?
It's white.
White. And will it be, obviously, when it's finished off, be white, or are you thinking of changing colours?
Yeah, no, it will stay white.
Stay white.
So you're not really pimping it? You're not kind of, hotting it up and...
Look, I was kind of thinking about doing a fancy gear knob.
A fancy gear knob?
Steering wheel.
Right. Now, look, I notice, I don't know whether in your part of the world, but a lot of Toyota Utes have the treatment done to them, not completely pimped, but they're lowered incredibly, and they're often done up in a jazzy colour with a lot of little touches of details, not so much the jazzy gear stick gear, but...
Ute bling.
Ute bling! Wow, it's got a term. Very good. Wow, that's great.
And you're going to be blinging the Hilux, Kirsty?
No, not quite, because we do hope to take it out four-wheel driving, so, it might damage the bling if we were to go a bit too far.
Yeah.
And are you sound as though you're familiar with Ute bling. Have you got people in your patch who have got blinged Utes?
There are a couple, and they're probably listening, so they'll know who they are.
Oh, they're fantastic. And what colours have they blinged their Utes?
I'm thinking of one that's a navy blue with a lot of chrome.
Oh, isn't that fantastic? And you weren't inspired by their... Because they've spent a fortune, obviously, getting the bling applied. I don't think it's cheap, unless you do it all yourself, which you guys are obviously doing. But you weren't inspired by them to maybe, I don't know, do an interior in velvet and
Look, anything's possible. Anything's possible. It's only day one on the project.
Right. Oh, good. We're there at the start. I always like beginnings. Isn't that great? And how long a process is it? I mean, does the car go at the moment? Is it registered?
Well, it did go until my husband pulled out some pretty vital parts, I think.
Right.
Like the distributor cap, if it's got a distributor cap.
Yeah. The gear stick.
I don't know what they're called, but they're very greasy.
Now, take us through the process of buying it. You got online on one of those car sites and you just saw there were hundreds of millions to choose from. Take us through the selection process that took you to the one you've got now.
I went on that eBay and... found the cheapest one of what we were looking for.
So you had to bid for it?
Yes, had to bid for it.
Right.
And voila, probably 30 seconds of frantic bidding, and next thing you know, it's ours.
30 mad seconds.
30 mad seconds, yeah.
Give us an idea. Give us an idea of how you worked out. You wanted a 2004 or?
Oh, this one's a 98.
A 98, okay.
Yep.
Good year. It was a good year for
dual cab.
Yep.
Yep.
Dual cab 98, and then you said so many kilometres, and was it...
diesel.
Diesel,
we said
okay.
Diesel.
Diesel, and then the next bit of the puzzle was, did it have to be near you? In other words, you don't want to pick up one in, say, I don't know, Lameroo, because it's a hell of a drive back to Brighton, and you've got to get to Lameroo to pick it up.
Yeah, it did come in handy finding one nearby.
Was that a trick, though, to find it nearby?
No, it just so happened that it was nearby.
Right. So literally 7:30 on Friday night, you hop online. Yep. By the time Sunday comes, it's at your place. That's how I like it.
Isn't the internet a wonderful thing?
That's amazing.
Bringing people and cars together using modern technology, that's wonderful.
Yeah, well, I thought I could start out easy on the old eBay and buy a CD or something, but no.
No, you think big, Kirsty. That's what I like about you.
The next bit of the puzzle is, have you got a Hilux site to help you should you run into trouble? The only sites that I know deal with combi vans along these lines. You can almost repair anything over the internet, but one good one is the combi van sites, which there are many of.
Yeah.
Would you have a Hilux site that would help you out with the other half there who's got to put the wires back in their appropriate slots?
No, I don't have a site, but
well, look at Kirsty.
You don't take those kind of projects on unless you're married to a mechanic.
Now it comes out.
Yeah.
Right, I see.
Okay.
Oh well, look. When we get off air, obviously we wouldn't give it out over the air, but we can put you in touch with a Hilux support group based in the the Brisbane area.
Oh, look, I think I'm going to need that.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
And they also help you straighten the bounce of your ball if you've got any problems with that as well. They can help you out there.
Okay.
Now, Christy, let Julian set out the question and have a swing at it.
Okay.
Who will be joining the People's Liberation Army of China? I think at the rank of colonel, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
We've had a few guesses on over the phones. A lot of people supporting a prominent Victorian dispute resolver.
Yes, that's right.
But who do you think it is, Kirsty?
I think it's Big Bad Bazza Hall.
Absolutely right. Barry Hall will be joining the People's Liberation Army at the rank of colonel. Do you follow the AFL at all?
Yes, I do.
And what do you think about the new team coming to the Gold Coast?
Oh, look, I think that you'd only be able to pull it off if you went with Julian's idea of the floating stadium.
Yes,
definitely.
On a concrete block out in the Pacific Ocean there somewhere. Well, it is a brilliant idea. Christy, look, good luck with that Hilux. Remember, if you need the support group details, just get in touch with us. But the Bible, the Rugby League magazine, the J-Mag and the 4 CDs, we'll get them in the mail to you, and they'll be there a lot sooner than you've repaired your Hilux Ute.
Sure.
In the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this Sporting Life.
Pleasure. Thanks.
See ya. Bye. Yes, 3 on the trot. On Triple J's This Sporting Life, we started off with Ashes Divide and the Stone album, It's All Right. And the CD, well, keep telling myself It's All Right, I think is the title of the CD, although It's All Right, I keep telling myself wouldn't be bad. So that's Ashes Divide got us underway. The slab of ham in the middle of the 2 pieces of high-fibre multigrain bread was Bliss and Esso, Eye of the Storm from Flying Colours, brand new feature album. No surprises there. Feature album. Flying Colours, Bliss and Esso, and the third piece of bread, Custom Kings from Melbourne, number 1, the title of the CD, number 1 title of the track, title of the CD, Merchant Songs, where it's bound, I tell you, to the top of the charts. Fact, on This Sporting Life on Triple J.
Stress, mortgage, interest rates, council rates, bills. Pressure from the family, need of a new car, new house, school fees, food. It's endless. You need a bit of me time. Crystal Spa Gardens is a haven for those trapped in the mad maze of modern mayhem. Think how pleasant it would be to check in and lie back with the following treatments available 24/7. A lime wash enema, a hot rock workout, a cucumber-cooled liquefied half-mud face pack, a fish-chilled lead blanket that can reduce stress levels to 0, a hot olive oil hose to replenish nervous energy, and finally, share a pyramid with a genuine American Indian chief in full regalia where you sit in the silence of eternity, broken only by the Comanche drums of harvest. Crystal Spa Gardens, a place to forget where you're up to your neck in debt.
Hello Australia, Frosty LaHood here. Did you see Home and Away last Thursday? That scene just before the news break where they cornered the Strangler in Alf's bar. That was my boy Frosty Jr. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. He stole the show just by being there. It's that first-class professional experience that the kid now brings to all our in-car videos. So if you accept the Frosty Nibiru Wagon Challenge, Junior is happy to climb aboard and call action and roll cameras whenever the toot turns to root. I can't be fairer than that. So see you this Sunday in Lakemba, when once again the Nibiru Challenge kicks off at 9 a.m. sharp at Frosty LaHood Motors.
Roy and HG have substantial contacts with people managers in Papua New Guinea, Tuvalu, the Solomons and Bougainville. These well-placed senior government-accredited human resources experts allow your firm access to any number of semi-qualified but highly motivated labourers who understand only 2 words of English: start and now. These 457 compliant tradesmen are guaranteed disease-free and will have a go at anything: plumbing, electrical, excavation, welding, stonemasonry, and should you want to go native, these willing workers are fully conversant with the latest techniques in vine lashing, bamboo construction and blow piping. As Australia's leading contemporary architect Glenn Murcutt said at a recent international conference, "Honestly, what these blokes can do shocked me, and it's certainly refreshing in the building game to have labour cheaper than nails." If you want labour short on skills but big on grunt, contact the 457 specialists on 123 457 and chat about your needs.
Look, this is easily, I think, the most... Well, I've saved this story for you later, but it is easily the most disturbing story I think we've covered in probably, well, let's face it, the last 4 years. Doping tests are going to be introduced to bullfighting. Now you think, oh, well, that's okay. The matadors and the picadors and the conquistadors have been at it on the sniff, probably living the high life, you know, Sheila's running hot and cold. Animals, you know, the mind doesn't want to go there. However, it's not the human element that's being tested, it's the animal element that's being tested. According to Graham Keeley in would be the Fairfax media writing for The Guardian, doping tests to be introduced at Spain's most prestigious bullfighting festival after allegations that bulls are drugged, Todd McKinney style, to make the matador's job easier. Breeders at next month's Ferrara San Isidro face fines of up to €60,000, or about 110,000 Australian if they drug their bulls. Blood and urine samples will be taken from the bulls that the vets think are behaving strangely.
By not ripping, matadors apart.
Well, I think they're probably using that wow far out. Man, oh man! Oh, I could use another.
It's a funny situation, isn't it, where a sport is beset with the problem of performance decreasing drugs. Not often something that the world. We got the doping agency in on this one. Are they?
What?
Anti-doping. Yeah, is John Fay going to be doing a bit of
bull work?
Yeah,
you'll have to get involved.
Surely. Yeah.
Now look, the bulls undergo other tests before they enter the ring, but this will be the first time they're subjected to specific anti-doping tests. They were ordered by Francisco Granados, who heads the Madrid Regional Government's Bullfighting Authority. What a job! What do you do? Well, I head up the senors and senoras. I head up the Bullfighting Authority in the Madrid regional area. Bloody hell, what a bloke. He'd be great to go out with. He'd be full of tales. At first, they'll apply only to Ferrera de San Isidro event, but could be carried out at other bullfights in the Madrid region. Breeders and organisers have been long suspected of rigging bullfights. What? Hang on a minute, the bull always dies. What's the rigging here?
Yeah.
As well as drugging since the... Well, how about this? As well as the drugging, since the 1940s, there have been claims that the tips of horns have been shaved to make the bulls less deadly, that 2 most commonly used drugs are said to be tranquilizers and corticosteroids. Not sure what a corticosteroid would do. You've got a fair idea of what a tranquilizer do. Ricardo Mirat, a vet at the Las Ventas bull ring in Madrid, said corticosteroids give the bull more resistance and can disguise a limp or an injury, which allows the animals to pass initial tests. Oh, God, is there no depths to which these clowns won't stoop? There's cunning as shithouse rats.
What has happened to the spirit of bullfighting? It's supposed to be a fair fight between the bull and the matador, and now we hear that it wasn't what it seemed. Next thing there'll be drug tests on the there'll be random breath testing units on the roads of Pamplona. For
the running of the bulls.
For the running of the bulls, yeah, that's right, exactly. Well, they'll be running a little bit more slowly, I think, if they're doped in this way. It's making me lose faith in bullfighting overall. Yeah, you read the sort of gear that these bulls are into. Some of them are on human growth hormone, and that's just not. The bulls aren't supposed to have that.
No, elephant tranks. That's what there are a lot of them on. And I take your point. I hadn't thought of it as clearly as you summed it up, making me lose faith in bullfighting. In the world of bullfighting. Because let's face it, the greats, and I'm going to struggle, I'm honestly going to put my hand in the air and say I would struggle naming my top 10 favourite bullfighters of all time. There was El Cordobés or something like that, and Dominguín was a sort of new generation.
Right. And there was Rodrigo Humphrey-Smith.
Oh, yeah.
He was great.
And they had a young Turk, about 13 years old recently, who blew them all away with his skill. But then now you have to go back and think, well, the bulls were suspect. The bulls were obviously on the gear, not normally available over the stable door in a bullfighting academy. Yeah. And probably had... I love that bit where how the corticosteroids allow them to disguise a limp. Where do they get off these people?
The sport is about killing the animal, but it's got to be a fair fight, I think. And I would like to see. I think we should be not testing the bulls for drugs, but making sure that they all mandatorily take performance enhancing drugs.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, we don't want tranquilizers.
No, we want the opposite.
A bit of speed.
Yeah, indeed.
Indeed.
Now, speaking of going fast, the other story that worried me this week was, I think we broke the story here on This Sporting Life a couple of weeks ago, how Marion Jones had been nipped at it and then had to hand back her gold medals.
Yes.
Then, of course, the Olympic movement, being what it is, decided they'd strip the other medals, which were gold, I think, from the 4x400 relay and bronze in the 4x100 metres. The other teammates would have to lose their medals.
Well, they're following through the logical chain, aren't they? They're thinking it through.
They are. But now the relay partners are raising money to pay legal fees in the fight to retain their 2000 Olympic medals they've been ordered to return. The Jones team with Jill Miles-Clark, Monique Hennigan, Latasha Colander-Richardson and Andrea Anderson to win the 4x400 metres gold, and with Christy Gaines, Tori Edwards, Nancine Perry and Passion, my favourite, Richardson to win the bronze 4x100 metres. The Jones had a medal stripped last year, admitting to doping, bullfighting style. This month the IOC disqualified the other 7 while conceding none of them broke any rules. The runners have refused to give up their medals, saying it was wrong to punish them for Jones's violation. Where do you stand on this one, Julian?
Look, I think it's a sad day where athletes are stripped of their medals just because one of their teammates cheated. I mean, surely they ran their bits fair and square. And just because the result was tainted by a known cheat doesn't mean that we should go starting to, rewrite the record books on these things.
No.
I think they're hardly done by.
Do you feel as though the case is, but by taking the medals away from us, you're saying we cheated? I mean, it's obviously... Yeah.
It's tainting the whole thing. But I like nothing more than a truly great sporting contest ending up in a court.
Modest Mouse there, and we've got everything. We were dead before the ship even sank is the title of the album. Look, I'm just kind of interested in the problems of the problems of South Sydney, but
yes,
and this open letter that was written by, I think, one of the high ups in South Sydney.
Yep.
But look, I might take a short break and maybe just play a track and come back with that as part of a second final burst. I should point out that the score in the AFL, the Kangaroos at three-quarter time, 7-9-51. They're ahead of the Sydney side, the Sydney Swans, 6-10-46. Back with more in a moment. Yes, Goldfrapp there. Goldfrapp, Happiness, surprisingly, and Seventh Tree is the title of the track. As the CD. Now, I've got this letter. It just got lost in my inbox. It's from Shane Richardson. He's penned an open letter to Rabbitohs fans imploring them not to panic. I mean, that's a real problem for fans, isn't it? When to start panicking. I've mused about this for many, many years, especially being a Carlton supporter over the last few years. I've often panicked. I've gone off too early. So Shane has suggested that while they're down in confidence as well as personnel, the Rabbits and et cetera, played Brisbane the other night, lost, had a chance to win it, but lost, threw it away, etc. With supporter angst growing, and we will give you the address of a support group if you are a Rabbit supporter and feeling in the need of panic or angsty. And if you're a bit angsty, Richardson told members via a website he had been through the same adversity before at Penrith. And while refusing, I think Penrith have vastly improved, incidentally, since Shane Richardson left. I think they're second bottom. That might be unfair.
Yeah, that's right. The last thing the Rabbitohs fans need to know is that Shane's been through this before, that he's got experience in the area of making teams just dart out badly.
He admitted he was worried about the recent woes. He described it as time for calm, not panic, for hard work, not quick fixes. There is a myriad of theories as to why we're in the position we are. I don't think that's right, Shane. I think it's largely one. You haven't won any matches. As a football team, I know we're exploring every avenue to get that elusive win and kick-start our season. I can't give guarantees about when the next win will be. Hell, I thought we'd have one more by now. I have relayed my thoughts directly to the players. That would have been good. Now, boys, gather round. As you know, I'm the head of this football club, and I'm not panicking. I don't think there's any reason to be angsty at all. And the coaching staff, and not the papers. I don't know why he hadn't told the papers. They seem to have got it. But what I can tell you is the following. You have a team that is sticking together on and off the field to solve the problem. You have a coaching staff that is working tirelessly to get that win. You have a group of players who are as frustrated as the members about the result and are working their butts off to turn it around. Don't think for 1 minute that we haven't been looking at tough calls behind the scenes. I don't know what that means. Firing Russell might be a start. Yeah. Don't think for a minute that we aren't exploring every avenue in the first full season, ... Now, Richardson urged members to keep the faith in the Rabbitohs family. Huh? As members, you have already shown your loyalty to the team by buying the membership. It's not your ticket into the ground that you've bought, but a ticket into a family. That is the Rabbitohs.
That's right. It's a ticket to a dream that will be smashed.
Well, that is going nowhere. I know how hard it is to go to work or school on Mondays after another loss. I doubt.
Why is he going to school?
Yeah, I know.
What's he doing?
Looking around the playground. Just remember you're part of the green and gold. Well, it should be Coachwood and Myrtle. I don't know why he's referring to green and gold, red and green army. You're a major part of the solution. Hang on. What? They're going to play? Keep the faith. As many of you have done for so long, we are building a strong club for the future. In 2089, we'll be there. And me, well, I'm beavering away and trying to be part of the solution and making sure that JT, open brackets, coach Jason Taylor, close brackets, and the players get the support to solve our current situation.
Well, I mean, we all know what's going wrong with the Rabbitohs. It's JT. And in particular, his inability to do the half-time talk.
Ah, right.
Yeah, because they don't practice it. That's the problem. They focus a lot on skills, training, physical ability, but I think it's about high time that JT took a leaf out of Neil Craig's book and
got him into the rooms.
got the boys into the sheds and practiced the massage and the talk at half time. If they can get that right, I think as we said, the rest will follow.
Asked about his motives for the open letter, which I love, Richardson said he wanted Souths fans to know the officials were trying to find a way out. Oh, Lord.
As if an open letter's not a way out. Come on.
That's right. Especially after his experiences at the Panthers, who took the wooden spoon in 2001 before winning the premiership in 2003. We've lost 6 in a row, but sadly they're right down the bottom again. Sadly, 6 in a row. I wanted to talk to them about where our mindset was, so they knew we were still positive and trying to find a way out. I've been through this before at Penrith. We stuck at it there, and the team has proved dramatically. So I know from experience that the things can turn around in a relatively short time. We have to keep doing our best, sticking together. I could make excuses, but that doesn't get you anywhere. We should be supporting our coach and the players in the belief we'll come out the other side, which I am confident we will.
That's a hell of a missive.
It is.
As open letters go. How do the fans of South Sydney respond to this? Are they at liberty to pen an open letter in response?
I'd love to think so.
Saying,
on the website.
Yeah.
Say
get your bloody act together.
In Redfern.
Yeah.
I think Jason Taylor should be moved on.
Enough of the open letters. Start running the club.
Perfect. Vampire Weekend. Oxford, from the CD Vampire Weekend. They're going to be there at SITG, Splendour in the Grass, 08. And now it's time for a fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Well, a fantastic prize as you'd expect. There's a current copy of Limelight magazine featuring the terrific article about Henri Rieu's hometown. And we were discussing the Movie Mania column here with David Stratton, Guide to Italian Cinema. And I think last week we were trying to find the director of The Conformist. And I may have inadvertently sold Chris Taylor a bit of a bum steer concerning the suggestion that Bertolucci didn't direct it. So sadly.
Yeah, he's been very angry about that.
I know. He hadn't let me forget. J-Mag, of course. And I must say, there's a lovely article about the return of the Roller Girls. Many people who might be over the age of, 90, would remember, of course, listening to the show, would remember the roller derby, and obviously films have been made out of it. Well, apparently in Victoria they've revived this to great success, and so the roller derby, if you're interested in roller mania, then that's the place to go. There's a couple of things here from our very new sponsors on the show, the Colorectal Foundation of Australia, and 3 or 4 CDs. The Last Town Chorus, described here as by the artist Megan Hickey. Hickey spellbinds listeners with her Gillian Welsh meets Hope Sandoval voice. Can hardly wait.
Is that the name of the album? Or?
I think it's called The Last Chorus in Town, I think. It's called Wire Waltz.
That doesn't have as much a ring to it.
No, it doesn't. Fall Electric, another CD, and then this final CD, always a mystery one, Lost Chance, Will I Am. So it's a terrific prize, a little bit of everything there. For some lucky listener, all comers, who can answer the following question. Julian.
Right. Obviously, a lot of people around the country want to show their support for Damien Sully, the umpire at the centre of Bouncegate. Can't bounce the ball straight. We've made the suggestion. We want to know for the fat, how should you show your support for Damien Sully?
Very good. And that number, 1300 0555 36. All comers phone now. Yes, that's Niles Barkley, off-played on Triple J Run, the title of the track, CeeLo Danger Mouse collaboration. What isn't CeeLo and Danger Mouse collaboration these days? The title of the CD is The Odd Couple. Who are we talking to? We're talking to somebody all the way in WA who must be listening online.
Hello.
Hello.
Is that Paul, is it?
Yes, it is.
How are you, Paul?
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Are you listening online?
No, I'm on radio.
Oh. Wow, that's pretty neat, because you should be at 2:30, by my guess.
I think we are, yes.
It's going to make it hard to win the fat if you haven't heard the show yet.
Oh, I already have. I'm listening to it now.
Oh, wow, you're in some sort of, what do you call it, red phase shift, or they've forgotten to do the switching right.
Oh, I don't know what's going on, but I'm listening to you boys right now.
So if I told you the footy score was North Melbourne, 64, and Sydney's just kicked a goal to make it 54, that's the score you've got.
Right, yeah, that's him.
Wow.
Right. Wow.
Jeez. Wow. We're on the same page. It's good to hear.
That's good.
Yes,
Paul, how have you spent the weekend?
Working.
Working?
I'm
What
working
highlights?
now, actually. So,
What work do you do, Paul?
I run a liquor store.
Oh, yeah. What change will the new binge drinking laws announced overnight make?
With the tax and all.
Tax has gone up on a certain sort of a certain variety of drinks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Let me say that.
Right. Are they big movers, those drinks?
Just like everything else.
Yeah, no, people are keen.
Yes.
Yes.
And presumably Anzac Day is a big weekend in your trade.
Oh, yes, it's quite large, yes.
Fantastic. Bit of two up in the store?
No, that's illegal.
Good answer, Paul. Very good.
And do you have to travel very far to work?
No.
No. Could you walk to work if you have a few at work and can't drive?
I do walk to work.
Right. Right.
So drink driving is not a problem.
That's very good. And this weekend, is it a big buy on Thursday or pretty steady all the way through?
No, actually, we are allowed to open Anzac Day.
You're trading? Good.
Yes, we're allowed to trade. So
That's what the diggers wanted.
They don't mind. They just buy like normal.
Right.
Good.
And do you see people walking in with their medals on after the march?
No.
No.
Right.
No,
What, that's
usually-
banned?
It's not banned, no. It's
But
usually it's a bit late in the day because we have to open after 12.
Oh, okay.
So,
very good.
yeah, there's not much walking going at all.
Right. Well, I mean, sorry, just one question I just really did want to get into with Paul, HG. At the counter in your average liquor store, you've got your beef jerkies.
Yes.
Do you have beef jerky on your
Yes,
counter?
we do, actually, yes.
How do the sales of the beef jerky go on Anzac, though? I'd imagine they'd be up.
Well, there's two types. There's the original and then there's ring burner.
Yeah, oh,
And the ring burner does go quite well.
especially on Anzac Day. There's
Especially on
nothing
Anzac
like
Day.
thinking back to the wartime struggles with a bit of a ring burner.
That's
Now,
right, yes.
Before they came onto the counter, did people come in and ask for them?
Well, I've been here for quite some time, and they've always had jerky.
Right.
Really?
It's
Oh,
always
there you
been
go.
there.
Right.
And have you sampled the ring burner yourself, Paul?
No, I'm not game enough.
Right. Okay. So you can't actually say whether it's aptly named.
No, but I've had a few gentlemen come back for
Come back for more.
Back for more.
There you
and
go.
they quite enjoy it, yes.
Now, are people, I know this is a sort of stupid thing, but you know how beer state variations are keenly supported by the people of those states. Is that the same with wines? Would you say that, given that you're in Western Australia, that Western Australian wines are your biggest sellers?
I would say yes, especially
Right.
from the Margaret River region.
Yes.
Yeah, they're very high. I've got quite a lot of travellers where I am, and they do request Margaret River wines.
Right.
There you go.
Right. There you go.
And, which jerky would you recommend for a Margaret River White? Should you go beef or the ring stinger?
Oh, you've got to go the original.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to upset the taste of the wine.
It goes well with the palate, doesn't it?
It does,
Yeah.
yes.
Now, Paul, let Julian set out the question and have a swing at it.
Obviously, people across the country are an outpouring of goodwill for that poor bloke Damien Sully, who has been having to take a bit of time off because of his dud bounce. We've been asking people what's the way to show your support. Paul, how should you be showing your support for Damien Sully?
The best way for Damien is to do a drive-by.
Excellent.
Just say g'day and, rev him up. Keep it going, son.
That's exactly right.
And if you included love your work, something like that wouldn't
Love
go
your
amiss.
work, you know, top job,
Very good, very good. Well, Paul, this
lovely.
incredible prize, the Limelight magazine, the J-Mag, the CDs and the supplies from the Colorectal Foundation, we'll get them in the mail to you and they'll be there, well, certainly before next Anzac Day. And in the meantime, good luck and thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye.
Oh, what a trio. I think could be the best three in a row we've ever played. Cut Copy got us underway. Feel the Love from In Ghost Colours. Cut Copy from Melbourne. Then in the middle, Josh Pike. Middle of the Hill, Feeding the Wolves, the title of the CD. Middle of the Hill, the track. And Sia, The Girl You Lost to Cocaine is the title of the track. And some people have real problems. So poignant, yet dramatic, yet entertaining. Three on the trot there. And speaking of entertainment, the Swans and the Kangaroos played a draw. It was such an appalling game in terms of standard that a draw seemed a fitting result. At the end, they couldn't separate them. The good thing was the Swans were miles behind at a particular period, but then...
Yeah, they managed to come back, but
the shocking kicking for goal.
Lacklustre performance, particularly in the last 5 minutes. I don't want to speculate too wildly, HG, but you just get the sense that the Swans might be into the kind of Spanish bull gear. I think there's a bit of
disguising of a limp.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the whole team was limp, and that was undisguisable. I think their performance restricting drugs appear to be in
evidence.
In evidence, absolutely.
This Sporting Life takes this opportunity to acknowledge all those Australians who were told to get stuffed by Kerry Packer. Recent evidence suggests the following should be acknowledged. Neville Wran, Ita Buttrose, Mr Sparkle Carl Scully, Boxhead Lecky and Sky, Peter Reef, the Very Reverend Dr. Gordon Moyes, the Body Elle Macpherson, Tracy Grimshaw, the dangerous floater Mark Philippoussis, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, supermodel Kate Moss, Maccabi Diva, tennis great Pancho Gonzalez, Wendell Saylor, Tim Costello, and singing sensation Tammin Sursok. These great Australians are now all proud recipients of the Rene Rivkin Medal. And remember, all Rivkin medalists get a 3.5% discount at all home and away AFL football fixtures. Australians, if you feel you've been overlooked for this prestigious bauble and have felt the abrasive side of Kerry's tongue in the past, then get in touch with the Ruskin Committee, chaired by Sir Michael Jeffrey, VC.
Crystal Spa Gardens has been a calming influence on the following: Michael Slater, Candice Falzone, Sonny Bill Williams, Ray Williams, Lloyd Williams, Little Stevie Wright, and lately Sean Tate. They all can't be mad.
Builders, are scaffolding costs blowing your bottom line? All 457 crew come with their own bamboo. Builders is interstate transport sending you to the wall. Get a 457 crew to carry it there. Builders, are your shareholders tired of paying out profits in per diems? All 457 crews live on a sausage roll for a week and sleep on site in all weathers. Interested? Of course you are. Contact the Pacific Island International Labour Hire Specialists, Roy and HG. You've seen these grass-skirted island blokes on the warpath. Roy and HG can get them working on your footpath.
Yes, now, look, just going back to this wall walk, I was taken by the great effort of Danny Minogue on the wall. She's just back from the wall this week, physically exhausted but inspired. Wow. Just hard to imagine, isn't it? Tuesday, obviously the cancer charity benefiting, incredibly difficult. She found herself short of breath, air quality in China no good, dust in particular affected some of the walkers. The singer spoke after camp, well, you know, obviously appearing on It Takes Two, the final, which is just brilliant. She said she did have concerns for walk leader, ONJ. I hope Olivia is going to be okay. I mean, that's coming from Danny, a qualified doctor.
She's got a keen eye for health defects, and it's good to know that she's looking out for the walk leader, because, I mean, if you lose the leader, then
you're gone.
Well, you're leaderless.
I couldn't put it that better myself. And the other thing is she's worried that Olivia's disguising a limp.
Yeah. Well, it's we'll have to get the matadors in to test them all.
Run the eye under.
Look, I mean, it's tougher than the Kokoda Trail.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Tougher than the Kokoda Trail. That's a big call.
Yeah, the charity walk on the Great Wall of China. I'm amazed that that Danny got through it.
Now, she said here, I told Olivia she needs to take a long break after the walk. The conditions are so tough. Minogue said that walking, obviously, it was amazing, such a humbling experience. Obviously, she was both proud and humbled by representing Australia on the walk. Every night, people talked about how they'd been affected.
Look, I mean, with inspirational talk like that, it's no wonder that the Adelaide Crows apparently are asking Danny to come in the sheds at half-time and really talk things up.
Take them through it.
Yeah. 2 scenarios.
Yes.
One involving...
2 goals ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think Danny can take that sort of talk onto the speaking circuit. You better be great at a corporate training day, something like that. You have Danny in to talk about...
walking the wall.
Walking the wall.
The one thing, though, I've got to say is that it may just be me, but I haven't noticed any feedback apart from Danny coming back and saying how tough it was, as in... If you wanted to make a donation, how would you do it?
Well, I don't know.
I suppose there's ways. They must have a site somewhere.
Most people have got Danny's mobile number somewhere in their in their address book. Yeah. It actually comes pre-installed on most mobiles these days. So you just give Danny a call, and she'll fix it up.
Do you think that though this is that people have maybe turned off slightly this charity because they can't sort of see it or realise how, as you pointed out, it's as bad as Kokoda, or worse than Kokoda, that they can't actually experience what it's like, that they'd love to see pictures of, say, Olivia walking along, saying, hi, Australia, Olivia Newton-John here on the wall. Well, Danny, what do you think?
I think one of the problems the walkers have had is that at all points they've been surrounded by 12 Chinese paramilitaries in blue tracksuits, so the vision's not very good. And I think that's probably inhibited the fundraising efforts. But if they really want to raise some money for Canberra for cancer, I think a door knocking appeal is the way to go, and maybe get Mick Gatto to do the door knocking. Now that would produce a lot of funds.
Yeah. I thought there for a minute you were going to say have a bullfight. Maybe a bullfight for cancer.
No, I've lost faith in the sport.
I know.
Yeah, the spirit of bullfighting has been demeaned, and I want no part of it, even for a good cause.
The difficulty, of course, is that for charities, they find it harder and harder to find things that draw attention. But, I mean, I'm just wondering whether has something been overlooked in Australia, like Olivia walking the Simpson Desert for charity?
Yeah.
Why does she have to go and, do something in China? I mean, it's a great place and all that sort of stuff, but it's just a little bit...
Well, it's un-Australian. One of my big problems with China is it's about as un-Australian as you can get.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Normally, I would have been quite happy to say it's un-Australian, but I was just trying to let somebody else do it because I often get bagged for accusing China of being un-Australian.
It's not a claim I level lightly. I did think about it, but it's difficult for other charities to get any exposure when they don't have the Danny factor.
No.
Going.
Can I ask? I know this sounds a bit weird, but could something be done on the length of the Barrier Reef? Now, this is the only thing you can see. You can see it from Mars, they tell me, the Barrier Reef. But I'm just wondering, a snorkel along the Barrier Reef, walking where possible.
Wouldn't that be lovely? Look,
it's 1,200 miles, I think, old speak.
Yeah, look, I think if there are going to be any charity efforts done there, they need to get in quickly. Because as far as I'm concerned,
it's gone.
The Great Barrier Reef would be a great place to park a floating stadium, I reckon.
Don't
you think?
No,
yeah.
No. And on that powerful positive note, we can draw stumps quite comfortably here on This Sporting Life. And Olivia, thanks very much, Julian, for
it's been
coming
a pleasure,
in.
actually.
And can I just get a heads up on the Chaser War on Everything tour?
Yes.
Where are you up to?
Look, we've done Cairns, Townsville, Perth and Darwin. We're off to Ballarat next week.
And the city of innovation.
Oh, yes, it's going to be huge. And then we're off to Tassie. So Hobart and Launceston, and then a run at the Enmore starting on the 6th of May, and then down to Melbourne at the Athenaeum. So,
and how are your tickets going? Melbourne still slow?
Well, put it this way, tickets are still available.
Right.
And we've actually put comps on the door. We got 2 tickets for Damien Sully at every performance. So just turn up to our place and say your name's Damien Sully. We'll give you a footy. If you can't bounce it straight, you're in.
Now, that takes us away for another Sporting Life. The big man will be back next week. The Crocs can breathe easily because Roy will be back in the studio from his sojourn in the top end. In the meantime, thanks very much for listening to the show. Today, we leave you simply the reminder that Triple J is sport. Bye now.
Turn your radio on.
This is a download from Triple J.
Australia's national youth network. On radio,
on TV,
and online.
For more music, current affairs, comedy and culture,
triplej.net.au.
And now...
Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of This Sporting Life. HG.
Hey, yes, thanks very much indeed. King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth. And King, I can see you there in your Mother's Day best. The ironing board out front, running up a few frocks with the Singer sewing machine. Tremendous work there, King, and the one you're wearing is first class. And I love the fruit in the hair. I saw that at Australian Fashion Week only last week, and I said if anybody could pull that off, King Wally Otto could. Fruit in the hair, because you've got nowhere else to put it. Millions of people around the world are just adopting that as their understanding of what makes modern fashion. And a very special thanks to Sarah Howe for another, well, let's face it, 15 or so hours of super sounds here at the Youth headquarters on the station that smothers the nation, Triple J. It was a well, let's face it, it was a triumph over adversity for Sarah today. Came in under an injury cloud and just blew everybody's minds, which seems to be a theme for the day, so stay tuned. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders and school kids and shareholders, you're doing us proud again. I know it's been a rough trot, But I think, the corner could have been turned. I'm not quite sure which corner, but a corner could have been turned up or down. Well, it's up to you, shareholders. I don't know what you're doing with yourselves. You must just be licking your lips at anticipation of the market opening tomorrow. I think petrol or oil is the thing to be thinking about. Just a tip from us. And if we say buy, it means that we're getting out of it. Welcome to another week where you've hooked up with the team that dares to dream. Can I put it that way? After last night in the AFL, we're still this lot has the courage to dream on. And what a week, what an incredible week. Social notes get us underway, and welcome to our Mother's Day super special here on This Sporting Life for another year. It's become a regular feature of the year, our Mother's Day special. And Mum, if you want to put the V8 Ute up on blocks, rotate the tyres and fiddle about with a feeler gauge, for the next couple of hours until the footy starts, then tell those bludgers around the joint to look after themselves, because this is your day and you'll do whatever you bloody will like. Fair enough, Mum? And tonight when you sit down to a carefully prepared rack of lambs and sticky date dessert, made by others, of course, Mum, why not rewatch last Sunday's Logies in their entirety? Wouldn't that household to death? Look, it was an incredible triumph for everyone involved in the Australian television industry last Sunday night on our Night of Nights. That's right, our Night of Nights. It went off swimmingly with stars everywhere. Matt LeBlanc, I might have been there when he said it so well all those years ago. Australian television rocks, and it still does. It still does. Best television in the world, and that red carpet show easily the best in 50 years, and you forget that now, don't you, that Logie's now heading into their 51st year. It's incredible. And post-Hooter, it was Danny Minogue, no surprises there, who turned up the heat with the hot dance floor moves at the after parties. She went from place to place, spreading her magic dust about, moves that left nothing to the imagination and literally, once again, blew minds. Blew minds, fact. And wasn't it great to see the Bathurst 1000 score the big bauble on the night? They do it so right at Channel 10, don't they, when it comes to cars and V8s and putting you literally in the driver's seat. And, people forget that the Bathurst 1000 starts about 10 o'clock in the morning and they're still vision mixing it, often until, 6:30 at night. It was just a tremendous triumph for everybody concerned. And I've got to say, other sporting shows were put up, but they just, I don't know how many Logies the Bathurst 1000 won. It seems to have won every time that I've ever watched the Logies. It's a tremendous effort. The standard is unbelievably high. If only the F1 was covered with similar panache. And after the Logies, the Australian Got Talent judge and great wall walker Danny Minogue set off for a little DNF action of her own. She's off to the Monaco Grand Prix, hooking up with Lewis Hamilton and Prince Albert of Monaco for a lively threesome on the Mediterranean shoreline. I'm not sure whether the Monaco Grand Prix was last night or tonight.
I think it's the Turkish Grand Prix tonight, actually.
Oh, is it? It's moved to Turkey.
It's in Turkey. They're having the Monaco Grand Prix soon. In Turkey.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, it's like them.
And last I heard, Mark was in 5th position.
Wow! On the pole.
On the pole at this stage. But I had to leave it and
do other things.
Get my sleep,
yes. Isn't that fantastic? Mark in 5th, and he's got a lot of work to do ahead of him now to pull a DNF. From memory, incidentally, Danny is no stranger to throwing a leg over with the lively F1 crowd. She spent many happy years whiling away weekends with former F1 Jacques Villeneuve.
They were nearly married here at Sydney Harbour.
True, that's true. About a decade ago, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, some time ago.
Yeah, they came out, did the reconnaissance and...
booked a couple of rooms and a band.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Jacques moved on.
They were going to do it on one of those floating restaurants.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Right, ferrying people to and fro. Wouldn't that be great? And a marriage celebrant involved?
Yeah.
Or somebody involved?
I believe so. Uniting Church.
Uniting Church, good. Look, I don't know what went wrong with Jacques and Danny, but it's fantastic that she is back for another large bite and a second helping from a well that's the F1 well that gave us so many memories the first time around. And I hope Australia will finally get a look at Danny on the planks. I'm not quite sure when she last performed here. I remember she did Logies a few years ago, blew everyone away. I think it might have been the night Eddie Maguire was the main presenter. This might be 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I do remember the night, and I think Danny might have been part of 3 singers.
Correct.
It wasn't the night of the 3 hosts, was it, HG?
It could have been the night of the 3 hosts, hence the 3 singers starting it off.
Yeah.
And you're going to put me on the spot and ask me who were the others. I haven't got a clue.
I haven't got a clue.
No.
I haven't got a clue. But they must have been just as diminutive stature-wise as she was. Otherwise, they'd have drawn attention. So, you know, if it had been...
Yeah, large person like Shakira, who's done the ladies as well.
She has, yeah.
But, look, there's no talk of the Unleashed Sheila doing Australian tour dates. And I've got to say, and of course, Kylie is kicking butt in Paris as we speak, and no tour dates from her, and sadly, no tour dates from Madonna, who is causing some talk by her non-signing a tour of Australia dates, even though the music fans, have made Madonna, you know, top of the ARIA charts. And obviously Madonna has announced that she will be touring the world, starting in Wales, coming very, very soon, maybe a summer tour of Wales, and excluding Australia. And I'd like to think that the ball is very much in Danny's court with regard to some dates, because I think people would love to see her. I mean, I don't know.
She's not doing Solomon Islands, is she? Or
she could be. What an interesting thought, the Pacific Island tour. Well, that's an area which is asking for artistes.
Yeah, because I did hear a rumour that Madonna might be doing Moresby.
Madonna in Moresby, that would be fantastic. I've got to say, there's something about that lively Moresby crowd that I'm sure would warm to Madonna.
They certainly would.
And so to the week, and that very lively Olympic torch is still causing all the talk. I mean, did I see it on Everest this week? I think I might have. Relay organisers whizzed it up and down in a break in the weather, and suddenly the flickering flame of international peace and harmony was on the roof of the world. Roof of the world, with that heady one world, one game, one dream message, one game message that has got everyone united right up behind the Beijing Olympics. And this 08 torch is providing so many memories. Memories, as I've said before on this very program, certainly if you've been arrested, jailed or had your head bashed in, they're memories that you'll never forget. Let me just say that right now. They're memories you'll never forget. You think you might, but I can tell you for a fact, you're never going to forget them. And that's what the torch is delivering in spades, wherever it goes at the moment. And as part of the build-up to Beijing, our AOC Supremo, John Coatsy, has thrown down the gauntlet, saying that he will not tolerate the green and gold dropping out of the top 5 in the medal tally. As near as I can tell, reading between the lines, Coatsy has offered to resign if we come 6th. I wonder if he'll follow through. Tennis, and this is big news. Tennis, incidentally, is my favourite Olympic sport. Little Leighton and Casey Dellacqua have been announced by Paul McNamee as the lineup for next year's Hopman Cup. I hope I'm not treading on Roy's toes here, because this is a real dream team. I mean, forget that confection that went round at the MCG the other night. Hewitt and Dellacqua, there's a dream team. And I don't know quite why it's being announced so early. Maybe Roy's got some news on that. I assume it's so as the players can prepare for the Hopman, which doesn't get underway till, I think, about Boxing Day at the end of the year. It's going to be very well supported by the people of Perth. Let me tell you, with Casey Dellacqua there, it'll give the people of Perth and fans of Australian tennis a chance to say, thanks, Casey, for all you did at the Australian Open earlier this year. Remember, she eased past Emily Mauresmo. That Dellacqua we're talking about, and fans will be coming out of the woodwork because there is a pent-up need in Perth and across the nation for fans to say, thanks, Casey. And now all they have to do is wait 7.5 months to do exactly that. Now, rugby league, and what a week. Friday's test climax, the 100 years of hate. Look, it was a terrific match with just a little bit of show business in the result, I thought. The Kangaroos were scoring a point a minute in the first 20. It was around this time that I lost interest, I must say. When it got to 22, I thought, oh, that's it. Anyway, sanity prevailed. Our skip, Cam Smith. Notice what I said? Cam Smith. Not Cameron, Cam, if you don't mind. Thanks very much. Cam Smith said, steady, fellas, there's 2 halves in this caper and we've got a World Cup to worry about. And our very professional test side took their foot off the gas and let the K1W1s back into the caper. Otherwise, everyone would have left at half-time, I believe, and headed for the exits. And what about that crowd? 31,500, a tremendous crowd. They paid to see history in the making. That's what you forget about that night. It was history in the making. It was a slightly larger crowd, incidentally, turned up at the SCG than watched the coverage on television. A triumph, you know, it was an all-rounder, a great night, and, it was great to see the big 3 Musketeers back in the Channel 9 booth together once again, Rabs, Stello and Gus, and Rabs was on fire. Rabs has been calling the game for 100 years. He was there right at the beginning, and I think it was his best call ever. Still with rugby league, and as mentioned exclusively last week on this very show, This Sporting Live, Ding Dong Dell Wendell Sailor is back bigger and better than ever. As nearly as I can tell, Dell is easing his way back in with a world-credentialed New South... That is, into the top flight. Dell is easing his way back into the top flight with world-credentialed New South Wales South Coast lineup, the Shell Harbour Marlins. The Big W will get a feel of how to bounce the ball off the chest at pace in competition. Now, Dell, as you know, is famous for those big chesty nudges and finds it easy to get the timing... Well, he finds it easy to... Let's face it, the timing of his trademark move... I mean, it's easy at training where all the circumstances are controlled. You know, he might say, well, if he was working, say, with Brownie down at the Dragons, he might get Josh Morris, for instance, come on, put it out there so I can hit it at pace. Come on, Josh, put it up. Ah, beauty. And then repeat that over and over again. And I did take a peek at the bloke midweek with Josh Morris putting the ball onto his chest, and they were coming out beautifully. They were coming off the the valley of what I call the Twin Peaks beautifully. But it does take real skill to get it off the chest at pace in the heat of battle when the cherry is passed in anger and you've got a couple of other big players running at you. I mean, that's where Dell came into his own. He could chest it beautifully, probably the best chester I've ever seen. And on behalf of Dell fans everywhere, I hope the big man of football can get his newspaper column back. I know there's a spread Royce just pointed out to me in the Murdoch Press this week, but it's not written by Dell. Look, he's done his time for his, you know, obviously he did the crime, now he's done the time. And that rich gravy train that is football needs to provide him with a very fat meal ticket to make up for the past couple of years and provide him, you know, with a little bit of fat in the lean years to come. Column could help there. Obviously, personal endorsements, get a car, a couple of clothing contracts, all that, so maybe a watch, mobile phone, men's grooming products. I know Dell's very keen on them. Anyway, they're the sort of things. And can I just say about his column? I know Roy will probably want to comment on this as well, but it's always a timely plea for common sense in sport. That's his main theme. Still with rugby league, and the pride of the league are back with their never say die spirit. Did you see it last weekend? I was blown away. Unbelievable. The top 8, I believe, now beckons for the Coachwood Myrtle. With their fighting victory over the second worst team in the competition, that's what you forget. The FNQ Cowboys are now literally the second worst team in the competition. The Rabbits are helped by this week's bye and now technically have won 2 on the trot. Go figure, they got 4 points. This is a complete vindication of JT's, that's not that JT, the other JT's, not the one who wears the headgear and kicks the ball at test level. No, the other JT, his game plan. I think JT has now done enough with his 2 wins. I mean, I know technically one of them wasn't a win, but be that as it may, win and bye, to step forward and snaffle the highly prized 2008 Coach of the Year award. Australian rules, and it was the Dream T and the Big V doing battle at the MCG last night in a great display that answered so many burning questions in the AFL, so many burning questions. They all went up in smoke last night. A little hard to sum up what those questions are right now, but I'm sure you'll read about it in the papers all week. And the monstering of the Dream Team, of the Dream Team by the Big V with a runaway 17 points win had hardened footy nuts scratching their bonces as did the awarding of the Alan Aylett Medal. I had no idea that Alan Aylett, a former footballing dentist, had provided his name to the medal. I just hope he realises he did. I'm not sure quite whether he'd want that, because let's face it, if you're tagged as this event will never happen again, Dream Team v Big Vic, and you'd like to think that the name's Alan Aylett could be associated with a regular presentation of a medal. I think the last time they played this confection, it was about 1999, so it's a decade ago. I mean, it's all, you know, like Jack Dyer gave his name to the Dyer Medal, awarded every year to the person who does the least in a grand final. Barry Hall won it recently. I think one of the Shaw brothers picked it up early on. This is an ongoing thing that Jack Dyer, you always remember Jack Dyer when the grand final comes around and the Dyer Medal is awarded. But Alan Aylett, I mean, he's going to be forgotten now. Alan who? Anyway, the Alan Aylett medal, the dentist medal, went to Carlton Super Brendan Favola. Yes, the Fevolution continues racing, and it was off to the Alice for the Cup on Monday. What a relaxing day in the Red Centre. It really is a magnificent time to get up there and have a look and a poke about. I love getting up to those Northern Territory tracks made out of that heady mixture of sump oil and sand. I mean, the horses seem to get off once they get a sniff of that heady, bracing aroma. They really do put in up there in the Northern Territory at this time of year. There's on course, obviously, spectacular fashion parades and big prizes up for grabs. And in the big one, the Tradesman's Choice. Beautifully named horse. Tradesman's Choice saluted with Nossie and a carton in a wonderful result for the Australian thoroughbred industry, which, let's face it, has had a few knocks lately. And the Whipsers will be cracking in Gunnedah this afternoon. Gunnedah, New South Wales, for the 60th time. That's right, they're running the Cup for the 60th time. Way back in 1948, they said, set and racing in the Cup for the very first time. My two in the Cup today for what they're worth. Number 8, Lambeth Walker. Number 9, Pants Man. Sadly, look, no feathers new. It's extremely QT on the stinky front. No idea how the rugby league refereeing career is going. And now, with all that in the bag, it's time to ask around paging Roy Slavin. Have you got any big sea bombs in the kick bag you want to toss into the cane toad-infested swamp this week, Super Coach?
Yes, thanks very much, H.G. Nelson. And I would just like to acknowledge Jack Gibson's contribution to the greatest game of all. Jack was a great coach, a great mentor. And to imagine that he left us just, I think it was at 6:27 on Friday night, roughly 92 minutes before kick-off. Make of that what you will.
Pity he didn't hang around till 87 minutes before kick-off. Not sure why.
Yeah, I don't know what that would have been either, but Jack had his mysterious...
87, isn't that in cricket?
Oh, that's the Devil's number, yeah. Well, I don't... Is there any suggestion Jack was going downstairs? I wouldn't have thought so. He lived an exemplary life.
Yes, I know. He didn't say, I smell burning now.
No.
He disappeared.
No. Jack lived in it. If there is going to be anyone for
upstairs.
Sure upstairs,
when you go up there,
going into bat for rugby league, it's going to be Jay Gibson. Supercoach Jay Gibson, sitting at the right hand of our Lord, pointing towards former rugby league players up there with him, i.e. a number of the players who... might have competed in the Rorke's Drift Test match, who'd be there.
Would they, Roy?
And
still pulling
on a boot upstairs, of course, as they would. And it reminded me a lot of Rorke's Drift.
Did it Friday night?
On Friday night. It's a great match. Great. That's the stuff memories are made of.
It's that try,
especially that first try. I mean, that was, if anything, was an homage to Jack.
Yeah, that was.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there was the hand of Jack in that try.
Yeah,
the only thing that made me think that Jack had nothing to do with it is that fire-up bitch dickhead had something to do with it. But then again, that's Jack.
I know.
And that's the Lord moving in very mysterious ways.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the week, Pup has pulled out of the Tour of the West Indies, and I don't know why. Personal reasons are given. I hope nothing untoward has happened in Pup's private life that's going to affect his cricket or his cricket brain or his grooming for the C beside the name down the track.
It's the parents that are in trouble.
Okay. Now, Sean Tate, I read as well, in other cricket news, it's away from the IPL, which, that Warnie's team, they're just going through the roof. They're just unbelievable. I mean, I can't stop watching them.
I know.
It's
I
just
just wish
great.
it was longer.
So do I.
I wish it was a 50-50 game.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
You know what I mean?
I'd love to see them.
Taking those skills into 50-50.
At 50-50 level, yeah, absolutely. I saw them bash up Gilly's team the other night. It was just fantastic.
Gilly was great, though.
Gilly was great. 61.
He's playing better than
37 balls.
He could easily play
I
for Australia.
love the IPL.
I know. Who doesn't?
Sean Tate is ready for cricket.
Is he?
And has quashed rumours that he was suffering from depression. I thought he was suffering from depression. Maybe it was just rumours I was hearing. Because you can get depressed when you've got a buggered arm and you don't bowl very well. Or if you've got a good arm and you don't bowl very well, even more cause for depression. I thought his arm was okay and he just wasn't bowled like crap on that Perth wicket that was, absolutely developed for his skills. And he was found wanting. Against a very ordinary opponent, i.e. India. Anyway, it's good to know Sean Tate is back. Oh, golly, he's quick.
Unbelievable.
I don't care what you say about Tate, he's quick. Quick through the air. Now, Rafa.
Oh, yes.
Arguably the dullest bloody player ever to, lace up a volley OC. Beaten on clay for the first time in living memory by Juan Carlos Ferrero.
His second dullest player.
This happened in Rome. I can't believe it. The Rafa, I can't I don't know if there ever was a time when Rafa was beaten on clay. I just cannot remember. I think he's won something like 200 matches.
Yes.
On clay.
I know.
A record that will never be equalled or surpassed.
Well, unless Wayne Arthurs is reincarnated.
Unless Ferrero can kick on, and I don't think so. And I think in that competition, I think our Swiss champion...
Roger Federer
went down as well.
He did.
In round 2, I think, to someone nobody's ever heard of. Some old bloke, actually.
Czech player.
Yeah, an old Czech. Bit my old Czech. So I don't know what's that. Maybe there are moves of foot, changes of foot, in terms of world tennis in the top 10.
Watch this space.
Watch this space. Speaking of top 10, Adam Scott has climbed to world number 3.
I saw that.
He's reported as saying that number 2 is within his grasp if he, quote, keeps playing at the level he's capable of.
Bullshit.
Unquote.
He said that?
He said that. I said, yeah. You can see him saying it too with his sort of slight lisp and difficulty with the language. But he's what a great ambassador that is. And for a lot of kids who are interested in golf and, see themselves maybe having a future in... the carrying the bag caper. Words like that would mean so much. You think to yourself, well, I might try to keep playing at the level I'm capable of as well. If that's the case, I might be able to get to world number 3 and knock on the door of world number 2. If, yeah.
Keep playing at the level.
I think Phil Mickelson might be number 2 still, and I think the man they call Tiger Woods might still be at number 1. But if there's anyone capable of beating the man they call Tiger Woods, you'd have to imagine it's not Mickelson. He's just a little bit too weird. It's likely to be the charming Aussie who plays with such finesse, and that short game he's got, I mean, it's the thing dreams are made of. Adam Scott. I'd like to see him number 1.
So would I.
Because we might hear him talking a little bit more.
Well...
I just love hearing him talk, and I know a lot of people do as well.
Yeah. I've got to say is that what's interesting is the Australian golf is going through a rough patch in Australia, but it's gangbusters on the world stage.
Yeah, I know it is.
3. It's
I know. And you'd have to imagine when Adam Scott does hang up the clubs, there might be a job for him in, say, ABC Local Radio.
ABC Local Radio?
I'd like to imagine so. He's got all the skills. Oh, yeah, difficulty in speaking, nothing to say, and a speech impediment.
Has he read Interviewing the ABC Way?
Wouldn't need to. I think he can grasp that. Just be yourself, I'd say to him. Be yourself. I can't be myself. Got anything to say? Give me a call.
Well, I have. But it might take some time. Adam?
Now, Australian Olympic cyclists are at war now with car drivers.
I see this.
This is a very unexpected and disturbing development. I think as Aussie Olympic cyclists, those with medals, and that shouldn't be too hard to indicate on your bike if they wear their medals, they should be able to go wherever they like.
Well, I agree.
And I wouldn't imagine it wouldn't matter how busy you were, how late you were for work, how big the traffic jam was, you wouldn't begrudge a cyclist passing you, would you?
No.
You wouldn't begrudge just travelling a little bit slower behind a cyclist or a bunch of cyclists if they had medals. These are heroes.
I like the idea that they wear their medals much in the manner of, say, Diggs.
Yeah.
On Anzac Day.
Yeah, but you mightn't see that if you're behind them.
Oh.
Could I suggest a
special
big
shirt?
Yeah, with M on it.
Or G or S or
B. M.
No, that's good. In, say, those fluoro colours or day glow colours that people...
that council workers
Occy
wear.
Health and Safety equipment.
Yep. I think that's a very good idea. Very good idea.
And Coachy would get behind that, wouldn't he?
Coachy. Look, I think the Australian public would get behind that.
Yes, very good. Very good. The public would.
The public
And why not?
And instead of gobbing them off, you'd get a horn. Well done, hero.
Yeah, that's right.
As you went past.
Go for gold!
Well done, hero!
Yeah, you beauty! Aussie! Oi!
That sort of thing. Now, Graham Arnold is suggesting that Harry is too old for the Olyroos.
Harry Kill?
Yeah, I think this has got to be rubbish.
It does.
You know, I mean, you've just got to ask Harry if he's ready to play for the Olyroos in Beijing, and Harry's going to put his hand up. And Harry wants to put his hand up. Harry is putting his hand up. And if a clown like Arnold is going to reject someone of the talent of Harry, our Route 1 specialist, You know, if anyone can follow the Route 1 instructions. I mean, Harry wrote the book.
Oh, he did.
With Big Dukes in the middle there.
Exactly. Big Dukes is the other part.
Part of the puzzle. I mean, if we're going for gold at Beijing, and I think we should be, the first two picked would be 1 Q, H, full stop, followed by Viduka, Big Dukes.
Full stop.
Full
Big
stop.
D. Look, I tell you what, Harry is fitter than ever.
I know he is.
I mean, he's got a busted groin in the splinters. Remember he got that.
But give him a few days off, he'll be right.
I know.
He'd recuperate on the flight between London and Beijing
with an ice pack.
Now, Grant Hackett was targeted in a vicious race in Seville. I don't know if you noticed this, HG, this 10-kilometre open swim. I mean, they were all over him.
I know, it's unbelievable.
They were carrying knives and machetes.
Koshers, knuckle dusters.
Maces and all sorts of things. Underwater mace. I mean, no wonder he bulked up a little bit while he was out there, the amount of water he was consuming, salt water, which does make you puffy around the stomach.
It does.
If people have gone down once or twice, they understand that. When you come up a third time, you've got a fat gut. So I felt a lot of sympathy for Grant Hackett, and I thought he should have been able to just do a time trial.
By himself?
Oh,
what a sensible idea.
Yeah. Because there's no doubt he can swim 10 clicks. He can do that easily, and he can do it quick.
Yeah.
You know, if he hasn't got clowns trying to drown him, trying to kill him on the way.
Yeah.
Now, John Coates on Other Olympic News has made it very, very clear that Australian Olympians can make political statements while in Beijing.
Yeah, but not connected with the Olympics. Is that right?
I think by virtue of being there and wearing...
Free Tibet.
Yeah.
Or, Zimbabwe.
Yes, you're allowed. I think they're allowed to make comments. Now, I don't think it's during competition. I don't think, for example, Grant Hackett could have a tattoo saying Free Tibet.
While he was swimming the...
Well, I'm not sure he might be able to do that now.
It's complicated, isn't it?
It is complicated, because if it's his tattoo, how are you going to take it off him? You know?
You can put gaff over it.
I suppose you could, but that would slow... Oh, he'd wear one of those suits.
Yeah.
OK. Could he put it on his suit in Technicolor?
Or on
Free
his
Tibet or something like that? I think the marshals might take umbrage at that sort of thing.
Free Tibet.
But if on the podium accepting gold, he was to raise a Tibetan flag, for example, I think he'd get into trouble.
He would.
I think in the post-match press conference, he's able to raise issues if they are put to him. For example, if a journalist said, Grant, what do you think about... Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe. Do you like him?
Is he travelling?
Yeah. Would you be voting for him in the new election if you were there? And he might make some comment to. Otherwise, he might say, "Yeah, Mugabe's great for Olympics. I think he's a great terrific team. Yeah, love his work." Or he might say, "I'm a Sangharai supporter," or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah.
Or he might be asked about the military junta. In Burma / Myanmar.
Should they allow
they're a little bit
help?
slow with,
aid to the
filling
people.
the sandbags.
Yeah.
That sort of thing,
That's a technical question, though.
It is. But he might have some insight.
He would.
You never know.
He would. He'd have an opinion.
He'd have an opinion. Thank you. Now, and just finally, HG, very disappointingly, and I've been scouring every bloody site I could find, a newspaper... No Mark Hensby news.
Bullshit.
No Mark Hensby news.
Is he playing in that
I
competition
don't know.
with that?
I have no idea. The Hensby well appears to have dried up, leading me to suspect he may well become... It may become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and he may well be marching towards being Australia's forgotten golfer.
The Khan brothers, Ido and Nadav Khan, and open the title of the track from a CD called Love Melts Fair on the Life on Triple J on Mother's Day.
G'day, Frosty LaHood here, and it's Good News Week. How's this for a deal? On any top-of-the-range new Lantras and Nibiras, Frosty Finance offers you this. You keep your money, you keep the car, and you don't start repaying for 15 years. And here's the killer, no interest. I've got to move new cars, and Frosty's legendary 25 years or 597,000 kilometres warranty applies, plus a guaranteed average 43 routes per year. Got it? 25 years, 15 years no payment, plenty of routes, and Diamond Class after-sales service as well. bulb, which includes a free weekly wash, a spare battery, and a yearly software upgrade on the sat-nav, an iPod with 5,000 free downloads, 50 top-shelf blue films starring Ron Jeremy, Panther Craig Gower, Little Ralphie Valadares, and the sensational LA T-Birds. Deals like this don't come often, so come on down to Lakemba and turn left at the Mufti's place. Can't miss it.
Foodies, living in the fast lane, do you realise there's been nothing new in cutlery in 250 years? After all this time, you're still stepping up to the plate with a knife in one hand, a fork in the other, and nothing left to hold the mobile. Well, say goodbye to all those old two-handed cutlery blues forever with the all-new, all-alloy, universal Bitemeister from Roy and HG. The Bitemeister switches mode from fork to electric carving knife instantaneously with the press of a button, allowing you to always have one hand free while eating. To defend yourself, tap the keyboard or stab the rabbit. The Bitemeister has a built-in automatic GPS guidance system that means you'll never miss your mouth again. The misery of bleeding lips, punctured cheeks and bloodstains on the shirt are a thing of the past. Think of the money you'll save on dry cleaning alone. This is a win-win situation for all food lovers. The Bitemeister is now available at Bunnings, Mitre 10 and soon in Boondall Tools.
6 dramatic lithographs make up one magic over of great areas from super spinner Brad Hogg in the second test versus India at the famous Sydney Cricket Ground. Great Areas George includes a piece of Brad's shirt worn during the over and a microchipped call of each ball by Tubby, Heels and Slats, which springs into life whenever anyone walks within 3 metres of the panel. Great Areas George is limited to an edition of 812 units and is officially licensed by Cricket Australia. Authentication by PricewaterhouseCoopers and available now at www.officialmemorabilia.com.au. The cost, just $812 plus postage and handling. Call now or miss out.
Roy, obviously, Jack...
Mother's Day, isn't it?
Yeah, Mother's Day.
Can I say, actually, just as a...
way to start.
It was fantastic to have Andre Rieu arrive, well, three hours late yesterday. You know, the queue stretched forever, but people were very patient. And queued up to have their Waltzing Matilda CDs signed by the great man.
Well, I did notice that, in fact, he's, this whole revolution in classical music that he's brought about.
Yes.
Obviously, with the...
and the waltz, of course.
The waltz.
The waltz disappeared there for a little while, but by golly, it's back, isn't it?
It is. It certainly is back. And Andre's done it sort of single-handedly.
Yes, he has.
He's got kids thinking about classical music, and especially this lineup, of tracks like, Waltzing Matilda.
Tie Me Kangaroo Down.
I know.
I still call Australia home.
Give Me a Home.
My Island Home.
Give Me a Home Amongst the Gum Trees. The Court of King Caractacus. Jake the Peg. I mean, they're all there.
I know.
Given the Rieu polish.
And this CD is 2 on the ARIA charts.
2?
Number 2 with a bullet.
Is Madonna 1?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, or maybe that's the wrong way round. Maybe Rieu's now 1.
But Rieu will be 1 next week.
Yeah, isn't that incredible?
It is incredible. There's a revolution happening out there. A total revolution. And everyone is falling under the spell of his
marvellous work.
I was going to say with a baton, but of course he doesn't use baton.
No.
He uses Stradivarius. He conducts with a Stradivarius.
Yes, I've got here people saying that we love him to bits. We
love him to bits. Thank you. To death. To bits.
He's reignited the great love of classical music right across the generations. This is somebody quoted in the paper.
Yes.
And is Australia to promote his latest album, Waltzing Matilda. I wonder if Waltzing Matilda sells, say, in Iceland.
Oh, people would know it there, yes.
Well, they'd know Rieu there.
Well, they know
and think
Rieu
that these
there.
are great tunes.
Yeah, although I think Rieu is probably better known here than Iceland.
Yeah, I was just picking that as a country. I mean, Ecuador could he...
Yeah, what about Holland, Holland, well, they'd know that from the war. The Dutch resistance were aware of Waltzing Matilda and other war songs because it unified the Allies, if you know what I mean. Wherever Allies have fought, Waltzing Matilda's been sung.
It's true. That's true.
And while he is Dutch, you can't forget his Maastrichtian Austrian roots of Rieu.
No, true. Well, I see him as the Inspector Rex of the violin. Because that's the other great Austrian show. Although I notice now that Inspector Rex has got a spin-off show featuring one of the characters as well, who could be, say, the Andre Rieu of the crime scene, which is just great. But isn't this terrific? I mean, what would be great is if he, say, made a record for, or a CD for South Africa, and he included the hits of the Soweto Choir in it.
Yes.
Or, songs like the South African National Anthem.
Yep.
Which would be great too.
Yes.
Given
the Rieu treatment.
Thanks very much. The Rieu treatment.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's featured Still Call Australia Home and Home Amongst the Gum Trees. It debuted number 2 on the ARIA chart and only surpassed by Madonna, who went in at number 1. It's just incredible.
It is incredible, isn't it?
And is there any chance he might, while he's here in Australia, maybe find some more songs that he can make Volume 2, Waltzing Matilda Volume 2?
Depending on the sales. I think if it sells a real lot, he will.
But, could you
I think he's a sort of, while the taps are running, fill the buckets kind of guy. And the taps are running at the moment, so I wouldn't... I think at the moment there are only about, say 35 or 36 Andre DVDs you can buy.
Is that right? Only
that. So that wouldn't surprise me if it went up to 60 or 70 while he's here. To try and satisfy the craving people have for different. That, in a way, can't be sated.
No. Well, I was just, while you were talking then, I was just wondering some tracks through my mind. I mean, I was just wondering if he could maybe do a string version of this Pseudo Echo arrangement of Funky Town. Or Living in the 70s, the Skyhook song. Or Lygon Street Limbo, another Skyhook song.
Yeah.
Or Will I Ever See Your Face Again, The Angels.
Look, I think it's unlikely. Andre's more likely to try and inculcate, buffs of, say, Pseudo Echo buffs, getting them to think of Austrian marching tunes. I think he's sort of saturating the world with like Radetzky March, and Viennese marches and what have you, and waltzes. That's the market he's going for. And there's a whole generation of people who probably haven't heard the Radetzky March. And that's why it appears on all 35 of his DVDs. Because once you've heard it, you can't get enough of it because, you either keep listening or...
Drop dead.
It shits you to death.
Oh, it doesn't get any hotter than that. Gorillaz and the Hottest 100. That was a Mother's Day hit pick from yesteryear, from 2001, when we did this show, probably our best Mother's Day show ever. Gorillaz and Clint Eastwood from the CD Gorillaz on the Life on Triple J. And look, Rieu Magic isn't far away for those who are interested. And we were saddened, I think, by the sad death of the Jack Gibson. But I was taken by a column that Dan Staines wrote.
Danny the Underpants Staines.
Hadn't thought about him in years.
Nor had I.
No, Dan the Underpants Staines. He said, this is a column in its entirety, and mercifully Dan was always a man of few words, and likewise here. When I coached Balmain's reserve grade team, we made the 1998 grand final, but things weren't going so well in my second season, and I welcomed Jack's wisdom and advice. Once I asked an SG ball player to play for us, and he screwed his nose up. I told Jack, who asked whether I thanked him. You should have, because he stopped you from making the biggest blunder of your life. I was blessed to have played under Jack. He taught me about responsibility. I did all I had to, and more, because I just didn't want to play for Jack Gibson. No, I wanted to bleed for him. That was the entire column.
Wow, well, that tells you a hell of a lot, doesn't it?
About Jack and the underpants.
Yeah.
I love the idea that, I'm not sure why the SG ball play. There's no description of who this player was and why he screwed up his nose. But you should have, because he stopped you from making the biggest blunder of your life. Pure Jack.
That's pure Jack, yeah. Turn the weakness into a strength.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they broke the mould, didn't they, Roy?
They did, yeah. Well, see, Jack was interested in the whole person. He wasn't just interested in how good you were as a footballer.
No.
You could be an absolute champion footballer, but if you weren't a champion off the field, Jack wasn't interested in you.
No, that's true.
Unless he felt he could mould you into a better person.
Yes, and hence a better footballer.
In many ways, the Wayne Bennett approach to rugby league is part of the legacy left by Jack Gibson.
Yes, just incredible. And look, I was taken by an article, if I can put my hand on it, about the things that he actually introduced into the game. There were so many...
Oh, the gang tackle, you'd have to say, would have been one of them, wouldn't it?
I hadn't thought of that. But I'll come to that hopefully later. You know, he's the first person to use, say, a clipboard to hold his notes. The first person to use video.
Well, that's right. And you've got to remember what a shock it was to players when they first saw a clipboard, HG.
Or the witches' hats.
Yeah.
Something he borrowed from the AFL.
That's right. Well, I think he spent a fair bit of time overseas.
He did.
And might have spent a bit of time with the Miami Dolphins.
That's right.
Yes. And so, which was a little before the time of the great, might have been Mike Marino.
Who was in charge.
Who was in charge there. And he saw witches' hats and a clipboard and a whistle and liked the look of it and inquired as to, what the bloke was doing with the clipboard. And I don't know what transpired, but at that moment, Jack could see a future for himself with a clipboard. Now, when he arrived back in Australia and the players saw him with a clipboard...
They were shocked.
They were absolutely shocked. These days you think, clipboard, what does that mean? It's nothing. It's just a bloke with a clipboard. Then it meant so much more, actually. I mean, it was like... Honestly, it was like seeing someone from outer space.
I know.
Someone from outer space.
Modern life had arrived.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It was like the first time you ever saw a transistor radio.
Yes.
Just a box there with noise coming out of it, and you couldn't understand.
Wires.
And no wires attaching
How
it to
it work?
How did it go? Where'd that come from? What is going on?
Clipboard. Yeah.
Clipboard. What?
Transistor radio. As you point out, and the whistle.
Yeah.
To be able to tweet and call people together and stuff.
Well,
like
that's
that.
right. That's right. I mean, honestly, it'd be like taking someone, from say an Apache tribe in 1830, and showing them a nuclear bomb and what it would do. That was the impact a clipboard had on players in those days.
Now, he obviously was the first to use a computer to evaluate player performance. He was the first to put mascara under eyes for night matches to reflect glare.
Yeah.
I'm never sure if that actually works.
No, I'm not either. But it gave you that sort of guerrilla warfare look.
Oh, it did.
And I liked the look of that. And the public took to it as well, HG.
How about this? The public loved it. Kids everywhere started doing it at home. First team to train with sides from other codes. He hooked up with soccer. Yeah. He made the bomb, going back to your point, not the atomic bomb, but the footballing bomb, a major weapon.
Yes.
Although, of course,
bomb appeared. Owed his whole career to Jack.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they called him Bomber. Now, the first to use weight machines in 1976. 1976.
A weight machine then? I mean, that was like something from outer space.
It was. First to use Australian football specialists as kicking coaches.
Yeah.
Probably got Paul Roos types in. First to extensively use of video as a coaching device. First to introduce tackle counts.
Yeah. A
tackle counts. Before Jack Gibson, there was no tackle.
No. That was a foreign concept. A lot of players would say, why? Well, count them, why?
Yeah. What does that do?
What is that doing? And there was a lot of resistance to these ideas.
Enormous resistance. People used to fake tackles.
Yeah.
And not tackle, but actually tackle.
Yeah.
They trip them over, do that sort of thing. Moss him. First to have players' fitness scientifically tested in the pre-season with a pinch test for body fat. First to insist on his own integrated coaching staff, including assistant coach, fitness and injury treatment and rehab.
Well, see, before then, there were no full-time coaches. No. There were player coaches. You might have, your captain, he'd be the one that blow the whistle at training and say, righto, boys, we're going to go for a run before a couple of beers. And that's what coaching was.
I know. Well, the witches' hats used to be the work of the vice-captain. But he was baffled often by these cones, different colours.
What do you want me to do with them?
Yeah, that's right, exactly. So they were left in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Now, how primitive was it when Jack came to it? Jack started coaching, I think, in 1967, after a very, celebrated career, 123 first-grade games. How primitive was it when he was playing? I mean, as you point out, blokes got together, the Skip said, let's go for a run around the block.
That's it. Look, coaching, there was hardly any coaching at all. You just had, enthusiastic mentors who might hang around and make suggestions. You might gob off a bit during the match and then hang around, when you went to training. But basically training was to get you fit. So you'd arrive, in the cold and the dark and maybe run around the oval a few times. And because it was dark, a lot of blokes didn't. They'd just pretend they were running and they'd, go off and have a cigarette and maybe a couple of beers. Then come back and say, oh, yeah, well, I'm finished now. Yeah, you're not puffing much. No, I'm pretty fit. You know, you better pick me.
Yeah.
And it was like that. It was a very primitive affair.
I mean, there were no tackle counts, there was no clipboards, there was no extensive use of the witch's hat, there were no videos, there was no, obviously there was, the bomb.
You looked after your own fitness.
Yeah, true.
And that's why you had absolute champions like say, Chook Raper, who was a fitness fanatic, an absolute fitness freak.
Chang, of course.
And there's no coincidence that the great players of the time were players that were interested in their own fitness. You know, and they'd turn up and suggest where they wanted to play by agreement. You know, I'm going to play fullback this week. Yeah, good on you, Chang. Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah, you can do that. You know, it was that, that sloppy, that uninformed, that accidental, that amateur. But, of course, Jack changed all that. You know, he made sure players wore the right numbers. You know, some days...
Did he?
You just reach into a bag and pull out a Guernsey and, I got number 10 this week, so I better play in the forward. You know, it was like that.
Well, Arthur Summons and Styx Proven, the immortal gladiators, I don't think they ever trained in their lives.
No, never did.
They just turned up, pulled a jumper on and out they went.
No, well, see, you were lucky if you had a job that kept you fit, like being a garbo.
Wow.
You know, you get up early and you'd carry a lot of shit about, and that made you fit. Or you might haul kegs around.
Haul kegs down the mines.
Or down the mines, chip and coal, that got you fit.
Yeah, I tell you what, Cement Gillespie.
Yes.
He was on
lifting
the
bags of cement.
I know. And on the trucks, throwing the garbage in.
Yeah.
I mean, you dreamed for a job like that.
Absolutely.
Once you got that job, you thought, maybe I could be a rugby league player.
Indeed, and if you ever got a job, say, as a clerk or, parking your ass sort of job, you knew your days of rugby league were over.
I know. That's why the old days the police provided so many great...
well, they were always chasing crims. That's what kept them fit. And in those days, there was a lot of what we call beat work.
There was, walking around. And I tell you what I bet you could trace the decline of police in rugby league circles from the paper trail overload that they're forced to fill out now for every tiny detail.
The red tape. And you've got to fill out 40 sheets of paper just to scratch your ass. Haven't you?
Yeah, you have. You have.
Whereas in the old days, you had a lot of time to go out and catch crims.
I know. Crime doesn't catch itself.
No.
Now, look, on that telling note, we're delighted to be the first people on this station to give you a little taste of Andre Rieu.
Oh, really? We've got Waltzing Matilda.
We've got the big one.
Waltzing Matilda. Bloody hell, hang on to your hat.
Don't scratch your ass right now. Here it is. Well, tremendous Rieu work there. You don't want to have too much.
It's emotional, isn't it?
It's emotional.
Yeah.
But it's like chocolate, isn't it?
It's a chocolate box.
Yeah, chocolate box.
Chocolate box music, but
sells.
And you can imagine that working, HG, say, in the, I don't know, in maybe the 19th century. Can't you? You can see people arriving for the ball in their ball gowns, say,
and this is big
in Vienna.
For you.
In Vienna.
As they come in?
Yeah, and you come in and your horse-drawn vehicle, wearing your ball gowns and your starched shirts.
Yes, it would be great.
Great. That's the world Andre comes from, and that's what people relate to. You know,
true.
The snow falling, all of that, the open fires. Wonderful, isn't it? I love the gentle use of pizzicato.
Oh, yes.
With Andre out front, leading from the front, as he always does with that,
Can I ask
that marvellous violin he's got.
Can I ask, is Andre Bringer, supporting artistes with him, or does he pick them up much like Chuck Berry did? Well, Chuck Berry might still do it, but,
Yeah, no, I think Andre comes with a full company actually, because it's a total show.
Yeah, I know. I understand that, but Chuck Berry would say, put
and
on
you
a
get,
total
oh yeah, I know, but you get interesting byplay, say between the brass and the strings.
Oh, right. Oh, right.
You know, that looks accidental, but is totally rehearsed. You know, they might throw things at each other and send each other up, all that sort of stuff. Oh yeah,
and it'd
it's
be
a whole show.
Several hundred people.
Would,
maybe not several hundred, but because an orchestra can be pretty big.
It would easily be 100 people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then there's the backup, of course. You know, people your roadies. Hundreds of them. Those. And I'm not sure if he's bringing out his anti-delusion horses for the horse-drawn vehicles, but he may well. In which case there'd be at least 30 horses to bring, plus those gilt. Covered carriages.
Oh, yeah, no, they're fantastic.
He'd be bringing those.
Now, would he be the Cirque du Soleil of classical music?
That's it. That's it.
It's just incredible. It's lovely.
Well, that's for mums, isn't it?
I know. I think he's up for the big finish.
Don't tell me that isn't going to... There won't be a dry eye in the house when that old Strad with Andre behind it waddles on and does that as the encore with his concerts here in Australia.
Well, isn't that fantastic? What an interesting idea, the encore. I'd love to see him do, give me a place amongst the gum trees.
I don't think he will.
No, you think
don't think he will. I think that'll be it.
Look, obviously Friday night at the cricket ground was very, very emotional. And
it was, wasn't it?
We got a chance to see the new stand that they're building there.
Yeah.
And now the Sydney Cricket Ground Trust has the problems of naming the stand. Now... It appears it's going to overlook a plea from the Swans to name the grandstand under construction after one of their players.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure why that should be the case, but anyway, the honour instead will be bestowed upon a Test cricketer. That's been decided.
Oh, well, that's good.
The identity of the player is yet to be decided. One leading official is pushing for it to be named after Stephen Mark Waugh.
Well, I was going to suggest the Waugh twins.
Now, but the decision is certain to upset the Swans, who wanted the Trust to acknowledge the team's 25 tenure at the ground. 25-year tenure at the ground.
Ah, bugger that. It's a cricket oval. It's the SCG, Sydney Cricket Ground.
Yeah,
it's the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Yeah.
It's got to be a cricketer it's named after.
OK, now the Trust chairman, Rodney Cavalier, revealed another cricketing name would be added to the SCG, adjoining those of Don Bradman, Monty Noble and Bill O'Reilly. There, of course, stands,
Does that mean the Doug Walters is gone?
I assume they flattened it.
Well, they did, but...
Oh, you see, Doug Walters.
See, how's Doug going to feel if he had a stand, they pulled it down, and the new one they erect, he's not even part of the equation? How must he feel?
No, he's got to be the Doug Walters.
It's got to be the Doug Walters, isn't it?
Anyway,
could it be the Doug Walters / Waugh twins?
That's not bad. That's not bad. Now, it's the Sydney Cricket Ground, and the new stand was always going to be named after a cricketer. We have been naming other parts of the ground after AFL players or supporters of the Swans. There will also be an internal fittings in the new grandstand, which will be, obviously named after people, and you'll probably see the AFL get a Guernsey inside. So it might be the Plugger Lockett toilet.
Toilet, yeah.
Or, I don't know, the... I don't know,
Paul
Leo Barry.
Paul Roos Bar.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that.
Or the Leo Barry car park.
Yes. Well, that should placate, that should soothe their ruffled feathers, shouldn't it?
Well, I hope so. The state-of-the-art stand is expected to be opened by the Prime Minister in early December, and Cavalier said the cricketer whose name would be decided by the SCG members as well as public sentiment. Public sentiment.
That's good. Well, a lot of people think of Doug Walters. I mean, he's done enough. I mean, he's already had a stand. Take it away from him. That's shocking.
Can I just say that his stand was a cracker too?
It was. Sure, people loved it.
I know. It wasn't very... imposing.
No.
It didn't draw attention to itself, had no tickets on itself.
Bit like Doug,
exactly. Didn't need to have a toilet named after, say, Leo Barry or Tony Plugger.
Didn't have a toilet.
Of course.
Which was totally Doug. Doug never used a toilet.
The Australian Rugby League boss, Colin Love, said he sadly didn't expect the stand to be named after a rugby league player. It'd be nice for it to be named after a rugby league identity. We've already got the Clive Churchill stand out there, which is great. Then the decision to name the stand after a cricketer makes perfect sense, according to Dave Gilbert. Greatest respect to other sports. It's hard to imagine they could have asked to call a stand after anyone else but a cricketer. Cricket has been continuously played at the ground for
unless they go outside the square and say the Eddie Charlton.
Or, I've got a name for you. Australia's forgotten golfer?
The Mark Hensby.
Real surprise.
Well, that would be a surprise, wouldn't it?
And can I just say...
more surprised than Mark,
obviously, but let's face it, forever, he'd never be known as the forgotten golfer.
No, but But what he did would be forgotten.
Oh, I accept that.
Just,
No, I
I'll see in the Hensby. Who was he?
Yeah, I know.
No.
And a great many
Which would be
candidates-
equally hurtful.
I know. But then they could relate the story about how he imagined that he was going to be Australia's forgotten golfer, and he got his wish. And now Dave Gilbert.
He's not suggesting putting his own name up, is he?
Not
Dave
bad.
Gilbert stand.
No, that's pretty good. Sort of Cricket New South Wales recently named its greatest 11 or 12 of the past 150 years. Gilbert was told the trust look favourably on selection, perhaps providing a hint who they might choose. So it could be a New South Wales player. There are a great many candidates from that side. Alan Davidson
Oh, well, you wouldn't get any objection from me.
has spent 60 years involved in cricket.
Davo. Could be the Davo stand. I'd love that.
15 paces. The 15 paces stand.
15 paces.
Then you got us talking.
Then you got it, yeah.
Arthur Morris, Richie Benaud,
Yeah.
or wait for it, the forgotten man of Australian cricket, Simo, Bob Simpson.
Well, the Simo stands likely divide people more
I understand.
than the Davo one would.
No, Davo.
No one
everybody
would object to it. Davo getting a stand at all.
No, true. Some extraordinary candidates, it'll be fascinating. Gilbert's choice was obviously, like you, the war stand. Then he describes why. The stand will be named after the cricketer, but $63 million of renovations at the ground will benefit the AFL. The field has been lengthened to 152 metres, meaning the centre square line will no longer intersect with the edge of the 50-metre arc, which is great. Stand will increase the capacity to 47,000. It will house 12,395 seats, of which 8,700 will be undercover. So it's quite an achievement there to be put up by the Trust, and will complete that rather complete circle, to give it a great effect.
Yeah. Can the public get involved, though, is there a website, or is there can you write a letter making suggestions?
I think you write to the Trust, or, look up the Trust and email the Trust, because Rod Cavalier says it will be decided by the SCG members as well as public sentiment. So if people wrote in Davo, or text message just Davo to the Trust SMS number...
That'd do it, wouldn't it?
That would do it. And I think people should. And I'd love to see interstate people get involved as well. Because when they come to Sydney, they might like to go and see, their handiwork up there.
Sure, the Graham Wood.
Yeah. That's right.
Or the Wooden Darling stand.
The Wooden Darling stand.
what a combination that was.
Yeah.
You're almost up there with Mott and Elliott.
Mott and Elliott. And Mott's in the news because he's got an IPL deal.
Mott has?
Yeah, incredible.
Bloody hell.
Yeah,
what about Elliott?
No.
Are they going to be linked again?
No, not sure. But the Wooden Darling stand, that's fantastic. You always knew somebody get run out, didn't you?
You did.
Within the first 3 overs of any test.
That's it.
They played.
Yeah, shocking. Shocking communication, but great players.
Oh, wonderful players. And worth a stand.
Yeah.
But the Graham Wood's got a ring to it too. Very, very good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, I can't see anyone objecting.
Can I throw another name into the mix? Rod Hogg?
I don't think you get many objections to that either.
No.
They're the Hog Yallop.
Orishine Murphy, and You Know Me Better from Overpowered, the title of the CD. Roy, this is very sad news. The Australian Olympic Committee President, John Coates, has put pressure on the federal government to increase funding for Olympic sports, believing the Australian public would not take kindly if we dropped off again.
No, I think there's an element of truth to that.
Well, I've got to say here, I don't expect there'll be more money forthcoming in this week's budget. You forget that budget night. Doesn't the year roll round incredibly now? You go from
This is the
Fashion
first
Week,
Swan budget.
Fashion Week, into the Logies, into the first Swan budget. I mean, it's just, Dream Team, Centenary Test. I mean, it's an action-packed year.
Well, I'd be disappointed. Look, I know we've got to have a lot of... I know there are going to be a lot of cuts, a lot of cuts to government services. And, a couple of cats have been let out of the bag vis-a-vis it's going to be harder to buy a new expensive car.
Yeah, the Lexus range, I think it's been targeted.
Is that right?
Anything over 55,000. That might be the wrong number, but roughly about that.
Yeah, right.
You can get your Mazdas and
and there are going to be certain changes to the Medicare.
I see that, yes. Threshold.
Rebate and threshold and all that sort of thing. I accept all that, but you'd have to imagine that sport would be quarantined from the razor gangs, from your Lindsay Tanner razor gang.
Types.
You know, sure, I can understand carers losing their $500 bonus. I mean, people would be prepared to wear that, but not a cut to sport, surely.
Well, can I just point out that two things are happening to sport at the moment? We've lost the parrot off the perch on that...
Oh.
You know, that board.
Oh, the board that oversees the...
sport, everything, the Australian Sporting Commission.
Yeah.
And Kieran
What
Perkins...
do they do? Do we know? Do they allocate the money, do they?
Well, I think they do. I think they get a bucket and they dole it out bit by bit to the various sports.
Various sports, okay.
They might be able to apply for ground improvements or maybe pay for Dell to come down and have a few games with the juniors.
Shellharbour,
yeah.
Okay.
Now, can I just say, I think Kieran Perkins got the elbow as well, the parrot and the perk.
Oh, well, that's a wealth of experience they're losing.
Incredible.
And do you think this is wise with a new government, you know, with a new minister?
Well,
Kate Lundy's very inexperienced. Kate Ellis, very inexperienced.
Yes. Well, they just said they've described it as giving sport back to sporting people. So Liz Ellis has come on to the organisation, and there's a couple of other well-credentialed sporting types.
Yeah. Is Ian Thorpe there?
No, I don't think Ian Thorpe is there. No. But back to Coatsy for a minute. Look, I don't expect there'll be more money forthcoming in this week's budget, but there's got to be more money sometime, say in 2009, if we're going to get any good results in 2012. 2012.
Look, I don't think people realise that gold medals cost money, and gold medals cost millions.
Millions.
Now, I don't think the Australian public would mind if we spent $100 million per medal.
No, I think that's fair. Talent identification.
Yes. Get them early.
Yeah. Well, you've got
train the buggery out of them.
You've got to get them before they're 5.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah, otherwise they're lost to other codes.
Of course you do.
Now, if there's not money forthcoming, we won't be in the top 5. In an address to the AOC annual general meeting yesterday, Coach said the newly reconfigured Australian Sports Commission, that's what the perk and the parrot got the elbow from, would lead the fight for more money. I cannot overemphasise that if additional substantive, direct, elite athlete financial assistance...
That's what we need.
Now, let me give you...
Elite.
Substantive, direct, elite athlete financial assistance, I read cash...
Yes.
Is not quickly forthcoming, the whole of the sporting pyramid will be adversely affected. I had no idea it was going to affect everything.
God, oh my, the whole pyramid.
Pyramid, adversely affected, including at the participation level.
No way, at the participation level?
I know. Senior sports, people who just sit home watching television, playing video games, SMSing their mates, instead of kicking a footy around.
Instead of being paid to leave the house and participate at an elite level.
Paid to leave the house. Exactly my thoughts entirely. They'll sit at home and do it for bugger all.
That's it.
Paid to leave the house.
Pay kids to leave the house. And we do. I mean, that's the real world.
That is the real world.
Coach knows the real world.
Know, he does. Senior sports administrators told the Fairfax people, at best, Australia might salvage... What are we talking like this for? At best, Australia might salvage 42 medals in Beijing. Might salvage...
That's talking it down, isn't it? That's talking our team down.
Heath Gilmore reporting this. You know, Heath Gilmore's got his finger on the
Do we think he heard it right? Do you think Coach said that?
It can't be. 42 medals.
42 medals?
But salvage, that means they're probably thinking, well, maybe 35's a good hit out this time around. Now, this is down from 58, in Sydney, 49.
Well, we came fourth in Sydney. We came fourth in Athens.
I know.
Anything less than fourth, and I think heads will roll.
Well, that tally could slip below 30 at the 2012 game.
No way.
See, I mean, they're just...
We're back to Montreal. We came back with 1.
Yeah, I know. We're running up the right flag. 30 in London. UK sports authorities are forecast to spend $21 billion to host the London Games. By contrast, the Australian Sports Commission received $193 million from the federal government last year and had to raise $24.4 million by other means. Lucky envelopes, Lamington drives, chocolate bars. I mean, it's primitive.
Embarrassing.
It's back to pre-Gibson days. Pre-Gibson days. But salvage 42 medals, Roy. 42 medals.
OK, now we're suggesting the Australian Sports Commission has $121 million to dole out.
No, the Australian Sports Commission received $193 million
last year. $193 million.
Yeah. That's paying kids to get out of the house.
OK.
That's house money.
And out of that, we're expecting how many medals? 30.
Well, no, we're hoping to get 42.
42.
But that's down from the record. That's about 15 down off the record, and certainly, a 7th less than in Athens. I might have done the sums wrong there, but...
No, that's all right. That's all right. Well, it's appalling, isn't it?
Well, I don't, Coach Warren's...
I had no idea they were that cash-strapped.
I know.
They're only getting 193 million.
Unbelievable. Can you do the maths on, let's say, everyone went to gold, then we're buying a medal for roughly, would it be 3 million, 4 million? 42 medals,
well,
4 by that's
cheap.
160.
That is cheap.
4 million each medal. It's dirt cheap. China will be spending that.
China would be spending 4 billion for a bronze. They would.
The Chiefs! The Chiefs! South Africa's answer to Andre Rieu out of the UK, of course. Kaiser Chiefs, the Angry Mob, the title of the track from yours truly, Angry Mob. Kaiser Chiefs on the Life on Triple J. Look, just before we go to the first fat of the afternoon, some good guys news.
Oh, good. Now,
you may remember, of course, the good guys are what rugby league players get up to when they're not on the piss, not bashing up people or not playing. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And now, Sharks front rower Benny Ross continues to be the powerhouse of Cronulla's community work, you'll be pleased to know.
Isn't that good?
He had made a special visit this week to 2 Sharks fans at the Sutherland Hospital. Ross, who's done plenty of good guy work since being suspended by the NRL, spent some time with Rose Gibson, 93, and Ben Riak, 9, last Friday. Ben, a passionate Sharks fan, is an asthmatic who must wake every hour of the day to take his medication. Rose has been a supporter since the Sharks' inception and shared some of her earliest memories of football with Ross, Ben Ross.
That must have been fantastic. What a great learning thing for Ben, too, to sit there and listen to the stories. I don't know how long Cronulla have been in the competition. Let's say they've been in since about 1970. Well, that's say, 38 years of history and 38 years of failure, really, because I don't think they've ever won anything.
Well, didn't Jack Gibson say waiting for Cronulla to win the, obviously the flag is like waiting for Harold Holt to come home?
Yeah, leaving the light on for Harold Holt. Yeah.
I've never sort of understood what he meant, but I got a rough idea of what he means. But that was Jack, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he coached them for a fair while,
He did, but he just couldn't give them that winning culture, and that appears to be... what's missing. Maybe Sticky can do what Jack couldn't, and wouldn't that be great for the stick to...
the angry ant.
Yeah.
But that's great, isn't it?
But those memories must have been fantastic for someone like Ben Ross, who wouldn't have been born when Cronulla started losing.
That's true. I hope she didn't pass on, aspects of, we got close, say, in, I don't know, when...
73,
and then when Steve Rogers played...
Oh, yeah.
That was magic era.
That was magic. And with E.T. and
Sparkles McGould. They were very close in those days.
They were competitive, I suppose. Yeah.
And then Gavin Miller helped us.
Oh, yeah. Gavin, God, he could play.
And how about Michael Speechley, the
gutsy, groggy Gamecock, don't tell Jack I'm injured.
Correct. And Michael Speechley.
Yeah.
Went on, I think, to carve out a very big career in air conditioning.
I think he did. Yeah.
Now, the Dragons. The Dragons have been good guys as well. They face the best players in Australia every round, week in toughest. Now, this week, they spent team with the Australian Army Rugby League side, offering last-minute tips before their clash with the Navy side in the curtain raiser to tonight's centenary test at the SCG.
I missed that game, and I would have... there would have been an enormous public interest in watching the Army play the Navy. That would have been just fantastic. Why wasn't that broadcast?
I know. Why wasn't it? I would have loved to have heard Rabs and Gus and Sterlo call it.
Yeah.
The Army side watched the Dragons train before heading out onto the field to ask questions ranging from skills queries to how to handle the SCG atmosphere. That would have been something most Dragons players would have been familiar with.
Well, would they have ever played on the SCG?
I don't think so, not in a long time.
Charity Shield is often played there.
True. That's true. The SCG atmosphere. Yeah. And especially when your kick-off maybe starts around 5:30.
Can't imagine there would have been too many there at that
I think
stage.
what they meant was the empty atmosphere. Right?
Oh, okay. Oh, well, that can be equally intimidating.
Yeah, that's right. Look, can I say that...
Well, what a fantastic thing for the Saints to do that.
For the Army.
For Brownie's Army.
To hook up with the real Army.
Yeah.
Now, look, can I remind you of many years ago, the annual pipe opener, the traditional pipe opener for the state of origin used to be New South Wales Police versus Queensland Police.
Might still be the original, the pipe opener.
Well, as I understood it, they had to stop it because of unnecessary violence.
I know it got a bit out of hand. Very hard to umpire.
I always love getting to the ground early to see
to watch
go
that.
off.
See the coppers belt each other.
The Raiders. Now, the Raiders are supporting local road safety.
The Raiders are?
Yeah, in the Canberra area.
Well, they'd be no stranger to a speeding fine, would they?
Absolutely. In fact, isn't the one who wanted to leave or was in trouble with I want to say his name, is it the half? And is his name Tongue or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Was in real trouble with the local plod for going too quick about the place.
For being in a hurry.
The Raiders are supporting road safety by placing themselves on cars all over the ACT. I thought, okay, a Raider sitting on your bonnet.
That's
you're going to
what I'm imagining.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you would slow down with.
Raiders limited edition number plates have been auctioned through the RTA, with proceeds going to road safety campaigns with a focus on school zones. School zones.
Oh, isn't that good?
The plate sales raised 14,000.
Really?
In a few weeks. Now, could this idea be used
to
fund...
It's a Sharks number plate, is it?
A Raiders number plate.
A Raiders number plate.
Now, Troy Thompson and Michael Wayman have been keeping a special lookout for the plates on the streets of Canberra. If I see one of the plates out and about, I'll make sure I toot the horn and give them a wave.
Well, that's not going to be too good for safety, is it? If people have got their eyes looking around for plates rather than, obeying the road rules.
To raise money for road safety is a great thing, and I'm glad the Raiders could play a small part in it. Wave. Now...
Well, hang on.
There's a number of things going here.
Yeah, I'm not following...
14,000.
I want to follow the money trail here.
Yes,
all right. What are they going to do with the 14,000?
Well,
Are they going to put in more signs saying 40-kilometre zone?
And those flashing things that you sometimes get on them.
All right.
For the school zones. I'm not sure. I haven't been in the nation capital recently.
No. I assume it's 40 outside of school like it is in other places.
Elsewhere, I assume so.
I still think that's too quick. I'd get it down to 10.
10.
Just to be doubly sure.
And I would make the zone about 4 times longer than that. Because I think that'd give the right amount of, slow down time. And if you could be stationary outside the school for approximately 1 minute every time you pass it. Now, the other thing is...
That's not bad. Look, I think how about a series of gradually, like for 10 kilometres away from the school, it's 50. 9 kilometres, it's 40.
Perfect.
8 kilometres, 30. 7 kilometres.
Stationary for half an hour before moving off once the road is clear ahead. Now, look, can I point out, okay, let's say there's 15 first-grade players.
Yeah.
They've sold these plates for less than $1,000 apiece. Seems very, very cheap to have a Raider sitting on your car. And can I come back to, do you think it's wise in this day and age that all the money for the Olympic movement, it comes from the federal government? I mean, surely the public is a stakeholder and they can funnel in money from other ways. Why not Olympic?
Tax-free donation? Tax-free donation? Is
tax-free donations. I hadn't thought of that. I was thinking, why not sell number plates? Now, let's not forget the Klepich tilt.
Lars Klepich.
In Athens on the sailboard. And I'd love to think Klepich was backing up with the help of the 5.
I haven't heard any Klepich news. He's the Mark Hensby of sailing, really, isn't he?
I'd love to see the kids of the 5 Dock Primary School reacquaint
themselves with Lars.
Yeah, and reignite.
Well, they sponsored him, didn't they?
They did. The Klepich magic. This has been on my mind lately, the Klepich. If he's going and how are we going to get him there and stuff like that.
Well, it's sad that the 193 million, not much seemed to be earmarked for Lars Klepich.
No. Can I say, let's say his initials were LCR, so it might be some weird name in the middle, a family name.
Oh, yeah.
Just for the sake of the argument. LCR 008, meaning, or 08. I know that's not a number plate.
Yeah.
So get Lars...
Well, why not have a really large number plate? Well, it didn't have to be limited to
size, no.
Why not just have Lars Klepich?
Wow! And sell that off.
Sell that off.
Well, that'd be worth $1 million, wouldn't it? So then you can see RTA starting to funnel money back in to the Olympic movement.
Yes.
I mean, sure, I know millions of people are going to say, you're forgetting road safety. I'm not. No. I'm not. I'm not in this matter forgetting road safety. I believe the 10-kilometre zone and 4 times lengthening at either side is enough. I'm not forgetting road safety. I'm not. I refuse to get drawn into that. I just see the number plate as a way of raising money directly for the Olympic movement.
Look, I think we've got to get our priorities right here. I think you're absolutely right. And no one is talking down road safety. You're absolutely right there. You know,
this program doesn't.
No, it doesn't. You know, I would extend, you're right, the 10-kilometre zone outside schools for 10 kilometres either side of every school. Fact, I would. Yeah. You know, and as for black spots... I think a 5-kilometre zone, 20 kilometres either side of a black spot is going to stop that problem. Right there.
It will.
Right there.
Fact. You're absolutely right.
Now, having said that, could I suggest we've got to prioritise our Olympic movement? Can I suggest that some of these organisations like Care Australia, which I think do a wonderful job... World Vision.
Community Aid Abroad.
Antipodeans. Yes.
Red Cross.
Often tax-free.
Mm-hmm.
Could I suggest, say, a 30% tax on these organisations directly to, earmarked for, Olympic gold medals?
You mean if you gave $10 to, say, the Burma/Myanmar...
Yeah. $3 of that is going to go to
the Olympic
movement.
Well, it focused the mind of our athletes. Can I also say, I reckon that what we should have is a sort of inverse. Let's say Lars Klepic should last be going and reprieving the act in Athens.
Yeah.
Let's say he was our least likely medal winner. He should get the most money. The most likely medal winner should get the least money because they don't.
Well, that's
need
very
encouragement.
socialist, HG.
I know.
That's very socialist. That's you know.
Do you know what I mean? So Grant Hackett is most likely person in Australia to win the 1,500 metres swim. Yeah. He's not going to get the 10K.
But shouldn't we be encouraging excellence and reinforcing excellence?
I believe we should. But
see, I think if you get a gold medal, anytime, you know, Beijing. Let's start with Beijing. I don't think you should ever have to work again for the rest of your life.
I reckon that's right. Yeah.
I think you should be given $1 million for the rest of your life to live on, plus free travel, plus free food.
Free food. And your own car.
And your own car.
A new Commodore every year.
And you can use as much resource of, say, Care Australia or any of those other wonderful organisations as much as you like.
Yeah. You're a one-person trouble spot zone. To be people flying in, helping you out all the time.
Sure.
No, I was trying to encourage excellence. By...
Carrot and stick.
Carrot and stick, exactly. That's right.
Well, let's say
stick.
Carrot and carrot.
Carrot, that's right. I believe you're right. Once you get Klepic onto the podium, you change the dynamic.
Well, he's set for life then.
Yeah.
Under this system.
I understand. But to get in there...
It's your Kyle Vanderkuyp at that end. It's your...
Well, you know, you're absolutely right. Let's say...
It's your also-rans. We want to bloody get up there.
Also-rans.
Give them a lift up.
Yeah, that's right.
Give them a lift.
That's right. And Coatsy should be drawing up his list. He's got, let's say, the biggest team going away ever.
Yeah.
1 through to 594. Let's say there is.
Yeah.
With 594, let's say Grant's the most likely. It might be Libby Trickett or something.
Libby Lenton, formerly Lenton.
Formerly Lenton, who's the most likely to win. So she'd be seeded number 1, most likely to win her event.
She sits at the front of the bus.
Sits at the front of the bus. She doesn't need any money.
No.
Until she gets gold, and then she kicks into the Slaven scheme. And we go way back to 591, which is the least likely. They get the most money.
They get the most money should they medal. Could I suggest that?
Right. On the way.
So if you had an incentive for Lars Klepic, let's say Lars is our least likely to win anything. Let's say he is.
I know what you mean. I know where you're coming from.
Yeah. So we say to Lars, listen, Lars, if you can get gold, you're going to get $100 million.
That's right. Very good. The others, Libby Lenton / Trickett, will only get $1 million.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
Look, what I don't want to encourage, is people like, say, Jack Thompson, just for argument's sake.
The actor?
The actor, think he can win the 100 metres. He can't. He can't, because obviously he would never make it in a million years. Everybody would beat him. You and I would beat him. I don't mean to be unkind to Jack, but, you know, I don't want to encourage that sort of thing.
No.
I want to encourage serious people who are the best in Australia at their sport.
But that's not to say, actually, and I think I know what you're getting at. is that when Jack was, say, 15 or 16, he might have been capable of getting a gold medal.
Well, I tell you.
And we lost him.
Yeah,
we
I know.
lost him to the theatre, to acting.
I know.
Well, that's what we've got to discourage. I don't want, some bloody great scientist, for example, say your Peter Doherty types who are world beaters when it comes to the
Nobel Prize winners.
microscope and that sort of stuff, regretting thinking, well, I could run. I was pretty quick in my day.
I'll tell you.
I'd rather them with their gold medals and their $1 million a year saying, well, yeah, I could have gone into science, but I was too quick.
Perfect. Now, I'll give you a practical example of that. This is fact. 1946, WA. Even long before the Sharks came in, WA. A kid out of the blue took apart their backstroke title. That kid was Rolf Harris.
Rolf Harris, I know.
Rolf Harris.
Lost.
Thanks very much. Lost to the arts.
Yes.
Lost to painting.
Yes.
Lost to daubing the Queen, as it turns out. Lost to Jake the Peg, the wobble board. Lost to Stairway to Heaven, when he could have been swimming for Australia.
Yeah.
Another Dawn Fraser, I know. Think about it.
Yeah.
In the backstroke. I know Dawn was, ...
Yes, he could have been our next Matt Metzger.
Welsh. Max Metzger. Right.
Couldn't he?
Well,
Instead of being lost to Frippery.
I couldn't have put it better myself. Now, finally, on the good guys column. I know we drifted a long way from the good guys. The good guys this week. The West Tigers Kittens. That's the cheerleaders. And people's bag cheerleaders. I don't.
No.
Cheerleaders.
They do a great service.
Now, last week put on a special treat for a forlorn Tiger fan, Nick Kazakos. He requested some female company at his Bucks night on Saturday night, but only the cheerleaders, because his Tiger-mad fiancée would only consent to the kittens coming along.
Oh.
Do you see what I mean?
Oh, isn't that great?
It's
and
fantastic.
did the kittens turn up?
Yeah, they did.
Why was he so down in the dumps, by the by, if he was getting engaged and...
I'm not sure. Maybe the attendant was away. Plans were hastily arranged to hold the boys' night at the ANZ Stadium, and the Tigers came to the party by sending along their friendliest cheerleaders to bring a smile to Kazakos' style.
Right.
So that's really good. It's not just the rugby league players who are
it's
the
the
good guys.
community.
Community, that's right. It's a community.
Rugby league, and that's what we've got to make sport. We've got to build a sport community.
Yeah, it's shareholders, stakeholders. Can I point out that that's where the Rabbits are missing out a lot with the public, I think. It's a little touch like that. Sending the drummers around doesn't have quite the same.
Hit a piston spin on fire. Now that's what I call Saturday night.
Oh, Blissanesso, Woodstock 2008 from the CD Flying Colours. First Mother's Day fat now.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny O'Keefe. What are Australians fighting for this week, HG?
Well, it is a terrific prize, as you'd expect on Mother's Day. The Bible, of course, the Rugby League week, and it's a terrific story. The cover story is "Shut Up, Sonny, Stop Talking and Start Delivering." But he played pretty well the other night.
He played very well.
Yeah, in fact, if there were a couple more Sonny Bills in the side,
is that Cam Smith on the cover?
Cam Smith. And there's a terrific team photo of the Cam. You said it right, not Cameron. Terrific photo of the Titans. And I think I'm right in saying is that this is obviously the... it's got the full details of the Face of Origin competition, which is something new. But it doesn't stop there for Mum. We've got the Socceroos beanie.
Wow.
That's fantastic, isn't it? Socceroos beanie.
Well, everyone's talking Socceroos at the moment, aren't they?
They are. And I've got a special Mother's Day special edition of When Harry Met Sally.
Oh, that's lovely. That's a very
video.
funny film. It's got that very famous orgasm scene, hasn't it? Yeah.
It has. People still talk about that.
And it's on video, too. Which
it's
is
on video. Very rare.
rare.
You don't get anything left on video these days. That's a real collector's item. And for God's sake, take a tip. Make sure your machine that you stick this in can handle the weight. Because what I find with a lot of modern machines, video machines, is they don't like old tapes.
Don't they really?
No, they're buggers like that. I don't know what it is. It's a full Hot Chip and One Pure Thought, the CDs. Afro Celt, Volume 3. Don't know what's happened to Volumes 1 and 2. I think they're going to appear under the name of Andre Rieu real soon. Lona, oh, and it's, oh, yes, OK, that's a fantastic CD. Pendulum from Tara Simmons. So it's a hell of a prize for Mum. The Bible, the video, the hat, something to wear, something to watch, something to read and something to listen to.
That's fantastic. And
for women only who can answer the following question.
And the question is as follows, HG. For women only, how much would China be prepared to spend for a bronze medal? How much would China be prepared to spend for a bronze medal? And that number is 1300 555 36.
Women only, phone now. Everyone. Yes, you're my another Mother's Day J classic, this time from 1995. Jules and Bullets, the title of the track, the CD called Hi-Fi Way. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yes, we're joined by Emma HG, who's joining us from Brunswick in Victoria. How are you, Emma?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yes, very well indeed. Now, how's been the day for you, Emma?
I haven't really done much, just hanging out at home.
What, no mothers to worry about?
My mum's up in Sydney. I tried to call her, but she must be having too much of a good time. She wouldn't answer her phone.
She wouldn't answer. She refused to answer. It just rang and rang.
It did.
Would this be like your mum?
Yeah, very typical.
Now, nothing much. That can't be right. I mean, you obviously put the television on early.
I watched a little bit of the V8 Supercars. I'm not sure why, but
isn't that
for a bit
fantastic?
of that.
Did you watch is Jamie Whincup still blowing them away?
Wouldn't have a clue, actually.
No, that's all right. They're best not understood, the V8 Supercars. Yeah. And then what meant...
It's beautifully covered, though. Don't they cover it well?
Brilliantly covered.
They do.
What made you stop watching that, for instance?
I think
Did somebody knock at the door?
I thought I could possibly spend my time better in bed. You know?
Yeah,
fair enough.
I understand. It's pity you haven't got a television in bed, because when you combine the V8 Supercars when you're lying down... There's something very arresting about it. The only thing that annoys you is the ads, the interruption of the ads every now and again.
I guess the nice humming noise would be quite soothing.
Yes, yeah, it is. But still, I mean, tonight you've got, the F1, of course, in Turkey, and that's equally arresting.
Can I ask, Emma, if you find there are some shows you can sleep in better than others? I tell you one that does it for me every time is Grey's Anatomy. I just put it on and I'm gone.
Yeah.
There's just no reason to watch it. And yet it's on, if you know what I mean.
Well, maybe it's just for the insomniacs.
Yeah, well, that's true. That could be good. I often look out for a show. Midsummer's Murders.
That can do it.
That's right, that can do it.
Foyle's War can do it as well.
Right. And speaking of V8 Supercars, it does raise the question, have you got any, what would I call it, interest in the cars, apart from, the occasional encountering them on television when there's nothing else to watch? Like, for instance, do you like cars generally, or...?
I don't have my driver's licence, actually. That's how little I like cars.
Right. And you wouldn't have, say, a door signed by,
Mark Scaife.
Mark Scaife around the place, or...
Not last time I checked, but, it's a new house I'm living in, so maybe.
Do you have any sporting memorabilia, I think, is what HG's getting at, Emma? Do you have anything?
I don't, no.
Have you thought about it, or...?
It's probably time to invest. It's a good investment to have.
Well, that's true, but don't feel as though you have to go out of your way to get it. I mean, you might be able to go down to, where are you, in Brunswick? They might still play football, say, in the Coburg area, or, over that way, and just get I'm not sure where the Northern Bull Ants home ground is, and I know there'd be a couple of, for instance, I just mentioned them because it comes to mind that Matt Lappin, former AFL great,
is the coach.
There. Oh, you might be the coach.
Captain coach?
It could be the captain coach.
Well, why not get the whole team to sign?
Take it maybe over a tea towel and get it signed there, because you've got to start small.
Yeah.
And that would be free.
Yeah.
Because I assume you've got a tea towel at your place.
I do.
Yeah, good.
Now, Emma, are you interested in going to the Andre Rieu concert when Andre goes to Melbourne, for example?
Well, I hadn't thought about it too much until today, listening to you guys. It does sound pretty spectacular.
Look, I think it will be.
Waltzing Matilda, tears to the eye.
Tears to the eye. It was uplifting, wasn't it? Yeah. No, you're absolutely right there. What he can do with that.
Jake the Peg, it's just, it has to be seen to be believed. Generally speaking, though, what have you got planned for the rest of the day? I mean, is there any chance you might be able to, say, watch Grey's Anatomy and stay awake?
Oh, maybe.
Would that be a regular thing?
maybe I have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee and watch Grey's Anatomy to try and keep myself awake through it, just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Well, it sounds like, Emma, you had a bit of a night last night. Was it a big night last night?
Oh, I did a little bit, actually.
What time did you get in?
Fairly early. I just started drinking fairly early on.
Yes.
I think I was home by about 11:30, but yeah, bit of a big night.
Bit of a big night.
Well, maybe, Emma, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Emma, how much would China be prepared to spend for a bronze medal?
$4 billion.
That's exactly right. Exactly right.
The Rugby League Week, the special edition of When Harry Met Sally, and go easy when you play that, and the Hot Chip One Pure Thought, Afro Celt, Volumes 3, sadly Volumes 1 and 2 are lost, Loner, and Pendulum, the Tara Simmons CD, plus your first piece of sporting memorabilia collectible, Socceroos beanie, in the wanted colours of green and gold. Emma, we get these in the mail to you, and they'll be there before the V8s go round again next weekend. In the meantime, have a great Mother's Day, and look, all the best for the rest of the day.
Thanks very much.
Bye to you, Emma.
Get away of making that up. No.
John Safran and Father Bob.
I know you think I just throw these...
You do. You pull them out of a hat.
No, not this case.
Politics, religion, the things that really matter.
They'd spike my drinks and I'd be found naked in the botanical gardens or something.
Can something not be about you?
Keeping it RL. John Safran and Father Bob. Tonight from 9 on Triple J.
Yes, 3 on the trot on Mother's Day edition of This Sporting Life. We got underway with MGMT. Oh, no, we didn't. The Last of the Shadow Puppets got us underway in the age of understatement. Now, then we went to MGMT with Weekend Wars, and Oracular Spectacular. Now, that's our, well, yeah, I suppose it's our feature album this week, MGMT. And then we finished up with the Go Team. The Go Team. Grip Like a Vice from Proof of Youth from England. So those 3 on the trot started off with The Last of the Shadow Puppets, then MGMT and the Go Team, all on the Life on Triple J.
I Needed That is a lithograph that records Chris Rogers' first drinks break wearing the baggy green. This lithograph, personally signed by Chris, features the whole Australian team gathered round the drinks cart with umpire Billy Bowden on the second day of the famous Perth third test won by India. Chris stands completely at ease between Phil Jacques and Sean Tate. I Needed That is limited to an edition of 812 units and is officially licensed by Cricket Australia. Authentication by PricewaterhouseCoopers and available now at www.officialmemorabilia.com.au. The cost? Just $812 plus postage and handling.
Stress, mortgage, interest rates, council rates, bills. Pressure from the family, need of a new car, new house, school fees, food. It's endless. You need a bit of me time. Crystal Spa Gardens is a haven for those trapped in the mad maze of modern mayhem. Think how pleasant it would be to check in and lie back with the following treatments available 24/7. A lime wash enema, a hot rock workout, a cucumber-cooled liquefied half-mud face pack, a fish-chilled lead blanket that can reduce stress levels to 0, a hot olive oil hose to replenish nervous energy, and finally, share a pyramid with a genuine American Indian chief in full regalia where you sit in the silence of eternity, broken only by the Comanche drums of harvest. Crystal Spa Gardens, a place to forget where you're up to your neck in debt.
Shooters, is your prey looking even further away lately? Well, there's no need to rack the 303 and panic. You've read about the eye of the tiger. Well, the South African team of animal-to-human transplant experts located in the Peter Van Zyl Wing, Cape Town, can drop in the eye of a panther, leopard, lynx or lion, giving you the eyesight that has blessed the big cat community for millions of years. Be warned, your new appearance may shock friends, and dark glasses are recommended by medical authorities. But your improved kill ratio will more than compensate for any odd looks that you may get in the street. Interested? Just take aim for the Van Zyl and pull the big cat trigger.
Roy, just a quick one going back to the SCG. The Sydney Cricket Ground officials want a rugby league test at the venue every year.
Great idea.
The Anzac Test was confirmed for next season, although Friday's 34,571 attendance is unlikely to save it from being played in Brisbane. I think once a year there's an opportunity to play one international game at the SCG, said the Trust boss.
I think there's a compelling argument, isn't there? I mean, given the success of...
the other night.
What's been regarded as one of the great nights in rugby league history.
Well, the other thing is, of course, these tests are soon going to become too big to be contained in one city. I mean, Melbourne surely should get a rugby league test soon. I mean, if we're going to be serious about... I mean, the Storm are just taking all before them. They are. Won't be long before they're the number one side in Melbourne.
For sure.
Well,
that's happening, isn't it? I mean...
The number one football side.
When are they going to take over the MCG?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you've got Melbourne Victory, with ties on the MCG. They're getting a purpose-built ground as well, which is going to be... I mean, so many people are going to want to watch the Victory go round. Now they're talking about a second A-League side in Melbourne, which can't be far away.
No, it can't be far away. No, that's all good. But I think in terms of rugby, wouldn't it be great to see, say, Australia v France in the World Cup at the MCG?
Be fantastic.
I mean, the people of Melbourne would be squealing for that. They would love it.
It would be fantastic. I tell you what would be really good is to see Lebanon play France, at the MCG.
As a pipe opener.
Well, not bad, as a part of the pool matches.
Yeah.
In Melbourne. I'm not quite sure which pool France is in. Well,
let's say they're in Pool C and Lebanon's in Pool A.
Well, a bit of a trick there, but they could meet in a semi-final.
They could.
That wouldn't be a bad result for them.
Yeah. Well.
See, the trouble is the World Cup looks a bit ho-hum, though, doesn't it? If the main opposition is New Zealand and Australia keeps thrashing New Zealand, I mean, only France could be the problem, the possible speed hump.
But, the way to look at it, I think the way we'd sell it, say in Melbourne, is to say, all right, yeah, sure, but if you take away the first 22 minutes of that Test match, then New Zealand won 12-6.
Yeah, I know.
That's the only way to look at it.
Yeah, true.
That's the way you'd sell it.
But do you say we take off 20 minutes and so we make the game 60 minutes long and start at 20 minutes in? Is that what you're saying? So as you let Australia run around?
No, I think you sell the idea that, that New Zealand's built a platform. Yeah. In the last 60 minutes of Test match
their last
rugby
Test
league,
they actually beat Australia.
Yeah.
What would be interesting, though, is to, after 20 minutes, is to turn the score back to 0-0.
Start again.
Well, Australia would knock themselves rotten in the first, probably racking up 30 or 40 points.
Yeah.
But then realise, we've got to go back to 0-0. Then New Zealand might get into it. But that's all in the future. The Test, though, I think is likely to go to Suncorp. Where they get very good crowds for these things. They usually sell them out. But having said that, though, the other thing about the SCG the other night was the marvellous, you forget the angry ant, Sticky, Ricky Stewart, the game's greatest thinker, Coach. This is an idea or two from Sticky's column. These are the images that will stay with the present Kangaroos forever. That's his first and opening sentence. These are the images of the time. It's a moment in time, a unique bond that this select group of 17 players now share with some of Australia's greatest sportsmen. That victorious smell of the SCG dressing rooms has been experienced by cricket legends such as Bradman, Border, Warne, as well as some rugby league greats like Raper, Langlands and Lewis. Just 15 minutes after our centenary Test match victory over New Zealand was over, I closed the old timber door, the only thing that separates the inner sanctum from the members' pavilion, and asked the boys for their attention. He hadn't had it before then. I stood there with the honour board of 5 wicket hauls hanging on the concrete walls, wanting desperately to ram home how special this moment was. Cam, I'm glad he got that right, Cam Smith, in his second Test as captain, nodded his head knowingly. I promise you this, boys, you won't fully understand how much this means, probably until you retire, I told them. But this jumper that you wore tonight has to be treasured. It has to be remembered like no other. Don't disrespect the jumper by tossing it into the bottom drawer. Get it framed, show it off, and be proud of something that is uniquely special. From the experienced Petra Siviacina right down to the teenager Israel Folau, I could sense the boys were on the same page. And while they slapped backs and shook hands, there was also a sense of a job not yet finished. This gets to our point. MCG, New Zealand v Australia in the final. because it's the only place that can hold the crowd.
Exactly.
The 20 minutes, Australia knock themselves rotten, and then by miracle, 0-0 on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a game, isn't it?
Yep.
Now,
I the words that stand out there for me, uniquely special. I mean, Sticky's right, isn't he? I mean, the boys understand that.
Uniquely special, yeah. That's right. That's right. Do you think the sub paused over that with the pen? Maybe a little bit? No, it's Sticky.
That's Sticky.
Go. Anyway, the job is not yet finished. This is a great for our confidence going to a World Cup year. I've seen the World Cup plans, and I can promise you, boys, it's something you so want to be part of. We're going to mix hard work with some fun. How about that, with some fun? Because your best footy is played when you're having fun. Does he mean being pissed?
I don't know, but you've got to remember, I don't think I've ever seen Sticky have fun.
No, I've never seen him smile in the past 5 years.
No, he never smiled as a player. I don't think he ever had fun as a player.
You should all be striving to be there at the end of the year. Outside, some 36,000 people had just watched Australia hold off a committed Kiwi outfit. 100 years to the day after the first test between the two countries, the fan walks away knowing they'd be part of something special. Now,
well, I think he's right. Everyone walked away from that match, I think, feeling they witnessed something uniquely special. And they're the memories, you take with you to your grave.
Yeah, true.
For the fans who were there, who witnessed it.
Yeah.
We happy few. We lucky few who were there.
The fireworks were great, weren't they?
They were.
And the moving tribute to Jack, that was just incredible. And
to see those legends come out. To see,
the legends, yeah.
Sticks Provan and...
Wally got a great...
Wally was...
tremendous.
I mean, they loved him. They loved seeing him there. And to see them in the back of the cars going around, to see Chang again.
I know.
Chook and Puff.
It's been just a magical week. Now, look, just having that there... the war of words between Gus Gould and Sticky has put Jonathan Thurston in the firing line. According to the Fairfax writers, the mail is that the reason Stewart dropped Thurston from the Kangaroos 2 years ago related to his on-field presence. The coach told Thurston he had to be more of a leader and provide greater direction as a halfback. Journalists around town shouldn't have expected to get a bite out of any of the Australian players last week. Stewart banned them from reading newspapers in the lead-up to the test. Al Langer was one of the few members of the Kangaroos contingent to smuggle in newsprint. All I've got is the form guide. Look, he said, he offered a tip. It's still running, according to Danny Weidler. Isn't that interesting? Sticky, it's great, isn't it? Sticky's column would be the only thing they'd be allowed to read. Isn't that interesting? But not much more. Did you know about this feud? I didn't know anything about the war of words between Gus and Sticky.
No, I didn't know Gus and Sticky. But I tell you what, it's unlike Gus, though, too. I mean, he would have realised what an important match this was for the players, that this was something indelible, uniquely special, that they would never forget for the rest of their lives, nor appreciate until they'd retired. It's unlike Gus, I think, to get involved in that. That surprises me. I think this sounds like a Danny Weidler beat-up.
Can I ask whether you were entirely happy with the choice of colours for the playing strip the other night?
Well, it was a reenactment, HG.
Yeah,
you saw the legends going around with their green, with the gold piping that looked very old-fashioned. And you only had to half close your eyes and it felt like it was 1908. That's what I loved about it.
Oh, the Vines, and he's a rocker, and the Vines will be part of the Splendour in the Grass 08. And a new album out from the Vines on July the 12th. It might be time for another fat.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Well, given that it's Mother's Day, King, we might make this another women-only
Why not?
fat. And we've got the Carlton membership 2006 cap. We've got the Hottest 100, the volume 15 of the Hottest 100 on DVD. On video, Moulin Rouge, that's a special Mother's Day
the Baz
collection.
Luhrmann epic.
Yeah, the Baz Luhrmann epic with Nicole and Ewan. And we've got the Buff Seeds, we've got Strange Planet, the original soundtrack album. We've got Mikkel Rouse and failing Kansas. We've got the Big Beat Boutique, mixed by the Low Fidelity All-Stars, and we've got Light and Noise. So several CDs there, 5 CDs to go with the video and the DVD and the cap. It's a terrific prize, as you expect on Mother's Day, for some lucky listener, women only, who can answer the following question.
And the question is as follows, HG. Name an opening combination that was suggested for the name of the new SCG stand.
Yes, one opening, is it? One opening
combination that we suggested for the name of the new SCG stand, and that number is 1300 0555 36.
Women only.
Phone now.
Yes, the Panics. The Panics live without and cruel guards, and the Panics from Perth and touring for Triple J, April the 23rd to May the 24th, a month on the road there, and they're part of the Splendour in the Grass 08 lineup. Obviously a big thing for Triple J coming up in August. And who are we talking to now? Roy.
Yes, we're joined by Debbie, who's joining us from City Lakes in Queensland. How are you there, Debbie? Yeah, hello?
Debbie, are you there?
I can hear Debbie somewhere. I can hear her on the telephone here, but it's not gone through the desk to the air. Now, have we got... now
doesn't sound good.
Hello. I think we're right now. Debbie,
Hello,
are you there?
yes.
Ah, very good.
Sorry about that,
Very good.
Debbie. That was our fault. These things happen from time to time.
Especially on Mother's Day.
They do. Now, are you having a good Mother's Day, Debbie?
I'm having a wonderful Mother's Day.
What's going on?
I got very spoilt by my children this morning, and for the rest of the day I've just been doing a law assignment, actually, so that hasn't been too good, but the kids have all been really well behaved, so that's the best thing.
Now, what's the law assignment involve?
It's on contract law and tort of negligence.
Right, can you give us an example of what a tort of negligence might be?
I'm only in my first year here, so maybe not, no. If you do something and your actions cause damage to another person, they can then sue you for the tort of negligence.
Oh, right. I see. Let's say you've got a cyclist riding beside you and you pull in front of them and brake suddenly and they prang into the back of your car. Is that a tort of negligence on paper, the way you see it, Debbie?
Yes, actually.
Who would be at fault, the person braking or the cyclist?
The person braking, the driver.
Right, right.
And yet ordinarily, if someone goes up the back of you, they're at fault.
Well, that's true, but you have to, I guess you have to show that that person intended to, or you don't even have to intend to cause damage to be guilty, so...
Right. And how come you ended up doing law, given all the things you could study?
I have an interest in family law.
Ah, right,
Yes.
right. And this is because of sort of like, I don't know, I was trying to think of how one gets an interest in family law. Reading about it or personal experience?
Personal experience,
oh, okay.
yes.
Yes. And what university are you at?
Curtin. I'm doing it externally.
Okay. And when you say, what sort of things do you read? Are they racy sort of tales of Rumpole-esque adventure before the beaks? Or is it rather dull, trying to get to grips with language and sort of procedure?
A bit of both, really. Some of it's exciting, but most of it's getting used to the language and the procedure. And
yeah. Well, it'll be good to get this contract law out of the way because it's pretty dull.
It is, yes.
Yeah, so what's next after contract law?
More contract law, actually.
More contract law, yeah. And after that, there'll be a little bit more contract law, I imagine. And then after that?
Litigation.
Litigation. Well, that's always interesting.
It could be, yes.
And would you think about doing this to hang up a shingle and practice, if that's the right term?
Hopefully, when I've finished, it would be good.
Yes.
And coming back to more prosaic matters, what have the younger set organised for dinner tonight for you?
Risotto.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they lovely?
They're very good.
That's very good. Now, what do they do for breakfast? So you had breakfast in bed?
No, I didn't, but that's okay.
What do they get you for breakfast?
Dinner.
What do they get for breakfast?
Breakfast, no, we just pretty much all got our own, really.
Oh, no, good. Good, and they've kept out of your hair so as you can read rather impenetrable texts all day.
That's it, yes.
Very good. And is it an essay, you said you're studying externally. Does that mean there's a lot of essay work in it?
There is, yes. a lot of assignments, and I still have to do exams though.
Yeah, I know, fair enough too. So does that mean over the risotto tonight there'll be a lot of talk about contract law?
No, because I'll close the book and not think about it later.
Oh, very good.
Right.
Very good.
Right, okay. Because often, talking over it with family can be illuminating, You can get them to set you problems.
Yeah.
I know, yes, I know, but I don't think the kids really care, and I think my fiancé's tired of hearing about it.
Right, fair enough there.
Well, gee, it's early days too. What's it going to be like in 3 years' time?
After the contract laws run its course. Well, look, good luck with all of that. Now, Roy, set out the question, let Debbie have a swing at it.
Now, Debbie, name an opening combination that we suggested for the name of the new Sydney Cricket Ground stand.
That would be Wood and Darling.
Yes, Wood and Darling.
Absolutely right. The Hottest 100, the volume 15 of the DVDs, the video. Very rare to find a video given away these days of Nicole Kidman and Ewan McGregor in Moulin Rouge. The 5 CDs and the 2006 membership hat from the Carlton Footy Club. They'll be in the mail to you as soon as they can. They should be there by the time the next essay arrives. In the meantime, Debbie, have a great day, and thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thank you, and I do have to say, because I know there's people listening to this down in the other room, my best asset would have to be my Smiggins Holes beanie.
Oh, wow. And a piece of sporting memorabilia.
Exactly.
That'd be worth a fortune now, Debbie.
I'll keep on to it for a while.
If you could get Dale Begg-Smith, I think he's our local champ, to sign it, that would be a real collectible.
Yeah, but it's still, if you had that framed, that would look fantastic on the wall.
It would.
Well, there's something to do this week. Thanks very much, Debbie. Good luck with the exams. Bye now.
See ya.
Yes, the Pigeon Detectives. The Pigeon Detectives. They spot the ones who take the dump all over the place. Oh, and This Is an Emergency is the title of that track from the CD Emergency. We began the 3 on the trot with Matafix, again from the UK. Passerby, the title of the track, and Signs of a Struggle, the title of the CD. And sandwiched in between, the ham, if you like, Tegan and Sarah, Back in Your Head from the CD The Con. All that on The Life on Triple J.
Tired of not having an education? Tired of going nowhere? Get a degree online in minutes. These qualifications are now available for a set fee. A Doctor of Rugby League rave parties. A Doctor of Sports drug testing. A Doctor of the sweet science. Go to www.imgettingajob.com.au and have credit card details handy. After 20 minutes online, you'll be headhunted and run over by the top shelf offers from big overseas companies in Fiji and Guam and Madagascar before you can click quit. Warning, you must have a current passport and be prepared to travel.
When Rocket Rodney Eade took control of the Western Bulldogs, what was the first decision he made? He booked the team for a fortnight at Crystal Spa Gardens in Werribee. They all can't be mad.
Chris Rogers will always be remembered as one of Western Australia's most explosive opening batsmen. Now you have the ideal opportunity to celebrate the illustrious beginning of what promises to be a memorable career for the Aussie champ affectionately known as Chris Rogers. The Chris Rogers leg side tickle lithograph provides a lasting memento of this awesome opener. Personally signed and featuring a section of Chris's bat, this stunning presentation can be yours to own now. Leg side tickle features a piece of willow personally signed. It's officially licensed by Cricket Australia with authentication by PricewaterhouseCoopers and limited to 612. The cost? Just $812 plus postage and handling. Our staff are waiting for your call now.
Roy, it's got a rugby league theme to it, the show this week, but then it's been a very big week for rugby league.
Well, 100 years.
100 years climaxing on the weekend. And for those interested in the score between the Eels and Brownies Army, formerly known as the Dragons, the score at the moment is 19 to the Eels and the Dragons 12. So a very professional finish there to what appeared to be, on paper at least, a very must-win match for both teams, and I must say a very low standard that we glimpsed in the first half.
Does that put Brown's Heroes last with South's equal last?
Oh, what an interesting question. I can probably
because I think South's are now 4, courtesy their bye.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if they're together.
Well, yeah, let me try and find this where I need to
just
go.
Just idly thinking. No, I mean...
That could easily be the case. Yeah. Let's have a look. Oh, well, the trouble is the Cowboys are in the road.
Oh, are they? Well, how many have got the Cowboys?
The Cowboys have 6 points and the Dragons have 6 points. But then again, the Dragons have quite a good for and against. They've got 131... Yeah. Sorry, I've read this wrong. They're actually 5 points more scored that they've got scored for than against. So they're +5, whereas the Cowboys are -28. All right. Meaning the differential, as it's called. As it's called. So they're in quite a good position in terms of scoring. Right. This will slow them up a bit.
Well, they're still within striking match of the top 8.
Oh, yeah, I know. A couple of wins and Brownies boys could be challenging for a home final, if I understand what that means in rugby league.
No, you're right.
Look, can I just say some secret research has been released this week?
Secret research?
Secret research. The Murdoch Press got this. It's obtained 2 NRL specially commissioned annual surveys into public attitude towards rugby league. Based on the interviews with thousands of respondents Australia-wide, the 04 and 05 NRL fan scans recommend the code improve its appeal to families and women.
Doesn't the code appeal to women as it is? Women seem to love it.
Well, the year's research a wave of positive sentiment and stress families and women as key demographics to continue the trends upwards. This is in 04-05. Suggesting to grow the crowds were overwhelmingly family-friendly. They included family-only areas, improved public transport. Oh, that'll never happen, especially in New South Wales. Cheaper food and beverages. Just dirt cheap out there. We're out there. And the use of family credit card reward points to pay for season's tickets. I like that.
I like that.
Spending more, and you'd have to spend probably 0.6 of a million to get the tickets, but that'd be worth it.
Yeah. I love those credit card
encouraging to spend
things.
more. Yeah, it's terrific.
Love that.
Now...
It's family friendly.
While it rated highly as entertaining, powerful and aggressive, the sport on field and the game's image beyond the sidelines left much to be desired.
Well, what more can the players do?
Well, the on-field image returned 5.2 out of 10. 65% of respondents cited bad, unethical, immature player behaviour as the top reason for the discontent. But they don't do that when they play.
No.
Now... While misbehaviour and scandal were of no great consequence to the game's traditional male support base, constant dramas have a real impact on its growth area, women and families. Family is the key not only because of the high net value, but also because the family influence is a strong predictor of future rugby league support. Crowds have inexplicably dropped and the past 2 seasons failed to eclipse 2005.
Gee whiz. No one's talking crisis, are they?
No. There's certainly no talk of crisis from here. I mean, that'd be the last thing on my mind, to talk down rugby league, especially in the centenary year. The fact that no one's going...
It's always been a family-friendly game, largely targeted at women. If the wheels have fallen off since 2005, what's gone wrong? I'm just not seeing it.
Mo. Exactly. Can I have that again? I'm just not seeing it.
The game looks just as virile as it's ever done, just as explosive as it's ever done.
True. I accept all of that.
Well, I don't think the game's changed. I think women must be changing.
That's true. I hadn't thought of it that way. There's one in your pipe and you can start smoking it right now. The average 13,816 people attending the game, the home of rugby league, down 700. Now... the trouble is that crowds tend to plummet at this time with your rep duties, your Fiasco, your tests, your Origin series.
Well, women aren't going because their heroes are either too tired because they're backing up, to it, going to see Brownie's bunch today to see Gaz.
Yeah, Gaz.
You're not going to see the best out of Gaz because he burned a lot of petrol out of the tank on the centenary test, understandably.
And Cronk isn't playing.
And Cooper Cronk's not there.
No, he's not playing for either team.
No.
Because there are a lot of Cronk freaks.
I know there are.
Talk to girls.
I know. Oh, no, Cronky's done his bit.
And they were like Con on the Titans. Now, there's a test match in Sydney Friday night, and we're asking people to fork out more money for club footy on the weekend. One insider said, I honestly can't see how they can afford it.
Yeah.
Roosters coach Brad Fittler has said as much this week when he linked the test slow ticket sales to economic pressures on families. The rising cost of petrol. Mortgage increases, people with struggling to make rent.
Anything that involves petrol, i.e. fruit and vegetables, they're going up.
They're going up. Yeah, and more. There's more to come on that front.
Working families have never had things so tough.
I know.
And rugby league is for working families.
Yeah,
it's a working families game.
Barriers to attendance were the price of stadium food and beverage.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope that's not...
Well, I mean, do these stadiums allow working families...
To bring it all in?
Yeah, to bring a hamper in.
A hamper or an esky?
Or an esky.
Well, in the old days, yes. I'm
or
not sure
just a Tupperware container with a couple of sandwiches and maybe a bottle of drink.
Mm-hmm.
Is that allowable?
You're pushing it.
Well, see, if it's not, well, there's your problem right there.
The researchers surmised that clubs could get away with increasing admission prices if they dropped the cost of footy franks and pies inside the gate. This is because food and beverage prices are something that all game attendees have a good knowledge of and are easily compared, unlike the cost of tickets, which is much harder to compare. I.e., the people who go to see Andre Rieu and pay the $600 haven't got a clue they can go and see rugby league, roughly the same experience, for about 12. That may be wrong, but, do you know what I mean?
I do.
Whereas if you get a pie at the Rieu for, say, $3.50, people think... Bloody hell, that's fantastic. It cost me $5.40 at the rugby league. Do you know what I mean?
I do know
People,
what you mean. Look, is this something that perhaps the newly constituted Sports Commission could look into?
They should look at this.
In terms of subsidising. Let's subsidise your mum and dad's family pies and footy franks at football matches.
Easy to do.
By vouchers.
Or by, offering to subsidise your spotlight people to provide the pies, say, for about $1 each. They might cost,
yeah, but you're going to get a lot of people then who don't normally go to rugby league.
Just going in for the pies.
Just going in for the pies. And that'll happen.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Sure as night follows day. That's going to happen, HG. That's true. Now, you've got to weed out those sort of imposters. I think you've got to go straight to the families that a cheque is going to arrive from the Sports Commission. If you can prove that you're a rugby league family, right... So a cheque maybe, and they average out how many games you attend over a season. Let's say 30
games. Well, you might get 1.2 million.
You might get, let's say, 1, 2, 3...
4 kids, 4 people go.
You might get, depending on the number of kids involved, you might get $500 or $600 to go towards your pies and sausage rolls and frankfurts.
Now, Harry, the key findings are reasons fans don't attend, stadiums too far away. Now, this is one for Brownie and... that lot, and Peter Holmes at Court and Rusty, because they forced everybody at gunpoint onto the trains to get them out to bloody Homebush.
Well, all right.
Millions of miles from
Could the Sports Commission people look into this and maybe look to talking to Sid Fogg, people like
that? What a good idea. Buses
put on
from
buses.
Central areas that can go straight there and come straight back.
Yes.
Because I tell you what, that train trip is a nightmare, especially if you're on there with, a lot of riotous St George people who are on their way home after a big win.
Or Bulldog supporters.
Bulldogs, yeah.
The family club.
Reasons fans don't attend, stadium's too far away. That's one.
All right, well, we can solve that.
2, no interest. 3, too busy. 4, too expensive. 5, crowd behaviour. 6, too elderly. Better view on TV. Too elderly. Old farts going. And doesn't talk to kids. Reasons fans watch on TV: comfort, better view, replays, convenience, don't have to travel, commentary. What? Anyway, less expensive. Now, that's the reasons why power people stay at home. Fact, I'll give you the fact there: comfort, better view, and beer in fridge.
Yeah, well, I tell you, there's a lot to be said for that. That's why I'm dead against rugby league ever being shown live on television. I think it should be. You should be able to show the game, sure. But no earlier than a week later.
A week later, OK. So, well, then you have these clowns who pretend that nothing happens except,
it was very hard to quarantine the information from yourself for a week.
Sticky didn't have a paper in the...
Yeah, I know, but how many families can live in the rarefied atmosphere of a sticky-led centenary test squad?
True. Now, suggestions to attract fans, dedicated family sections, increased security, reduced food and drink prices, better public transport, discounted group tickets, family tickets, better halftime entertainment, more curtain raisers. Oh, they knocked them on the head years ago.
Curtain raisers, you're right there.
Other key findings: low approval rate off the field due to player scandals and dramas. Women make up 55% of the game's potential audience. St George, Illawarra and Newcastle are the most popular New South Wales-based teams. They got a photo here of the Rabbits win the other week, and there's 4 people in millions of seats there. They're really starting to really get crowds out there, aren't they? But a lot of that is about Homebush, isn't it? Because I do find the cost out there just prohibitive, really. I mean...
But I tell you what, HG, there's... am I not right in thinking, near the stadium there, Stadium Australia, is a correctional facility?
Silverwater Correctional.
Silverwater.
Yes. Now, they could be...
Couldn't we get, it might be a bit of a carrot within the Silverwater jail to fill the stands with...
Crims.
Yeah.
Or those in stir.
Obviously, there'd be family sections they'd be quarantined from.
Crims.
But that'd be a way of filling the stands and addressing the issue of atmosphere.
Can I also
Because I tell you what, you'd have a tremendous atmosphere with the Silverwater.
The boys out on the weekend. I tell you what, or for a Sunday for a couple of hours. And look, I thought you were going to go in...
And that would improve behaviour in Silverwater. Not that I'm suggesting you have a problem. I'm sure there's not.
No, there's none. There's no suggestion.
No.
The Department of Correctional Services does a tremendous
doing a wonderful job
in New South Wales.
Yes.
But I thought you were going to go in a slightly different direction and suggest that the
game's played within the jail.
Not bad, because then you wouldn't have any trouble with atmosphere or worry about the crowd, because they'd be all very well looked after. No, I thought you were going to offer the Silverwater catering facilities to be made available to the passing parade of people, and maybe set up a booth out the front. Silverwater service or something like that. Silver service.
Well, that's an
excellent idea. Have the inmates learning a trade, which would be in hospitality.
I agree with you,
What
HG.
would you like, sir?
No, and as they always say, that old adage: once you've tasted Silverwater food, you never forget it.
On that cheerful note, we leave you this week. There'll be more next Sunday afternoon. And remember, State of Origin's just round the corner, and Roy and I will be calling all the matches again in the year of hate, 2008. We leave you, as always, with the...
Turn your radio on.
This is a download from Triple J.
Australia's national youth network. On radio,
on TV,
and online.
For more music, current affairs, comedy, and culture,
triplej.net.au.
And now...
Hello world, pants off, Australia. The whips are cracking, the surf's up, the doctor is in. It's just another afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And now here's the team who can open the batting and take the new ball up the hill into the wind, who can turn defence into attack in the twinkling of an eye, who've enjoyed the highs and learnt from the lows, who are all the better for recent racing, and in the wash-up at the end of the day win a lot more than they lose. It's the team of H.G. Nelson and rampaging Roy Slaven and the dominant backline of this sporting life. H.G.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, King Wally Otto in the soundproof booth. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, shareholders, school kids and schoolies. Welcome to Triple J on another Sunday when too much sport is barely enough. Welcome to another afternoon when we share with you our courage to dream. That's right, the Dream Team are behind the card table for another afternoon. Look, getting the show underway in nowhere in particular, but look, I did wonder what had happened to this bloke, but on the missing in action list, it was wonderful to see former cricket and comedy legend FC Richie resurface this week. I don't know how many people would remember the great work of Fat Cat Richie over the years. I know many of us remember Fat Cat as a cricketer with an interest and vast knowledge in subcontinental affairs, who loved to drink on a long-haul flight. They were his middle-order batsmen, loved to drink. You're getting the picture of the bloke. Curry was his go, might have even put out his own line of Mahatma Coat curries at one particular point. After a couple of run-ins with authority at the very highest level, suddenly it all went very QT. Well, the cat is back. Fat Cat has reinvented himself, and wait for this did surprise me, as an international golf commentator. I think the highlight of his commentating career so far was when he was commentating in the West Indies, and Steve Waugh, Captain Skip, might have made a ton, or double ton it might have been.
Yeah, I think Mark Taylor was still the captain there.
Mark Taylor, yes, you're right.
Yeah,
and Steve Waugh had made
Steve
a double
won the
ton.
series with that double century.
Yes, and everybody ran on, including Fat Cat, who jumped out of the commentary booth and ran out. Steve's immortal words were, "What are you doing out here, Fat Cat?"
The nice touch was slipping over on his arse in the mud on the way back, you might recall.
That's on your celebrity highlight. Your celebrity funny video DVD. Look, he did a tremendous job hosting the recent PGA stateside. Many of our top swingers were surprised to hear the familiar tones and the wonderful insights bellowing from the booth and just had to find out who it was on the course, PA, and got the shock of their lives when FC Richie emerged. Still with golf and social notes, and I'm sure Roy's got this, the funnel's nemesis, Annika Sorenstam, hangs up the bag this week in the... and people forget, I think she burst onto the scene as a young 12-year-old all those years ago playing in Adelaide. I think she might have got the Australian Open in Adelaide. That was her first blast onto the international circuit. And, of course, has dogged the funnel's footsteps for many, many years now. I'll tell you, he'll be breathing a lot quieter tonight, Carrie Webb. And coincidentally, in the same week that Justin Henin, formerly Henin Arden, said that's it, and suddenly the biggest noise in women's tennis tour was gone. Look, I'm sure stories will emerge, but I just think when you've had enough, you've had enough. Your body's telling you it's time to move on and find something else to do with your life, and we wish Justin Henin all the very, very best. Terrific player. And speaking of those sort of missing on the list, obviously Annika and Justin now go onto the missing. Justine go onto the missing list as Fat Cat comes back. Well, speaking of those sort of on the missing list, the former high-flying Sydney Swan, Captain Cucumber Warwick Capper, is back with his own reality TV show. Look, I did think television was struggling. I didn't think it had many ideas left, but this has really put a bloom on a terrific year, 2008. You only had to look at the Logies the other week to realise how well television is travelling. It's a fantastic... look, I saw this as a win for quality, a flight from rubbish towards quality, Warwick Capper's television show. It does tend to be a little bit lewd, but then that's Warwick, and it's Warwick as you've never seen him before. Who can forget his work as the stop-go man for the Gold Coast Council? That was one of the real highlights. He was a meter man. He's in the adult entertainment industry. He knows fashion. I mean, it's going to be terrific. More on Cucumber Central, as I understand. That's what the show's called later in the show. In Canberra, all eyes on the Big House for Budget Week. Look, I loved everything about the first Swan budget. There wasn't much mention of rugby league. That was my only criticism. In fact, I believe it was an absolute scandal, a crying shame that, as nearly as I can tell from a close reading of the budget paper and listening to the extensive analysis post-spray, no mention was made of the game in its 100th year. I mean, if it was ever going to be mentioned, surely this would be... Oh, sure, it might have been mentioned in 1908, a grant of $12 and, should I say, 12 shillings and sixpence in those days to set up the goalposts of the Birchgrove Oval. It might have been mentioned then, but since then, well, if another year was going to get its focused, if you know what I mean, centre and right up front in the budget, you'd think it was this year. And can I just say, before people accuse me of being, of that side of the fence, can I also love the right of reply of the opposition leader? I mean, Brendan Nelson was the only person in Australia prepared to go into bat for battling busted-ass Australians who are doing it tough at the Bowser and at the Botlow. I mean, there is no better way to win a big swag of votes, and the Liberal Party in Canberra know this, especially in today's tricky environment, than to offer bootloads of cheap piss and a tank full of petrol at a price that we can all afford. Fact. It's a tremendous... It must have wedged completely the Labor Party, the cheap piss and the tank full of petrol at a price we can all afford. I just thought it was a breath of fresh air. And there is a timely positive echo of Brendan Nelson's call for sanity on the takeaway Terps midweek. The Australian cricket team, Roy pointed this out to me, but I hadn't seen the photographic evidence. The Australian cricket team turned out with the fuzzy fruit beer hats on in the West Indies this week instead of the old baggy green. I didn't realise when they represented Australia they don't wear any old headgear with any old sponsorship tag on it. I mean, but having said that, if that's my criticism, let's look on the positive side. What a terrific message this sends to young cricketers thinking about pulling on the pads. I mean, there you are, you're choosing between rugby league and cricket. All of a sudden, what a positive message on the heads, on the bonces of all Australian cricketers. They're saying, as nearly as I can tell, that grog helps. That's the message. If you've got any problems in the corridor of uncertainty outside the off stumps, have a beer. It'll settle you right down. The more pissed you are, the better you see them there. That comes through loud and clear from the international world of cricket. And what can rugby league do about it, or the AFL do about it? They are stuck. They're stuck looking like shot buffalo, should I say, mud-bound buffalo, waiting for the shotgun to arrive to put them out of their misery. And so to the week. Well, the bell has finally rung. Ding dong, ding dong. That's the sound. It was the sound of, yes, Dell is back! The league superstar, Wendell Hello Sailor, packed down for his first game of rugby league in anger in 2 years with the Shellharbour Marlins. Hello was in, wait for it, career best form, going over for 2 tries in the second half, and what a dilemma for Nathan Brown, the man who puts the polish on the Dragons. I mean, he's got a real, do you rush him back? Where do you play him? I mean, he could play anywhere. He could play hooker, he could play prop, he could pack into the second row, he could lock. He could play either of the halves. I'd put him there. That experience, he's got a wealth of experience. That's what people are overlooking here, a wealth of experience. Steering a young Dragons outfit round the park, you could do a lot better. Obviously, you could play him at centre, which is his natural position. On the wing, if he loses a couple of kilos, I can see him fit there. And let's not forget, he began his career at State of Origin level, running out in the number 1 shirt. Fact, ladies and gentlemen, the normal custodian of the era was the big O, Robbie O'Davis. Came down with a sort of a bit of a corky, couldn't play. On Randell, didn't acquit himself, acquitted himself beautifully. From memory, I think the score was New South Wales 16, Maroons 15. Dell didn't leak the points, though. Oh, no, sirree, Bobby could play anywhere. But can I come back to that wealth of football experience? That's what he brings to it. And what a dilemma for Brownie. I mean, I feel for Brownie. I just hope we get a chance to talk to him on the blow this week. He must be agitated. Speaking of Brownie's lot, the Dragons have a very big win over the State of Origin reduced Storm. Kid, attractive kid. And by Christ, this Dragon team can put points on you. I mean, that's what comes out of that match the other day against the Storm, loud and clear. Kid, 36-12. Thank you very much, Brownie. And I'll tell you what, how about this? Brownie, does he rush Dell back? Does he break up a winning combination? I mean, these are just... and Dell has thrown down the gauntlet. You can't deny it. He's demanding to have a go. Hopefully someone will get injured. Doesn't matter where they are, as I said earlier. Hooker right through to number 1. Ding Dong will fill in. And can I just say, from the coverage I've seen, I haven't seen it all. I've saved that because obviously I'll be going home tonight and just settling back, maybe after Grey's Anatomy, and having a look at the events of Ron Costello Oval. Dell did not unleash ever his signature move, the bouncing the ball off the chest at pace. That's dry powder in the locker. Fact. He's going to surprise a lot of people. Wouldn't surprise me. I've got a little idea of when he might unleash it. I might lay that on you later. The Marlins got into a hole, 22 blot at half-time. Dell had a word to him. I think his words were, let's put it to these boys, or words to that effect. And it was...
Follow me, I think.
Follow me.
Follow me.
Yeah, it was Dell who dug him out in the second half. I think they went home against Umina. Umina, no easy beats. At 24-22. And
were they the Bunnies that were associated?
Umina Bunnies, absolutely right. With associated with Terry Hill for a long time.
Yeah.
And fights in the car park.
That's it.
Now, can I just say that I can see an Origin call-up for Hello? Picture this. Maroons struggle a little bit in Origin 1 on Wednesday night. Calls for Dell, too loud to ignore. Somebody obviously cops a corky, say, in Origin 2. I can see Dell back in by Origin 3. That was what the feeling I came away from Ronnie Costello Oval with last night, that this pent-up demand to see Dell by fans of rugby league and fans of the redemption story. Let's not forget that. It is a redemption story. Bloke done wrong, bloke paid his time and his debt to community, did a lot of work in the community. I know he helped a lot of pensioners with their shopping. I know he rotated the tyres for a bloke up the road from me. The bloke could easily do it himself, but Dell saw him, walking out the front. What are you up to? I'm going to rotate the settle down. Dell did it all. Admittedly, he got it slightly wrong, but be that as it may, the bloke is in hospital in traction, but it's a separate matter. Dell's attention to detail was never great, and tightening wheel nuts is something he believes is beyond him or beneath him. Anyway, he did a lot of good work in the community generally, and people just love seeing Dell go round. It is the big talking story of the week. I do notice the Murdoch paper in their sports section cleared the front cover for Dell Magic, Dell Mania. I probably think the bloke has made more money in the 2 years out of football than he would have made in football, so I don't expect him to be with us long, but enjoy these moments. AFL and the Dream Team and the Big V fallout, or in fallout after that great match last weekend, players, including Jonathan Brown and the Fevolution, Brendan Favola, have called for the confection to be played every year. That's the players' view. mercifully, Sana Heads are in charge of the AFL, and the income-generating one-off wheeze, mercifully, is unlikely to be repeated. And how about Channel 10's coverage? I mean, I didn't get a chance to talk about this last week. It was out of this world. It was out of this world. I mean, did you see the umpire write down the score on a piece of paper with a HB pencil? I mean, I had no idea. That's how they did it. 1 goal, 2, 8 points, and then he shifted along, obviously, when the second goal was 2 goals, 2, 14 points, you know. It's hard to imagine that the game still relies on such a primitive technique, you know, pen, paper. I mean, that's been around for a very, very long time. I mean, I was going to say, if you had to score, say, in the days of when they were painting the caves in France, I'm sure they'd do it not dissimilar to what we do now. If rugby league or the equivalent, you know, obviously they were playing some sort of football in those days, but let's say one side, I think it was in southern France, let's say one side of the Pyrenees got one up on the other side of the Pyrenees, how would they record it? They'd probably, you know, get a bit of finger in a yellow ochre and draw it on a rock or something like that. We haven't moved at all. We're still doing it in exactly the same way. I mean, what happens if the umpire drops his pencil? What happens if the paper is blown away by a sudden gust of wind, and it was pretty blowy at the MCG yesterday, or is trodden on underfoot in the damp by a rush of defending players? All of a sudden you've got an umpire, you know, lost. You know, he's completely lost. Does he go back and try and remember it? Oh, they got one there, Brown got another one, then obviously that lad coming down the right, so then Bradshaw got one, and, you know, that was Brisbane scoring, say. I mean, I mean, surely it's time for all AFL to equip. The AFL has to equip all officials with Palm Pilots or Blackberries or some similar device to keep track of scores. It doesn't have to be elaborate. You don't have to be able to text or send emails on it. Just a simple device. I mean, this is an accident waiting to happen. I mean, you know, do you realise that Dick Smith, I mean, I hate to give Dick Smith publicity, but Dick Smith's shop have probably got a device to do the job, you know, pretty reasonably accurately now, as long as the batteries stay pumped up. I mean, they would take the game into the 22nd century. And how about those incredible shots, you know, for goal from the cameras in the goalpost, which left you completely in the dark as to whether the goal had been kicked? I don't want to be critical, but, you know, I just saw it all as pretty much a work in progress when I wasn't corpsing myself at the madness of it all on the floor. No. Channel 10 caught us, you know. Bang heads, will you, buddy? Racing was off to the southeast of South Australia. It really did come alive this week with the running of the Mount Gambier Cup. What a great place Mount Gambier is. All those pine trees and water everywhere and stuff like that, although it is pretty dry at the moment. It was a wonderful day for everyone who's been taken in by the romance of the big lakes in that scenic part of South Australia.
Adam Lindsay Gordon,
that's right. And he tried to turn the horse mid-air.
That's right.
Adam Lindsay Gordon. Now, look, for those, just let me whet your appetite about the lakes. There's the mysterious blue. They can't find the bottom of it. They don't know what the bottom of it. They don't know why it's blue. They think it may have something to do with the trees that grow around the edge. That's all. But
the tannins from the trees.
Yes, or I don't know whether that's right. But no one's been able to chuck a rock into it with a bit of string on it to find out how deep it is.
Yeah, no one knows how deep it is.
The incredible green, which it just has to be seen to be believed. I mean, it's a green like any other green I've never seen.
From copper, you'd imagine.
Some weird thing like that. And everyone's favourite, the brown. Yeah. And it's hard to know what makes it brown all the time. Look, back to the track, though. In heavy conditions, Royal Blevick, my least favourite horse on the planet, won the Cup in slug and go with second place Solar Reef. Solar Reef looked as though it was going to blouse the Blevo on the line, but Blevo fought back like a caged tiger in the shadows of the post to score. Beautiful cliche, isn't it? Fought back like a caged tiger. I can see it now. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the tiger was fighting, or why it was fighting back. But anyway, you get the drift. Yesterday was all eyes on on Brisbane for the big meeting at Doomben, where the Frost of the Hood Motors BTC Sprint was won by Heli Deck. Oh, gee, they crunched it late in the ring. And the new Old Melbourne Town in Bexley Doomben Cup was won by Serrera, making it 2 on the trot with Damien Oliver up. And it collared the tearaway leader Rampant Lion in the last 50 metres, adding real poke to the Quinella. Just back to rugby league for a moment. State of Origin, the first of the really big ones in the year that celebrates 100 years of hate, gets underway Wednesday night. And I must say, there's a real sniff about this one. Paul Gallen, the tremendously likeable, some might even say lovable, Cronulla prop, says he's always hated Queenslanders 1,000 times more than the Maroons hate the New South Wales Blues.
Wow.
I thought that was fantastic. Paul Gallen would be first picked in any side that I had anything to do with. Hates them 1,000 times more than the Maroons have hated the Blues. And the new face of the eastern suburbs, Wee Willie, that's Willie Mason, says he hates losing. So the war of words is brewing up very, very nicely. I think she could go off Wednesday night. I know I've said that for the last 15 years and nothing happened, but look, you never know when it's going to happen in rugby league. That's the glorious uncertainty of it all. And Roy and I will be parked behind the card table to call the stink live from what I'm describing as the brimming soup pot that is ANZ Stadium. Sadly, now listen everybody, listen up, heads up, sadly only the eastern states will be taking the call this year. I don't want to speak on management's behalf. I'll just repeat that. Only the eastern states will be taking the call. Those states that are, in other words, those states that are currently enjoying the TikTok of the Eastern Time Zone will be with us. They'll be able to hear the call loud and clear from 7:30 p.m. in ETZ. The rest of the Triple J footprint will be making do with Rosie's super requests on that Wednesday night. So NT, SA, etc., WA, you're with Rosie on that night. And when she'll be playing all the big hits of the 80s, so Human League freaks, Duran Duran freaks gather round. It'll be a terrific night. And there'll be no online coverage this year. In previous years, we pumped the thing out online. No online coverage this year. Repeat, no online coverage this year. Now, in a very big week for boxing news, it was very QT on the Stink Fist front. In fact, there's been no news on his ring career or rugby league pushing work, which has kind of gone very quiet. But this week, Stinky has launched a rugby league player management service, offering to take on all younger players to the top. It's the Stink Fist Way, I think it's called. You'll be able to just ring up Stinky or email Stinky and get involved if you are a young rugby league player looking for representation. And just in a lovely quote this week to finish up my opening comments with Jeff Fennick. And look, sad news reached me, Roy, that Jeff Fennick is on the sick list. He's come down with a nasty case of stern rot. Remember how this affected, I think, the brick with eyes?
Glenn Lazarus,
in his career. Stern rot. It's almost unfixable, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Time's the great healer.
Time's the great healer of stern rot. And look, I've got to say is that I just hope this doesn't spell curtains for this Zuma Nelson 3 because they're already talking about a Zuma Nelson 4. But Jeff said, and to put the kibosh on a Zuma Nelson 4, Jeff was quoted in the week that say, I'll say very publicly, this is Jeff Fennick, I'll say very publicly, they will either carry me out or they'll carry my mate over there out. About the fight. So stern rot. Obviously, Zuma v Jeff 4. If 3 goes the way that Jeff and Azuma think it will, there won't be a 4, definitely.
It couldn't be.
And with those ideas getting the agenda on the way, it's time to unleash the big fella. Well, let him off the leash, and we can do that simply by asking around. Paging Roy Slavin, got any C-bombs in the kit bag you want to toss into the croc-infested swamp this week, buddy?
Yes, I see. Like you, I was taken by Jeff Fennick's, couple of Jeff's comments this week. And so good, can I just say, it's so good to have Jeff in the public eye and in the public ear once more.
It is.
It's a breath of fresh air, can I just say. And Jeff...
Doesn't he make sense, Roy?
He does make sense. And it wouldn't surprise me if he had his own column soon. What I would say is, though, that there is, I think, a lot of something attractive about a fight to the death, which I think is what Jeff is suggesting. I don't know how many rounds it would take, but let's say it was just open-ended, and so you just keep going until one of them's carried out dead.
Would this be Roman, do you think? Would this harken back to Roman days?
I suppose, yeah.
Because they bumped a lot of people off for fun, didn't they?
They did. Gladiators. Sure, yeah. Gladiators, Christians, all that sort of stuff, and slaves and stuff like that. People that weren't worth much, they were just sort of junk. They would often get killed just for the amusement of the odd patrician and, what have you, someone who had enough shekels to waddle in and have a look, sit down and have a look. But it was most entertaining, I'm led to believe, once you got over the initial shock of actually watching someone die. But I think we're probably ready for that again now, HG. It could look a little...
What?
Unsightly if... let's say Azuma gets knocked out in round 18 and Jeff's just punching him for 3 minutes until he's dead. So you'd have to have the doctor come out and say, well, no, he's still alive. There's still a heartbeat here.
Yeah.
So ding, ding, out Jeff comes again and just keeps whacking away until the pulse stops.
Disappears.
Yeah.
And the doctor gives the thumbs up.
Thumbs up, he's
which
gone.
you give it, Roman thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So beforehand, you have to give the thumbs down.
Yeah. So there's a lot to be said for it. I know there's a few things to be, work through, but I don't know, it might just work. Mm-hmm. Well, it will work. It certainly would be engaging and certainly would get a lot of viewers. You'd have to imagine there'd be something enormously compelling about that, even if you hated the idea of boxing, even if you hated the idea of people sacrificing themselves, giving their lives away just for entertainment. It would still be compelling viewing. And I think a lot of people who are saying to me, no, I wouldn't watch that, mate. No way. I know they would.
Can I ask, would you feel disappointed if somehow they both,
died together?
Yeah, or the other way around.
That'd be beautiful.
Yeah, or somehow one it got exhausted trying to punch the other one to death. And couldn't actually finish it off, so they all both somehow limped out of the ring.
Oh, no, look, I think that you could organise rules so that didn't happen, good. So that if, say, Jeff was exhausted from just punching...
He could come back tomorrow.
Well, he could just sit there for, say, half an hour and get his... they have great recuperative skills.
They do. Would you accept that he suffocated him, say, with a fist?
No. Oh, well, you can... sure, look, I think everything's open.
Yeah, good.
Everything's open. We'll get to the rules later.
Yeah, no, sure.
The rules are that once you're down, there are no rules anymore.
No, fair enough.
One of you's got to die.
Could you kick?
Now, Jeff has predicted that his rematch with Azuma will gross more money than the Mundine Solomon clash.
Well, it wouldn't be hard to do, would it?
I don't think it would be very hard at all. Because
could be $1,000.
The Mundine Solomon clash, last I heard, it was only about $50 in that.
In the kick so far?
Yeah.
I haven't heard anybody talking. And look at the press that Jeff and Stern write and the great quotes, and as you point out, the fight to the death, and one's going to get... I mean, what's Chock's got to do something.
I know,
here.
he's got to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Out of the hat.
That's what he needs. Now, in other news, just moving around and about, Brett Comorley, that is Noddy.
Noddy.
He's going to be a bulldog next year.
So
he's really turned himself into what I describe as a journeyman. Mm-hmm. Having said that, Brett, I just wish you all the best. We've enjoyed your career over many years, and HG myself enjoyed calling you in State of Origin level. Not that you ever mastered that level, you didn't. But you gave us many, many memories to go on with. Not that I can think of one now, I can't. But if push came to shove and I was forced into a corner and asked to come up with a memory, I probably could. Now, I know you mentioned Justine Hennon's retirement. I see this as a real bonus for Casey Dell'Acqua. That lifts Casey, I think, up a rung. And it does with little Alicia Mollok as well. Both of them go up. Now, let's say Casey Dell'Acqua is about 87 at the moment.
She's 86.
She's automatically 86.
That's incredible.
Same with little Alicia, who might be in the top 50, or struggling in the 50, might be 51, 52, something like that. She might well be in the top 50 now as a result of this and could perhaps qualify for the Olympics.
Wow!
Because you've got to be in the top 50 to qualify. So if I was little Alicia Mollok, I'd be looking at those rankings very closely now.
Yeah.
So I see this as a real bonus for Australian tennis.
Right.
Now, a V8 Supercars event in Townsville, which I hadn't heard about until this week, but can I just say it's a very exciting idea, and I think it's terrific for the people of Townsville and its environs, people, within 300 or 400 kilometres who can drive in to have a look at this. It's almost a certainty now, after the Queensland Government and the local City Council have agreed on financial terms this week. So that's official. They've agreed on financial terms. The Council's putting up something. The Queensland Government is putting up something. And I think this is a real breakthrough and refreshing view on the V8 Supercars who've been wanting to get in. Look, I know that Townsville have been squealing and screaming for as long as I can remember for a V8 Supercars event.
Street circuit, Roy?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, you got it. It's happening.
That's fantastic.
It is fantastic news for Townsville.
Could the Australian Grand Prix go to Townsville, do you think?
I don't think they have the facilities
No, not
yet,
the facilities.
But let's see just how this V8 Supercars works, because it may well draw attention to what is a breathtaking circuit. I don't know what the council's going to cook up. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know. They haven't shown me anything yet about how the circuit might.
And can I just ask, would another part of Australia lose a V8 competition?
No, I think instead of another part of the country having two.
Ah,
you see what I mean?
Yes. So they might.
So we're spreading the load, the honey. Now, speaking of fast cars, Mark Webber is still in the running for the Drivers' Championship this year with another 2 points.
Unbelievable.
In Turkey. 2 points.
That's incredible.
For Webber, it's just, I mean, this is a
revolution.
His consistency now is making a lot. Can I just say it's making a lot in the racing world sit up and take notice of Mark Webber. Now, Trent Barrett is to turn out for the Sharks next year. So you can see what's happening here. You've got Noddy going to the Bulldogs, and you've got Trent Barrett coming back from his commitments in, might be Castleford or Wigan or something like that,
I think
the UK.
Piggy Riddell's going to probably replace Trent, sort of, in the...
Is he really?
In the overseas stakes. I think Piggy's on his way to
going
Wigan.
overseas? Oh, God, we're losing our best, aren't we? The new Sydney Cricket Ground stand, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago, to be named after one of the following. They've issued the shortlist this week, and I can read out the shortlist now. It's R. Benno, A. Davidson, R. Lindwall, C. McCartney. And wouldn't that talk to a lot of kids if Charlie McCartney got up?
That'd be fantastic.
A. Morris, that's Arthur Morris. B. Murdoch, whom I don't recall, but I'm sure he was terrific. R.B. Simpson, Victor Trumper, and C. Turner.
How about Greg Matthews? Did he get a look in?
No.
No Mo?
No Mo. Although Mo would almost certainly qualify because the rules they're stipulating is that one has to have been in retirement from Test cricket for 10 years to be eligible.
Well, Mo easily
does that, but it means the War Twins are going to miss out. So the War Twins are just not on the
radar.
Blip on the radar. Nope.
Could I just throw a couple of names at you? Lenny Pascoe, was he considered?
Not considered.
Not considered. Is there a New South Wales bias to it, do you think? I mean, obviously...
Well, there will almost certainly be a New South Wales
it's not like Australia.
Sydney Cricket Ground.
Yeah, but not like Australian only or something like that. I haven't said that the right way round, but if you played for Australia, you'd obviously have to play for Australia and be a New South Wales
player. And be a New South Welsman. Yes, absolutely. Good. Absolutely.
So Lenny could get in if there was a write-in campaign, give Lenny a go.
Yes. Yes, he could.
Lenny's roaring again, that sort of thing, straining at the leash.
That's right.
Yeah, let him go, that sort of stuff.
That's exactly
Well, I recommend people do that because...
Well, there might be Jeff Lawson freaks too, who would love to see the Lawson stand.
Yeah, that would be fair. I wouldn't be against that.
I wouldn't be against that.
No.
He might have sullied this, though, with his work for Pakistan, as Pakistan coach.
Do you think they'd take a dim view of that?
I think they would take a very dim view of that.
He should be Australian coach.
He should be an Australian coach or working for a state or, at district level. Rather than giving those Pakistanis all our secrets.
Right, I hadn't thought of that.
Would be my view.
Haven't thought of that.
And I don't know if this view is shared by the SCG Trust, but I suspect it may well be. Lottie Takiri calls for the ARU to approach Sonny Bill Williams and Mark Gasnier before it's too late. I mean, Lottie's always full of common sense. It just makes sense that there's talk of Mark Gasnier, that's the shimmy, shimmy, whoosh, fire up, bitch man.
He's thinking about going to rugby union.
He's been offered $1.8 million to play rugby league in France, and I think a similar amount of money to play rugby union in France.
Wow, they're loaded there.
They're loaded, the French. Yeah, they are. They're absolutely loaded, and I think it's to do with the value of the euro.
Oh, right, it's very strong
with the dollar. Yeah.
Now, can I ask, would Sonny Bill turn out for Australia?
Sonny, well, this is the Takiri view that because he's played a lot of his football in Australia, he could turn out to be a Wallaby. He could turn out for the Wallabies. This is the Takiri view. I don't know what legal advice Lottie's had. Can I suggest none? But Lottie's just seeing it as common sense.
Thanks.
Common sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
It makes sense, yeah. Shane Hammer, heel.
Yes.
Is to finish his career by playing for the Gold Coast Blaze next year in his final season.
So I thought he retired years ago.
So did I. But he's turning out for the Blaze. And I don't know much about the Blaze, except that Hammer Heel is going to be with them next year. Might be a new franchise.
Probably is.
Probably is. Can I just wish them all the very best in the world? You forget how good the Hammer was with the Timberwolves. The Milwaukee Timberwolves. He just shook them right up, didn't he?
And remember the Singapore Slingers, the forgotten team in the Australian basketball.
I haven't forgotten the Slingers. I haven't forgotten the Singapore Slingers.
The forgotten team in the Australian basketball
some
franchise
are calling
network.
Them the Mark Hensby of Australian basketball.
They're not.
That's what they're saying.
Hensby? The
Hensby of Australian basketball.
The Hensbys?
Yeah. Incidentally, there was no Mark Hensby news this week, and I did...
you tried, I know.
I tried everywhere. I Googled Hensby.
Latest results.
All of that.
You got 1976 posting.
All of that, yeah. Well, I got lots of other Hensbys.
Juanita Hensby, the
yeah,
swimmer.
and plumbers in...
in South Australia.
South Australia, that sort of thing. But no Mark Hensby golfer news. And just finally, the Rajasthan Royals, led by Warne, that is our Mark Warne.
Mark Warne?
Mark Warne. Sorry, by Shane Warne, I should say.
Shane Warne.
God, how quickly you forget.
Mm-hmm.
They've soared to the top of the table. I mean, they're going great. I am a Royals freak.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there might be a lot you forget about the IPL, and there will be a lot you forget. You know, game 27. I can't remember a thing about it.
Yeah.
But I will remember forever the Rajasthan Royals.
Mm-hmm.
They've really set the tone and shown us what an exciting event 2020 can be.
Can I ask just where we are in the 2020 competition? Are we getting towards the end of it?
I don't know. Look, I don't think there is a finish. I think it's one of those things, there's no finish line, which is one of the great attractions. You know, you're just watching something go on forever.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's what attracts me to it. You know, because I think while there's Rajasthan Royals, there is life.
Make up your mind. Port O'Brien, I woke up today. All we could do was sing on the Life on Triple J.
Phone freaks, you've enjoyed Shane's last appeal ringtone. Now from Cooey Cobber Ringtones comes...
Fuck off, Tommy shit.
Shane's last sledge.
Fuck off, Tommy shit. Fuck off, Tommy shit. Fuck off, Tommy shit. Fuck off, Tommy shit.
Hang on, that's for me. G'day, Bob.
Hi, Frosty LaHood on the line. Remember me? I'm the no root, no toot man. And it is strange, but I've always been bowl shy. But now that I've tried that Date Ace stuff, I'm itching to drop a load any time, day or night. My stool shyness, it's a thing of the past. And guess what? I dropped the Logjam in Bexley on Wednesday, and last night I picked up the Leading Edge in Fiji. And since then, I've spotted my slugs in Suva, Tahiti, Nauru, and one even got as far as Poland. Oh, it is unreal, but it's a lot of fun, and I really look forward to pushing them out and seeing where they end up. Oh no, Date Ace has changed me completely, and it certainly has made me much more regular.
Homeless Australians, is the housing crisis getting you down? Are mortgage payments busting the budget? Are your kiddies going without? Well, why not talk to Roy and HG, the space-saving solutions experts? The space specialists can show you how to cram 12 457 visa holders, each paying $250 per week, into a spare room, and suddenly your mortgage crisis is history. How do Roy and HG do it? With the space-saving solution, the Miracle Bunk Bed Kitchen. The bunk bed kitchens arrive in a flat pack and can be operational in 45 minutes, with 457 visa holders turning up on your doorstep as soon as the shift finishes at 6 p.m. But remember, these blokes are not here to sleep.
Roy, just picking up your thoughts on Justine NN retirement. Casey Dell'Acqua currently, this was of Thursday. Obviously, a lot might have happened in the world of tennis between last Thursday and now. Casey Dell'Acqua was 52, so she's now 51.
51.
Alicia Mollett was 117, so she moves up to 116.
Okay.
Sam Stosur, 145.
Yeah.
Nicole Pratt is 167, even though she retired after the Australian Open. So it doesn't really reflect current reality. Then we have Monique Adamczak at 170, Sophie Ferguson 189, 217th was Christine Wheeler. She'd be over the moon. 216 so much better than 217. Jessica Moore, Nicole Kriz and Emily Hewson. The thing of NNR Den does appear to have created a logjam of comment about especially women's tennis in Australia. I mean, obviously... Little Leighton Hewitt has a hip injury, and it now looks as though this could keep him out of his European tilt in 2008. And I'm talking about French, Queens, that tournament.
I'm not too worried about that, as long as it doesn't jeopardise Hopman Cup commitments.
Hopman Cup, you're absolutely right. That's the nugget we want to get, isn't it? Out of the bowl.
Because I thought it was he and Casey Delacroix.
Correct.
Our respective number one.
It is. That's absolutely... That's absolutely, even though she's 51, that's absolutely right. According to these rankings, Little is 19th in the world.
Okay, yeah.
Pity a couple of blokes, like Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal don't retire, and then he'd be in more, obviously...
Sure. Sure. Look, I think it's wrong, though, just to rely on retirements to
create success,
create opportunity. Yeah, but I think in the case of Casey, I was just hoping it might get her over the line and break into that top 50.
Yeah, it would be lovely.
Well, it's closer, isn't it? She's 51 now.
51. Well, I reckon we could jag another retirement this year, and she could easily zoom in.
Yeah.
Look, there's a beautiful think piece following this by Richard Hines in the Fairfax media.
Oh yes.
He says, but where's Australia's depth gone about tennis?
Depth? Hang on, you just named about 8 players.
I know.
In the top 200.
I mean, other nations, I tell you for a fact, Peru would kill for a lineup like that.
They would.
Fact. Peru. I can tell you also Iceland. So not a hope.
And Japan?
Japan. And I'll tell you where else would love it is Montenegro. They would love a lineup to have, half a dozen players, or at least 10 in the top 200.
Yeah.
That's not quite right, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, let's say we've got 6 in the top 200. That's fine by me.
Okay, but where's Australia's depth? Okay, we addressed that question. So the reasons, or according to the harshest excuses for Australia's decline, have been subject to more forensic examination than the gloves at O.J. Simpson's trial. Do you think that's right?
I don't think that's right at all.
No, neither do I. The gloves at O.J. Simpson's trial. As nearly as I can tell...
They were hardly examined at all.
Exactly. Exactly, because...
They didn't fit him.
Correct. There's a vastly increased depth of international competition since the days when Australia could have 20 or more men in the singles draw at Wimbledon. The tough fight for first-choice athletes, the failure to make tennis attractive to children outside the 2 weeks of the Australian Open, I think that's dreadful, writing like that. The failure to make tennis attractive to children out... I mean, Lloyd, you don't have to go around Australia and see people playing in the Lithgow Open, the Orange Open, that fabulous tournament along the River Murray there.
Yep.
Anyway, the high number of suburban courts that have been sold and subdivided, the reluctance to build more clay courts upon which the dominant European and South American players are learning their craft, the lack of opportunities for locals to build in their rankings without second-tier events, without leaving shores. You can add a touch of bad luck, like Alicia Monik had the rare virus, which meant that she couldn't stand upright. We'll play qualifying at the French Stowe, touted, I'm not sure quite by whom, touted by, obviously, say, Darren Hinch as a possible Wimbledon champion, although he's added here by John Alexander as well, has only just returned from a bout of Lyme disease and shoulder injury. In Rome overnight, Venus Williams easily beat this as Thursday night, Stosur 6-4, 6-4, or 6-4, 6-1. However, there remains the wistful thought that someone among the largely anonymous group of Australia's minority leaguers can do a pat rafter and blossom in their early or even mid-20s. The 22-year-old Robert Smeets, he points out. He's mainly played at the Futures and Challenger level, which I'm very unsure of. Smeets, he gets a crack at the French. But for most, the contemporary stage play about Australian tennis is titled, wait for it, Waiting for Tomic, in honour of the 15-year-old Bernard Tomic, who is supposed to succeed Hewitt. Of course, then he extends this idea, Waiting for Tomic. Of course, Godot never turned up. A lot of vested interest in the game's inner circles prayed Tomic is on his way.
Yeah, right. Well, I like the sound of this Smeets.
Smeets does sound like a real comer. The name.
I know.
Smeets.
Yeah.
It's got a lot to like about it. Look, the Future and Challenger level, I'm not quite sure.
No, nor am I, but it all sounds good. I take a lot of heart out of that.
Well, the blokes, we've got...
It sounds like at least there are one or two kids still willing to have parents that'll buy them a racket.
Well, that's right. Well,
that's your big problem right there.
Parents, yeah. They want them to play football.
Yeah.
Okay, we start off with Leighton at 19. We've got Gooch, 69. There's a lot to like about that number, 69.
I know. And he's better than that, I'll tell you now.
Yeah, well, he's described here as the big serving prospect starting to fulfil potential.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't have put it better myself.
Exactly.
At 69.
Yeah. Oh, he's much better than that. He'll be top 50 by the end of the year. I can guarantee you that. He'll be in the top 50.
Now, Peter Luczak.
Yes, he's got top 50 written all over him.
Alan Jones, not the parrot, but Alan spelled A-L-U-N. Canberra plays out of Canberra.
Okay.
Smeets, as we've discussed.
That'd be Robert Smeets.
Robert Smeets, exactly. 161. Still with your 160s, we've got Joseph Sirianni, the veteran Victorian journeyman.
Right. Yeah, well, he's a practice partner, isn't he, for Smeets?
He certainly is, and he could do a rafter. Or, more likely, a Wayne Arthurs. Colin Ebelthite.
Oh, yes.
New name to me. South Australian, has won 5 Futures titles. Nick Lindahl, son of Swedish immigrants.
Oh, that's good, because the Swedes had a...
Willander, Egberg, goes on and on.
Yeah. Bjorn Borg.
Bjorn Borg, started it all off. He's considered one of Australia's brightest prospects.
Wow.
Carsten Ball, not sure about Carsten, American-born and raised, a son of former Pro Tour Sid Ball.
Oh, Sid Ball.
Yeah, his boy.
Yeah, right.
His chip. Adam Feeney, no pedigree, he's 274th in the world. But,
Well, there's a lot of good news there, isn't there? I mean, I like the idea that someone's won 5 of those Futures tournaments.
That's good.
I mean, they're not easy beats. No way.
No. You meet the best of Thailand.
Of course you would.
You're best Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. Samoa.
Oh, Samoa, you forget them. They're the towering giant of tennis in the South Pacific, let me tell you. People laugh. They're not easy beats.
Yeah. No, well, that's all. I think we can take a lot of good out of that, and I look forward to, Smeets and Tomac and...
All of them?
All of them, yeah.
Writing their plays.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't surprise me. Let's say little Leighton Hip is gone, and he can't honour his Hopman Cup commitments.
Wouldn't it be great if the Gooch or Smeets could
I'm
tip up?
telling you, Smeets and Delacroix, I like the sound of that.
Oh, those funny Swedes, the Hives. A little more for little you from Tyrannosaurus Hives on the Life on Triple J. Roy, look, this is a very disturbing story, and I'm just worried that by almost talking about it, it'll force it to happen. Bloggers in China have linked China's earthquake and other recent disasters to the 5 Olympic mascots. Now,
they're very superstitious people.
You see, 08, 08, 08, 08, 08 is picked deliberately because they're numbers that Chinese people
respect.
They
bring good luck.
Good luck. Very good. Now, I haven't heard any pronouncements by Lord Gosper on this. I hope he can bring the voice of sanity, as he usually does, to this particular problem. Or Dick Pound. I'm not sure whether Dick Pound's got a view about it. But the article, which I've got in the Murdoch Press this week, is they say 4 of the 5 mascots have fulfilled prophecies of doom, with 1 more connected to the Yangtze River still to come.
Bloody hell.
The mascots, Jing Jing, Hunan Hunan, Yingy Yinging, Nini, and Baby are the name, Baby spelled B-E-I-B-E-I. You'll have to excuse the pronunciation. I didn't get on to Kevin Rudd to okay the pronunciation before I came on air. It was just, obviously I was a bit rushed getting to work today with one thing and another. Jing Jing, a panda, is closely associated with the Sichuan province where the earthquake struck. Hunan Huan, a character with flame hair, is linked to the Olympic torch, which has been dogged by fierce protests around the world. Ying Ying, an antelope confined to the borders of Tibet, which has been the scene of riots, etc. Nini, represented by the kite, is being viewed as a reference to the kite of Weifeng in Shandong, which had a deadly train crash last month.
Bloody hell.
That leaves only Bebe, represented by sturgeon fish, which online doomsdays suggest could indicate a looming disaster in the Yangtze River.
With the Three Gorges River?
I was going to say, the only place where the Chinese sturgeon are found.
Is where? In the
Yangtze River. But is the Yangtze River one of the ones that flows into the Three Gorges?
I can't help you there.
No, neither
I don't know.
I should know my Chinese geography.
Yeah, I don't.
Especially with the Beijing Olympics looming.
Yeah.
Roy...
Well, I don't know. Now these are the equivalent of Sid, Ollie and Dickhead, I
Yes,
suppose,
correct. Absolutely right. Yeah. Sid, Ollie and Dickhead.
So they've gone with 5.
5.
That's a little bit top-heavy, isn't it? A bit excessive. Do we need 5 mascots?
Look, can I just point out, Roy, in Sydney, you had Sid, Ollie and Dickhead. Then late in the day, the boxing kangaroo emerged.
Oh, I know.
And there was one heavyweight who I think dominated the rest.
Show.
That's right. So you could, if you were unkind, accuse accused the Sydney Olympics of having five as well.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think they probably model these on
Well,
the
you
Sydney
can get
Olympics.
away with five, but I'm telling you, 3 are going to go down the toilet. I mean, there's going to be 1 or 2 that leap out of the pack. Now, whether it's Jing Jing or Bei Bei or Huan Huan or Nini, I'm uncertain.
No,
they all can't be winners.
No, they all can't be winners. And what worries me is there appears to be a competition between them to see who can do the worst. If you get my drift.
I do.
You know, I mean, if the Three Gorges win, I think that would be obviously an enormously.
That'd put someone up front, wouldn't it? If I don't know how we judge these things.
No, I know what you mean, though. It would. It would give them a leg up.
Yeah.
I tell you what, there used to be a term in the Olympics, which I hope will still be used, of throwing down the gauntlet. Mm-hmm. Well, I tell you what, if they can... Something happens in the Three Gorges...
Now, who's got to put in yet?
Well, it does appear that the
sturgeon fish.
The sturgeon fish. Something to do with the river.
Bay.
The only place where the, Chinese sturgeon...
Well, Bei Bei's yet to erupt.
Can I just ask, I know rights are very tricky here, and I'm not sure who hold the rights to these mascots in Australia, but let's say Channel 7, I would like it to see if they could do some sort of show and tell, like maybe on a current affair, or send the Olympic reporters out to do stories about these mascots and how they've influenced the build-up to the Olympics 08, and hopefully nip the problems of the last one in the bud.
Yeah.
Because it does seem to me for a cry of greater recognition on behalf of the mascots.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, honestly, I this is the first time hearing about them.
I know. No, I was shocked. I had to sit down and read this. I haven't gone online to check it all out.
Yeah.
And if you ask me what...
Could you buy them? Can you get them here yet?
I assume so.
Where would you get them?
You'd have to go online.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
There's no Olympic shop for merchandising.
No, it's a bit early yet. I know it's only 2 months away, and so you're going to ask, well, how? But the promotion campaign seems to be very carefully orchestrated. We're working our way through the torch, which I think is going around China. It was on Everest last week.
Everyone's loving the torch.
I know.
They're loving it.
But what I mean is you've got to do things in order.
Yeah, sure.
There's no point in trying to get the public to follow the torch and the 5 mascots and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but they must have had their official launch, these mascots.
I know. I'm sure they did.
Well, why didn't we... who covered that? Where was our news services then?
I know.
I feel as if we're being left out in the dark here, left in the cold.
I would love to see Gosper.
Because when we launched our mascots,
Sid Ollie and
you couldn't get away from them.
You couldn't. No, they were everywhere. Remember the slippers?
But they may not have been everywhere in China at the same time. That's
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. And let's not forget the media has come a long way in the last 8 years. I mean, Sydney now may look a very primitive sort of Olympic Games compared with what we're going to get in August this year.
Well, that's true too.
And I've just got to say is that the mascots, I mean, I'd love to get some mascots, really.
Oh, everyone loves them.
I know. I'd love to get hold of them. Yeah. The thing is now, what worries me is, would you really want them at your house? Because all of a sudden, obviously, the waterworks...
They're tainted, aren't they?
Tainted. Yeah, the public transport near your
Apart from Bei Bei, I mean, there may well be, there may be, a lot of sturgeon... Breeding, and suddenly numbers are going through the roof, and everyone's eating. Well, I don't know if it's a good eating fish or not.
Isn't the sturgeon
it's a very small fish, isn't it?
Well, isn't the sturgeon the one you get the caviar from?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, well, caviar. I've always connected caviar with Russia. Not that I can't be persuaded Chinese caviar lurks about.
No.
But I've always connected with the production of caviar, not as an eating fish, but as you eat the roe.
You just take the roe.
Yeah. But I think they've always considered they're quite a large fish. I might be wrong about that.
Yeah. I imagine them to be sort of slightly krill-like, but obviously I've got the short...
You've got the roe in the mind.
Yeah, I must have. Yeah.
Now, have you got images of the...
Well, no, I'm just looking at on the internet here. Doesn't appear to be much in terms of... There are stuffed products and toys and porcelain wares and silk products and pens, homespun products, caps, garments and trappings. There don't appear to be any mascots for sale, even online.
Wow, that is...
Well, maybe they've had to pull them off.
Well, exactly.
Because they're bringing too much bad luck to the world.
See, I've always been told that cats in the Chinese firmament are very luck-inducing.
All right.
Lucky cats.
Yeah.
Get a couple of lucky cats in your house and your fortune returns, in the same way as, in your feng shui, I think if you stick a mirror out the front, then all the bad luck's reflected away.
Reflected away, of course.
Now, that may be dead wrong, but, it's just a guess.
Well, I notice here, actually, you can get stuffed products and toys, and they're, again, I don't know whether these are the official mascots or not. I suppose they are.
Do they have Bebe, Nini?
They don't appear to be given names that I can see, but it may well be Bebe and Juan and Nini and Jing Jing. In which case they look terrifically cute and they've got lovely big eyes, a bit like panda eyes, HG.
Well, that'd be them. That'd be them. I've seen them in human form.
Well, they look terribly benign figures. It's hard to imagine that they've unleashed so much poor luck and disaster upon the world, isn't it?
Well, yeah. But I've got to say, so I take your point is they seem to be outdoing each other at the moment with the dud. I mean,
yeah.
You know, if you're very hard to peer into their world, I suppose.
Oh, hang on. Hang on. With these, it says here, the bump, HG, like the 5 Olympic rings from which they draw their colour and inspiration.
Oh, right.
Now I get it. 5 rings, 5 men. Why didn't we do that? No wonder.
We only had 3.
We only had 3. How
to start with, and we had to fill in the boxing kangaroo and that other bloke who stole all the thunder.
How stupid were we? Fua will serve as the official mascots of Beijing 2000 Olympic Games, carrying a message of friendship and peace and good wishes from China to children all over the world.
Uh-huh.
Designed to express the playful qualities of 5 little children who form an intimate circle of friends, Fua also embody the natural characteristics of 4 of China's most popular animals: the fish, the panda, the Tibetan antelope, the swallow, and the Olympic flame.
Oh,
I didn't know the flame was a popular animal. No. Each of Fua has a rhyming 2-syllable name, apart from Nini, a traditional way of expressing affection for children in China. Bebe is the fish, Jing Jing is the panda, Huan is the Olympic flame, Yin Ying is the Tibetan antelope, and Nini is the swallow. When you put their names together, Benjing, Hangyai, Nini, they say, welcome to Beijing. Hey, that's smart.
Yeah.
Offering a warm invitation that reflects the mission of Fua as young ambassadors for the Olympic Games.
I tell you what, Sid, Ollie and Dickhead said a lot more than welcome to Beijing.
Didn't they?
That's fantastic, Roy. I'm glad you looked that up.
Yeah. Well, they're going to unite the world in peace and friendship through the Olympic spirit, HG.
Uh-huh.
They're dedicated to helping Beijing in 2008 spread the theme of one world, one dream to every continent. Fua reflect the deep desire of the Chinese people to reach out and touch in a world of friendship through games, and to invite every man, woman and child to take part in the great celebration of human solidarity that China will host in the Light of the Flame in 2008.
Right.
God, that's come straight out of the Red Book, isn't it?
Well, sadly. Did the IOC approve that rubbish?
I don't know.
It is disturbing, though, isn't it, that people now see a connection. See, there's a wish-fulfilling prophecy about some of these things, isn't there, which disturbs me.
Yeah.
I mean, you half expect people to go around with a stick of dynamite at the Three Gorges now. You know,
just to satisfy
bloggers who think something untoward's going on.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I suppose they said that thing about... I mean, you could be persuaded that, say, somebody somewhere said the same thing about Sid, Ollie and Dickhead. That the public transport had all fallen off the rails. That was Dickhead.
Well, that eventually did happen, though, didn't it?
Afterwards and beforehand.
Yeah, afterwards. Yeah. Like what else? What else was supposed to be going good? The coal industry.
Lousy weather. Ollie might have been in charge of the lousy weather beforehand, but then it fined up.
Yeah.
But sadly, you can't say that the earthquake didn't happen, and you can't say that the flame didn't cause riots, and you can't say that the train went off the tracks or that what's the other one?
Well, these are things all did happen. But you've got to ask yourself, though, HG, really, the question is, would they have happened anyway, even if, Jing Jing, Bebe, Huan and Nini had never existed? Can I suggest they would have?
Oh, Muffin Platonic. A Size of the Soul. And then tomorrow came now Block Party Tour, May 3. That must be underway. June 6. They're part of it. Size of the Soul. New album out in July on The Life on Triple J.
Art lovers, they said it could never happen, but it has. La Stupenda is back. Bigger, brighter and heavier than ever. Joan Sutherland has always dreamed of reprising the role that put her on the international opera map as a sprightly 47-year-old. That role was her unforgettable Juliet in Verdi's smash Romeo and Juliet. But in Opera Australia's new production of this timeless tale of two houses torn apart by heavy petting, La Stupenda doubles up as Romeo, Mercutio, Tybalt, the nurse, and still has time to hold down the tricky title role of Juliet. And just before the long break, La Stupenda brings the house down with her performance of a recently discovered aria for the Arras, stage left, which was omitted from the original. Supporting Dame Joan on this night of nights are the stars of the Australian musical stage. Hugh Jackman, Anthony Warlow and Bert Newton as Mr. Capulet's clock when duties at Channel 9 permit. Book today to secure a seat at one of only 12 January 9th performances.
Holiday makers stuck for somewhere to take the caravan this Christmas? The kids had enough of Dreamworld and Wet n Wild on the Gold Coast? You want somewhere familiar and cheap, yet entirely different and close to home. That's why this year you'll be making a beeline for new old Melbourne town in Bexley. This award-winning theme park is set on 47 hectares and has everything you love about Victoria. See Ned Kelly robbing Glenrowan Bank. See Peter Layla raise the Southern Cross at the Eureka Stockade and see the Ballarat Gold Rush every hour. And when you've had enough of the sights, you can eat yourself silly for $500 at Federation Square House, opposite the full-scale replica of Flinders Street Station. Then when the little ones are sick of walking, hop on a tram and watch Rod Laver Arena whiz by. That's new old Melbourne town Bexley, Australia's newest theme park. It's more real than the real thing.
Homeowners and factory managers, would you like to fly yours at half-mast when a famous Australian carks it and the nation drops the black armband? Do you and yours feel left out because you can't even get it halfway up? Why should the rest of the nation have all the fun? Because you don't have a pole. Don't be caught again with the pants down. Pole up, Australia.
Look, Roy, this isn't necessarily our brief, but I was just reminded when that wonderful... what would I call it? You know,
advertisement.
Yes, was playing for new old Melbourne town. I was in Ballarat this week.
Oh, no,
and
there's a town.
There is a town, and I'll tell you what,
town.
If you want to get a bit of a blast, go and have a look at the flag in the art gallery. I hadn't ever seen it before, the Eureka flag.
Oh, it's moving.
It is.
Yeah, it's a good flag.
I was going to say...
Peter Laylaw's flag.
Homemade, heartfelt,
yeah.
And as told to me by the people there, they used to snip a bit off and give it to visiting dignitaries. That's why there's bits missing all over the thing. They've got a fair bit of it there. But it is moving. You're absolutely right. I was completely taken by it. It was just remarkable.
Yeah.
Now...
Did you get a chance to get a metal detector and get out and look for some gold, HG?
Well, no, I didn't. No. I didn't. I was busy. I had too many other things to do.
I understand.
And I'll tell you what...
Can you still buy sort of shovels and stuff?
Oh, you can, and pans and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, there's plenty of that going on.
Plenty of that, good.
Yeah, no, that's still... I tell you what is a surprise is, you know, the Olympics, obviously, 56, they had to go up to Lake Wendouree for the rowing.
Oh, yes.
Lake Wendouree is completely dry. And I was standing there, it was sort of getting late in the day and a bit cold, and I thought, bloody hell, this would make a fantastic F1 circuit. If we left it dry and put the cars in the bed of it, you could build the stands right around it.
It's that big, isn't it?
It's huge without the water in it. I'm not sure how big it is with the water. You know, it's an optical illusion. It looks a lot smaller with the water in it. But without the water, it seems to be easily big enough for an F1 circuit on the bottom of it.
Yeah. Well, are people sort of confident it's never going to sort of fill up again?
No, as nearly as I can tell, I might be wrong about this, but I was told they're starting to fill it with recycled water.
Oh. Why?
Well, it's just a magical thing without the water in it.
Yeah. Why would they want to fill it again?
You imagine the water in it.
So it's like a huge installation.
Exactly. You do. You fill it in. Yeah. As though somebody came along and said, we're going to have an artwork. What's the artwork going to be? It's going to be called Lake Wendouree. Any water? No.
Yeah.
What I've got to say is it will take them an awful lot of water to fill it.
Yeah, well.
And they don't have it. Okay, but the thing that...
The town's doing well, though, I mean, that was the feeling you got.
Gangbusters.
Ballarat's going through the
More
roof again.
cafes per head of population than ever any other place I've ever been to.
Is that right?
It was just incredible. There are cafes everywhere there.
Really?
Unbelievable range, yeah. But... Look, while I was there, I picked this up from not far away. 2 cartridges and bird artefacts have been excavated from the site of the infamous bushranger Ned Kelly's last stand. I thought they'd done all this years ago. Yeah. How about this?
They found more bullets.
Kelly was badly wounded and captured at the Anne Jones Inn at Glenrowan in northeastern Victoria on June the 28th, 1880. after he took 60 locals hostage and was involved in a ferocious gun battle with police. Heritage Victoria is overseeing a month-long project involving 6 archaeologists, a conservator and 40 students who are mapping the site and searching for relics. Project director Adam Ford said the discovery of 2 hard brass cartridges is fabulous and is confident they date back to the siege. They're at the right age, right location, so we're pretty confident, they're evidence of the gun battle.
There was never any other shooting around there at all?
No, not that they think. Police moved from using soft brass cartridges to hard brass just weeks before the siege.
Oh, well, that's a telling thing, isn't it?
This is very exciting. We've spent a whole week here.
So they're police bullets, none of Ned's shots?
No, not yet. We haven't got to Ned. He might be on the old gear, the soft brass. No wonder he went down.
Yeah. I wonder some of those slugs that bounced off his...
Oh, well...
They'd have to be around, wouldn't they?
They would.
You'd need a metal detector.
Well, that'd be great. We should organise it. This is very exciting. We've spent the whole week here moving very slowly and trying to understand the site. It's so amazing. The cartridges, which come from the Martini Henry rifle, were uncovered last Friday, obviously Friday a week ago, during a dig on the north of the main site. Mr. Ford said an important part of the project was trying to identify the original outline of the inn. 2 posts that date back to the original inn, burnt nails and other burnt and ash-covered remnants have also been found. Today is very significant because we're really getting down to where the identifying the outlines, form and function. So,
isn't that fantastic?
A couple of bullets from Ned.
But they're starting to work out exactly where the pub was.
I know.
That's exciting.
Then they could find Ned if they can find the pub.
Yeah. I'd be getting there with bulldozers and bloody digging the thing down to a depth of about 12 metres, wouldn't you? And sift everything through...
Bulldozers. I reckon bulldozers, you're absolutely right. That's the only way to go. You've got to just move the lot.
Well, if you're going to sift it, if you're going to find everything...
I know. You just got to dig it all up.
Yeah.
I tell you what, there's a great, what would I call it, in that whole part of Victoria, Bendigo, obviously, Glenrowan area, Ballarat, it's all going gangbusters. It's just incredible.
Well, there's a renewed interest in gold.
Is there? Because they can find it tinier specks, I suppose.
I suppose.
And it's so dear, gold. It's, up to, still on the, $800 an ounce. Unbelievable. But isn't that great? They found a couple of bullets.
I think that's extraordinary. You'd imagine after all this time that they would have... Actually, someone would have looked around and a bit of a fossick there. I mean, even into, amateur...
with a metal detector.
Net enthusiasts. But is this going to change the history of the reportage at HG? I mean, does this change some of the angles that some of the bullets were fired from?
I'm sure it will.
Yeah, because if we now know roughly where the pub was... See...
No, I know.
Call me stupid, right? I thought they probably knew where the pub was before having to find a couple of rusty nails to indicate that there might have been a log somewhere with a nail in it that might have... You could
held
construct
up a bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happened to the pub? Burnt down, obviously.
Yeah.
During the siege?
Yeah, during the fight. Look, can I just say, I think you're absolutely right. I think Ned was much taller than what we've given so far to believe.
Oh, I thought they measured him. I thought they had him measured. What makes you think this?
Just the idea of
the
where
position of those 2 bullets changes his height.
Thanks. I was talking to a bloke today, during the week, who's making some television about Great Australian prison breaks, I think it is. And he was saying now, when they do the computer generation, they can work out where the bullets are shot from in various, sieges and stuff like that, and jail escapes and stuff like that. It's very, apparently, revolutionary techniques or, surprising results.
Wow.
What Plod said happened couldn't have happened often. That's why I'm saying he's actually a bit taller than what we think, what we thought.
That's fascinating, but okay. I still don't see
answer all the questions.
No, I know. But okay, we've found 2 bullet casings.
They put their cordite and stuff in the bullet casing.
Yeah.
The projectile's the bit you're interested in that bounces off the
The
plowshares.
bullety bit. Let's put the bullety bit to one side. But wouldn't you have to know the height of the policeman who fired the bullet to be able to determine
where
the angle that would reveal Ned's height?
No, I'm just saying.
I mean, how can we... Can they guess by the angle, the way the bullet has hit the ground, the casing, and the depth into the soil?
The height of the copper.
Yeah. Unless he was standing on a box.
Sons and Daughters, the Scottish hit-making machine. Sons and Daughters, the CD's called The Gift, This Gift, and that track's called Darling. And, Roy, look, just going from, well, obviously, Ned to AFL football, one thing that I believe has been a success for Common Sense and Sanity is that they're going to reinstate the grand final motorcade. Oh. You may remember last year there was what was described as a new age celebration, and there were people on balloons. There were people, lowering cups down to. I can remember Mike Fitzpatrick having to reach up and the boss of the AFL and try and pull it down from the hand that wouldn't quite get it onto the plinth that it was meant to stand on. There were people touching the cup up in the crowd and stuff like that. And the choice of musical, I didn't think it worked really having the tribal love rock musical Hair playing in the background at all. I just thought that was stupid. But they're returning to the motorcade. Good. The pre-match celebration was roundly savaged last year after the major revamp, which saw the traditional motorcade cast aside. Instead of Premiership Cup introduced, was brought in by a giant balloon and,
That's right.
etc. It was just unsightly. And I just thought
it was unsettling.
Unsettling.
Unnerved people.
Unnerved people. And Melbourne and football, great traditionalists. That's why the Dream Team game's such a great thing, because they traditionally...
Well, personally speaking, I like the grand final taken back to how it was in the 1850s. With horse-drawn vehicles.
Well, that'd be lovely.
Horse-drawn, sulkies, I suppose, with players paraded in them.
Do you know what? The Gillian McMahon, the Chief Broadcast and Commercial Officer, said the new format didn't work. I don't think the way we presented the retiring players worked very well at all. And maybe simplicity of the motorcade does work. People liked it. It was something we'll look at revisiting. Yeah. People love it and understand it. And I think that's the key thing is understand it.
They do.
Blokes in cars.
Yes, they understand
old
motorcades.
players.
Yes.
Yeah, motorcades. That's right.
Yeah.
Balloons.
In that case, maybe a horse-drawn vehicle would be unsettling because they mightn't understand it.
How is it going around?
Yeah.
Oh, the things in front are pulling it?
Yeah, you don't want to unsettle people.
We tried to overcomplicate it and try something different.
Yeah.
Can I just say, though, that it's all very well, say, having the stars retire. I'd like to see every player who's retired out there. Do you know what I mean? Because I think if you're going to have a motorcade, just having a couple of people go around, say, Cooter obviously retired, Glenn Archer might have retired. It's just not enough. People, sure, it's a pent-up emotion to say, thanks, Cooter.
James
See you later.
Hurd.
James Hurd, exactly, yeah. Thanks, James. Great work. Love your work as the face of umpire.
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff. Didn't know what you did. You probably did nothing, but still loved it. Good to know you were there. That sort of thing. People have that opportunity.
Could I suggest a motorcade this year of every player who's ever retired?
Have you done some maths on it? How long would, let's say, if you could get them around, say, in 4 minutes... Would you have to start roughly at 9 a.m. to get a kick-off or a bounce at 2?
I'm not sure. Well, it depends on the speed they go at, I suppose.
Well, you don't want to go too bad.
I think people would love that.
Oh, they would.
If we set up a train track around the perimeter of the MCG...
And they got off...
And they came in maybe in cabooses, if you know what I mean,
How about this? Okay, apart from the unsettling and unnerving thing of the train dragging them around, which it's not to be underestimated.
I know. It could confuse.
We could have 2 or 3 trains out there at the same time, say with 10 carriages each, and they could drop them off at the ambulance point or collect them from one ambulance point and drop them off at the other, having done a complete lap. So it'd be Ferris wheel-like, if you can imagine a Ferris wheel going around in a horizontal plane.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they could walk. What about a march?
Of retired players?
I don't know how many there'd be, but there might be, indeed, there might be several thousand.
Oh, there would easily be several thousand.
Yeah.
Easily be several.
Those who are capable of marching, march. Those who aren't capable of marching get carried.
And would somebody be taking the salute, like Ron Barassi taking the salute? I mean, it needs to have a focus. I love the idea, the concept, but does it need to have a point where here... Ron, Ron, as they go by. Ron, good to see you, Ron,
But wouldn't Ron be part of one of the past players?
I think you'd have to explain that before, which would be unsettling.
Would be unsettling, no. We'd need someone of military stature, wouldn't we?
Well, you're not going to suggest Sir Michael Jeffrey v.
He does
get into the front.
Pencil himself in,
I know.
and he does have the military bearing.
Can I just suggest...
What about I don't know, whoever's the head of each of our forces? You know, the Air Force, the Army, the Navy.
Can I suggest a name that bobbed up in the news this week connected with the military? Normie Rowe.
In uniform.
Yes, in his uniform as wore in Vietnam. There was some kerfuffle about his date, whether he's actually, balloted in on that date.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that would be a nice touch, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Because we haven't done enough for our Vietnam vets.
No, we haven't.
And do you see the commissioning of a medal?
For past players?
The past players. So you have your Brownlow for your best player, and you have your Coleman for your best, and there's hundreds of medals to be won through the year.
I think it would slow the event up if everyone had to be presented with a past player's medal as they come through.
Could they get that in the mail beforehand?
And wear it.
Wear it as a way to get into the ground.
Yes.
And could I say...
And maybe past players who've left us.
A
family member.
Oh,
hang on, this could work.
Yeah, you're going to have to persuade me here.
If it's a family member under the age of 10, because people love watching kids with a medal representing
previous generation,
a deceased member of the family.
Can I just say they have to demonstrate that they're playing football, AFL football, because what would give me the shits, I think, sorry about that, be so cruel about it, would be if they were out there. It would be unsettling if they were a tennis player. Do you get what I mean?
Well, nobody's suggesting retired tennis players be represented.
No.
We could do that for the Australian Open.
I know. No,
it's not too unsettling.
Follow the
Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah.
No. I'm suggesting if, say... I don't know. Let's say Ron Barassi wasn't with us anymore. But there was a younger Barassi, maybe a grandson or great-grandchild, could wear Ron's medal.
Yes,
see, I think people would find that deeply moving.
Oh, they would find that moving. There's no question about that. Absolutely no question about that. They would find that moving. What I want to get, though, is if this kiddie was lost to the AFL by, say, at school showing a prodigious forehand or maybe able to boot a ball into the back of the net, world game style, I think they should be weeded out. What we want is, because I think they'd be adding a rather, what would I call it, laughable note to I'm here with Ron in mind, but I actually play tennis. And I wouldn't want to see people rushed off the tennis court to come down in their white shirt and their white...
No, they're going to be dressed in a suit.
Yeah, good.
They've got to be well presented.
And if they've got tennis interests, they shut up about it.
They shut up about it. Mm-hmm. But if you're under the age of 10, I think if we make 10 the cut-off...
Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell.
It's a bit hard to tell what their sport is going to be.
Fair enough.
And I think it'll be deeply moving. Just every now and again you see old players you recognise. Isn't it great to see...
Plugger Lockett, say, back at...
Good on you, Plug.
Yeah, put in Plug. God, he's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, and then you just see a little kid.
With a name.
And the thing is, you don't know who he is.
No. Well,
you don't know who he's representing. You'd have to have a ground announcer.
You would. Well, Craig Willis, I'm sure.
Craig Willis would do it.
Really well.
The young boy behind Plugger Lockett is representing...
Ron Barassi.
Ron Barassi.
Yeah. On your Ron. God, wasn't Ron a player? And then Craig might be able to say a little bit about Ron.
Yeah.
And then
and sure, it'd have to start early. It might have to start at 5 a.m, but so what?
The matches from California. Wake the Sun, the title of the track. Title of the CD, A Band in Hope, on the Life on Triple J. Might be time for the first fat of the afternoon.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the first fat of the afternoon. The fat is as Australian as Barbara Streisand, as new as Cats, as wild as Johnny O'Keefe. What are Australians fighting for this week? HG?
Well, it's a very simple prize. It's 2 CDs, including COG, the new one from COG, Sharing Space, and Dirty Secrets, or The Dirty Secrets, and a copy of the Bible. That's Rugby League Week.
Yeah.
And it's a terrific cover story here called The Kings of Spain. Kings of Pain. Bruised Brother Bird lies in wait for Wild Man Webb. They're talking about Wednesday night in State of Origin. Remember, Roy and I will be calling the match in the eastern states only. The rest of Australia will be with Rosie and the Super Requests program. But with this fat, for women only, Roy, what's the question that needs to be answered?
The question is as follows. Who do we like as a Hopman Cup team should Little succumb to his hip injury? OK, so who do we like as a Hopman Cup team tennis, that is. Hopman Cup, January. Now, who do we like as a team? Who's going to step into Little shoes should he succumb to his hip injury?
Yes, that number, Roy?
Is 1300 0555 36.
Women only, phone now. Oh, I could listen to it for days, just whirring away like that, but sadly you have to move on. Ben Harper there and Still My Kisses from the CD Burn to Shine. Who are we talking to, Roy?
Oh, we're joined by Louise, who's joining us from Lennox Head. How are you there, Louise?
I'm great.
Now, what's happening in the Head this weekend?
Not a lot this weekend. We're looking forward to Gromfest and All Girls, which is coming up, but nothing much this weekend.
When do those two big events happen?
One's on the long weekend in June.
Yes.
And the other one's in July.
Now, is one of them a surfing competition?
They're both.
Both surfing competitions?
Yes. All Girls Surf Showdown.
That's very good. And how's the surf been this autumn, and is winter a good time at Lennox Head for surfing competitions?
Perfect time at Lennox Head for surfing competitions. And today it's a bit choppy. It's a bit cold and windy.
Yeah, it's a good day for fishing, though, Louise. I mean,
Yes.
a bit of beach fishing, perhaps.
Yes, beach fishing. People are doing that. Not a problem.
And are you looking forward to Wednesday night? Does the town gather maybe round various front bars or in lounge rooms and watch the rugby league?
They certainly do. We only have one pub here in Lennox Head.
Yes.
And so a lot of people will go down there and watch it on the big screen.
Right, very
They'd do
good.
a
And-
roaring trade on Wednesday night, wouldn't they, Louise?
Totally roaring trade.
And do they
roaring
have,
crowd.
competitions, maybe first try scorer, if you put your name, down for, say, you might think that, I don't know, Paul Gallen, for argument's sake, would get the first try scorer. If that comes up, you get a beer or something like that. Would they have competitions like that?
Well, we could talk our man into it. Our man Gav, he's a really good bloke.
Is he?
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, can you get a good counter dinner there or counter tea before the
Get
match?
the best.
The best. What's your favourite down there, say, after Gromfest? It might be a cooler day. You think, bloody hell, I've got to get in. Rather than cook tonight, I'll just go down to the hotel. What would you be thinking about having?
Oh, you could have anything at the hotel. They have
An
fabulous.
extended menu, is it?
Yeah, and a chef cooked. It's not just your old blobby hotel food.
That's great. That's just so I don't mean to come up with dishes, but hockey and noodles you might be able to get.
You could have hockey and noodles.
Perfect.
You could have
What about a good rump steak with
a perfect rump steak?
with, say, a mushroom sauce, a mushroom gravy?
Husband's favourite.
Wow. There you go.
There you
What
go.
about a beer-battered bit of...
Flathead.
Flathead.
We can do better than Flathead.
Good. Barramundi, yes.
Yes,
Although,
snapper, bream.
Barramundi, where would that come from?
Yeah,
though?
out the front of Lennox Head, Louise.
Well, we have a secret barramundi stash.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Now, can I just ask, would there be a number of people who would go for the Maroons in your area who might have originally had allegiances or, circumstances that north of the Tweed, which they've relocated south of the Tweed?
Not a real lot.
No.
And if they do, they sort of get really drowned out and pummeled
quiet
and
about it.
smashed and everything. Yeah, they sort of don't... Just like if it was a New Zealander or a South African, actually we have a South African who goes to South Africa every time Australia
Oh,
plays.
it must be a very difficult row.
Oh, he stands in the middle and we just throw oranges at him.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So,
Fair enough.
Louise, let Roy set out the question, have a swing at it.
Okay.
Now, Louise, who do we like here in the studio as a Hopman Cup team replacement should little Leighton succumb to his hip injury?
Well, I think it would be Smeets.
It is
Yes,
Smeets,
certainly
Robert
Smeets.
Smeets, for
But,
sure.
Yeah,
But my favourite is Bernard Tomic.
Oh, okay, you're atomic freak.
Tomic. You got to get the ch on the end.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Tomic.
Although, I always sort of like Tomic as though he could be atomic, as in, obviously explosive.
He is explosive. He will be our next Leighton. I've seen him in action from when he was a youngster because my daughter was on the tennis circuit. And,
Was she really?
Yeah, he's a top little player.
And he's not a large person.
No, he's
you're
not
suggesting
large.
he's nice and small and compact, is he?
Like
little?
He's a bombshell.
A bombshell is good.
He's a
And so he's got
bombshell.
that atomic quality that HG's looking for.
That's it.
And is he set to explode? Does he swear a bit on court? Has he got tued?
No, well, he hasn't got a mouth.
No, that's good.
Well, that's what Leighton's got. You see, that's why we love him.
He hasn't got a mouth, but I'll tell you what, he's got a brain.
Well, that's something Leighton hasn't got either.
You can see it in his eyes.
Well, that's a terrific endorsement there. So Smeets may get the nod this time, but Tomic next time. Should we ever? We have the Hopman Cup every year, so
that's right.
I can see a Tomic playing Hopman.
I can see a Tomic Delacroix side winning the Hopman.
Yeah,
I can see us all screaming out, Bernard.
Bernard, yeah, true. I hadn't thought of
I hadn't quite thought of that.
There you go.
Anyway, Louise, look, that's a terrific result. Obviously, this special edition of the Bible, the Rugby League Week, with the rundown on the Maroons v the Blues and the 2 CDs, we'll get them in the mail to you, and they'll be there before Gromfest. And in the meantime, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
You're welcome. I love it.
Oh, cheers. Thanks. See ya.
Okay,
See ya.
bye.
I'll kill her.
I'll kill her. That's from Soko from Paris. Guess where Paris is? Yeah, I know, France. That was the third of the 3 on the trot. We started off with Sparkadia. Too Much to Do from the CD Postcards. In the middle, Pendulum. And Propane Nightmares in Silico is the name of the CD. And from Perth, and then... they were the middle piece of ham, really, and then Soko and I'll Kill Her, finishing up that magnificent 3 on the trot right here on This Sporting Life on Triple J.
Phone freaks, tired of the usual boring ringtones? You know, dull? Well, as a tribute to the legend of Shane Warne and in association with the Shane Warne Foundation, Cooey Cobber Ringtones is proud to present... That's right. It's Shane's last appeal, recorded in Sydney in January 2007. Hello.
At New Old Melbourne Town, every second week is Bush Week. Come on out and hear Mally Mal's bicycle band thumping out Cobber classics like Diamond Peg, I Was a Salty Bumboat Boy, and their latest hit, Sad Ned. See young George Gearside, the old smithy, make a pound of nails in the twinkling of an eye, using the family forge that has not been turned off in 56 years. Eat fresh damper pulled from hot coals with lashings of homemade jam and wash it down with genuine billy tea that has been swung 3 times round Grandad Desi's head. Dance yourself senseless when legendary country caller Stumpy McGuinness, the man with the loose toe, barks the call for the butter beef jerky jig. That is all in Bush Week, every second week at New Old Melbourne Town, Bexley. It's better than the real thing.
So, you thought all Olympic pools were the same. Wrong, wrong, and wrong. Swim sensation Petria Thomas, now free of Olympic commitments, has put together a pool package with Harvey World Travel that takes interested Australians to 117 pools throughout the South Island of New Zealand. Beginning in windy Wellington, swim your way across the Canterbury Plains and into the famed open-air sea baths at Christchurch. And fear not, camera buffs, there'll be plenty of time for sightseeing. Petria has organised a post-swim warm-down in the hot tubs of Rotorua with special guests Chris and Lance Cairns. Just log on to www.iwantaswimnewzealand with Petria Thomas and HarveyWorldTravel.com and follow the prompts to the pools of the Pacific Tour.
Ah, yes. Roy, obviously, Rowley... Ronnie Costello Oval last night was the venue for the return of probably the greatest player Australia's produced in the last 50 years. Mm-hmm. I'm referring, of course, to Wendell Sailor. Mm-hmm. We might get a chance to talk about the Centenary Trust. I think you were away on a croc shooting tour when that was announced, and we didn't get a chance to talk about the outrage that some people felt, and people didn't go to the ball and wouldn't go to the dinner and so on because they felt as though it wasn't fair.
Really? The
selection process. Really? I think I'm correctly, I might be wrong about this, but to Peter Sterling and Big Artie Beetson. Artie said he never liked getting into a suit anyway, but that's a separate matter. He wasn't going to go.
Well, he wasn't invited.
He wasn't invited because he doesn't wear a suit, but then he wouldn't go because he thought it was an outrage that, the people who were selected didn't reflect the last 100 years. Let's face it, Artie's seen more rugby league in the last 100 years than a lot of people.
Is this the team of the century?
The team of the century. You know, you saw them at the test get jumpers, should I say blazers, that weren't really cut very well for them.
And Peter Sterling wasn't, Sterlo wouldn't have been in the team of the century, surely.
Look, that's a good question.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
No, I can probably put my hand on it, but it will take a little while.
Billy Smith would have been a much more prominent halfback than Peter Sterling.
I tell you, he wouldn't have looked out of place on his performance the other night, Braithen Astor.
Well, quite.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Miles ahead of Sterlo. Sterlo, quite ordinary. If you look at the vision now, very slow, didn't kick very well, had no real vision.
No.
I mean, the Crow and Perpetual Motion, and Zip Man and, Burt, they made him all look good.
Yep, quite.
And dragged him through season after season.
Yeah.
He was leading their saddlebags. You know, I think they won their first premiership in 81, was it, or 80?
Yeah.
They could have won it in about 74.
Yeah, they could
if they'd had Sterlo out there.
But I assume all the immortals were there, plus Mal Meninga.
Yeah, Mal's certainly in it. I'll just, if I can, while you're talking amongst yourselves I'll try and dig it up. Look, I tell you what, I can put my hand on it right here. Okay. Here it is here. I know we're drifting away from
No,
the
that's all right.
It's good. Clive Churchill at fullback. Although, there again...
Well,
I could see
you
Dell...
got controversy right there.
I know. I could see Dell running out in the number one shirt.
Yeah, not embarrassing anyone.
Indeed. Thanks. Kenny Irvine on one wing.
Really?
Puff.
He was a bit dull.
Puff.
Oh, Puff.
Yeah, you forget. I've forgotten Puff.
Not Shimmy Whoosh.
No, not Shimmy Whoosh, the fire-up bitch man. No, his uncle, Puff. Mal, helping him out.
Right. Mal and Puff. Well, that's not a bad... where do you put... where do you put Chang?
Well, that's one of the outrages. Wait till I reveal all.
Okay.
Then Brian Bevan on the other wing.
Oh, the bloke with no teeth.
Yeah, that's right. Bloke with no teeth.
He scored all of his tries in the United Kingdom. Didn't score one in Australia.
No.
All right, okay. Bevan, God.
His record is East 42 to 46, Warrington 45 to 62. God, he played on over there, didn't he?
He did.
What I love is he played East in 46 as well as Warrington in 45. Go figure. Blackpool Borough 62 to 64. God, he must have played when he was 104.
He did. Yeah.
Club games 688, a world record of 796 career tries. He played 16 times for other nationalities.
Yeah, there you go. A journeyman.
Yeah, genuine, international journeyman. You got the King in the 6 shirt.
Oh, King Wally, yeah.
And then Andrew Johns in 7.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. Yeah.
Now you got Chook.
Lock in the scrum.
Lock in the scrum. You got Ronnie Coote.
There's the second row, yeah.
And what looks like Norm Proven, would it be? Yeah, Norm Proven, the other second rower.
Okay.
Because your front rower is Duncan Hall. There's your talking
big
point.
Dunk Hall, yeah.
Talking point.
Yeah, big Dunk. Yeah.
Noel Kelly.
Gee, yeah.
As your hooker.
Yeah.
And your other bookend is Arthur Beetson, Big Artie Beetson, the 60-minute man.
Okay.
Now, look, your bench, although Lord knows how you pick the bench, Dally.
Oh, Dally M on the bench.
Yeah, there's a story for you. Bozo, well, remember we call him Bozo because he's a clown.
Yeah, Bozo, yeah.
He started off in West Wollongong in the Clown in 65.
Yeah.
Played for Manly for 66, 76, Warrington 69 to 70, East 77 to 79. God, he played on, didn't he? Chang is on the bench. And Frank Burge.
Well, the great Frank Burge.
Yeah, that's right. You'd have to be a long in the tooth to remember Burgey. Stopped playing in 27. St George began at the Golden Run.
And
of
that's it, is it?
Yeah, that's it. And Jack, of course.
Oh, Jack Gibson is the coach, yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, okay. Well, the bench looks a bit light on for forwards.
It does, doesn't it? Yes, they're all backs. But then remember that, Ronnie Coote, Proven, Duncan Hall, Kelly and Big Arthur Beetson, they wouldn't come off even if they're dead.
No, you couldn't drag them off.
You'd need a tow truck to pull them off at the end of the match.
You'd have to get a bazooka to get them off.
Now,
well, it's not a bad team. I don't know. I don't know. Who's captain of the team?
Well, that's a mystery to me.
Probably Noel Kelly.
I suppose so.
Yeah, it'd be Noel.
Or would you give it to Sticks?
Sticks Proven.
Because he captained that famous side in the Gladiators, in the Immortals or whatever it's called.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Or maybe Chook.
There is some discussion that they won't go because they have problems with the selection process.
Oh, right, okay.
This old furphy.
Yeah, okay. Well, Beetson refused to go, did he?
He did.
And Sterling refused to go.
Sterling refused to go.
Why did he refuse to go? Sterling.
Well-
Beaton, I can understand. He hates a suit. But what about Sterling?
I don't know. Sterlo said, he doesn't go to those sort of things, I think.
Is that what he said? But he's always at those sort of things. He must have been a bit pissed off that he wasn't selected. But there's no way he was going to get selected in that team, I'm telling you.
Never. Sterlo, no.
Not a hope.
Not a hope. Or you could see Bert maybe making
Bert,
it long.
yeah, that's right. And the Crow, maybe, from
the
that
Crow.
team.
Yeah, the Crow could easily go.
Yeah.
In, although,
Maybe the Penguin.
the man they could never put down.
Yeah.
Graham Bradley.
He wouldn't have embarrassed anyone.
He wouldn't have. Now, look, Queensland, this is a story that broke round about the time this was released, last month.
Yeah.
Queensland last night accused of manipulating voting for the team of the century that left some New South Wales icons either benched or snubbed. There, Graham Bradley they're talking about. Do you get Queensland was last night accused of manipulating voting.
Right.
5 Queenslanders made the prestigious size, 4 of them highly contentious, against better performing New South Wales players. The Queenslanders are props, Duncan Hall, Arthur Beetson, with Noel Kelly at hooker, so it's an all-maroon front row, Wally Lewis at 5'8", and Mal Meninga at centre. Well, I mean, you're a bit churlish if you won't let the King and Mal in that team.
King and Mal, I think, pencil themselves in. You've got to accept that.
The selection casualties from New South Wales side, this is according to Ray Cheston, were Glenn Lazarus, the brick with eyes, Ian Walsh, Ray Steer, Sandy Pearce.
Oh, Ray Steer. God almighty, he was a hard man.
Well, how about the bloke who became the QC? Wasn't he Kevin Ryan?
Kevin Ryan, oh, yeah.
Kevin Ryan.
Well, he'd have been great in that team.
I was stunned by the way it turned around, one selector, unnamed, said last night. How is Meninga a centre when Graham Langlands and Bobby Fulton are on the bench? Another said, I just hope everyone voted to their conscience. I didn't realise selection of rugby league teams. It's pricked the conscience.
Yeah.
Meninga's selection ahead of Langlands and Fulton says immortality is fleeting.
Oh, well, that's because Chang's an immortal.
So is Bozo.
And Mal isn't.
That's right. The team was named last night at the gala function to celebrate the game centenary. It was to be the premier event of the festivities.
Yeah.
But the tone of the team and the selection of what many see as a less than qualified Queenslanders was upsetting.
I hate this when this happens.
I know. The team, by its very nature and its extensive parameters of considering 100 players drawn from different areas with different rules and different demands, was always going to be contentious.
Yeah, well.
But it was never expected to be as arguable as it turned out.
I hope it didn't turn... Was there fights that night, actually?
There were.
It turned unseemly?
It did. There were a lot of people holding their coats. In fact, sadly, many coat holders had to hold 2 or 3 coats at the same time.
Yeah.
And then it was embarrassing trying to...
Well, I'm glad I was out of town, because had I been there, I'm telling you what, I'd have been punching someone. For sure. When the name bloody Dunk Hall.
Yeah, I know, Bruce, read out. I know. Look...
No, I'd have flattened the first bloke near me. I would have.
The first Queenslander near you?
No, I wouldn't have mattered who it was.
Yeah.
Who it was. I mean, that's just so wrong. That is so wrong. That stinks. I bet there were boos and
There
all.
were.
Yeah.
There were. Boos. A lot of these names were met with boos. A lot of, who, boo-hoo, who, boo.
Yeah.
Queensland has...
As for Dally M on the bench...
I know.
I mean, why do we have the Dally M's?
I know.
I mean, he must have been all right.
The highest accolade of all in rugby league, and he's left on the bench. Yeah. Now, Queensland has been living with accusations of conspiracy and voting in a block since voting day last December. One Queenslander among the 28 selectors had a list of Queensland players he was going to vote for alongside him. By voting in a block, the Queenslanders were able to take advantage of any split votes, amongst New South Wales representatives. I know for a fact, for instance, that Graham Bradley... His vote was split between Graham Bradley and Bert Kenny. I know they're different positions.
I understand
that. So they couldn't get them up, but the Queenslanders snuck through. It would have given Meninga, Lewis a flying start for inclusion because New South Wales votes might have divided between contenders such as the Penguin, Dave Brown, Popper Clay, Stinkfist Hopewadi, Steve Rogers, Reg Gasnier, Sludge 2, Langlands and Daily Messenger. Meninga is well credentialed in his durability, endurance and resilience is respected at his record for 4 Kangaroo tours, 46 tests. But he's also switched to second row on the 1986 tour because he could not displace centres Gene Miles and Brett Kenny. You see exactly what I'm talking about.
I know, that's exactly right. That is exactly right, yeah. Look, see, I'd have had Mal there on the bench.
I would have put Mal on the bench
I'd have put Mal on the bench and had Chang there,
Lewis was dropped on the 1982 tour as incumbent 5'8". I'll never forget, I was shocked when that happened.
Yeah, because Kenny,
he returned later, impressive, but he made little impression in club football, and his reputation rests largely on 30 often magnificent State of Origin displays. It's hard to accept players who lost their test positions as being the best of all time. Alternatively, Bowes, who was never dropped, and the legendary Chang were on the bench despite their all-round dominance. And Beetson is the exception to the conspiracy theories who would have garnered votes from both states. Kelly is the only prop to make 3 kangaroo tours, and he lost test position to Ian Walsh, the only 13 of his 25 test results. Oh, well, it just goes on.
I mean, it does, yeah, I know. It is a
you can see why Artie doesn't go, not because he doesn't wear the suit, he's outraged.
Because he hates the arguments.
Yeah, exactly. And the fights, the endless fighting.
Yeah.
See, Sterlo, I suppose, could duck out early. People wouldn't notice he'd gone. But I think he just thought, why bother? Why bother?
It's horrible, this, because, you want something like the naming of the team of the century to as a healing bar.
Draw things together.
As a healing bar.
A poultice.
On old enmities.
Old corkies.
Yeah. But sadly, it wasn't there. I mean, maybe it should have been left to, say, the readers of, say, Rugby League Week. For the team of the century.
Well, you see, I feel as
though...
though...
there would have been some new names, obviously, Probably would have had, Cooper Cronk.
Oh, Cronk, yeah. Scott Tronk.
Scott Tronk.
Yeah, you get them in easily. Easily get in. Look, I'm just wondering whether SMS could have been used safely too. I mean, I know these things are, people in Nigeria know how to crack into the SMS system and could rot the system for £1.
Sure.
But generally speaking, I'm sure that they would be able to make a form of voting on SMS fairly tamper-proof. But then how would you let people know? I mean, I'm sure that lots of people would have said, well, I didn't read that Rugby League that week with the ad in it.
Well, that's true too.
But maybe Rabs on his call could have said, and if you want to vote in the team of the century, remember to go to your SMS page or whatever.
Well, there you go. Was Rabs given a vote?
No, he wasn't. He refuses to have a vote in these things.
Does he?
Yeah, he says, I think I'm right in saying that he doesn't vote because he says it's so hard to compare Graham Bradley with Cooper Cronk, which is fair enough call. Because Cooper Cronk, obviously...
Well, see, I would love, and I'm sure, and I know the public would, I'd love to hear Rabs' team of the century.
Well, that's better. Why not a lot of teams of the century?
Yeah.
And why not...
Why not have Rabs and, say, a number of others, get 100 people, 100 elite people to come up with their team of the century, or teams of the century, and then out of that, you vote on the real team of the century based on the 100 teams of the century you've got.
What a lovely idea.
Now, to me, that just makes common sense.
Vampire Weekend, Oxford, from the CD Vampire Weekend. And Vampire Weekend will be part of the magic and the mayhem that is Splendour in the Grass 08. Now, look, going back to Wendell, who obviously just dipped out on the team of the century, Lottie Takiri, who I don't think was at the match last night because he was playing against the Queensland Reds. I think it's fair to say that Lottie was playing with the Tars. What about those Tars?
Home final.
Home final, second. I think they finished second.
They did.
Unbelievable.
They did.
The Tars could go all the way.
They could, couldn't they?
And wouldn't it be weird, an irony of life, how Ewan McKenzie's got the bullet?
I know, he's been so,
he's stuck
trashed.
with him.
He's been trashed, and look what he's done.
He's got him second.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very
Who are we going
hard
to play, the Sharks or the Chiefs or the
depends.
Highlanders or
the Stormers? I don't think so. Some of them we can't because they're not in the 4.
All right.
I've got a list of the 4 somewhere.
Yeah, right. That's all right. They'll be New Zealand teams, won't they?
Probably, most likely.
Yeah, right.
Let's have a look.
So it might be Highlanders. We might play the Highlanders.
Oh, that could easily be the case. Well, I wouldn't be against that.
Against playing the Highlanders?
There's the Crusaders.
Oh, the Crusaders.
Yeah.
Well, we won't be playing them because they're first.
Yeah, that's right. They're above us, above us Tars. Then there's 3 teams close together, the Tars, the Canes and the Blues. They're close together. So that's
we'll be playing the Hurricanes then?
Yes, so 1 plays 4,
2 plays 3. We'll be playing the Hurricanes. They're from New Zealand, are they?
They would be. Pretty sure. The Auckland Blues, the Wellington Hurricanes, is it? And the Summing Crusaders.
I don't know where the Crusaders are from.
No, neither do I.
Sound like they're from the Middle East.
Now you're talking about a team I could get interested in. The Lebanon Crusaders. It's got a ring to it, hasn't it? Now, going back to the match last night at Ronnie Costello Park, and wasn't it great to see people watching the football in the car?
Oh, I know.
And following Dell when he got the ball with him.
On you, Dell. Love that.
fantastic. Look, Lottie Takiri wrote a beautiful column this week, not about rugby union, as it turns out, not about,
the excitement of getting a home final.
Yeah, tar madness, and also getting Sonny Bill and Gaz, the shimmy shimmy whoosh fire up bitch man, to come and play rugby union. He wrote about Dell. Lottie wrote about Dell.
Oh, it's his old mate.
I'll let you into a secret about one of my best mates, Wendell Hello Sailor. He's got a heart Farlap would be proud of. It's the odd way round of putting it, isn't it?
Isn't it? Because Farlap's sort of dead, isn't he?
And didn't talk much when he was alive, except that style of talk on the clomp, clomp, clomp on the pause. You're limited in
How's he phrase that again?
He's got a heart Farlap would be proud of. Normally people...
As if Farlap's still around. Does Lottie know that Farlap left us in the 1930s?
No, I don't think so. And I'm not going to be the person who tells him.
No, I'm not going to tell him.
No. Normally it's a heart as big as Farlap because people have been to Canberra Museum...
And seen how big his bloody heart was, and it is impressive.
And compared it with other horse hearts, which they had to go and shoot the horse and pluck it out. Just
and if you'd seen that or knew that, you'd hardly be saying, it's a heart Farlap would be proud to put his name to.
No, that's right. That's the weirdest thing, isn't it?
It is.
Because Farlap never saw his own heart. Fact.
No, he didn't.
No. Okay, one of the little-known things about Big Dell, I love that work, 2 years in the sporting wilderness is the work he's done within the community trying to right his wrongs. I know he's done a lot of work with Meals on Wheels. I see him around my area, often helping, as I mentioned at the top of the show several hours ago, helping with people with, shopping, rotating tyres, all that sort of stuff. It's just been amazing. In between solo training sessions and spending time with his family, Dell would devote hours of his time to working with recovering drug addicts or alcoholics with their shopping or their rotating. The homeless youth on the streets, all sorts of charities, Dell was in there. Sure, the big bloke made some bad choices and did wrong thing a couple of years ago, but I reckon he deserves praise for the way he served his time, tried to help out in the community and bounced back into the NRL with the St George Illawarra. I'm not sure that he's quite in the NRL yet, is he?
No, he's not, but...
I know what he means.
You know what he means.
Yeah. When it comes to Dell, everyone just sees a big brash bloke, but the past 2 years he's been a real crusader for what to do, not to do off the field. Trust me, he's learned his lesson, learned it the hard way.
Did he say crusader? As in the team they're playing?
Could be for the past 2 years.
Like one of the Crusaders, is he?
Wait a minute. Yes, from the Beckar Valley. For the past 2 years, he's been a real crusader for what not to do off the field. A real crusader. Open brackets, he could be coming back to rugby union.
Yeah, that's what I read into that.
I learned it the hard way. Now that he's done his time, it's great to see him to the chance of finishing an outstanding career off in the right terms. Personally, I'm right behind him.
Isn't that good?
I'm sure he won't mind me saying he was in a pretty good paddock for a while. If you said that about me, Roy, I'd hit you. He's been in a pretty good paddock.
Well, you usually say that when people are bulked up.
I know.
He's been in a good paddock.
Yeah, I know. Odd term, though, isn't it?
Well, it's nicely rural. It's
nicely rural,
rustic.
That's right.
I didn't know Lottie had spent time in the bush.
No, neither did I. Or that Dell had been in a big paddock.
No.
Well, that's not the first thing I think of when I see Dell, by the way. Rotating the tyres and doing the shopping. When he was working, the papers, the media called him Delly Belly when he was out in the paddock.
Did they? I didn't see that once, and we were covering Dell issues pretty closely.
I was going to say, I've never heard of
that.
But I'm sure what he lacks in fitness...
Does he know what Delly Belly really is?
I don't think so. It's the shits from...
I know. I know what it is, but I'm wondering whether he knows.
No, he doesn't.
But he thinks Farlap's still alive, proud of his big heart,
and he's had
and Delly Belly is
a form of
being
overweight
in the long paddock, being in a good paddock.
But I'm sure what he lacks in fitness over the opening few weeks of his return to football, he will more than make cover with his strong mental attitude. From the Dragons' perspective, his experience will prove invaluable. He has a wealth of football knowledge that some of the younger Dragons are going to love tapping into.
Now, gee, they will, won't they? Hey, Del, when you play the ball, why you lean forward like that?
I tell you what, sadly... I think one of the Morris chips is off to the Dogs next year, and someone will get a chance to play with Dell. In fact, it might be Dell going into the Morris hole. But I hope...
Is they splitting the Twins?
They're splitting the Twins, yeah.
Wow.
And can I just say, this might have happened while you were on your rabbit shooting intensive, can I just say that I hope that Dell gets a chance to pass on chesting the ball at pace to that young Morris kid. Because imagine
Before he leaves.
Yeah, before he leaves. Because imagine Josh, or I forget the other lad's name, turning out, have a look at what I can do. Dell taught me. Throw it up, boom. No, throw it up, boom. There you go, time and time again. That would be great. So they're going to love tapping into. I'm not sure how they tap into it. They put something on the front of his nose and it pours out or something like that. He's certainly a positive addition to their roster. Everyone who's played with Wendell can vouch for the fact he's really a strong team man. Despite his age, he's still got it. He's big, he's powerful, he's fast. To show the type of bloke he is, this is the bloke he is, Wendell put his hand up to come through the grades and earn a spot in the Dragons rather than not rely on his reputation. Look, I've got to tell you this, he hadn't got a hope of getting in that side at the moment. 26-13 or whatever it was the other night. 26-12, 36-12.
Over Melbourne.
The Storm, the front-running team in the competition. There's no spot for you, Dell, in that. No doubt Park football fans would have loved him watching run out with the Marlins. Wendell may have arrived with a target on his back. Part-time players keen to take a chance to put a big hit on one of Australia's best footballers. I don't think that's right. I think that's pretty
He's Australia's best footballer.
Well,
one of them.
Wendell may have arrived with a target on his back. I bet you the Bunnies never thought of that once. No. The minor Bunnies. They just thought, hello, he's another bloke. We don't know who he is. Let's go out there and play against him.
Come on, let's just play rugby league.
Yeah, let's go play rugby league. Part-time players keen to take a chance to put a big hit on one of Australia's... Anyway, but don't think Dell will take a backward step. He's not that way. On a family note, Wendell's time away from football has probably been good for him because it's allowed him to spend more time with his wife and 2 kids. There were times when he was doing it tough. He put on a few kilos and probably couldn't see much light at the end of the tunnel. But he toughed it out, and you have to give him some respect for that. Wow. I'm not sure what that means.
No.
Can I say that?
Can I just say with Lottie's style, it comes easy to him, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that's right. He had his pride and his job stripped away from him for a lot of people. That might have spelled the end. But Dell, he was never going to quit. Fantastic, isn't it?
It's a lovely article. The
big panic. The younger players tapping into it.
The Delhi belly.
The Delhi belly. It's all there, isn't it?
It's all there. A link with Farlap, you know.
The link
That's
with
what I love.
Yeah, I know.
So we're seeing a change in the link with Farlap, aren't we?
We are.
Heart as big as Farlap for many, many years.
Yeah, now
it's a heart Farlap to be proud of.
We, VHS or Beta, can't believe a single word from the CD Bring on the Comets, and they're playing Come Together in Sydney in June. Look, I'll be there. VHS or Beta, one of my favourites, on the life on Triple J. Over time for a second fart.
And now on This Sporting Life, it's time for the second fat of the afternoon. The second fat is brought to you each and every week by Mad Dads, the Woodies Float, Actar Technology and Chunky Chains, the rolled gold links that have your head coming out better. What's on the chopping block this time, HG?
Well, it is another fabulous prize. We've got here the 2006 Carlton members hat. Which is great. It's not current, but it's better than nothing if you've got nothing in collectible tin. Now, we've also got, what amounts to 5 cracking CDs, selected strains, not really sure about that. That's got the Flatland Stumbler, Deep Water, Another Time and Place, An Ideal Day, Meat and 3 Veg, Reflections Refrained, Coffee Break and Vin the Bruiser. Then we've got Andrew McCubbin and the Hope Addicts, and Steer is the title of that CD. We've got Tracy Redhead, Where It Fits. It's a CD single, Where It Fits and Lonesome. Julia and the Deep Sea Sirens. That's just fantastic. And that's a 10-tracker. And also Ophelia and the Spirits. They appear to come from... not sure, really. Bit hard to know. Ophelia and the Spirits. That's about a 6-tracker. No, can't help you there. So it's a terrific roundup of new music.
Most enthusiastically delivered there too, HG. That's great. Now, the question is...
It's better than it sounds.
Yeah,
Let me put it that way.
Right. Good. Now, question for all comers. What would be the cut-off age for children representing a relative in the grand final parade of all past AFL players at the...
MCG.
So what would be the cut-off age for players? That number is 1300 0555 36.
All comers phone now. Banshee and Strangers, and they're coming to play Splendour in the Grass. I mean, how long's this Splendour in the Grass going on for? About 4 weeks. Who are we talking to, Roy?
We're joined by Lorraine. She was joining us from Halliday's Point. How are you there, Lorraine?
I'm very well, thank you.
Now, has the Point been good to you this weekend?
Oh, it's been fabulous.
Have you always been in the Point?
Yes.
Born in the Point?
No, not born, but 25 years here.
So you're almost a local?
Almost.
Now, could you locate Halliday's Point for us, Lorraine?
Halliday's Point is between Foster and Taree.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yes. But on the coast, or...?
Yeah, mid and north coast.
Right.
Yeah.
Being a point, it's probably right on the coast.
It is right on.
How's the fishing there?
Oh, fabulous. Everything's fabulous. The dolphins are out. Everything's happening here.
Do you see the whales go by starting in about a couple of weeks, I'd say?
Yes.
And are you threatened there by people wanting to build high-rise like other parts of...
Not here at the Point.
No, good. What, no interest or...?
No, we wouldn't allow it.
Ah, very good. Yeah, I'd notice not a million miles from you is that Catherine Hill Bay is in trouble.
That's just south of Newcastle, SG.
Yeah.
It's not that far away.
Yeah.
Wrong
What,
direction.
they're going to put up high-rise there, are they?
Not that I know of, but definitely not here at the Point.
Right, no, there is a plan or two in the Catherine Hill Bay area, if I've got the right...
Yeah, could well be.
Town, to put a lot of high-rise in there.
Well, there's nothing there at all at the moment.
Except an old town that people like living in. Yeah, and I think there's a local protest group, trying to prevent the...
Well, surely the New South Wales government can step in there and allow a bit of common sense. I mean...
What, just 20 stories?
Why not? Let's have surface paradise.
Yes.
Close to
Sydney.
Mid-North Coast.
In the Mid-North Coast.
Yeah.
Now,
of course, Halliday's Point would be a marvellous bit of... it'd be terrific for a bit of Gold Coast development, wouldn't it?
Well, we wouldn't allow it.
See, Lorraine was just saying that they would allow it there earlier.
No, not at all. Not on the Point anyway. Not at Blackhead. Yeah, so it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, right. Blackhead's nearby.
Well, that's actually where I live in. The whole area is called Halliday's Point, but I live in Blackhead.
Right.
Yeah,
I know Blackhead. That's very attractive there.
Beautiful.
It is beautiful. Don't tell me some nice big high-rise...
No!
and an IndyCar circuit and...
No, I just... No, it's not going to happen.
No. Now, where are you looking forward to Wednesday night, Lorraine, the state of Origin?
No, I'm not actually a league girl. I'm a rah-rah girl.
Oh, right, so you'd be delighted by the Tars this year?
Yeah.
And can you unravel where the rest of the teams in the top 4 come from? Are they all New Zealand sides? If the Crusaders...
Well, we hope not.
We're playing the Highlanders, aren't we?
Well, we think we are.
Where are the Highlanders from, Lorraine?
They're the Otago Highlanders, aren't they? No, the Highlanders aren't...
Where, Lorraine, do you know?
They're not Australian.
No, I know that, but where are they from?
Are they from New Zealand?
Right.
Unfortunately, the Highlanders are in the bottom 4, not in the top 4.
Oh, right. So who are we playing?
The Crusaders...
Where are they from, Lorraine?
I'm not sure.
And this is the event you follow.
This is, but I don't have Foxtel, so I haven't really sort of caught up with it all.
Then there's the Hurricanes. I think it's New Zealand again. I'm pretty sure the Crusaders are from somewhere in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And then the Hurricanes, and I know it's the Auckland Blues. So
they haven't marketed this very well, have they, HG?
No, they haven't.
Why aren't they given their name, where they're from?
I don't know.
You know, the Christchurch Blues.
We'll have to check into that.
Well, so will you be... I forget how they do it. They start next weekend, obviously, with the Super 14s finals. I'm pretty sure they played the last match this weekend.
Yeah. That might be at Stadium Australia.
Could be. Would you be thinking of coming to watch a game?
I've got to work next weekend.
Right.
So
Would you be saving it for a test match, maybe? I'm not sure.
I would definitely do that.
What was the last live match you saw, Lorraine?
In France.
Wow.
Last year?
The World Cup.
Yeah.
Oh, you went to see that?
Yes.
And did you get a bit of a chance to look around, apart from ovals? Did you see other parts of...
No, we did the whole wine thing and,
Right. Did you go to Monet's Garden, for example? How was that?
Oh, fabulous. It was very cold that day.
Yeah. Were there any lilies out? Or?
Oh, no. There wasn't.
Wrong time
there
of
was
the
lots
year.
of garden people sort of in the pond cleaning up and doing all that sort of thing. But no, beautiful place. Absolutely beautiful.
I think I'm right in saying one of the Bledisloe Cup matches this year is going to be played in Hong Kong.
Yes, that's right. I
Now, is this a good idea?
Mail for that, yeah.
Is this a good idea, Lorraine?
No.
Okay.
Don't think so. No.
Well, it's another place to go and watch rugby union.
Who's your favourite player? Do you like Lottie Takiri? Do you like the way you...
Yes, I do, and my favourite was, of course, George.
George, very popular.
George Greedon.
Still playing, I think, in France.
Beg your pardon?
He's still playing, I think, in France.
Is he?
Yeah, in a team that, in fact, fights a lot more than it plays rugby union, from memory.
That's good.
Now, Lorraine, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Lorraine.
Yes.
Now, where were we? I'll just consult the files here for the question, the official question. Now, what would be the cut-off age for children representing a relative in the grand final parade of all past AFL players?
That'd have to be 10 years of age.
10 years of age.
Absolutely right. The 2006 Carlton membership hat, the Ophelia and the Spirits Julia, and the Deep Sea Sirens, Tracy Redhead, Andrew McCubbin and the Hope Addicts, and selected strains will get them in the mail to you, and they'll be there at your place before the Tars run out in their final in the Super 14 next weekend. In the meantime, Lorraine, thanks very much for being part of this sporting life.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Bye now.
Bye.
Street.
Hey, Fenella here from Triple J's Sound Lab, Sunday nights from 11, where you can hear stuff like this.
The scent of another world.
Or this. It's all about the latest electronic music, beats, dubstep, minimal techno, post-rock and, well, the outer limits. Plus there's exclusive interviews, live sets and so much more. So I'll see you in the Sound Lab, Sunday nights from 11 on Triple J.
Trot here on the Life on Triple J. As the third one fades away, the three on the trot were the Cold War Kids, and we used to vacation, robbers and cowards. Once again, the Cold War Kids from USA, California. They're coming to play Splendour in the Grass.
Are they really?
They are. It's incredible. I never thought I'd see that happen. I've always wanted them to come, and now at last they're here. And Youth Group are coming. Well, they may not be coming, actually, now that I've said that. Youth Group with the ham and the sandwich. Youth Group in two sides. The CD of theirs is The Night Is Ours, and a new album out on the 14th. And then the third piece was Chasm, and Let the Beat Go is the title of the track from Beyond the Beat tape. And Chasm...
There's no talk of Andre Rieu hanging around.
Splendour in Grass?
Yeah.
I'd love to see the Rieuster maybe take the set up, put the set up, and just get through a couple of Radetzky marches. And then maybe torch the Strad and wander off. And so I'd love to see the rest of the clowns follow that.
Yeah.
Because, let's face it, you'd broaden your audience, wouldn't you?
You sure would.
If the Rieu magic was there.
Yeah.
He's been, hasn't he?
Well, he was here for Mother's Day.
Yeah, but was
signing.
Oh no, the show's coming.
Oh,
sorry.
the show's coming. Yeah.
That people are.
Licking
their lips. Yeah. Now, speaking of not being able to wait Wednesday night, Roy, it's the old story. It's a familiar story. In the 100 Years of Hate, who thought it could get any better?
Yeah, I know.
And as you were pointing out, we've picked a team. Should I say the New South Wales people have picked a team that is ready for a fight.
To win the fight,
Yes, they got Bird there. They got Gallen there. They got Lanfranchi there.
Well, Bird's an extra forward.
That's right.
He's not your classical 5'8" in any...
No, he's more like a...
He's more like an extra lock.
Yeah. Well, and, of course, let's face it, the dominance of the Maroons is something...
Yes. Well, the matchups in the back line is going to be the thing. You know, Hodges v the fire-up bitch man. I mean, that's worth a ticket price alone.
It is.
You know, that's what I'm looking forward to, just to see if our electric, whiz kid, the shimmy whoosh maestro, can put something on, can lay something on.
I tell you who I'm looking forward to is, remember Kite? Have I got the right one?
Yeah.
The one who went to New Zealand.
Yeah, Brett Kite.
Brett Kite. Remember last year he got a season-ending knee injury in Origin.
He did.
And here he's back next year.
Isn't that fantastic?
I know, that's the beauty of rugby league. He's got
so
to be
Kite and Hodges, that's the three-quarter line.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Is that right?
Yeah, I haven't got that in front of me at the moment, but from memory, I'm pretty sure that's right.
Well, how tantalising is that?
Unbelievably tantalising.
Yeah.
Because the bloke's
so many things, aren't there?
He's got dicky knees, hasn't he?
Yeah. And we've got the Badiris, Cam Smith. That's been going on for years.
I know. No love lost there.
No.
And, of course, to see the the new face go round and, obviously the first time that he's representing the eastern suburbs at this highest level. Yeah. And to see him with Gallen there and, of course, on the other side, Carl Williams, who does go off. And
Carl Williams or Carl Webb?
Sorry.
I'd love to see Carl Williams in that lineup, I'm telling you now. I don't know if they'd give him day release or night release, but if they did, worth the ticket price alone.
Look, isn't that weird? I had Carl Webb clearly in my vision, and then just said Carl Williams as though it came out as naturally as that. Maybe that should be his name, Carl Williams.
Yeah.
Certainly, if Carl Williams was playing...
Yeah, who's playing Tony Mockbell?
Tony Mockbell. Look, they can't squeeze him in under salary cap problems. But, look, Roy and I will be there at the brimming soup pot that is ANZ Stadium on Wednesday night. If you remember, it's only people in the eastern states of Australia, the eastern time zone, really, that are able to listen to the call, and no online call this year. There'll be no online call on Wednesday night. So, you might have to hook up your phones if you want to hear in other states. Generally speaking, the other states will be with Rosie and the Super Requests program. And so as we sign off from Triple J's This Sporting Life for another week, we leave you the reminder that Wednesday night is another night when we can safely assert that Triple J is sport. Bye now.